Yes, karibuni sana. I have a short one. I also want to go live in my Facebook as well. So wacha niweke Facebook kidogo. Yeah, because I also want my Facebook people to hear this because it is quite important. Yeah. So let's see. Kidogo tu. Let me see if it is possible to go live on in my Facebook here. Kama itawezekana. I think it's live video. Go live. So kama itawezekana, I will just use my phone, no problem about that. Let's see. So tutumia webcam as usual. Can call it Maduro. Yeah, because there is too much propaganda. Which like there was even go live there. So okay, wait a little bit. Yeah, it's okay. So we are live in both scenarios now. I'm live in my YouTube and I'm also live in my Facebook. Yeah, that is something which I have decided to be doing so that we can be able to be doing this duocast. So let me begin with the Nicolas Maduro issue and why this Nicolas Maduro issue people need to understand why it is important and why the reason why the US and to do what it has done. So it is telling me my frame. Let me see. Okay. Let me see if it is. I can see it on another gadget because kama sioni. Yeah, I'm in my YouTube right now. So I'm in my YouTube right now, so people can come and follow this issue of. Yeah, I will come with our Kenyan show later on, but now I want to cover this issue of Maduro, and Maduro has just been captured, and the US has announced it, and now we are having so many things which people are trying to claim that this man said. I don't know, but and there is something I wanted to explain here. Cowards like Ruto, they will capture you. I do not say so, but a man like Donald Trump, he will do something and he will say, and that is actually the difference between Donald Trump, even compared to even Putin and the Chinese guy. Yeah, it's like my Facebook is not working. I don't know what is the issue. I would rather cast it using my phone here directly. So just give me a minute. Yeah. There are some people who will tell me, like, I have seen a lot of people casting a lot of noise. Why is Donald Trump doing that? And by the way, let me do in my podcast. Yeah, I'm also live in my Facebook now. Many people are asking, why did Donald Trump have to do what he has done? Is it having an impact? And there is a propaganda there is propaganda which we always, although sasa hii watu watakuja kuniambia I'm misinformed. It's not about misinformation. It is the truth. For so long, we have always been lied to ati Marekani wakitaka kwenda pahali ni mafuta ya watu wanaendea. Let me tell you, USA equivalently also has huge volumes of oil. So I do not think necessarily when the US is going somewhere, they are just only after your resources. They are just, every time when the US is trying to do something somewhere, is about resources. That's an entanglement. That's an entanglement which we are misconceiving. It's not about mafuta all the time. No, and that one I will not agree. It's not a mafuta all the time. There is how the geopolitics. So then, when Putin is invading, what are his reasons of invasion? Yet also Russia, they have resources. There is something which people need to understand, and you know, this idea of this is a thinking of some of us in the third world countries. We think that when these people are invading, it's all about mafuta resources. What? But invasion is bigger than resources. Invasion is about political ideologies. Who is Maduro? Maduro is a socialist dictator. Let me explain that. Maduro is a socialist dictator. There are different political ideologies which govern the world. And depending with your political ideology, we can be able to understand how you reason economically. We can be able to understand how you reason socially through your political ideology. So what do I mean here? Number one, America at the moment is a right-wing government which is running the government. Right-wing government are you know, we have right-wing and left-wing. Left-wing are those governments which at some times they do not use diplomacy so much. People need to understand right-wing government do not use diplomacy. So diplomacy is never used by right-wing government so much. So the reason why, and we need to understand why the US sometimes, especially when the Republicans, who are the right-wingers, who to some extent use force. Democrats, chama ya kina Obama, they like using diplomacy, but sometimes diplomacy does not work. Diplomacy is a long shot. So when you want to do things, you need to understand that what are they pushing on. So what I'm trying to explain here is that there is an ideological war which has been there all the time between the socialists and the right wingers on the other side. So what happens in America is that what is Venezuela? And there are explanations which I wanted to explain here. Venezuela is a very big country in Central America, in Central or South America. It is in both places. But Venezuela themselves as well, they have been opening fronts, or they have been threatening their neighbors. For those who are not aware, Venezuela has been even threatening they could invade countries like Honduras and some other countries which neighbor them. So, but the beauty, or what is happening now, and that's one of the reasons actually I can even actually acknowledge Donald Trump. What has happened today is called military operation. There is difference between military operation and invasion. You know, Scholars are refusing to differentiate this. What has happened today is not an invasion, it's a military operation. It is what Putin was trying to do in Russia, and he could not make it. Hapo kwa Ukrainians. He had said he is doing, military operations, you plan for years, you execute in a day. Invasion, you just go and you are in the battlefront for years. That is the difference. So, US has been for so long talking about Venezuela because of the issue of drugs. And that is something which we have to talk here, the issues of drugs. People have been saying that unless you have been in America, you will not understand how drugs have affected the society. Drugs is even linked to gun violence in America. Because, people are not trying to get this. All the time we are trying to, people are trying to ask themselves, why are people every time shooting everywhere? And the blame has been, there are too many guns in the street. America did not allow guns today. America has been a country of guns. And guns in America is part of democracy. They have gun laws. But some of socialist politicians in America, they started criticizing people having guns, and they're saying that they need to be controlled. And you can look at countries which people do not have guns, the way their government mistreat them. Because the government knows you cannot respond. That is the problem. The government knows they can do all the shit to you, and you will do nothing because you cannot be able to defend yourself. That is the difference. That is the difference here. So, Mr. Maduro has actually gotten what he deserved today. And I will not apologize because he has instituted dictatorship in that country. And that is something all of you know, even those who want to pretend here. And this is how the superpower countries work. That is something I'm trying to change in my podcast. Just give me like a moment. And there is something which I'm asking, because all the time we are hearing, China, Russia. If these people love these countries too much and they think America is doing the wrong thing, why can't they defend their allies? That's also a question which these people should always be asking themselves. Why is it that they are never interested in defending their allies? Huh? Why are they not defending their allies from the imperialists? If that is the thinking. So there's something I'm trying to change, and okay, I think I'm okay now. So Keep anasema Trump said that precisely. They want what Chevron and Exxon lost in Venezuela in 2007. America can easily deal with the drugs, though this is more of Cuba crisis. Anyway, I don't want to go to that because any person who is not able, okay, wacha nione vile ana naniandika. Do you know mastermind or drugs wewe? Unajua kila mtu ako na theory yake. I don't refuse. So every person ako na theory yake. So I don't care about what you are talking, because unajua we all claim that kila mtu, unajua the problem of these streets, everybody claims to be knowing everything without looking at things fairly. Hata kwanza sisi Waafrika ndio we always pretend sisi ndio tunajua vitu sana, and we are running one of the worst governments in human history. Na sisi ndio tunajifanyanga shida za Marekani tunajua, shida za Russia tunajua. Go in Africa, ukuta like the way now Africans are sitting down and trying to analyze this story the way they understand American issues so well. Yet we cannot be able to fight hunger, poverty, and its diseases, and we don't even have a political ideology. So at times when I see us Africans trying to criticize these civilized ones as they are trying to solve very advanced problems, na sisi tumeshindwa na kusolve njaa, we cannot even solve njaa. The only thing we can do is lie to our people. I feel so much ashamed. So I had to say that because Anne is trying to deflect me, and you cannot deflect me. Allow me explain my point the way I think, because it is necessary. It is necessary. Allow me explain my point the way I think about it. So, the issue of drugs is an existential threat everywhere in the world. Why is it that even as Africans, even as in Kenya, for instance, we have been unable to eradicate local blues, including hata ile inauanga watu? Why have we been unable to eradicate local blues and bangi, including Mombasa all the time? There are narcotic ships which are seen there, and we are unable to do it. We are unable to do it. We cannot even eliminate drugs in Mombasa. Ships zinakuja hapo, we pretend saa zingine to, even sometimes we even pretend that we pretend that we are banning we are banning them in the sea, because drugs are existential threat. It's only those people who are not able to analyze the long effect of drugs who will start saying, oh, let me tell you, and this is something which I want to explain here. It is not all the time about resources. Everybody has his own resources. For your information, America is not like Europe. That is why Europe has a reservation of some of the things they do. America is not like Europe. Europe is resources stricken. But America is a huge, vast land, flat, agriculture, oil in the northern states, Montana, North Dakota, all those, Texas, hiyo yote ni mafuta. So, military operation, we are talking of a military, and by the way, I want to congratulate the current US government for being able to do a military invasion, aka operation, within a period of 1 day. Something which Russia themselves, they couldn't do. Russia was saying when they were going to Ukraine, actually what America has done in Venezuela, it is what Russia was intending to do in Ukraine. Kikaumana. Because you need to analyze the situation in the ground, and then you need to know what to do na ile kitu utafanya. And that one is a confirmation of America as a global leader in terms of embossing authority on the things which they think they are not right. No, and let me tell you, as long as you have power, you can do invasion. As long as you have power, you can do invasions. Are things which are done by countries to do policy alignments. Invasions are not illegal. That is why the UN themselves, they cannot be able to handle it. They cannot be able to handle it. If you have power, you can invade another country as long as you can explain your reasons. You know, Sazingine, you don't hear people saying this, but that is the truth. You know, we pretend a lot. Let me use that word of Tony PK. We pretend a lot. Invasions are always there. From time immemorial, countries have been invading each other. We have territorial wars and we have ideological war. And those are the two major wars which are there. Territorial and ideological. What is a territorial war? A territorial war is a war which you go because you want to capture the land of another country. We have ideological war. Ideological war is that war which you go because you think. And by the way, let me explain something here. For so much, immigrants, undocumented immigrants have been migrating to the US through the release because, you know, Maduro has been one of the man who has been enabling illegal immigration through giving illegal immigrants a safe haven apple. So at you guys, right, Africans, we don't get it. And as Africans, we don't get it. So the problems of civilized worlds, we don't get it. That is why we even Mr. Ruto can come here and start saying, "Oh, we are taking you to Singapore," while 23 counties ninja. I'm talking about the problems of civilized wounds. I'm not talking of problems in countries which they cannot even feed themselves. They cannot even employ their people. I'm talking of the problems of civilized wound. I'm not mashida zetu nitakuja kuongea in our show. Our problems, I will come and handle them. Our problems, we are talking about a government which cannot serve its people. So today, or right now, I'm talking about problems of the civilized wounds. Why do countries attack each other? That's the explanation I'm doing. You don't go to attack each other when you have not solved some maiden issues. So these are the problems of the first world. Russians can understand what Trump is doing. Chinese can understand what Trump is doing. Russians can understand what Trump is doing. But a Kenyan, a Ugandan, an Ivory Coastian somewhere, they cannot understand this. Sisi kwanza to concentrate in njaa and having leaders who do not understand how to think, then we can now come and now start pretending we understand what the civilized world is facing. Let me tell you, America elected Donald Trump for a reason. And Donald Trump has proven problems can be solved. Like him, hate him. He is a man of resolution. He is a man of resolve. Akiamua kufanya kitu anafanya. He is not a pretender. He marks an enemy and he goes for them. Wengine wanakukulia mfuko. Even when he was going to Venezuela, he did not do it Obama type. Pale sijui you use proxies. Anaenda mwenyewe. Have you seen his tweet today? He declared that capture, and that is what I like. He declared it. And those are the leaders we want. You do something and you take responsibility. So whatever happens in Venezuela, whether good or bad, he will have a total blame on it because he has taken reasons for it. And those are the leaders who we like. We like leaders who take responsibility. If Kasongo abducts people and you have to research who has been abducted, Kasongo, Ruto will abduct you and you are dead forever. Donald Trump captures you and he says, that is a leader we want. You capture somebody and you say, it is not that you capture somebody and we are looking for where that person disappeared or went. So Donald Trump, and again, lazy people who do not understand how the geopolitics is working. You're always hearing that this is the end of an empire. The American empire is not ending now. And those who are wishing that the American empire is ending, they have not been in America and they see the miles apart, which they are from us. Yeah, you will always hear a lazy African somewhere saying, America is collapsing. Oh, America is collapsing. My brother, let's first of all build our countries and after that tuanzie kusema sijui America is collapsing. How can a country which has global influence on all countries in the world start collapsing? Ni sawa, ni sawa. That is your theory. If you believe America is collapsing, that is okay. Hiyo ni yako. I will not agree with you. Let me tell you, actually, countries collapse because there is ideological war which is fronted on them. In fact, if there are people who want America to collapse, are the socialist Democrat people who are allowing non-West agenda to percolate in America. Those are the people who have declared war on America, but not Americans themselves. Any person, because American ethos are very clear. Work hard and you see the fruits of your labor. That is the American ethos. And if there is any person who is in America, that is the reason why even people have been wanting to migrate to America and come and push for the American dream. Because hard work is rewarded. People come to America, they can work for man hours and they can be paid. It is the only country where work is paid. At times, it doesn't even matter your level of education. If you work, you get paid. Leave around the stories of what people say, imperialism. What imperialism is everywhere. Countries embedding the authorities on others. And the world operates on mwenye nguvu mpishe. That is the principle. And America is trying to protect its people. So you cannot tell me that America to continue burying their children because of drugs, simply because there are some American politicians who are not willing to take responsibility. And all the time, our lazy Africans, our African brothers and sisters, they come and claim, oh, mafuta, oh, sijui hii. Let me tell you, America, for your information, America has more resources than even Kenya itself. America, they do a lot of mining. I visit iron ore mining places, unakuta migondi ingine unateremka hivi. America, they mine iron ore, they mine oil. That, in fact, that is one of the reasons why actually even Donald Trump agenda has even brought the cost of living down, because some of the states which used to drill, then wakatuletea hii ujinga ya sijui climate change and green what, they started stopping digging of oil. And states like North Dakota and Texas and Montana had momentarily been stopped from drilling oil. Then Donald Trump comes, he says, no, we are going to drill like hell. And then right now, oil in America, let me tell you, but this is something which I'm going to say here. In America, I'm in Kenyan money, 5,000 Kenyan money, I'm doing a full tank. I'm doing a full tank 5,000 in America. I'm talking of 5,000 Kenyan shilling. Hiyo lazima niseme hapa. Tell me who can do a full tank in Kenya at 5,000. My family always does fueling in Kenya and they are doing at 10,000 full tank. Or fuel in Kenya is double. Is double what we are doing in America. I'm telling you, I'm telling you, and I'm not exaggerating. I'm fueling my car full tank, $30 to $35. I'm doing $30 to $35 full tank. Convert that into Kenyan shilling. Convert that into Kenyan shilling. And you tell me if right now, we have to say these things, because Democrats and some other slaughs who have been wamekuwa wakiharibu hii serikali for so long, wamekuwa wakisema, so ni mafuta gani Marekani wanataka kuendea Venezuela na wako na yao North Dakota, wako na yao Texas? Bwana Joseph, being pro something is not illegal. It's not illegal. You can be pro Russia if you want. You can be pro America if you want. It depends with what you think. Being pro something is not illegal. You can be pro Ruto if you want. So tuache hii ujinga at all the time ni mafuta. When people are trying to protect their own country, and then we are busy saying that hao watu ni mafuta. Kwani mafuta ijawahi tosha? All the time tu Marekani wakienda pahali ni mafuta wanaendea. All the time. Even when they are trying even to help our democracies. When Donald Trump went to Nigeria the other day, and he is fighting terrorists, people are just saying, oh, resources tena. Like sisi wa Afrika, sisi ni wajuaji mbaya sana. Everything we see it in the lens of ati tunakuja for your information, nini yo tunakuja kupokonywa atutumii sisi. Okay, ni sawa. As Africans, we have resources. Why can't we use those resources? Why should we allow other countries to come and use our resources? So all the time you will hear a Kenyan, hii lazima niseme, all the time you will hear a Kenyan, you know, Americans are doing this, they do this. They are coming for our resources. If they are coming for our resources, Why can't our government use those resources to help us? You know me, there is a stupidity which I don't listen to. When we are busy erecting idiots and people who do not use brains, we are busy deflecting our problems to others. Those are not things which personally I will support. Direct your problems to your leaders. Direct your problems to Ruto. Direct your problems to the members of parliament who cannot think, who are slots, who are idiots. But don't direct your problems to other sovereign nations which have nothing to do with you. When they are trying to solve, Americans have done an analysis and they have discovered that the fentanyl, which is actually even put in biscuits and food, actually emanates from those countries. Illegal immigration emanates from those countries. And they want to solve their problem from the source. They want to solve their problem from the source. So I acknowledge and I am proud what Donald Trump has done today. That one I will say it without fear or favor. Hiyo nitasema, I will applaud what Donald Trump has done today. It is the responsibility of a president or a government to solve the problems from where it is coming from. Hata sisi siku ingine, another day, we went to Somalia after Somalia abducted some tourists. And we invaded Somalia because of Al-Shabaab. What are you saying? So it is up to the country to diagnose a problem and look for a cure. Hata sisi, kama Ruto tumemuona ni shida, we need to diagnose that problem na hiyo shida tutoe. So calling me pro-America does not change the truth. I like countries which are solving their problems. For those people who do not know Venezuela, Venezuela does not even conduct credible elections. They have just been doing sham election, where Maduro embosses himself. The other day he lost an election and he embedded himself into power. And I thank God because Central and South America is understanding it. That is why now Argentina has a very strong president in the name of Milei, a conservative president. Maduro is a socialist dictator. I don't talk of socialist personally. So Maduro is a socialist dictator. He is gone. Thank God he is gone. Maduro could have disturbed Venezuelan people for ages. It needed a radical surgery. Hiyo kitu itendeke mara moja. So I thank God because even in Chile, for the first time Chile, they have elected a very pro-Catholic president last month, and conservative for that matter. People want to protect our babies. People want to protect territorial integrity. People want to do the good thing. It's only the Kenyans, and this one I will say, it's only the Kenyans and some Africans who will support leaders who are supporting bad things in their countries. You will see a Kenyan supporting a man who is pushing abortion as a president of America. You will see a Kenyan. Yet as Africans, we say we are pro-God, we are pro-life. Almost every African we say we are pro-God, we are pro-life. But you will see a lazy African supporting people who are saying abort all American kids. Do abortion. And no wonder, even when some of these people bring policies to kill our kids in Africa, we cannot see it. Because all what we want is money and power. And we don't care where it is coming from. We are busy supporting people who are pro-abortion. And we know very well abortion is one way of ending societies. Americans understand that. That is why for the first, they tried to do everything they wanted to do to make sure that Donald Trump does not get to power again. But it could not work because some serious conservative people understood the attack on the nation. They understood the attack on the nation. All they wanted is people who are just supporting abortion on steroid. That's all what they wanted. Abortion on steroid, illegal immigration, the country to be totally changed. Let me tell you, including a failed state, Somalia, it will not allow illegal immigration. A failed state, Somalia. Why is Somalia asking you for a visa when you are going to their country? Why? I've been to Somalia and I've never entered Somalia without a visa. And Somalia is a failed state. Why are they asking me a visa? Why should we not just enter into the airport and we go to Somalia the way we want? Afghanistan is asking you a visa. Afghanistan, failed state, they're asking you a visa. But somebody wants to migrate to America without a visa. And when Americans are instituting proper migration policies, people are complaining and saying that how watu hatutaki. There are things which do not make sense. I don't understand why as Africans, we wish bad things to other people, but us, we want good things for ourselves. No matter we cannot get it. No matter we cannot get those things we want, because we are evil. We wish other people bad things, but for ourselves, we are wishing ourselves good things. How does it work that way? If you want good things, you have also to wish other people good things, so that now the goodness trickle to you. We cannot be busy criticizing a country when they are solving their immigration issues. Venezuela had opened a front for them. All those caravans, where do they pass from? As they come from, as they pass, all those caravans. One of the reasons which triggers immigration, and I will explain it here. One of the reasons which triggers immigration is bad governance. Today, there is a lot of immigration from Kenya because we have bad governance. So you need to know that as long as Kenya has no governance, we will become a problem to other countries. We will start becoming a problem to Uganda. You will be hearing that you'll be hearing Uganda complaining. There are so many Kenyans here and we don't want them. You will start hearing Tanzania complaining. There are so many Kenyans here in Tanzania and we don't want them. You will hear South Africans complaining. There are so many Kenyans here and we don't want them. And all this problem has been brought by economic plundering. So one way of controlling immigration, one way of making people love their country is having good governance. Just have good governance and the people will love to be in their country. People don't just migrate because they want to migrate. People love being in their home. But people are migrating and going elsewhere because they can no longer get what they want in their own country. So, Joe and Jage, that is an American policy. And it is one of a military operation which has taken one day. Very few casualties, if they are any. In fact, what Donald Trump did yesterday or today, depending with how, it will be remembered as one of the most courageous moves ever. Because Venezuela has been an existential threat in the region for so long. Very few people can be able to understand that. Analyze that and you'll be able to understand. Venezuela has been an existential threat in that region for so long. And they did. Nicolas Maduro himself has been suppressing Venezuelans. Nicolas Maduro himself has been suppressing opposition. Opposition cannot speak. And now that is the man you want us to speak for. Go and see how Nicolas Maduro has been treating opposition. Go and look how Nicolas Maduro is treating opposition in that country. They cannot talk. Those people, they just get jailed ovyo. So what good in him? My brother, the Iranian issue will be solved. Relax. The Iranian issue will be solved. And I'm also an African. So I'm in that problem. I'm also an African. Relax. But I've said, as Africans, we are so busy to analyze postmodern problems, but we cannot be able to diagnose a Kenyan problem. But shida za Wamarekani, shida za wazungu tunazijua sana. We know those. We know what is ailing the Americans. We know what is ailing the British people. We know what is ailing the French people. Yet we don't know how we can get a Turkana boy from poverty and from anger. And So we appreciate what has been done today. We appreciate what has been done today. All nations have to be free. There is no one who is supposed to embed his authority on our people. Even in Kenya, if Mr. William Ruto starts suppressing our opposition, we have no problem by inviting foreigners to come and help us. Kama sisi wa Kenya hatuwezi jisaidia. It has to be done. There's no in which people can just be suppressing others and you want us to listen to them. What people are in problems. The other day, you are hearing like Christians are being persecuted in Nigeria. Christians were being persecuted in Nigeria. And even Christians themselves were denying. Ili ujua hata saa zingine ili ujua hata saa zingine Wakristo wananishangazanga. Christians were denying that Nigerians are not dying in the north. Aya, ni sawa Njue Jage, you don't need to comment about this topic. You don't need to comment about this topic. Allow me comment what I know. It's okay. It's okay. Allow me comment how I know it. This is freedom of speech. This is freedom of speech. So just to hear. If you don't have anything you want to comment about this topic, is okay. You don't need to comment. It is not everything which we need to comment about. So you don't need to comment about the American politics if you don't get it. For now, people have to solve their problems. Yeah, people have to solve their problem. It is not about being a Mzungu. I'm just trying to. You have to solve your problems. There's no in which we can allow the white man to be bringing we can allow the white man to be coming to our countries, and we are saying all our problems emanate from the Mzungu. Yet we elect leaders who are not able to truncate the problem. All the time, we are not able to truncate the problem. So let me go back to, and that's why sometimes when I'm doing such topics, I like switching the comments because you come and you distract me. So Anne, can you stop commenting a little bit, because I need to explain this issue of Nicolas Maduro, and I explain the reason why Donald Trump had to do what he has done today. And I like presidents who are able to take responsibility. Me, I don't like leaders who do not take responsibility on things. Donald Trump has captured Maduro today, and he announced it on Twitter. That's a very courageous move. He didn't care if there will be reactions in Venezuela, if there will be reactions from allies. He was captured and they said it. And I was doing parallels to Kenya. I have no problem if you capture or you arrest somebody, but explain it. In Kenya, they capture people and we meet them dead. We meet them dead. We meet them dead. That is what we are fighting. So the courage which Donald Trump has to capture an international leader, and he says it in his X account. That's where the courage is. That's where the courage is. Some other people, in fact, if Donald Trump was in power in 2011, Muammar Gaddafi could be alive today. If what has been done today in Venezuela was done by a Democrat president, Nicolas Maduro could have been killed. Yeah, Nicolas Maduro could have been killed. But he has been given an opportunity to live. He has been given an opportunity to live and explain the story the next day. And he has been charged, by the way, on drugs and other issues. So, and Nicolas Maduro has been charged. There have been a lot of problems in South America. It's only that and let me tell you, problems in South America are existential problems. They have not started now. South America problems are very deep, because many of the South American countries there, other than now they are trying now to change their political ideology, many of the countries have been socialist countries. And personally, me, I don't support socialist countries, socialist agendas. If a president becomes a socialist, I take a turn. because we have not seen any socialist country which has succeeded in the civilized world. So, and many of the dictators have been socialists. So Nicolas Maduro is a socialist dictator. He claims to be working with Russia and with China. And even one day ago, he was having Chinese diplomats. Where is China to help Venezuela? So sometimes even when you are building alliances, build alliances with the people who can defend you. Why is China caving in? Your ally is attacked, and you cannot even say anything. That is why at times you have to be very careful with the people who you are forming alliances with. Me personally, I believe if a country forms why do you think like Europe cannot stop having a relationship with America, no matter what? Because Europe knows, and I'm not trying to blow the trumpet of America here, because I know there are so many haters of America here. I'm not trying to blow America is the only country, if they give a commitment of defending you, they will do it. If America says, America has been defending Israel for ages, I'm not sure there is any country which could have survived. I don't think if the guarantee for defense to Israel were done by any other country, if Israel could be there now. But the fact, so when America does commitments, whether they are good or bad, it depends with how you analyze it. That one is up to us to make that intellectual judgment. When America does commitment to you, they follow it. And I like that. I like those commitments where leaders follow. America has been, and let me tell you, by the way, for your information, and some of the countries which decided to work with America, some of them have seen tremendous growth, including China itself. China has been developed by America. They were given all the patents free of charge. Look at South Korea. South Korea is a product of America. Unajua saa zingine hizi vitu when we are trying to explain. So, and that's why some of those countries, they now practice democracy. Taiwan is a product of America. They are thriving and well. That's why even China is feeling envy. Hong Kong is a product of America. So these things, we understand how they work. So we have seen America developing nations. We have seen America developing nations. You know, I know very many people will always say that America is a bad country. People always say that America is a bad country. America is a bad country. But look at the country which has stood with the persecution of Christians globally. Can you imagine? The only country, even Kenya itself cannot even stand with the Christians. The only country which can come and arise and say, please, imagine even Nigeria itself cannot even stand with the Christians. The only country which can stand with the Christians, even in the presence of minority, is America. And that is the country which people who cannot use their brains properly, they are saying they need to be stopped. If today America doesn't have power, let me tell you, and this is something which I'm trying to explain here, because you know, sometimes Christians don't understand how important America is. You know, Christians we just walk like that. And I want to explain to people today, to Christians today, how important America is to them. If today America is not there, forget Christianity. And I will not withdraw that. If today America is not there, forget Christianity. Christians will be killed everywhere and no one will speak. For your information, people don't want Christians. Many nations don't want Christians. Because, and I will explain here, you know, sometimes even as we practice Christianity and religion, people have to start understanding this. Christianity is having some moral authority. Christianity is having some moral authority. Christianity is having some moral authority in civilizing nations. Look at that is why some nations, including even in America, some socialist leaders, they are saying we cannot touch the Bible. Because if you want to become rich, it is in the Bible. If you want to become a good man, it is in the Bible. So what do you do? What do you do? Let's remove this book. Let's remove this book. Let's remove this book so that people can become idiots. Ask yourself, why are they? Ask yourself, why are they so much fighting the Bible? Why? All socialist leaders, why are they fighting the Bible? Let me tell you, there is the way in which Mr. Ruto uses religion, and there is the true religion, which I'm talking about here. I'm not talking about some of the elements of fakery religion. I'm not talking of the fakery like the ones which Bishop Wall, or he is called who? This guy who fakes miracles. I'm not talking of such type of religion. I'm talking of religion with consciousness. Religion with consciousness has a lot of morality. If religion is properly abandoned, even people will not kill each other. People will respect each other. We will propagate ourselves. We will grow. We will thrive. We will thrive. Ask yourself, why is religion? Why is Christianity a threat? And some countries have even declared war on Christianity. Nigeria, northern Nigeria, they have declared war on Christianity. Even in Kenya, and I will say this one without fear, the day when Christians will become 50%, you will see persecution of Christians. Because once Christianity becomes a minority, they have to be persecuted. That is a script from 3 AD. That is a script from 3 AD, during the Napoleon and during the Constantinople, the Constantine leader. Once Christianity so that is why, as Christians, you have to fight hard not to become a minority. If you become minority, mumeisha. Yeah, I can see the other socialists has come. Huh? No, it's not about that. At the join open that appears to be a madhouse Kenyan here today. Fungua to join panel in 30 minutes and stop your right-wing religious propaganda. My friend, that's true. I'm a right-winger. I don't deny that. I support right-wing politics in full. Bwana Belfast, I'm not a socialist. I'm not a left. I don't support left politics. And I'm sorry. You know me, I'm not a man who walks in the middle. I would explain to you, I'm a right-wing, true. And I support the right-wing politics to the core. Because the right-wing politics are the ones which develop nations. The right-wing politics are the ones which develop men. You will not have men in the society without right-wing politics. You will be having some people who are saying, I'm a man, I'm a woman. Because right-wing political agenda is about being strict and being real. That is what right-wing means. Right-wing is not being evil. So when I'm saying I'm a right-winger, I say it with all the courage. I'm a right-winger to the core. I'm a right-winger to the core. So Bwana Belfast, don't think ati utanishtua na hiyo ati ya right-wing propaganda. In fact, we are trying to force development everywhere. Right-wing, we are forcing development. And you are saying that we are forcing development and prosperity. We want as a right-winger, we want everybody to thrive. We want to be talking about money and progress, not about some other shambolic things which are not. I saw your comments and you are very angry about what happened today to Mr. Maduro. And you are not angry to what Maduro has been doing to people. You know, Belfast, let's not be having these two lenses. Even today, listen to American politics today. Suddenly, Mr. Maduro will become a darling of Democrats. Today, he will become, even after all those problems he has done, today he will become a darling to Democrats. Mr. Maduro. Yeah, naona hata Gibbs Corner Gibbs Corner is agreeing with me. Yeah, you know us, and we want strength. By the way, we want people to be strong. Right wing, we want you to be strong in your home. We want you to be strong in your family. We don't want to guide your family. We want you to be strong as a father. That is what right wing means. Right wing is not about weakness. Eh? You are just like Fimbo Hivi. Eh? You are a man, you are a woman. Why do you think right wingers we can support some of this stupidity, which is now everywhere in the world? As a right winger, you think we can support things like anyway. Belfast, stop giving us the shallow reason, which you are always this morality that watu wanajua. Maduro refused to bow down. It's not about bowing down, brother. It's not about bowing down. Tell us what Maduro has done to his people. Is Maduro a good person? Let me get my charger 1 minute. Stoki hapa. Whoever I'm nagging, nataka akuwe nagging kabisa. Yeah, let me get my charger. So, let me just get my charger. Yeah. Marekani wako sawa man. They need to do it. Hao watu wamesumbua. You know, for unajua, even in Kenya we have not suffered. If you people you think in Kenya we have suffered, we will suffer so that we can be able to think. In Kenya we have not suffered. You think when Venezuela is being rescued today, they started this Venezuelan problem started way back in 2006, 2005. Venezuela has been in the same problem for 20 years, 30 years. During the time of, I don't know if it was Hugo Chavez or who, the guy who donated power to this other guy. Nyinyi wa Kenya mumelia miaka 3. Hapa mumnalia miaka 3 mkisema oh dictator Ruto dictator. Wa Kenya wamelia miaka 3. 3 years Kenyans are crying. And there are countries where people have been crying for ages. People in northern Nigeria, persecution in northern Nigeria has happened for 50 years. Go and read about Biafra region in Nigeria. And when one president, in the name of America, decides to rescue those people, watu wanasema Aya, Belfast, we kuja ueleze hiyo viti yako. So Belfast, yeah, of course, Muringe Venezuela, if people have, personally, I've been following the persecuted people. I know I have friends from Venezuela. I know how people have migrated from their families. They cannot talk. That country. There's no dissent in Venezuela. I wish if you are Venezuelan, come and respond to me. But if you are a Kenyan who is pretending to know a lot, I cannot respond to you. I know what today means to Venezuela. Let me tell you, it is just like the day when Ruto will get out of power. A Ruto sloth will not be understanding why you are celebrating. But some of us who have been, and we have only been in suffering 3 years. We're only suffering 3 years. And you think America can come to our aid now? My friend, if we will not be able to do it through the ballot in 2027, we have 20, and by the way, we should be happy. Kamango alitoka wapi? Kamango who came and stole Raila Odinga election came from Venezuela. So, and this Venezuela has also been instituting regime changes elsewhere. So if you think people are not suffering, go and talk with Venezuela. Venezuela is very happy today of what has happened. They cannot believe. Venezuela, I have friends from Venezuela. They had lost matumaini. They were saying, us, we don't know. We don't know what will happen to us. Thank you very much, good year. I appreciate that gift. We don't know. We don't know. We don't know. I have been talking with Venezuela. So even when we are talking about, so somebody has, let me tell you, saa zingine, God can come to bless you in another way. God can just come to bless you in another way. Venezuelan people were waiting, maybe they will go to the ballot and remove this guy. But something along the way intersected with their problem. I don't know, fortune, sometimes fortune can intersect with your problem, na unajikuta umepona. Miraculously. With no bloodshed, with nothing. So, bro, let countries control their resources. America rescued Congo. Is not about that. So, Bwana Ngugi, let me explain to you. Let me explain to you. Some presidents are killing their people, and you don't want the civilized nations to respond. Which resources were being... Do you know what Maduro has been doing to Venezuelans? Do you know what Maduro has been doing to Venezuelans? So, Donald Trump just decided to solve his problem. And as Donald Trump is solving his problem, the Venezuelan people are also being helped. That is why at times, somebody might have a grudge. Somebody might have a grudge with your enemy. And then their fight actually helps you. So actually, Donald Trump was not helping Venezuela. I want people to understand this. Donald Trump was not helping Venezuela. Donald Trump was solving his problems with Maduro. And as Donald Trump is solving his problems with Maduro, Venezuelans become beneficiaries. That is how God works. That is how God works. Eh? Let me read a comment here for... Yeah, that's what, we also need to understand these things. At times, we are busy here crying, oh, Ruto, crying. Let me tell you, if Kenyans will continue behaving the way we are behaving, and and let me tell you, by the way, and this is something which I say without fear. You know me, I take sides. Me, I dive into solutions. I dive into choices. If I see something is happening well, I say, this one, I like it. So me, I don't walk in the middle ground. That's why I'm a right winger. A right winger, we don't walk in the middle ground. We declare where we are. Do you support that or not? Do you support men or not? We want strong men. That is right wing. We want men to be leaders of families. That is right wing. That is why we do not support some of the agendas which the left wing is bringing to us. Oh, affirmative action. Oh, that is why I don't support affirmative action. And one of the things which I want the next president of Kenya to do is we have to eliminate affirmative action in Kenya. That is stupidity and garbage has to go away. We cannot be giving birth to weak women in the name of saying lazima wamama wasaidiwe. We have to give a safe haven for everybody to exist. But we cannot be, I cannot be raising my daughters and telling them that they are weak. They cannot compete with men. That's why there is an affirmative action here for women. That is garbage we don't want. So I oppose affirmative action. I oppose mapendeleo of any kind. Mapendeleo to race. Mapendeleo to gender. Because affirmative action, DEI, some of the things which our African brothers, they need to read about. DEI, which is in America, whereby an African needs to be helped. Just ati saidia tu Muafrika tu. Najua hiyo Afrika watanigonga sana. Wewe utaki Waafrika wasaidiwe. Ati Muafrika tu asaidiwe tu, even if he is not qualified. That is what the people have been told in America to do. It has already happened in South Africa, and South Africa is crashing. They removed meritocracy, and they said some positions have been set aside for Africans. Whether that African is qualified or not qualified, they don't care. Hii ni ya Mwafrika. And the only thing they are doing is destroying. Let Africa, we have Africans who have gone to school. Let them compete with white people. There is the white man doesn't have a better brain than a black man or an Asian. But this is stupidity where we are saying we need to introduce mapendeleo. We need to start favoring black men, favoring white men, favoring Asians. We are already conceding that we are weak creatures. The African man is already conceding that he is already agreeing with the white man. He is a monkey. Najua hiyo itauma watu sana. When the African man is being favored and he is agreeing to favors, you are already agreeing you are a monkey. You are of small mind. I don't want to be favored. I don't want to be favored. I want to go into places because it's God blessings, according to Jeremiah 29:11, and it is because I have worked for it, not because I'm an African. Yeah. I don't want to be favored. Why are Africans all the time we want to be favored? Oh, as we are Africans, we are afflicted. Like the same stories you will always hear, like when issues, oh, serikali saidia. My friends, my brothers and sisters, we cannot exist this way in the modern society. We cannot pray weak and we want to sit with these civilized people and talk. And we are playing weak. We are people who want to be helped. We have to compete. We have brains like the white man. We have brains like the Indians. All we want is a uniform, settled ground. But this idea whereby Africans are saying they want to be favored, or we want our people to go into places of influence so that they can favor us, it is a mentality which, as black, we have to stop. Black people, you cannot behave that way. Mapendeleo all the time. We cannot behave that as a black people because we are agreeing on the slavery mentality. We are slaves. We cannot help ourselves. I don't want affirmative action. So one of the things which should be removed from the Kenyan constitution is the women rep position, which was brought by affirmative action. We will not be giving women power because they are women. And that is what America rejected. They have brought 2 women and Americans have rejected. You bring women, but you are not bringing meritocracy. They brought Hillary Clinton. You are bringing a woman, you are not bringing meritocracy. You bring the other lady. You are bringing a woman, you are not bringing meritocracy. So it has to be a woman and she has to have merit. He has to have 2 things in one. Has to be a woman and has to be deserving. So being a woman is not qualification to everything. Being a woman is only qualification to marriage. Being a woman is only qualification to marriage. Other things, you have to compete in the civilized society. Najua hiyo ijaingia vizuri. Najua hiyo wamama wapo watanigonga sana. No. Ati simple, unajua huyu ni mama, tumchague. So whether akili yake inafanya ama ifanyi, we don't care. Huyu ni mama. We have now created 47 positions for women. 47 positions for women, which we don't know whether these women are serious or not. We have just, anyway, I don't know. So affirmative action, kaput. We have to get it out. Affirmative action. So I really appreciate what Nicolas Maduro has been done today to Nicolas Maduro. He is He is lucky he is not dead. And I appreciate Donald Trump for that. Some other people could have not even given him an opportunity to live. But at least I thank this regime for allowing Nicolas Maduro to face the law. That is what we wanted to happen to Gaddafi. But it could not happen because our own brother was unable to diagnose the problem. He was unable to diagnose the problem, and they killed Gaddafi. We wanted Gaddafi to face the law. They claimed Gaddafi had killed people somewhere in Scotland, in Andege. I don't know, it's called Lebit disaster. So, Donald Trump, God bless you for allowing that man to live. But he has to face full force of law. He has to face full force of law. He has been suppressing people. And that one should be a warning to all the dictators in Kenya and in Africa who think that they can be mudslinging their people and forcing. And let me tell you, and that's the reason why I appreciate this Donald Trump approach. People in Kenya have been disappearing and no one has been taking responsibility. People can be arrested, people can be kidnapped if you want, but announce it. Say, I went to Gino home and I have abducted him. So my people will not be looking for me. But the stupidity which happened in Kenyan government was they abducted people and they were not saying it. So I want people to learn from what Donald Trump has done. He took this guy and he announced it in the Truth Social. Even the Uhuru government should learn from this. They were picking Miguna and they were not saying what they are doing to him. We are just hearing you cannot board the plane and they are hiding. And that's why I don't support these people. A serious government does not hide. A serious government does not hide. So if you are running a serious government, don't hide from what you are doing. If you are abducting somebody, say ma. It is not illegal. You can abduct people, but say the reason why you are abducting them. In Kenya, people are just being abducted and we are meeting them dead. That is why I don't like it. People are being abducted and we are meeting them dead. Yeah. So, Mr. Donald Trump, thank you very much for being at the aid of persecuted Christians in Nigeria. As a Christian, I acknowledge that with all my strength. Thank you, Donald Trump, for in kind helping the Venezuelan people. You don't know what you have done to Venezuelan people, but history will judge you. And let me say this one without fear or favor. Donald Trump, because you know some of the people who follow media carelessly, Donald Trump will come out as the greatest president who America has ever produced. But this statement cannot be understood by a lazy person. If you just follow CNN and some other propagandas, you cannot get it. But Donald Trump will be the greatest American president who has ever come. Why? Because he came, he did a change, and went. If there are some 8 years which America deserved, was Donald Trump. If there was something which has happened in America, it was them having a Donald Trump. And I think that trial was good. That experiment, Donald Trump experiment was good. They were fearing, oh, we don't want career politician. He is not a politician. He's not what they were fearing. He is erratic. But I've liked Donald Trump. And I think even in Kenya, we have to reach a level whereby we have to elect somebody who has never been into politics so that we can see what outsiders can do for us. The reason why we are suffering is that all these people we are supporting, they have just been in politics forever. Ruto has been in politics for 30 years. Kalonzo Musyoka has been in politics for 40 years. Everybody there has been in politics. So I have liked the politics of an outsider. For the first time, I would be open even to support an outsider to have politics, because it looks like outsiders are able to look at things in another eye, which maiden politicians cannot see. Donald Trump will be judged. Forget about China, they will not react. They will not react. If they could have reacted, they always talk and no, they will not react. They will not react. Even Russia will not react. So God bless America for what they have done. Yeah, because I know Donald Trump was acting, and that's why this regime was needed. This regime was needed. Donald Trump regime was needed like a drug. He has made sure the world is a better place. Even dictators are, even Kenya ni sisi tuko na ujinga. Even Kenya ni sisi tuko na ujinga. We have an opportunity of getting Ruto out of power, because Donald Trump does not tolerate shit. He is a very pro-people guy. Donald Trump is a pro-people guy. Kama wale watu wajaelewa Donald Trump ni nani. Donald Trump is a pro-people guy. That is why you always look at how he is. He is very caring and very kind. He is talking about lowering food prices. That's only a person who cares about people will talk about that. You will always say, I will bring taxes down. Those are regular people you are talking about. That guy loves people. Even Kenyans, you have an opportunity, because Donald Trump cannot support something which is against the people. It's only that Kenyans are not, and now Kenyans are now, that guy, because we are entering into territories we don't understand. You will just hear a Kenyan criticizing Donald Trump and he doesn't understand where that guy has come from. Oh, so this guy this guy that, this guy this. My friend, we needed Donald Trump to solve these problems. Yeah, we needed Donald Trump to solve these problems. Were not solvable by just as Lord walking in the White House. Yeah, so congratulations, Mr. Donald Trump. Yeah, we appreciated the Christmas gift in Nigeria, and thank you for helping Venezuelan people without knowing you are helping them. You don't know what you have done to those people. Those people have suffered for years. Those people have suffered for years. Venezuela has suffered for years. Yeah, so that's my leader. When he says, it happens. So he is called Donald J. Trump, the son of Fred Trump and Mary Trump. Yeah. And people cannot understand the reason why Donald Trump defends Christians. His mother, follow the history, his mother came here as a persecuted Christian from either from Scotland or somewhere. So any person who is coming in the aid of Christians, I will support them without thinking. And we are busy, like Christians are just looking at Christians being persecuted, and they are criticizing the man who is actually trying. Anyway, saa zingine pia sisi wa Kristo, we don't think, but in sawa. Christians are being and I'm saying this, Bwana David Kamaku, because you know me very well. Let me tell you, if you are in a country which has Christians, pray God your percentage doesn't go below 50. If the Christian population goes below 50, you are done. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Even in Kenya, you think we don't have religious wars. Wait until the Christian population is 41, 39. Because now some groups will want now that population to be suppressed from 39 to 0. They don't want them now. And there is something which I always ask myself. Why do you think Christians are this highly being fought? And that is a discussion I will bring here. We discuss at the Pocorate about why do you think Christians are being fought? And people are taking it normal and casual. It's a strategic war. It's strategic. The easiest way to capture the world, the easiest way of allowing those, the new world order and those guys who want to manipulate us, is the easiest route to pass through is through Christianity. Eliminate Christianity, and the new world order is here. You know, when people are talking about the new world order, they don't understand what the new world order means. So just fight Christianity, Christianity becomes powerless, and now institute that those one religion, what was that? So when the world population, when we are like around 2% Christians, and we are told that we need to have one religion, do you think tutakata? But as long as right now, and forget about those ministers who are fake, and right now we're at least Christianity, we are around 30-something. We are around 30-something percent. Christians cannot agree on that garbage of one religion. They cannot agree to that garbage. One religion. All religions are the same. We cannot agree to that garbage. All religions are the same. Even as Christians, we do not believe that other religions are the same. Madhehebu, dini ingine ni sawa na sisi. So do you want to tell me even if all religions are the same? Do you want to tell me Kabonokia is also the same as ours? The one which I worship? My friend, religions are not the same. So, and this decoy, we worship the same God, is a decoy. There is nothing like worshiping the same God. It's a decoy to destroy the world. We do not worship the same God. There are those who worship the moon. There are those who worship the Lord of Isaac. There are those who worship cows. It's not the same religion. It's not the same religion. That's a decoy. That's a decoy to change the world so that we can agree to what they want. The new world order, brothers and sisters, is huge. It's huge. Yeah. Well, let me bring our father. Who based in Nampendanga sana? We needed this guy. Yeah. Let me bring him aongee alafu nirudi. Leo siwezi toka haraka hapa. Wale wataki kusikia. Let's hear.
Operation in the capital of Venezuela. Overwhelming American military power, air, land, and sea was used to launch a spectacular assault. And it was an assault like people have not seen since World War II. It was a force against a heavily fortified military fortress in the heart of Caracas to bring outlawed dictator Nicolas Maduro to justice. This was one of the most stunning, effective, and powerful displays of American military might and competence in American history.
You can also
and if you think about it, there's some other good ones like the attack on Soleimani, the attack on al-Baghdadi, and the obliteration and decimation of the Iran nuclear sites just recently in an operation known as Midnight Hammer, all perfectly executed and done. No nation in the world could achieve what America achieved yesterday, or frankly, in just a short period of time. All Venezuelan military capacities were rendered powerless as the men and women of our military, working with U.S. law enforcement, successfully captured Maduro in the dead of night. It was dark. The lights of Caracas were largely turned off due to a certain expertise that we have. It was dark and it was deadly. But captured along with his wife, Celia Flores, both of whom now face American justice. Maduro and Flores have been indicted in the Southern District of New York, it's Jay Clayton, for their campaign of deadly narco-terrorism against the United States and its citizens. I want to thank the men and women of our military who achieved such an extraordinary success overnight with breathtaking speed, power, precision, and competence. You rarely see anything like it. You've seen some raids in this country that didn't go so well. They were an embarrassment. If you look back to Afghanistan, or if you look back to the Jimmy Carter days, they were different days. We're a respected country again, like never before. These highly trained warriors operating in collaboration with U.S. law enforcement caught them in a very ready position. They were waiting for us. They knew we had many ships out in the sea, just sort of waiting. They knew we were coming. So they were in a ready, what's called a ready position, but they were completely overwhelmed and very quickly incapacitated. If you would have seen what I saw last night, you would have been very impressed. I'm not sure that you'll ever get to see it, but it was an incredible thing to see. Not a single American service member was killed, and not a single piece of American equipment was lost. We had many helicopters, many planes, many people involved in that fight.
True strength.
But think of that, not one piece of military equipment was lost, not one service member was, more importantly, killed. The United States military is the strongest and most fearsome military on the planet by far, with capabilities and skills our enemies can scarcely begin to imagine. We have the best equipment anywhere in the world. There's no equipment like what we have. And you see that even if you just look at the boats. You know, we've knocked out 97% of the drugs coming in by sea. 90%. Each boat kills on average, 25,000 people. We knocked out 97%. And those drugs mostly come from a place called Venezuela. We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. So we don't want to be involved with having somebody else get in, and we have the same situation that we had for the last long period of years. So we are going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. And it has to be judicious because that's what we're all about. We want peace, liberty, and justice for the great people of Venezuela. And that includes many from Venezuela that are now living in the United States and want to go back to their country. It's their homeland. We can't take a chance that somebody else takes over Venezuela that doesn't have the good of the Venezuelan people in mind. We've had decades of that. We're not going to let that happen. We're there now, and what people don't understand, but they understand as I say this, we're there now, but we're going to stay until such time as the proper transition can take place. So we're going to stay until such time as we're going to run it, essentially, until such time as a proper transition can take place. As everyone knows, the oil business in Venezuela has been a bust, a total bust, for a long period of time. They were pumping almost nothing by comparison to what they could have been pumping. and what could have taken place. We're going to have our very large United States oil companies, the biggest anywhere in the world, go in, spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure, the oil infrastructure, and start making money for the country. And we are ready to stage a second and much larger attack if we need to do so. So we were prepared to do a second wave if we needed to do so. We actually assumed that a second wave would be necessary, but now it's probably not. The first wave, if you'd like to call it that, the first attack was so successful, we probably don't have to do a second, but we're prepared to do a second wave, a much bigger wave, actually. This was pinpoint, but we have a much bigger wave that probably won't have to do. This partnership of Venezuela with the United States of America, a country that everybody wants to be involved with because of what we were able to do and accomplish, will make the people of Venezuela rich, independent, and safe. And it will also make the many, many people from Venezuela that are living in the United States extremely happy. They suffered. They suffered. So much was taken from them. They're not going to suffer anymore. The illegitimate dictator Maduro was the kingpin of a vast criminal network responsible for trafficking colossal amounts of deadly and illicit drugs into the United States. As alleged in the indictment, he personally oversaw the vicious cartel known as Cartel de las Solas, which flooded our nation with lethal poison, responsible for the deaths of countless Americans, the many, many Americans. Hundreds of thousands over the years of Americans died because of him. Maduro and his wife will soon face the full might of American justice and stand trial on American soil. Right now, they're on a ship. They'll be heading to ultimately New York. And then a decision will be made, I assume, between New York and Miami or Florida. But we have people where the overwhelming evidence of their crimes will be presented in a court of law. And I've seen it. I've seen what we have. It's both horrible and breathtaking that something like this could have been allowed to take place. For many years after his term as president of Venezuela expired, Maduro remained in power and waged a ceaseless campaign of violence, terror, and subversion against the United States of America, threatening not only our people, but the stability of the entire region. And you all saw it. In addition to trafficking gigantic amounts of illegal drugs that inflicted untold suffering and human destruction all over the country, all over, in particular, the United States. Maduro sent savage and murderous gangs, including the bloodthirsty prison gang, Tren de Aragua, to terrorize American communities nationwide. And he did indeed. They were in Colorado. They took over apartment complexes. They cut the fingers of people if they called police. They were brutal. But they're not so brutal now. And I just have to congratulate our military, Pete, and everybody, and our National Guard, because the job that they've done, whether it's in Washington, D.C., where we have a totally safe city, where it was one of the most unsafe cities anywhere in the world, frankly, and now we have no crime in Washington, D.C. We haven't had a killing. We had the terrorist attack a few weeks ago. A little bit of a different kind of a threat, but we haven't had a killing in a long period of time, 6-7 months. We used to have on average two a week in Washington, our capital. We don't have that anymore. The restaurants are opening. Everyone's happy. They're going, they're walking their daughters, they're walking their children, their wives. They walk to restaurants. Restaurants are opening all over Washington, D.C. So I want to thank the National Guard. I want to thank our military, and I want to thank law enforcement. Been amazing. And they should do it with more cities. We're doing it, as you know, and we're doing it in Memphis, Tennessee right now, and crime is down We've just sort of started a few weeks ago, but crime is down now 77%. And the governor of Louisiana called, great person, and he wanted us to help him, as you know, in a certain very nice part of Louisiana. And we have done that. And it was a rough section, and we have crime down. I understand it's down to almost nothing already after 2.5 weeks. New Orleans, it's down to almost nothing. And we've only been there for 2.5 weeks. Can't imagine why governors wouldn't want us to help. We also helped, as you know, in Chicago, and crime went down a little bit there. We did a very small help because we had no working ability with the governor. The governor was a disaster and the mayor was a disaster, but it knocked down crime. But we're pulling out of there. When they need us, we'll know. You'll know. You'll be writing about it. And likewise, Los Angeles, where we saved Los Angeles early on, where the head of the police department made a statement that if the federal government didn't come in, we would have lost Los Angeles. That's long after the fires. That's when they had the riots in Los Angeles. We did a great job. Got no credit for it whatsoever, but that's okay. It doesn't matter. We don't need the credit. But we'll be pulling out when they need us to call, or we'll go back if we have to. We'll go back. But we did a great job in various cities. But the place that we're very proud of is Washington, D.C., because it's our nation's capital. We took it from being a crime-ridden mess to being one of the safest cities in the country. But the gangs that they sent raped, tortured, and murdered American women and children. They were in all of the cities I mentioned, Tren de Aragua, and they were sent by Maduro to terrorize our people. And now Maduro will never again be able to threaten an American citizen or anybody from Venezuela. There will no longer be threats. For years, I've highlighted the stories of those innocent Americans whose lives were so heartlessly robbed by this Venezuelan terrorist organization. Really one of the worst. They say the worst. Americans like 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungary from Houston. Beautiful Jocelyn Nungary. What happened to her? They, as you know, they kidnapped, assaulted, and murdered by Tren de Aragua animals. They murdered Jocelyn and left her dead under the bridge. There was a bridge that will never be the same to so many people after seeing what happened. As I've said many times, the Maduro regime emptied out their prisons, sent their worst and most violent monsters into the United States to steal American lives. And they came from mental institutions and insane asylums. They came from prisons and jails. The reason I say both, they sound similar. Actually, prisons a little bit more hostile, a little bit tougher. A mental institution isn't as tough as an insane asylum, but we got them both. They sent from their mental institutions. They sent from their jails, prisons. They were drug dealers. They were drug kingpins. They sent everybody bad into the United States, but no longer. And we have now a border where nobody gets through. In addition, Venezuela unilaterally seized and sold American oil, American assets, and American platforms, costing.
Sawa, nimewarushia link. Wale wanataka kuingia waingie sasa. You can come and percolate on that. Now, in fact, what has happened is very good even for Kenya. Sababu watu kama akina Kasongo sasa wameanzia, hata akina Kasongo wamekuwa wakijiunga wakifanya sijui illicit drugs nini. Sasa wameweka mkia kwa miguu sasa. Whatever is happening is very good. Unaweza ngatuka hapo. And all these things are happening 1 year. 1 year. 1 year after getting to power. Hata akina Kasongo hiyo mavitu wamekuwa wakifanya huko Sudan wapi? Huko sijui Sudan wapi, hiyo ujinga yote. Ama mkumbuki tulikuwa tunaambia Kasongo kazi yake ni madrugs na weapons. He will start taking care. Hii uchaguzi now we don't need to do a lot of work. Ni tujipange and we know. Haya nimwarushia link, watu wanataka kukuja wakuja sasa. You can now come and attack me because nimesupport and I don't know yeah, like people have so much hatred to Mr. Donald Trump, they even block their mind to the extent they can even wish bad things to themselves. Yani, people cannot be proud when good things are happening to an afflicted society. Yet even us in Kenya, we want our society to be free. Vitu zingine, I don't understand. Vitu zingine, I don't understand. Already Kasongo is doing the worst in our nation. Tunaulizia Mungu tusaidie. Tunaweza, how can we get out of this? Wakati watu wengine wanapona pahali ingine, we are not feeling pride of that. Enyewe. Mimi hata kuna watu hata hapa nitawabani kukuja kuongea stories za Kenya sasa. We have no moral authority ya kuja kusema vile Kenya tunateseka. Yet we are so proud kuona watu wengine wakiteseka in other territories. True. If we are so proud kuona watu wakiteseka in other territories, why? Why do we want even good things to happen to us? Mbona tunataka vitu mzuri zitutendekee and we don't care if we don't care about the welfare of Venezuela, we don't care about the welfare of Sudanese, we don't care about the welfare of Somalis, we don't care about the welfare of anyone. But for us, we want good things to happen to us. Huh? Is very sickening. It's very sickening. So, yeah, it is true. You know, there must be an agreement between America and Venezuela, and definitely companies will start working in Venezuela to upgrade the country. The hypocrisy of some Kenyans. Yeah. Hawa Kenya tu tunasikia sasa sijui Trump's idea, sijui nini, and they are the people who are busy abusing him. Na jamaa akiingiza kifua pahali, you should not do that, you should not do that, we are sovereign. The only person who speaks about sovereign is the person who is supporting that guy. Wakenya vile tumelemewa na Ruto, hata sasa tukiambua sasa tuletewe. Let me tell you, Gen Z happened at the wrong time. I wish Gen Z happened when Donald Trump was in power. I wish Gen Z thing happened when Donald Trump was in power. Mungiona jamaa anajua kudefend watu. I wish that Gen Z, because that Gen Z, have you heard even Donald Trump threatened Iran yesterday? Donald Trump told Iran, they are kill protesters. They are kill protesters. It is only in these stupid countries where protesters are killed. Whether you are protesting for the wrong reason, you have to protest. In America, people protest all the time, whether it is a Democrat or a Republican regime, and they are not killed. People just protest. It is only in stupid nation of ours where when you protest, unatolewa kifaru. When you protest, unatolewa kifaru. Tuache hiyo upuzi bana. Wakati watu wanasaidika, we have to get joy of that. Wakati watu wa Venezuela wako poa kutuliko, wamepona. People of Venezuela are good than us now. The extension rate is over. Sasa hata wakipata mashida ni mashida zingine. At least hii shida yao na Maduro imeenda. Who can't be happy of that? Who can't be happy of that? Hakuna mtu anataka kukua kwa shida forever. Aya, akina Belfast mumeitisha ringi ni mwarushi hapo. Yes. Who will not be happy of that? People have just suffered in that nation. Venezuela, the whole of Central America. Right now, Trump is fighting for the freedom of speech in the UK. People were jailed for years for something they wrote on the media. Yeah. And you think a left-wing government can speak about that? Good, you think? You know, ile kitu iko, we have no problem of people hating you. People can hate you, but they should have freedom. They should hate you and also have freedom. Donald Trump does not care of people who abuse him, for your information. He doesn't want them to be in jail. Anataka watu wa mutusi wakiwa kwa manyumba zao. But it is only in the stupid countries of ours whereby sijui ukiongea vibaya kuhusu rais, you start panicking. It is not a must I agree with the president. It is not a must I agree with the president. But I should criticize or speak ill of my president and I go home. Yes, I should speak bad about you and go home. I have no problem of people who hate Donald Trump. You can hate him, but you still need your freedom. But leftists, they want to hate you and put you in jail. That is where I don't agree. As right-wingers, we don't do those things. We appreciate hate. Now that I was told I'm a left-wing propagandist. Now let me now span my messaging as a right-winger. In right-wing, we appreciate being hated. Hata ukikuja hapa uniambia wewe ni mjinga, wewe ni shenzi. It's freedom of speech. Yeah, it's freedom. Hata kuniita mjinga is freedom of speech. Calling me stupid, imbecile, idiot is freedom of speech. Go ahead. Just go ahead. Me, I'll just look at you. Because that's what you want to say, say it. I will help you say it. If you want to abuse me, I will help you to abuse me. Najua hiyo watu waelewi. Wanauliza kwani hii ni gani? Yes. That is what right wing means. If you want to hate me, I help you hate you. Hate me. Yes. I'm a right winger to the core. Yeah. So as we worry about transforming the society, not being hated, we already appreciate you cannot be loved by everyone. So we want to transform the society and for good. Yeah. We want to transform the society and the society for good. So I don't fear so much by being hated. So if you want to funnel your freedom of speech by funneling your hatred to me, you are welcome. You are welcome. It's freedom of speech. Joseph, there's no terrible president there. There's no any other nation which is under attack. It was only Venezuela. It was only Venezuela. And there are a million reasons why that one happened, including open attacks on America. You are threatening America. You think America will take it as a bluff? Huh? You think you'll just be telling America death to America and they take it? And they take it as a bluff? My friend, they will see as if you are planning for them terroristic agenda. Huh? You are there, you are declaring death to America and you want America to be with you. It will not happen. America is a serious society. They know human beings are capable of doing anything. People, you know, American leadership is not nagging. Very soon, Donald Trump will be gone. Yeah, very soon Donald Trump will be gone, but he wants to leave a mark. Donald Trump is not an imperial president. Americans do not have imperial president. After 4 years, they have power. They have power changeover. January 20, after 4 years, there must be an inaugural speech. January 20. So that's a schedule which has to happen. January 20, America has to do a regime change. It is the only country known in the world. It will have a regime change, an automatic regime change, America. Because by January 20, after every 4 years, somebody has to stand there and say, God bless America. Yeah, again, najua tu Mrs. Muringe tu ananicheka vibaya sana. Anauliza huyu shida yake ni nini? Sio shida. Ms. Muringe, I have no problem of being abused. It's freedom of speech. Matusi. That's why even when Eli is calling me a right-wing propagandist, I will help him to say that. Yeah, even the other day when Mamdani was asked by the media, you abused Donald Trump, did what? He said, yeah, just agree. Hebu niwaeke. Najua ni kama wacha niwaeke hiyo musikia hapo. Donald Trump akiambia Mamdani, don't deny, it's okay. I'm fine with it. That's what we call freedom of speech. I want to show you freedom of speech in action. Let me show you freedom of speech in action. Ili Madam Muringe unichekelee vizuri. Let me show you what freedom of speech means in right wing. This is what freedom of speech means in right wing.
I want to ask the mayor-elect about a House resolution just passed overwhelmingly to condemn socialism, including with 86 Democrats, all of House Dem leadership, and the minority leader, Hakeem Jeffries, despite his endorsement of you. What's your reaction to that?
I have to be honest with you, I focused very little on resolutions. Frankly, I've been focusing. I understand. I think the focus is on the work at hand. I can tell you I am someone who is a democratic socialist. I've been very open about that. And I know there might be differences about ideology, but the place of agreement is the work that needs to be done to make New York City affordable. That's what I look forward to.
And I want to clarify your answer to Stephen Nelson. He asked about your comment calling the president a fascist. And your answer was, both President Trump and I have been clear about our positions and our views. Are you affirming that you think President Trump is a fascist?
I've spoken about.
That's okay. You can just say yes. Okay. It's easier. It's easier than explaining it. I don't mind.
And I wanted to ask you also about.
Yes. That is what freedom of speech means. Nimeingiza Bwana Ede. Bwana Ede, Happy New Year. Bwana Ede, Happy New Year.
Hakuna happy. Mimi sisemangi hivyo.
Okay, ni sawa basi. How are you Bwana Ede? What did you say?
Sababu hao mabeberi wenzako hao ambao wamechukua wadhifa ya kunini ati.
No, these people are trying to make the world a better place. So, you know, in this life, maybe as you enter, because nimeongea sana na nataka kukuachia so that you can speak. In this world, it is very important for people who do something. People who do something when a calamity. Have you interacted with the people from Venezuela? Do you have a friend from Venezuela? One or two? Do you know them? Have you ever interacted with a Venezuelan? Ellie?
You're asking me as if that's a question like, you know, is the Pope a Catholic?
No, I'm asking
you. Just continue with your conversation, bwana. Usiniulize maswali za upuzi.
Have you ever met with a Venezuelan?
That does not give you the right to think that you know these issues better than everyone else. This is the problem you have.
I know the issues better than that. Have you interacted with the Venezuelans and have you heard what they say about their presidency and their leadership?
I actually met a Venezuelan couple the other day. We were visiting this city here.
Yeah,
and they were talking like the way you are talking.
Yeah, explain based on the interaction. What did they tell you about their
They were talking exact same way you are talking.
And do you think they are mad people?
I didn't say they're mad.
Do you think?
But I think.
Do you think?
I think. I think they've been brainwashed just like yourself.
Hallelujah! Hallelujah!
You're easily brainwashed.
My brother.
In fact, I can't even blame you. I can't even blame you. Once someone is brainwashed, there's no reversing that.
By the time I get brainwashed, this world will be over. Go ahead.
Okay. Anyway, peace to you, and I hope that everyone who is engaging in this conversation understands that all that has happened, the Americans have decided to go into war, which will probably get worse than what they've done in Afghanistan or Vietnam, because those countries like Venezuela, Colombia, those ones, they are interested in guerrilla warfare. So Americans have literally gone into a divided country. You know that the history of Venezuela is not easy for the Americans. And don't be running away, Mr. Njiru, because I want you to listen to this very clearly.
Yeah, I'm listening.
When the Venezuelans decided to nationalize their oil resources, they have the largest deposits in the world. I don't have to scream the data here. Everyone knows. But they did nationalize their oil resources in the 1970s. Many African countries nationalized, depending on which ideological platform they were on. But when Venezuela did that in the 1970s, it sent shockwaves around the corporate companies that bully countries around the world. Shell, Total, BP, Chevron, all those big oil companies. In fact, you can go on YouTube and you will find an archive where Trump is saying that at some stage America will have to get its oil back from Venezuela. Because once those oil resources were nationalized, those companies had no say about which way the oil was produced or sold. Business language, it just means that those companies had no say, and the shareholders had no say. The government had decided to nationalize that resource, oil. So these companies felt that millions of barrels, Americans too, they felt that this was taken off of them, it was taken from them. It's the same way now France is trying to overthrow the three leaders of Sahel Africa, Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso, because they have decided to nationalize those assets that France has been stealing for years. When you sit there at now, you are trying to talk like a white person. Yani, you are whiter than them, and you are saying that it's okay for those countries that bullied Venezuela to come back and restart the bullying and steal from their wealth. We know that Donald Trump, his main mission is to reset the button of how the oil is produced in Venezuela and how it is sold, and to so-called get their reparations. The Americans, they want that oil back, what was taken from them in 1970. This is stupid. You know these things, and if you don't know, I will not blame you. We can talk about the same hypothesis in Africa, where countries were nationalized their assets, and the Europeans and the Western countries were furious. I'll ask you a question. Recently, the British Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, nationalized the British Rail. British Rail was a powerful transport entity in the up to Tony Blair's time in 1997 when Tony Blair took over, and they decided something stupid called private-public partnership, and decided to let the capitalist entities compete to run the railway system in Britain, which then became a stupid railway system, okay, compared to the one that was run by the state. And if it was run by the state, it didn't mean that the state had overall authority of the railway services, but it was more reasonable. So why is it that when smaller countries nationalize resources, the West comes to attack them? Why don't they go to London and attack Downing Street, where Keir Starmer recently nationalized the railway services, which is a huge entity, Translink and other transport entities that are co-owned by Canadians and Americans, and other rail companies that exploit the transport resources of the UK. Why is it? Is it because there is like a hierarchy for Americans to do things? They decide these are the shithole countries that we're going to deal with. But listen, the agenda of the Americans is to capture the oil resources and remove the nationalization of the oil resources and reset that button. They've done something similar to countries like Iraq, where, okay, the oil was not nationalized, but the Americans went there. They stole billions of barrels, millions of barrels. The Americans have said that even the recent shipping lines, the vessels that they nabbed with oil, that oil is going to America. They've said it wazi. Wachana na hizi ujinga ati Donald Trump anasema sijui ati the Venezuelans, they brought sijui ex-prisoners, people from mad houses to come and destroy America. How stupid. Why is it that this is the only American president? You gave me the chance to speak. Let me flow with my speech.
Okay.
Why is it that this is the only American president who has suddenly realized that the criminal gangs have come from Venezuela to torture American people? If this is the case, and I've asked you this on the chat there, why hasn't America done the same to Mexico, which is the biggest, it's the largest hub for manufacturing drugs and transporting them, and it's near America? Why haven't they gone to storm into Mexico, or even Colombia, or even Afghanistan, Pakistan, where all that cocaine is made and heroin? Ujinga wawache. Hakuna kitu hapa ati sijui drug cartels from Venezuela. Nothing. Here you have a leader who thinks that he is more conservative and more right-wing than other leaders that are probably similar to him. And I've discussed this with you, Bananjiru. Believe you me, there's no such thing as an absolute person in any thinking. You cannot be an absolute right-wing person or an absolute leftist, or it can't happen. It cannot happen, because even when I heard your rant there were some left-wing things that you were saying there. You were talking about Donald Trump recently encouraged the markets and the consumers, and prices have been lowered in various parts of the economy. That's not right-wing thinking. Right-wing people, they think about profits. So there's no person who is going to be there an absolute. It does not work like that. So sazile una support huyu Trump wako huyu, alafu unasema ati his mission is to make men stronger, to make families stronger. Are you serious? Huyu mtu alikuwa na ameoa mara ngapi huyu Trump?
Very serious. Yeah, Mr. Donald
ameoa mara ngapi? Wamama wakamwacha.
Marrying 3 times or 4 times.
Hapana. Na amelala na watoto mara ngapi? Wewe. Hii Epstein files is the second point I'm trying to make. And anyone trying to cover for Trump.
I'm not aware of that. I'm not aware of that.
You don't know about Epstein files. Where have you been?
I know about Epstein, but I don't know about the details of Epstein.
You are into technology, and you don't know these things that are online that are accessible.
So just
even the ones that they were trying to cover at Ngoja, the ones that recently at nini?
Ulimwona akilala na watoto. Give us the evidence alilala na watoto.
Well, sasa hawa watu ambao wametupatia picha ambazo si za nini, those pictures are not they're not AI. Na ziko kwa hizo files. Kwanza hawakujua ati there's a way the PDF the ones that had been you know, there was some pictures apparently zilikuwa nini zimekuwa blackened, and there's a way you can reveal those pictures by using converting to PDFs. It's what people are doing, and they're accessing immense amount of documentation about Donald Trump and Kina Bill Clinton, all those people who are involved with Epstein. Donald Trump wants to survive from this Epstein mess. That is my second point. My third point is this Make America Great Again. This bullshit. At Make America Great Again. Which basically means that he wants to reactivate the police of the world. You know, that status that America thought that they were the policeman of the world. Going here, going there, sijui what. It's not going to work, because Venezuela, unasema ati China, they just talk, they don't do nothing. At sijui Russia will not do. Well, Venezuelans, they will work against the American imperialism themselves. These are countries that are used to guerrilla warfare. And what he has started now is because there's one side of Venezuela that does not like Maduro. And that side is huge. And there's a side of Venezuela that like him. So does he think he's just do you think that the person who is going to take over from Maduro is going to have an easy time? And by the way, one thing I'm very disappointed by this Venezuelan defense ministry. I listened to that defense minister of Venezuela talking a lot of crap. At CG, we are strong people. What? These people, America offered $50 million for information about the live whereabouts of Maduro. And I believe that the generals, they're the ones who sold him. These generals here, Venezuela, are what? These things will come out. How can you just let some funny people come into your country and take over the presidential palace and you just sit there? You don't even try. So I'm disappointed.
They were outskilled. Unajua,
Hakuna walilipwa.
It's not about kulipwa. Whether ni kulipwa or whatever happened, they were outskilled because the target was known.
Wewe mtu anakupatia $50 million uniambie live whereabouts ya nani?
Then why are you taking? If you're a serious nation?
See wakina Hugo Chavez. You know, Maduro was the last Hugo Chavez. Me, I don't see anyone that is as charismatic as Maduro and Hugo Chavez.
Let me ask you a question, Bwana Eli. You'll have a lot of time to speak here, but let me ask you a question. Are you aware that Venezuela has suffered for over 20 years, even during the time of Hugo, and now this guy? They have been dictators in a line. Are you aware of the feelings of regular Venezuelans? Close to 70% of the action which just happened today.
So you think that because that has been happening in Venezuela, I didn't say Venezuela is a perfect place. I said that sovereignty of a country is key. You cannot just storm into a country and decide to start kidnapping people and call it liberation. And in fact, you are using some funny law in America that means that you can just go and storm into a country and bring people who you don't like. Then if that's the case, why can't he do the same? Yani achukue watu. There are so many countries he can do this. Why can't he do that? That's why I'm telling you, Bana, this thing is oil and this thing is Epstein files.
How much oil is in America? To just say that the only thing is oil. Why would America be so much?
The oil in Venezuela is nationalized. No, the American oil is not nationalized. You know that.
So has America been existing on Venezuela oil up to now? So do you want to tell me the reason?
We know the oil wells, the oil wells around in many places around the world are drying up. But Venezuelan oil, the assets, the deposits, is still known to be very, very huge compared to other countries. And Venezuela is not far from America. But the first thing they must do is to, denationalize the assets. This is not rocket science, my friend. Not rocket science. And that's why they've gone into that country to bully that country.
And why is America? Why is the Venezuela doing that by also suppressing people? Are you aware that? Why are you not talking about Nicolas Maduro leadership? You are so much affected by what has happened to him today. Have you followed what he has been doing in Venezuela?
Then why don't he come and take Ruto as well? Ama ule Suluhu wa Tanzania. Wewe wacha zako wewe.
Wewe utaanzia kulia wewe.
Hapana, wewe unatuambia ati sijui Maduro alikuwa anaua watu, anawafinya makenda, wanawakatakata. Mbona wasiende wakachukue Ruto?
No, you see,
hizo ni shallow thinking wewe.
No, it's not shallow thinking. What America does is also Nicolas Maduro has been having his own issues with America. So America was not going to help Venezuela. America is trying to settle their own scores with Maduro. There is a beef between Donald Trump and Maduro. So as Donald Trump and Maduro are fighting, then the country inakuwa ni beneficiary. Munasaidika as a proxy. But Donald Trump is not going to help Venezuela people. He is having an issue with Nicolas Maduro. And even like us in Kenya, there's no in which Donald Trump will just come to Kenya unless if Mr. Ruto and Mr. Donald Trump, they have an issue. Or maybe if there is an open violation of sovereignty of people's lives, like what is happening in Iran. And he has already given a threat in Iran, Akasema, they kill people, we will be there. So what I'm trying to say is, I don't think Bwana Eli wewe, you will support invasion of Kenya Ruto atolewe. Wewe, you will not. You will not support it. You cannot. You will not support it. Asema Kenya is sovereign, asifanye hivyo, wacha tu tupige kura. Wewe, from your thinking, you are just a kind of tukaliwe na Ruto hata kama ni miaka 10 power 3.
I gave you that as an example. You are ranting here about you're ranting here to say that sovereignty of a state is neither here nor there. At the same time, you are trying to, you're implying that me, I will not, I will defend sovereignty of a state, even if Ruto is lynching people live. If this happens, like what happened last year and the previous year to young people, and you're telling me, I would prefer that the people can deal with a dictator. If Americans feel they don't want Donald Trump, it's Americans who should remove him, not outsiders.
No, but Venezuelan people have been suppressed beyond reproach. Venezuelan people had no they have tried election, they have tried everything. They were not able to deal with him. The guy is there even after power. So let me tell you, vitu zingine inabidi usaidiwe. Venezuela had no way to deal with the Maduro. Ni kama hata sisi Kenya kuna level tutafika tushindwe na Ruto ande tuanzie kuomba msaada.
So wacha nikuulize. Mbona all these American presidents from the 1970s who had all of them had a beef with this thing about nationalization of the oil resources. Why didn't they intervene? Hata tukiweka hizo issues za drugs ati sijui Venezuela wanaleta nini.
They had no formula in the concept how to do it, but America was blessed to have a more serious president who could have been able to execute that. Yes, other presidents could have, they had, unajua, having willingness and ability. Unajua, wewe Eli unaweza kuwa nasema nataka kuoa, lakini huwezi oa. There is a difference between wishing.
Hapana, wewe sikia ndugu yangu. Unaona saizi kuna hii issue ya Epstein. That one is a serious issue. Very serious. Because it's going to affect the American political class, not just the Republicans, but the Democrats as well. Do you think that Trump wants to finish his presidency with this issue around him? It's called wagging the dog. Many leaders do it. They will decide. I remember Putin did something where he bombed some block of flats a couple of years ago when there were some serious issues about his leadership.
That was Chechnya.
You know,
he did it in Chechnya.
Yeah, in Chechnya. Yeah. So it was revealed, it was authentic that the Russian government was behind that in their own country. So you know these things, but you are being stubborn. You are being stubborn. You're being stubborn. Hapana, you don't have to agree with me, but this is not rocket science. Nimekuuliza swali moja na hujaniambia answer. Nimekuuliza, mbona asiende Mexico? Achukue president wa Mexico.
I will tell you the reason why. I will tell you
please.
I want to answer now. Allow me. Oh, Joseph nataka kuongea. Kidogo Joseph kabla ya uongee. The envy which people are having is that Mr. Putin has been unable to do the same thing which Donald Trump has done with one day. What Donald Trump has done today in Venezuela is what Putin was doing in Ukraine. It can skyrocket to years and years and years. Lakini wacha Joseph kwanza aongee ni kuletea jibu yako ya Mexico. Hold it. Joseph, come in. Hey, Joseph, mic yako bro. Wacha arudi tena. So Joseph, just come again. Wacha nimrushie link. Nataka kujibu hiyo swali ya Mexico. Number one.
Na usiende ati Google, Google ChatGPT, GAI, hapana. Give me, it's a simple question.
I don't need to go, and I will answer you direct. Unafikiria mimi naogopa swali kama wewe? Huh? I don't need to fear a question like you.
Wewe jiweke hapo. Mimi na wewe ni nani anaogopa maswali hapa wewe?
Unanisikia Njiru?
Okay, endelea.
Unanisikia?
Go ahead.
Happy New Year Maduro na Trump. Naona mnapigana hapa.
Okay, go ahead.
Happy New Year Joe. Happy New Year by the way, hata wewe Njiru nilisahau kukuambia.
Mine even is not too much. Mine is a very simple answer. I've listened to you guys when you were talking about those two guys, and I can clearly say Trump did unity of one country, and he truly aliingia huko na me I don't take it like si vizuri because every country is sovereign, but now the problem is, was Maduro also running the country fairly or in a good manner state? I've heard Eli talking about he has talked about oil, he has talked about Epstein files, but I don't know why Eli has not talked about the geopolitics of US and Venezuela, because I've been hearing that Venezuela has been in good ties with China, and it's like they wanted to help them in build a base in Venezuela so that they can be able to be closer, can monitor the US. And I don't think that one can augur well with the US. That's why that's also is a factor that has made them also to go into Venezuela and take the president of Venezuela. I've also heard that they are saying they are not going to involve themselves in the fighting in Venezuela. Even if there is fighting which is going to occur, they're not going to involve themselves. Their work was only to get Maduro and remove him from power. But another thing that also I was checking is about Maduro. It's not like that. Even though people might be protesting that they have taken him from this. They want to go and take the resources from Venezuela. But one thing also is very evident that these guys, some of them, majority of them, don't want this guy. I've heard them commenting and saying that he was a dictator and they needed him gone. But now the problem is also what Eli is asking is also a very serious issue, because who now will take over there? Because now it looks like it's chaos. In Venezuela, it's chaos. Because even when you looked at today, I heard the vice president, the lady, I don't remember the name, she's saying that they need Maduro to be shown on a shanwe if he's still in good state. So I think, and then the military also came with another statement. So I think there's a problem in it, is also in the leadership after Maduro left. You know, many of these countries, they always fall like that. I remember the fall of Sudan. Sudan, it happens, it started like that. Omar Bashir alitolewa. That country has never known peace since that time. He was a dictator, yes, and he was removed from power. But since that time, Sudan has been fighting consistently. And I think also,
thank you, my brother. Thank you.
Also, Njiru has a point because see Venezuela tu itapigwa kwa sababu nimesikia Trump amesema is ready, locked and loaded. I think he's also going to do that in Iran, and it's I think it's very close. For Iran, it's very close, I can tell you. And even as they spoke today, because if you had the statements coming from Iran, they are afraid. Wameshikwa na mshangao Iran. When you see ukiona mwenzako akinini akinyolewa tia chako maji. But another thing I have also witnessed is why don't the friends who say they are friends, they help you at this time? You know, I've seen China and Russia, they are not good friends because they have been friends with all these guys who have been overthrown, but they have not helped even one single of them. They have been friends with Assad. They never helped him. They have been friends with Maduro. Maduro even had friendship with China. They never helped him. And they have been having friendship with other people around the world.
Be a friend with China at your own peril.
But they have never helped them in. So when I'm talking now, I can see everybody has a point from where he's coming from. I see Eli is angry because, yeah, it's true. They can be the oil, yeah, oil. Oil makes, even not only Venezuela, Eli, I'll help you, even Nigeria. Nigeria is on the block, is the chopping board.
Kwanza hata hiyo ya Nigeria ndio hata hii hapa ati alibomb juzi. Hiyo ndio sasa oil kabisa.
That's why nitakwambia
vile ameingia kwa hiyo.
Lakini kila mtu ako na point. Mnabishana lakini kila mtu ako na point, ndio nimesema.
Mafuta ni mafuta. Kwani hii America ishibagi mafuta? Everywhere America ni mafuta. Kwani America inataka mafuta kiasi gani?
Unajua nini Njiru? Unajua Njiru, mafuta hata si mafuta tu, anataka kuwa na mafuta. What happens is controlling the geopolitics. When you hold this oil, you control the geopolitics of, in terms of, let me ask you a question. Is there any country which is undergoing an economic turmoil like Iran in the whole world? Kuna nchi inaendea economic turmoil kama Iran?
Joseph, I want to ask a question. So you want to tell me that in Nigeria, Christians are not being persecuted? Just
no. Oh my God!
I'm not saying. I'm saying the same. I've started saying Njiru, nyinyi wote mko na point. Everybody where he stands, kila mtu ako na point. Nigeria pia Christians wanauliwa. But what is happening?
Let's analyze. Nigeria is Biafran region. Can you tell me the problems of Biafra? Tell me the problems. Okay, if you understand the Nigerian issue, because they also actually want. Najua Joseph nielewa. Nigeria, even Biafra even wanted to become a country by itself. I want somebody to explain to me what do you understand about Biafra in Nigeria? Which also goes all the way even to Cameroon. Cameroon also has the same issue. Hapo.
You know, Njiru, hata si Nigeria tu iko na the same issue. This issue is happening all over, Njiru. Why do you think Iran want to change? Kwa Iran wanataka wabadilishe waende wapi? Where do they want to go? Because they were saying death to the Ayatollah. Wanataka kuenda wapi, Njiru? They were saying bring back the king. The king is what? The king was secular. The king of Iran was secular. Iran was a westernized country. These things are happening rapidly at Nigeria. And the problem is, you know, nowadays, people, when they don't listen to each other, and leaders, they come forth and they want to take their own communities and fight. That is also what happening in Somalia and Somaliland. It's the same thing happening in Sudan. At Sudan is the same issue. There is two people who are fighting again to get the prestige of the country, wapate yani ile resources. One is in the army and one in the paramilitary. All these things at Njiru, if it is Christianity or what, they always happen with resources also. And the Nigerian government also, it's lagging behind because I've been watching clips from Nigerian guys. You know, it's better you hear them from them. I always hear them from them. One guy was saying that Kenya has been able to fight terrorism a bit. We have been able to fight it, even if it is from 2013. How was Nigeria not able to fight terrorism? How was it not able to fight terrorism? And Nigeria, and
because they don't want Christians in the north. It's very simple. They don't want Christians in the north. You are not following that story.
That's why I'm saying now. That's why I'm saying, Njiru. It's all about. And why don't they want the Christians on the north? Why don't they want them?
Because you cannot love Christians because Christians are a bit independent thinkers. Christians do not think in a group.
But you know why Njiru, I have first question.
Huyu jamaa ako na urogi gani hii sasa?
Unajua kwa nini nimeuliza hiyo swali, Njiru? Unajua kwa nini nimeuliza hiyo swali, Njiru? Kwa sababu the same thing. Unfortunately, the same thing happened, Njiru, in Sudan. Why did Sudan and South Sudan split? Because it was all about Christianity and Muslim. Why did they split?
Because you see, let me tell you, if you disagree on the religion, automatically you disagree on the resources.
And that's why I'm saying resources follows all these issues.
Religion is also thinking, is a thought process. Religion is a thought process. There's no in which we can disagree religion-wise and we agree on how to share. It's impossible. You cannot agree on how. So once it doesn't work on religion, it doesn't work elsewhere.
So that's why I was saying, Njiru, from Trump perspective, you see like it is right. Tunarudi to Venezuela. And Venezuelans, the people who are supporting Maduro and Maduro himself, and the people who are supporting the voice of Maduro, they see like it is not fair for them how he has. They see like he wants to steal the oil. So it is something that you cannot even have. Like he's been taken to court, Senor. Is a must is going to be tried in international court.
We are waiting to hear.
So we are going to see how it is going to pan out in the international court. And the charges, I hear the charges that are being brought forth.
It's not an international court. It's a court within American sovereignty. It's not an international court.
They must take him to international court. Wanaenda kumcharge in New York court, but as lazima extradite kwa international court. He must face the international court. Because that was a president of a country.
Joseph, let me tell you.
Listen, can I respond to that, please? Please.
You know, when countries refuse to solve their problems, they should not blame others when they come at the rescue of people. Nigeria had an opportunity to protect Christians. They refused until the cry went border. Even as Kenya, usifikiria ati hii shida yetu tunaongea all the time sijui kasongo wizi na nini. It might be here for a long time, but it will come a time where the people will come to be rescued. So kuna mtu nimeona hapa ameniandikia na niambia I cannot be able to see the horizon. It's okay. But I want to tell you, it is not all about resources. Resources could be at play. Resources become a part of bargain because this country is also using its resources to rescue you. We are coming to save you. We are coming to help you get out of this problem. So there must be, and you have nowhere You have no way of paying us. You don't have money. You don't have anything. So there must be a talk of we can do business together, because businesses are about resources. So America is talking about doing business with Venezuela. They are not talking about going and stealing. They are not saying they'll be given Venezuela oil for free. Have you heard anywhere Donald Trump is saying that they are going to get?
So Jiru, the question is truly, who is not now going to be the next leader of Venezuela? Because that is the question right lies.
The next leader of Venezuela is the majority of Venezuelans, the afflicted, the Venezuelans who did not like Maduro. They will decide. They will decide. So
what if the vice president hands on to power?
Who?
And refuse to hand over the power?
No, he cannot hand, because already much of the institutions will have to collapse. Don't think that once Maduro has been captured, everything down him is going to collapse. So Maduro is out, his power is out. Once there's no in which Maduro puppets moving down can continue holding to power. What area in there?
When you talk about religion and then you bring this Christianity and Muslim thing, I sometimes fail to understand. You know, a man with a PhD like yourself, and you talk a lot of bollocks like that. You know, it's very annoying actually. An intellectual of your kind.
Yeah, and
you know, speaking very shallow about religion.
You'll be worried.
No, listen, sometimes maybe you can go and re-edit the things you have said. But Joe, you spoke about...
I'm a man of conviction. Men of conviction do not edit. I'm a man of conviction.
Okay. But Joseph said that that Maduro then will go to an international court and all that. But you see, America is not a signatory of any international courts. So that's number one. Many countries that are bullying other countries, Israel, America, all those countries, they're not in the international court system, you know. So what they've done is that stupid American law where they're able to retrieve even a leader from another country and try them in their own courts, which is the most despicable thing that you can think of. Because, you know, when a leader, you know, is by constitution the head of that country, of whichever country, there is all these diplomatic things like their passports, the protocols that are established by the United Nations. I don't fully agree with the United Nations, but there are certain things that were established by the international system, which, for example, Njiru would call left-wing nonsense. But those things are there, you know. And the force by which the Americans abducted Maduro and his wife, there is already stories coming out that people, a number of people have been killed during the bombings and the shootings that happened last night. And imagine any other country even trying. I mean, look at what happened in the 1960s when Russia was bringing staging a mock thing, bring a submarine to near Cuba, and Americans were, you know, the American system was terrified. JF Kennedy wanted to start a war with the Russians, and these guys were nowhere near America. They were in Cuba. They were coming to Cuba. You know, so you imagine someone trying anything like that. I see that Joseph has mentioned China and its interests in Venezuela and the geopolitics of that. I believe that countries can do, you know, they can have affairs, no problem. Countries can decide, this is my ally, this is not my ally, no problem. Countries can decide to go and invest or create military bases. America has over 600, I think, military bases all over the world. All over the world. Some are units, some are real bases. And countries can still live with that. You know, they know that's fine. We know it's America. They have military bases everywhere. So why is it, Joseph, that they should be annoyed if this is the principal argument that they want to remove Chinese influence in that region? You know, one of the things, the reasons I believe, I don't know if I'm right, but why China does not like to intervene too much is because of its international, you know, economy. It's, you know, China is making everything for every country. So China is almost like, if it does this country does not want to have a business affair with China. I think that's why China is too careful sometimes, because they're too business minded. They don't want that to, you know, to diminish. I believe this. I don't know. I might be wrong. But this thing that Donald Trump has done, because you can see now
they are not reliable. It is because they are not reliable. They will always say that we are together with you, we will form alliance with you. But when shit happens to you, they just cow. They are just cowards. They're just cowards.
But
I don't.
Eli, can I ask you a question as you proceed, because it was on the same question you have asked about China. What about China when US is trying to invade between China and Taiwan? Because I see China is always very angry when they see US is supporting Taiwan.
Why are they
because I think it is because it is just in the background of their country. I think the same thing is happening to US. They are thinking that Venezuela is just at the background of their country.
China will not invade Taiwan because they fear the allies between. They know that America will not allow Taiwan to suffer. China knows that. So, and that's one thing which people need to know, even when you are forming association. China knows that America will not allow Taiwan to suffer. Even Russia knew that the fact that Ukraine had become an ally, they knew that they will stand with them. Even that's why even Israel survives because the US is with them. So when it comes to reliability and making of fronts, the US has proved that they are much more reliable than any other country in the world. Because if it was another country which did, and I'm not saying what America has done is totally right. There needed to be discussion and other things. But remember, these are superpowers with veto power. And once you have veto powers, it means that you can embed your authority. And China is a veto power. Russia is a veto power. France is a veto power. Why is it that China and Russia have no capacity to embed their veto power? They complain as any other country in the UN Security General Assembly. Their allies are suffering. So if Russia or China are this strong, they should defend Venezuela now. To warn it.
You see, the thing about those countries that you've mentioned that have veto powers, also, I believe that countries that are nuclear weapon ready, they sort of fear each other because they have nuclear weapons that are very lethal, very gruesome. And I'm not talking about Pakistan and India, who I think are the last two in that nuclear weaponry thing. But you're talking about China, Russia, America, and to some extent the United Kingdom and France, and their nuclear weapons. Those kind of countries, I think they kind of have mutual respect because of that ability. So that's why you cannot see America, directly inflicting warfare on Russia in Ukraine. And that's the same thing when you see that China probably fears to do too much about Taiwan. These are just, you remember during after the Second World War, the countries that had nuclear weapons, they had a thing called MAD, mutual assured destruction or destruct. So they had to respect each other. at that level. In fact, some people even go as far as saying that the Cold War was a good thing because you knew definitely what you were up against. So, but without going too much into that, I believe that some people will start seeing a lot of sense about what is wrong with what America has done last night. Right now, people are obsessed with the CGT. Look at the type of weapons they have used. There's this thing called Delta Force. I don't know what. That you can only be in the Delta Force if you are. There's only 1 in 1,000 people that can be in that Delta Force. It is the supreme warlords of the world. That's nonsense. We're not interested. What Americans have done yesterday is despicable, and it's going to cause a massive conflict in Venezuela and around the region. And I fear that if the American left and the reasonable right-wing Americans are not seeing this disaster now, then it can be. Sorry, go ahead.
Why are you not speaking about Venezuelan people? Why are you ignoring the suffering of Venezuelan people?
By attacking America, by attacking the American invasion, by attacking the American invasion, I'm speaking about Venezuelan people. What I'm saying is this: there's no country that is perfect. There's no leadership that is perfect. We have brutal leadership in Africa, in Kenya, for example.
Have you listened to that woman who went to receive the Nobel Prize last year? Have you listened?
No, sikumskia. No, I didn't hear her speech or whatever.
But do you think such people are just mad to always speak of their friction and the problem?
No, because I hear that she is one of the candidates for taking over in Venezuela. I don't know.
No, definitely somebody has to take over that country. So there's no problem whether she's a candidate or not. But do you think she has been overstating the problems of Venezuela and saying there's no even freedom of speech and the country had...
When people were saying things about Gaddafi.
No.
When Gaddafi...
Don't talk about Gaddafi because Gaddafi was let down by Africans. How many Africans spoke against it? And Gaddafi was removed by our African Christian man in the name of our US president.
But did you not see that Gaddafi situation?
Gaddafi was removed by Obama. Why was Obama not able to investigate properly and even ask his African brothers what's wrong with this man? Why?
We don't have to agree. But what Gaddafi did about the welfare of the Libyan people, this guy built infrastructure all over the place. He told the World Bank and the IMF to go away. He just didn't want to. He did not want those kind of interventions by the international financial system because its resources were enough. That's what Gaddafi used to say to run the economy. Okay, he was an eccentric leader, and of course there were issues about oppression and how people suffered, in terms of human rights. Those stories were there. But what happened after that? Is that what you want to happen in Venezuela? If the Venezuelan people are the ones who should deal with Maduro, if he's that bad, not that sijui kuna mtu mwingine hapa anakuja ati sijui. Hii ni ujinga sana.
Doing elections, doing election, the winner cannot be announced. Are you aware? Let me tell you. Kidogo unaongea Joseph. Are you aware that Venezuela has been in worse problems than the ones which Kenya is? Unaona hii tunalia tu na Ruto tu kidogo. Unaona vile tunalia tu Ruto. Hii tunalia Ruto, put it on steroid pace. That is what has been happening to
mimi.
Najua sipatii kwa chance nasema.
Patia Joseph chance.
Even if we come here and talk about what they did, the pride they have, we cannot change what happened. Maduro has been taken. Now the problem is what will happen now next, because Maduro, I've been shocked right now. I was reading the history and I've seen that Venezuela, they shot themselves in the foot. They have refused. They are not a signatory to ICC. They removed themselves to ICC. I was saying to international community, they could have gotten a good chance to lay their case in an international community. Right now, They are going to be charged now in a court in New York. By the way, he was being taken to New York. I don't know if Arifika. No, he's not going. I don't think he's going to get a free hearing in New York. But if he could have, they could have been. They were before a signatory of ICC, and I think they sent their MPs to. Their MPs voted to get out of the ICC. I think there is where he could have gotten a trial that he could have been able to put up his defense. But now, I don't see anything for him now. If they did that, I just wanted to educate you, Ellie, about that. They came out of ICC.
Because he was fearing ICC simukujie, but akujua babu mkubwa wako hapo. He was fearing ICC na ndiye alitoka. But he was not able to truncate. There was a much bigger problem.
You need to check which countries are not signatories of the ICC. You'll be shocked, and there are many. Okay, even some of the countries you may like, you'll be shocked. But Njiru, before I go, I wanted to ask if we can discuss this profiling of Somalis, even for just a few minutes, because I think it's also a very serious
profiling of
crisis
Somalis
issue at the moment. Yeah, why are they profiling the Somalis at now?
Kidogo, Eli.
Hii kitu nyinyi watu mko Amerika mko na shida. Ati wewe hii na right wing yenu muache.
No, Eli, goja kidogo. Somalis are not being profiled.
What is it?
Sikunaona wameiba.
Oh, so Somali peke yake ndio wanaiba
Sasa wale ambao hawajapatikana ungoje wapatikane. Sasa
Wakikuyu hawaibi, Wajaluo hawaibi, Wakamba.
Tunadili na yule amepatikana. Yule amepatikana ni Msomali. Tunadili na yule ameiba na amekamatwa. It is not profiling. Bro, hao watu wameiba vinoma. In fact, hata huko UK muinvestigate, mnaweza kuwa mmeibiwa. Wachana na story ati profiling. Hawa sio wameiba. So hebu fuatilia huko kwenye kama mmeibiwa. Wachana na story ya Atlantic Ocean. Hiyo utatoboa saa hii.
Hapana, ati story ya Atlantic Ocean. This thing is affecting people in the real time. You know, because even right now, you see in the Kenyan media, ngoja, in the Kenyan media, now they have started, Kenyan mainstream media and social media, they've started this thing of profiling Somalis. Now people are saying, CG, those houses you see in Isili, those buildings, now Isili is a city within a city. Goja. Wewe uko na haraka ya nini? Wacha niongee bana.
Utaongea. Why do you like defending everybody?
Hapana, si wewe pia uko na position yako hapo. Mimi pia niko na yangu. Me, I don't just join a choir just at we clap. No. I think before I speak. Yeah. You are profiling Somalis. I have seen comments people have been making that WhatsApp chat, yeah? You are profiling Somalis as if they're the worst people ever on the planet. It's not fair, because what if there is no scientific data to say that this particular ethnic group has done worse than these other particular ethnic groups, then you're doing nothing. You're just wasting time profiling them. Those things that have happened in Kenya. Ngoja. Endelea basi.
Amina kuuliza. Can you tell me what has been happening in Minnesota? Tell us what you have heard about Minnesota. Then
I have read and heard both sides of the story. In fact, I have even seen some Somali leaders, community leaders who are well respected, who have actually called it fraud. Yes, they have admitted that there was some level of fraud at a higher level by members of their community. Okay, I have seen that. And then I have seen the Trump obsession with Ilhan Omar, you know, his obsessive compulsive disorder around this woman, you know. All these things are Epstein. You cover Epstein by bringing some story. But this Somali profiling in Kenya, which has started, it's not good. Because what happened, I'll give you example. where I come from. I'll give you an example. Wacha nikupatie example moja where I come from.
This guy,
our small economies in our rural areas. Ngoja nikwambie, our small economies in our rural areas before and during independence time were run by these South Asians, Indians and Pakistanis. Rural, hizo madukawala walijenga huko kule chini mpaka kule Ndhiwa, ukienda Kisumu, ukienda Siaya kwa ma villages, ukienda Western. I don't know how much this was true in central and other parts of Kenya, but the Indians and Pakistanis who came to Kenya during the period of construction of the railway and after, they opened retail sector in the rural areas, okay, which they then abandoned because they found better opportunities in Nairobi and elsewhere, Kisumu, Mombasa. Those shops, and it's not just in Luo Nyanza, but many parts of Kenya, zilifungwa zote for years. Ukienda hata huko Ndhiwa utapata kuna zingine hapo tu watu wanaishi kwa hizo maduka, hizo duka hizo. Sasa Wasomali wakakuja. I don't care kama pesa yao imetoka kwa Al-Shabaab, hizo zinaitwaje hizo za piracy, ama zimetoka America, sijui kwa hizo fraud system. I can't even prove that. So mi sina shida na hao. Wewe kama shida yako ni hauna pesa na unataka kuuza duka yako kwa Msomali, uza. Kwani hii duka ikae tu hivyo wazi?
Nimemalizana na wewe. If you don't care where money is coming from, hapo ndio wewe tu toa point yako, lakini I cannot comment.
Hapana, wewe shida yako unakuanga moral high priest. Wewe utaenda mbinguni, wengine sisi tutakuwa huko kwa gate tunangoja.
Is it bad?
Hapana, unajua
whether hiyo pesa ni wizi wameiba ama ni watu wamenyongwa.
Hiyo si shida yangu. Mimi si polisi ati mimi nifanye investigation.
So kama wanafuatwa sasa unyamaze.
Mimi kitu ninajua, ngoja nimalize hiyo history. Very simple. I'll just 1 minute, I'll speak 1 minute. Hao wakakuja wakaanza kufungua maduka. Yani wamefungua shops mpaka kule kwa border na Busia. Wameingia mpaka Uganda. People are buying things affordable in those small shops, those few small shops in our land. Because the Luos, the Luyas and all those other communities, they refused to reactivate those Waindi shops that were left back in the 1960s, 70s. Can you imagine? Some of them were open, but not as thriving as what the Somalis are doing. So do we now just profile a whole community because of something that has happened in a place called Minnesota? Thank you.
The true question here is, I have an only contradiction, Jiru, with Eli is only one thing. It's okay, any Somali can open anywhere he wants in the country, but the problem is nobody profiles them. The only issue is they like to stay in that regionalism of theirs. And I've seen this one a couple of times. Even in those buildings, some of them just go and ask how they rent the buildings. You hear they say they don't rent other people from other tribes. They rent theirs from their own community. And I've seen this one, I've seen firsthand. So it's not about, when you try to, and that is even if you hear in that Minnesota clip, they are saying that those guys have ganged up and become a one community that they don't even share it out. You don't find them even interacting with other people. And that is what is happening in Nairobi, by the way. And the problem is, I asked myself, okay, we are going to build Nairobi, is okay. But even the people who are coming, even the businessmen who are coming from Somalia, why are they from the northern side? Why are they not building their plants in northeastern? Because it could have been a very perfect way of being able to change that region, the northeastern region. It could have been growing very fast if these things were this money were put in buildings and water and what have you. I think it could have been even a very best venture. But the problem is me I don't like to seem like I want to pit tribes against tribes. But Ellie, I know some of them, they don't want even to interact with other tribes in
ngoja, is it because kwa kina Njiru kule wamekataa wa Somali, hata huko Central wamekataa kabisa? Why?
But me, I've seen so many Somali people in Kirinyaga. I've seen even so many Hindi people.
Duka ngapi huko?
Wahindi ni wengi, kwanza wana mahardware. We have like how many hardware?
Wahindi ama wa Somali?
There is even Indians. Indians, they have like 5.
Wa Somali mume accept wangapi?
Sasa kama Wahindi wanakubaliwa, brother.
Hapana, wewe sema wa Somali mume accept wangapi?
Wengi sana kwanza Embu. Wengi sana kwanza Embu. Wengi sana kwa kina Njiru. Wengi sana.
Basi hiyo ni ya juzi.
Kuna Msomali amechaguliwa Meru. Ni Muhindi.
Ni mtu akuja invest pesa yake tununue.
Sasa Eli, nikuulize. Eli, acha nikuulize swali.
Sema.
Huko kwao kumei kuona MP amechaguliwa ambayo si anatoka kwa hiyo region yao?
Sisi Junet tuko naye huko kwetu.
Kwao umei kuona kitu kama hiyo?
Hapana.
Sasa hiyo inakujibu kila kitu. I tell you, they like to stay in one. I know them. Nisi ati naongea juu ninawachukia, but it is not good because we are living as Kenyans.
They embrace others.
Yeah, that is the question. And that is what is happening in Minnesota. Minnesota, hiyo ndio issue tu. Hata yeye usikize vizuri. That is the issue. And now the problem is they have been able to capture that region of Minnesota. Si mchezo. Jiru, si mchezo. Huko hata kuwatoa ni ngumu. Huko kutoa TMP. Hata ile mama mwezi mtoa.
I don't care whether they are in Minnesota or not, lakini si wakae Minnesota na wizi.
Sasa ndio nakwambia. Hata hiyo Minnesota kuwatoa Njiru si mchezo.
Lakini point yangu Njiru na Joseph, si ati ni Wasomali wote wamefanya hiyo uchafu hiyo ya nini ya fraud. Si ati ni wote. Lakini the way Trump is speaking, but this Njiru loves Trump. Hey.
No, yes. Hiyo ni ukweli, hiyo nayo.
Njiru utamuelewa anapenda Trump. Unajua mimi sipendagi mtu hearted, but I know for a fact not every Somali has done wrong. But also as nani Eli, I know for a fact you cannot like Nigerians to come and take over Kenya. Can you like that?
Me sina shida. Me, I'm a Pan-Africanist. All these countries were created by the Brits and the mi sina shida. Hata kina watu wa Mali wakuje.
Nasikia wasichana wanauliwa kwa gorofa huko Kilimani.
Hapana, so unasema ati ni Nigerians peke yake ndio wanaua wasichana huko?
Most of them. Si hata wameshikwa Kirinyaga wakifanya scamming things. Imagine they even in Kirinyaga.
As if Kenyans were not scammers.
Yeah? No, we are scammers, I don't refuse, but you are a scammer in your country. Imagine somebody coming to scam other people in your country.
Wakenya walijaribu hiyo kitu Botswana, walifukuzwa.
Yeah, because you cannot allow that one. That's why Botswana chased them. Hata sisi hatuwataki, we chase them.
Ni Wajir wako na maduka Mandera na Wajir.
Mimi sijui. I've never found out, lakini najua ati Wajaluo kwa hizi kazi za mkono hao ndio wanakuwa the tailors, wanakuwa mechanic. So I believe that kuna watu kama wao huko Garissa.
Tumesema mtakii kazi za nguvu kule ni tu za.
Nasema tu ukweli. Nasema tu ukweli. Profiling is very dangerous.
Umepeleka UK kufanya hizo kazi za nguvu ama?
Wewe, acha nikwambie, Jomo Kenyatta, mzee Jomo Kenyatta, and many others, when they first came to the UK, they did jobs that were very difficult. He worked in a farm, picking fruit, picking potatoes, harvesting. There's nothing wrong with that. The only problem with him was that after he came out of prison, suddenly he became one of the wealthiest people in Africa. Actually, I don't really blame Kenyatta. I blame his wife, because she's the one who was amassing the wealth. But that's not the point. Hii kitu ati
the wife, is it the first wife, second wife, mgani huyu Mama Ngina ama
I'm talking about huyu ambaye amekataa kukufa huyu.
Wewe, you don't say that. Age is a blessing.
Huyu mama by the way nilikuwa na shida na yeye zamani, lakini nimemwonea huruma. Yeye ndiye aliua hao wanyama wetu wote wa pori. Mimi nilikuwa nataka a government that once it came into power, one of their agendas was to deal with the Mama Ngina clan.
You know,
but lakini nimemwonea tu huruma, nimemwacha.
What happens Eli? Hata hizi mambo ya kuomba serikali itadili na hao watu. As time will come. Unaona hizi land zote wanakuaga nazo, time will come. Even hizo Ruto ameacquire. All of these lands. Unajua kutakuja tu Kenya is growing population. Si hao watataka.
Hiyo ni ukweli.
Hakuna kitu watafanya. Hii hata itadiliwa na government. Hiyo itadiliwa na watu wale watakuwa hiyo wakati. Na hiyo wakati kutakuwa si Gen Z. Sasa hao watakuwa more than Gen Z.
Yeah, but we have to be very careful hao watu wasikuwa wanafikiria kama Eli. Because wakifikiria kama Eli watakuja kukua slaves.
Hapana, we ngoja. Hapo hiyo comment nimesema ya Mama Ngina, it's a light comment bwana. Usiseme ati usianze ati nimesema ati she's not dying. Hiyo ni light comment wewe.
It's not about your comment ya Mama Ngina, but I'm saying holistically. From vile Bwana Eli, you can easily make people become slaves in droves. No, Eli,
that is true.
If you are born,
that is what Kenyatta did. It's true. That is what Kenyatta did. Si uongo. He made his own people from his own tribes and become slaves. And they even lacked land. Imagine mtu ameenda kupigana kwa msitu. Mtu amepigania uhuru. That guy is dying even without a piece of land. And you have taken all the pieces of land in the whole in everywhere. Nisikia Kenya saizo ilikuwa inagawanwa kama mkate. Kila mtu anachukua ile, ule ataweza kuchukua ile size kubwa ni anachukua. Me, that thing has also irritated me since I learned about that. Even I changed my perception of history. And I think when you change your perception of how you are taught history, unajua sisi tunatakiwa vitabu ndio tujaribu kuwekwa kwa mindset ya vile ati history ilikuwa yetu, and you come to learn new things and you understand well.
So Joseph, so unakubali ati kuna wakati mmoja kutakuwa na a leader who will then tell the Kenyatta clan to return the land possessions zile ambazo waliiba?
Mimi hata sigojei leader, mimi nagojea revolution ya watu. The revolution of the people you cannot stop. Even a leader, you can try to fight the leader. They have money, they can fight a leader. But when you see a revolution of the people saying that now we are tired, we need to pay to get somewhere we can be able to live, and somewhere we are going to build up our families. That one hizo mashamba wewe utaziona wewe. Hata si nitakuwa nikuambia hapa. Maybe that time will be there, God will grace us with miaka mingi. But these kids we are raising early, they are not a simple bunch of kids. Yeah. If you have seen these young kids wanaitwa Gen Alpha, I think the fire in them is even more than
kidogo Joseph, but those kids we have to be very careful. Wakianzia kuinteract na akina Eli hapa, mimi hata nikisikia Eli anaenda kutunegotiatea, hata sitangojea niwekwe nyororo. Ni mimi nitajiweka nyororo. I will put a chain on myself.
Sikia Joseph anasema sitakuwa.
Sasa Jiru is coming to the point. Who made us kuwekwa nyororo kwa kichwa? It is the people who are called boomers. The boomers ama wanaitwa na silent, the generation silent. Hiyo generation silent bure kabisa. That generation was one of the worst generations we have.
And Joseph, that's why I'm speaking about patriotism. And that's the reason why even like Eli anasema ati napenda huyo mzee wangu sana. Na nampenda sana. Because that man is very patriotic to his nation.
And you are patriotic to America. Sasa wewe, you are celebrating more than the white man himself.
Even at Kenya, if I had a leader who was patriotic.
Jiru, can I ask you a question? You don't have to answer it. So you're an American citizen, eh?
It doesn't matter whether I'm an
It
American
matters.
I follow good deeds.
Okay, so if you're okay, let's say you are not an American citizen, but you're a resident with you know with all those legal parameters. Okay, you are a resident. Okay, now I want to ask you: do you feel that you have to be patriotic to America?
I have to be patriotic to America if I'm living there, and anything which I see good being done by the leadership, through my emotional intelligence, I feel this thing is good, I have to support it. The fact that I'm in America, I should support anything morally right they are doing.
One time I heard you saying, it was about 2 hours ago, you know, Aki, you keep surprising me because every time every time I think, hey, this can't be Njiru speaking.
No,
you said, Njiru, you said, listen to what you said. Yeah. You say that ECG, ile positive discrimination, ile walianza kule South Africa, that was a nonsense. There's all this in America. It's a nonsense. Ati meritocracy is the only way.
Yes.
Ati a black person.
Yes. Meritocracy number one. You need kukasirisha.
So your university yako hii ya mwisho umeenda hii. It's an all-white university, a mixed, or who is the majority, white or black?
You see, it doesn't matter.
Goja, it matters, especially in America.
So nikuulize, kuna Mwafrika amezuria kufika huko?
Yes.
Did they block the university? Did they say we are not admitting black
people? Unajua kuna watu hata Kenya, because they're poor people, they will never see what the rich people see.
Even in Kenya. Why is Harvard admitting even people in Kenya and in Stanford?
How many people?
It doesn't matter. Those are the ones who have capacity to go there. So you want all Kenyans to go to Harvard?
Okay. Let's talking about meritocracy. But let's talk about what you said earlier. You said, ati manene G black empowerment, G what? Yes. This is nonsense. Why is it nonsense?
Because accepting black empowerment and all those stupid things about black
people, stupid things.
This to be empowered, we are agreeing black people are slaves and they are monkeys. So mzungu akikuja aseme wewe ni nyani, utakataa na unataka kusaidiwa, unataka kupigwa.
I think Jill is just trying to provoke us here.
No, I'm not provoking you.
You're just provoking.
No, if I need to be helped without reasons, and in a stadium nikirushua banana nakata. So let me ask you like a question, for example, like in Europe, how vijana watu wanacheza mpira huko, who are even doing better right now. Majority of the best footballers are now black people. Bampe, that boy of Spain now is a black boy. Huyo Lamine Yamal, all those are black people. Hao watu ni kusaidiwa, wamesaidiwa ama ni skill yao imewafikisha hapo? Which affirmative action?
Of course, it's a skill.
So why can't we now take skills everywhere, both horizontally and vertically? Why should we say that all the time? Lazima watu weusi wasaidiwe. That is
Jiru. So Jiru, what I've been seeing of late.
Can you tell me your reasons why you need blacks to be racially empowered? Give me your reason.
You know what I'm saying, Jiru. Of late, earlier, as I answered that question, I've seen of late,
sometimes.
I've seen of late people, even you see those even players you're saying they are playing outside, they are blacks, or we say they are from African continent. They are trying to come back home. You know, I've seen a place where there is even mass movement of people coming back to Africa, and they are saying that they are coming back to their roots. You know, so much of the talent was taken from Africans in terms of sports, even sports. You saw even a lady who has been taken away from Kenya. She's now running for Bahrain, and I think so much of this depends also with the leadership in Africa. The leadership in Africa has totally failed, to say the truth. But and not least,
it has failed, and it has failed even some of these sportsmen, some of these people who are trying. When we say we are going to look for greener pastures outside, what are we terming? When we say we are looking for greener pastures, and that's why I like this guy. Hata kama kulikuwa na so much of the mambo yake iko ina, so people can say when he was ruling there was so much issues, but I like the leadership of one guy called Kibaki, because he said that he wants his people to come back to build the country. I've not heard any other president telling us that they want the people to come back to their roots, to build their own country, because that is what is supposed to be now the first agenda of us. Unajua Njiru, hata wewe as long as you're American citizen, you still have a home, you still have a roots where you have come from.
Of course.
Yeah, but he thinks he's white. This Njiru one here.
I have not said that. I'll never become a white man.
Wewe hata ukipata passport 10 ya America bado wewe ni mtu mweusi.
Ngoja nikuulize swali, lazima nikuulize. Nataka kuuliza, between a black man and a white man, who has a better brain? No, answer me. Between a black man and a white man, who has a better brain? Hii siwezi pita kama hujanijibu.
Njiru.
No, I need to know. Between a black man and a white man, who has a better brain?
Njiru, your brains, you as a black man, Njiru, you as a black man, I think your brains are more powerful and creative. You can make many innovations more than many white people, and then you'll find that there's some white person who has better brains than yours. So this is neither about a black brain or white brain. That question I will never answer it, because there's no absolute answer to that question.
So
it's a relative question with relative answers.
We are all equal. It's very simple. Why?
So I know where you're going with this.
We have the same brain. We have the same brain. I will never agree a white man has a better brain than me. I will never agree. Muzungu hana.
So what you're saying, okay, let me put this in a different way.
What I know,
go ahead, yeah.
What I know is the playing field has now been leveled. We cannot say that we are in the years when we had the 1960s and 70s. The level field now is becoming now. You see, even a long time I was hearing hata watu wangecheza this American basketball. You could find them being segregated, and also the kinds of
American as football meritocracy. That is why you'll see a black professor becoming a professor in an American university. You know what is happening? Like, let me tell you, and I've seen this thing. I've done many interviews in America, Bwana Eddie, and this is something which I want to, maybe this could be problems in places where you are. I don't know. Let me regionalize this problem and I talk of it in American context, because that's where I know how people are or have this subject. Let me tell you, this is what happens in America when it comes to opportunities, because there is a fallacy. There is a fallacy. People have been told that black people have nothing in America. It's a fallacy. Let me tell you, we have to agree our forefathers, by the fact that they were in slavery, they did not begin by creating generational wealth. Now I have now to start telling you real facts here, Ellie. So the white enslaver had an advantage, a pedestal, because they were the people who are owning the resources. Even though now they were the people who are owning the resources, you cannot start now claiming at the resources za muzungu zichukuliwe zipewe muafrika, simply because these people were just owning slaves.
So you don't believe in reparations then?
Let me tell you, reparation, who is being paid? Were you enslaved? So like you, Ellie.
You speak of generational things, and then generational things, and then you contradict yourself.
No, it's not. It's not about. I'm not contradicting myself. There is a reason why I am against reparations, because reparation will not serve justice to the people who died. So by paying you, Ellie, are you the person who was put a yoke? When
people speak of reparations, when people speak of, I'm sorry to cut you off there. Just when people speak of reparations, yeah, when they give, strong qualitative arguments about reparations, Njiru, they're not talking about monetary reparations to an individual or individuals or groups. Reparations can take different models of thinking, how countries that were subjugated, they were colonized, how the reparations can be paid to those countries. Yeah. The problem we have, the anti-reparations argument is usually if you give reparations to, say, Kenya, the Kenyan political class will consume all those reparations. Okay? But reparations can be done. If you look at research that has been done about reparations,
in Kenya, if we go that trajectory, the Kikuyu power brokers who have been holding the economic system for so long, they should reparate the other tribes. Is that what you mean?
No, that's not what I mean. No, that's not what I mean. What I mean is that,
and it is not reparation when it comes to our fellow black people who are also enslaving us.
Do you know that affirmative action? Do you know that affirmative action, which you were criticizing earlier on, 2 hours ago, is part of reparations?
Don't bring affirmative action.
It is
not an equalizer. It's not an equalizer.
Okay. This is what is confusing you, which I can see. No, there is this thing that is confusing you, which I can see. Kuna hii kitu ya equality. Yeah. Are we talking about equality of opportunity or equity of opportunity? Because those are two different strands. Okay. Unapata kama mtu kuna equality nyingine ambayo yake is less than another person, we are talking about equity. So that one confuses even employers, confuses wazungu, confuses even black people. You generally think at equality, you're just talking about equality. Lakini kuna equality of different types. Okay? Inakuwa equity. Iyo, ukiangalia kila mtu ako kwa the same level.
Let me ask
Ngoja nikwambie.
Which is a better system other than having a system whereby everybody is respected and he gets what he wants?
Okay, I'll give you the system. Yeah. Unaona hapa Scandinavian countries huku juu. I don't know how many Kenyans live in Scandinavian countries who are on this channel, but they will tell you that they have an egalitarian system in Scandinavian countries, okay, where equality is measured in a different way, okay? In Scandinavian countries, as long as you're a citizen or a resident who has been approved as a resident in those countries, you check the egalitarian system. This is what I assume can be what we really call equality. Now, even saa zingine si ati black or white, unaona? Easy. These countries like UK, hata hii unasema ati these countries are capitalist. Even that America of yours ati capitalist. Ngoja. Si wako na welfare system here America, which is essentially Marxist. They have it. Why can't they remove it? Your welfare system here America. Ama here UK. That is a socialist system. And then when you're parroting about SG capitalism and the SG, the hard right, you still don't know that you are a socialist because you accept that welfare system. You are. You are. Yes, you are a beneficiary of socialism in America.
Umeambia wewe ni Zedong Mao. Umeambia wewe ni Mao Zedong.
Nani ubaya ni tu hajui.
I don't know. I can never be a socialist and I will never be a socialist.
Wacha nikuulize ndugu yangu.
They have not eradicated poverty anywhere. Tell me which has derived through socialism.
Wacha nikuulize, kuna vitu zingine za kiserikali ambazo wewe umebenefit. Tuseme ukienda hospitali unalipa na ile insurance ama unalipa vipi? Tuseme si wewe, tuseme tu wale ambao hawana njia ya ku access.
What is capitalism? So you want to tell me that capitalism does not help people?
It is essentially socialist. That's why I told you there's nothing absolute.
No,
it is just socialist. It is. When you go into the welfare of a person, when you go into the welfare of a person and you are saying you're a capitalist, you're wasting time. That's nonsense on stilts. You know these stilts that you see a person ameweka kwa hizi nini ati refu kama hivi ni karibu anaanguka. It's nonsense on stilts. You cannot say that you are a capitalist through and through and then you start giving the welfare system. You start, no, it's nonsense. Hivi ndo wazungu wametudanganya. Now you remember when Raila Odinga and
you know,
this is ngoja nimalize. This is my last point. Na sita kusumbua tena.
We are so weak. We cannot help ourselves. We are suffering because mzungu anatudanganya.
Kwa sababu mzungu aliandika hizi vitabu akasema ati hii ni capitalism, hii ni socialism, a lot of nonsense. Goja.
Why can't Africans design their own economic system, which they did?
See, that's a good question. Very good, because that is what Ibrahim Traore is trying to do. All those Sahel leaders, those military leaders, the youth who are leading the Sahel countries, Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso, they are trying to address this problem. Even ideologically, Traore assembled an international congregation of youth recently, okay, to chart out the way forward for youth in different countries, and it was well attended. And the people were asking him question: how is he shaping the economy? What made him do this? What is his thinking? What is his thinking about the former colonizer like French? There was even one person who had the guts to ask him, if you are saying about this or that about the French, and you're here speaking in the French language, he answered all those questions, okay? But you are talking about, these are proactive leaders who are practical. They're not just ideologues, they're practical. They're saying this is the way now forward for Africa. Tumeuziwa democracy for too long, and it's not working, okay? So we need men. If we have like 10 Traores, Africa, tuko sawa. 10 Traores is enough in Africa. 10.
According to Anne, Mzungu is the devil, but hakuna Mwafrika ni shetani.
Hiyo pia tunaweza kusema. Hiyo pia tunaweza sema. Kwa sababu hamjaipata economic independence.
Hakuna Mwafrika shetani.
Hiyo pia tunaweza kusema. Because Mzungu never fight racism. It's wewe na damu yako na unyeuzi wako hii is how you fight.
You are interacting with the wrong white people, bwana. You are interacting with the wrong white people. Kusema hakuna mtu anaweza fight racism. Just say you are interacting with the wrong people. You have
no.
You're interacting with the wrong.
Where you are an alarmist. And this alarmism is for content.
Which Ellie, I think Jiru and Ellie, even you miss a great point is, you know, us as Africans, or what you may term black, we have been having so much problems, not only with white people, because even if you look at the people who are selling us as slaves, who are these people who are the middlemen? Most of them, you find even blacks were involved, and also so much majority of the Arabs were involved. And even if you look at the slavery, right now, you can clearly see that we are being used in all platforms. Whether you go to the whites, whether you go to the Asians, you find people, they are there. And you know, the problem is, why are we going to these countries? That is the question. You know, we don't deal with the facts of what is happening with us. The fact that is making us to do all these things, it is because we have very poor leadership in the country and in the Africa as a whole. That's why you find people, they are being sold as, you know, the problem is, Njiru sijui kama umei kusikia kama huko tuko, somebody, the welfare of Philippines is very, very good. And the president anaongeleaga kuhusu mishahara yao very passionately. And they have come even with laws of how much money they are supposed to be paid as minimal. But when you come to, let's say like Kenyans, it is too much problem Njiru. Paka yenyewe kurepatriate mtu ameletwa huku. Wewe umekuwa ukiona watu wanabidi wanachangiana pesa ndio mtu aweze kurudishwa nyumbani. Watu wanaenda kwa mifuko zao ndio waweze kulipa ndio mtu wao arudishwe ama wajaribu kukata matiketi. So I think Africans, what happened truly with us, I was reading about a book about this guy who was treated that he's famous na ni mzuri sana, and I also watch a clip show. Huyu anaitagwa nani, huyu mzee wa kutoka India alikuwa anaitwa nani, Mahatma Gandhi. And I've learned new things about that guy. He was a very bad guy. As people tell me, he was a very good guy. No, I've been doing some researches, Njiru, and me, I don't like to take everything in like that. Mi nafanyaga research ya kitu kwanza, and I've come to see that guy treated Africans like a second hand. Hata si second, hata ni third, I don't know, fourth. Because even the way he was talking to Africans and saying that Africans are nobodies, it is we have so much problems we need to deal with. And the people who are supposed to be helping us, our leaders, hao ndio wametulet down. They're supposed to be putting us up on the scale so that we can be able to have our own our own economy to rise. Kama tunataka Africa, how much resources do Africa have? We have a lot of resources, starting from gold, copper, all kinds of resources we have, even oil. But the problem is Africa still has problems. The main thing that we are supposed to be addressing here at Eli and Njiru is how are we going to deal with the problems that we are facing as Africa? That is a real question. Or as a black man in the black continent, how are we going to deal with these issues? Because hata tukishinda tukitetesha mzungu ama tutetesha hao Arabu na kila mtu na wa China na wa Hindi, what are we doing for ourselves? Are we even better in our countries? Do you find even the government that is in the country supporting you as a person who is a resident in these countries? You still find other countries, even when you go there for things like work, you are treated like you are a nobody. Unani nchi tu iko Africa, mtu anataka paka saa zingine wanasikia umetoka wapi, wanasema hapana, wewe si jamaa tutakupatia kazi and you need to go back. You wonder, we are supposed to be held in each other, but now you find ourselves sisi wenyewe, sisi ndio tunajimaliza Njiru. By the way, me I concur. Sisi ndio tunajimaliza vibaya sana.
Yeah, and our leadership. Bwana Joseph, even as we blame the white man, like kama sasa unaweza sema sasa shida yetu ni mzungu. And Ruto is just there killing our young people and doing economic plundering. Hata sasa, so let me ask you, Joseph, and in an honest way, is Ruto is the white man our problem right now?
What I can say about that, Njiru, is before he was, because he was not being able to give us that that fair ground or economic chances to do what we wanted to do. Not only mzungu, nimekwambia mpaka watu wametoka mpaka huku Asia na wapi. We were being treated like second, hata si second hand, nimekwambia ni kama third hand. But now right now what I can clearly say, the problem lies with Africans. And that's why you hear even leaders saying African problems need to be solved by African people. We need to solve our problems because we cannot keep on kulialia ati tulifanyiwa, tulitendewa. But when we come back to these countries that tunasema wametufanyia, what do we do? When people get power, what do they do? What do they do with the power? I am very proud of somebody who is giving them nightmares called Ibrahim Traore. He's giving African leaders nightmares. That guy is revolutionizing Burkina Faso in manufacturing. But when you come to the other side of the aisle, because that is in the West, when you come to this other side East, you hear somebody talking about Singapore, brother Njiru. You wonder, is this guy even for real serious? We have not dealt even with the issues like bad leadership, corruption, and you want us to talk about issues about Singapore? You are even exporting toothpicks from other countries. And you want to tell us we are migrating to a country that you yourself, even the country itself, the landmass is not the same with the country we are staying in. We are a country who has things, we have resources. Just go and look at that country you're saying, Singapore. How many resources do they have when they needed to start their to kick back their country? They just had a port. They utilized the port well, and they were able to deal with corruption. So mimi sitakai kuangalia wazungu sana or any other person ule mtu ana blame. I blame the people who have the chance, because if we look at the money that we have a budget of almost how many trillions every year. That is a lot of money which can be able to be put in us reviving our factories. Imagine mtu anakuambia unaenda Singapore Jiru na pan paper ilikufa, haiwezi fufuliwa. Kampuni huko Thika zilifungwa zote, kuna kampuni inafanya kazi. Watu wamehamisha mabiashara, wengi wao hata wale walikuwa wameinvest, watu wa Afrika wamekuja kuinvest nchini, wengi wao wamepeleka mabiashara zao nchi zingine. Then you hear somebody telling you about that. So me, when I think about Africa, I see the problem that is lying with Africa as now we speak. It is leadership in Africa. It has totally failed. And now you can see somebody going with Gazlas, almost 30. I was shocked that another president in a neighboring country calling people viumbe is going with almost 100 Gazlas, 100 vehicles, and he does not care. Ajali, and those they are consuming fuel, and that is taxpayers' money that could have been used in other important issues, like how we are going to give sustainable water to our people, how agriculture is supposed to be devolved, how agriculture is supposed to be done in Northeastern. We are now talking about shenanigans which even I don't understand. Even that agriculture yenyewe ile tunaweza faa kuwa tunafanya kama industrialization. Waru hata hatuna processing plant ya waru. We don't have a processing plant. Our waru zikiharibika zimeharibika. We talk about milk processing plants. We don't even have. I see the KMC was revived, but now we don't even hear about it. That we need even military men to come and oversee, ndio waanze kuona vile wataweza kuinua hizi kampuni. Sometimes even I wish the military guys can be able to do these works, because when you give them to these other to these ordinary people, they take advantage and they say, I'm going to do it for my own interest. When are the leaders going to do it for the interest of the Kenyans? Just the other day, another building fell there and collapsed and collapsed on people. You hear somebody even coming in the media saying that it was, I don't know, 10 stories. And when you learn about the building, it was 14 stories. And that building was told that it is not in a good condition, or supposed to be stopped. And nobody dared to care about that building. So clearly you can see, even as we are blaming whatever we are blaming there in the other countries, white man or what, we have problems as leaders in Africa. They have failed us. They are failing us, and they have failed us so much. And that's why you can see even the likes of Akina ECOWAS. ECOWAS, they are saying they are going to start fighting the people of Akina Ibrahim Traore. Why are they fighting him? They want to stay in the status quo of we want to those resources to remain in our own pockets and in our own families. That's why you see even a person there has employed a person that the vice president, I know, is I think he's the son. The other one even does not even rule the country. He's out of the country. He's a 91-year-old. He's out of the country. He's ruling the country when he's abroad. You go another one here near us. The son even is always drunk, talking about how he's going to take other countries. So when we have situations like those ones, clearly you can see who we are supposed to be blaming. I don't even, I cannot even talk more about it, because we clearly know who can we blame for all our problems. We can blame only the leaders who are there. And those leaders have failed us completely. Jiru.
I think, and that's a very bad comment. I don't appreciate that. Yeah, so that's a very bad comment. So I think that is hatred, and I don't think we need to funnel hatred. That's a very bad comment. Hiyo comment yana hapo sijai appreciate, but ni sawa. Wewe ndio umesema. Let's hear what Venezuelan people are saying. And then we call the podcast. Somebody has shared.
Give me 30 seconds and I'll make you learn AI. Watch this.
Hungry people.
Let's be real. Most people over 40 use.
Nataka kuwaonesha how angry people in Venezuela are. Watu Venezuela wamekasirika sana juu dictator ameanguka. Yeah. Anyway, ni sawa. And what if mtu angesema pia watu weusi waende wakuwe extinct? Don't wish bad to other people. Let's be nice people.
You wondering how I got here? But I've been doing this for a long time. You can say that I'm a thief and I stole it. But how can I steal what I believe to be mine?
What's up, guys? Benny. Nicolas Maduro, the communist dictator of Venezuela, effed around and found out. Here's President Trump saying, you don't want to F with the United States of America. And, well, this is what the finding out looked like last night as American special forces, in a show of absolute shock and awe, went into Venezuela and did just pretty much whatever they wanted, had their way with her, and captured their communist dictator, destroying all of their air defenses, their only air base, and not even getting any return fire, quite frankly. It was an unbelievable operation. No Americans were hurt. I don't think any American was even fired upon. President Trump saying that Nicolas Maduro and his wife have been captured and flown into our country, deported to America. The irony and the disrespect of taking the man's wife is pretty epic. Just the rudeness of it all. It's amazing. I like being part of a hegemony. I like being part of a superpower. This is what it looks like, and this is what people should fear. This is a fear operation in order to signal to places like China and Iran that we are not messing around. And obviously, there are major problems here in this country, but many of those problems, so many of those problems, are caused by unlimited criminal immigration that has been facilitated by Venezuela. And massive drugs flooding our nation, also facilitated by Venezuela, and also stolen elections, also facilitated by Venezuela. By the way, they bombed Hugo Chavez mausoleum, Hugo Chavez's grave. They bombed it on the way out and destroyed a massive statue of him. So just like a epic yeeting, ladies and gentlemen. And the people of Venezuela cheering. The people of Venezuela now cheering and ripping down and burning Nicolas Maduro posters. There has been a wide range of reactions, all of them positive, except for, I think, Xi Jinping, Vladimir Putin, maybe, UN. I don't know. Everyone's outside of the presidential palace cheering and singing in the capture of Maduro. Venezuelan people have, of course, been kept as slaves underneath a communist dictatorship. It used to be the single most profitable and functional, clean country in all of South America after 25 years of having communists strangling them and also stealing all of the wealth from the people of Venezuela. They are out cheering. You can see here, singing, dancing, cheering, crying on camera. It's a beautiful thing. The axis of Western enemies is crumbling. Somebody set the Ayatollah's photo on fire last night. There you go. You can see here. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, President Trump was just on Fox. We'll play you a clip of that in just a moment. If this regime, if this remaining regime is left in place, this will still be considered widely successful 24 hours. I think this has some groundwork in Venezuela for a number of weeks, and this may well be the single most successful military operation in American history. Again, because, well, you were able to get rid of a dictator who's torturing his people, who was destabilizing his country. And most importantly, I mean, you got to actually understand this. The criminal alien migration flow comes primarily from a destabilized Venezuela. This is the reason why there are so many criminal aliens and why so many of them are from South America, is because Venezuela is destabilized. This is the source of so much of the problems in this country. Again, virtually every problem this nation has can be alleviated by deportations, mass deportations, hopefully back to a stable Venezuela and Somalia and so on. This is a man waking up his family in the middle of the night to confirm that Maduro was captured. And they are singing, and he's excited. He wakes up his wife and kids to announce that Maduro is gone. And they're happy, crying tears of joy. And he's singing, okay, all right. Venezuelans residing in Chile. There are millions of Venezuelans all over South America and in our country because and so they are extremely happy about this. Obviously, this is going viral right now, this interview of sobbing, weeping, joyous Venezuelans throughout the country. Thanking President Trump. And I think this is how you win the Latino vote, to be honest with you. I don't speak Spanish. I think it's fair to say that people are lighting Maduro posters on fire, thrilled about what's happening, and President Trump now threatening the Mexican president, Claudia Sheinbaum, with a military operation. This is an operational message you're sending to Mexico. She's not running Mexico. The cartel's running Mexico. Something has to be done with Mexico, says President Trump. Again, everyone's sharing these interviews. Everyone is excited and happy and thrilled. This dude was live streaming when the first bombs hit in Caracas. Jeez. Okay. Popping champagne in the morning. Celebration. Venezuelan YouTuber, very popular Venezuelan YouTuber, after the news that United States Army has captured and removed Nicolas Maduro following large-scale attacks on the Caribbean nation. It's fair to say that I think they're happy. Again, I don't speak Spanish. I think you can understand the sentiment there. Let's just end with this. Here's a man who's speaking in English. He's Venezuelan, and he is explaining truly the significance of this from a geopolitical perspective and from a civilizational perspective, from Western civilization. So the celebrations, taking over the streets, the posters of Maduro getting ripped down and burned, people dancing in the streets, popping bottles of champagne, and here is why.
Okay, as a Venezuelan American, I got some shit to say. My family, my parents, my sister, my extended family, all lost everything. Their work, their savings, their investments, gone. Wiped out by a narco-dictatorship that has held Venezuela in a death grip for over 25 years. And what happened to my family has happened to millions, and yes, millions. The Venezuelan exodus is the second largest displacement crisis on earth after Syria. This is not just a tragedy. It is one of the great humanitarian disasters of our time. But the suffering doesn't end there. This regime has jailed hundreds of political prisoners. Thousands have been murdered simply for speaking out. More than a third of the population has fled. 1/3. Not for better opportunities or for the American dream, but to survive, to live, because staying often means death. And while the world may see Venezuela as a collapsed state, what it is in reality is an occupied one. Our territory, our natural resources, and our institutions have been overrun by hostile foreign powers. Iranian militias, Chinese corporations, Russian intelligence, all exploiting our country with impunity. Venezuela is no longer just a local crisis. It is now a geopolitical threat that endangers the entire Western Hemisphere. It has become a launch pad for an authoritarian expansion in the Americas.
Yeah, very explicit. We give thanks for the collapse of dictator Maduro.
Jiru,
go ahead.
I've seen news that Trump is going for the Mexican president now.
That
was just 10 minutes ago.
Huh?
That was just 10 minutes ago. I've seen it. It was being played.
That guy does not bluff.
Lakini I think hata kama mtu anaweza kuwa apendi Trump, lakini huyo jamaa he does not bluff bwana. Kwambia atakuja.
Ele was asking me here, why is he not going for Mexico? He cannot get the answer. You go for easy target because Mexico is much complex than Venezuela because of closeness and the drug traffickers in Mexico are more complex. So sijui kama Bwana Joseph umeona movies za madrugs, movies zote za madrugs zinakuanga na Mexican drug lords.
Mexico ni kunoma. The cartel, there is 3 cartels in Mexico. There is the Cali cartel, and mingi. There's so many cartels.
So wacha watu wapone bana. Trump is not repeating. Unajua Trump is a blessing. So hii miaka yake ine wacha atoatoe chafu ile ambaye anaweza toa, because we are not assured of any other guy like Trump. Any guy who can be. I'm not sure even Trump. I'm not sure if America will be able to get another president like this one.
But what I think about Trump is one thing. Trump is the only person who can bring America to the last glory, to the lost glory they had. Because if you look at the situation that is happening, in terms of Biden, you could hear North Korea ikitishatishia sana. Have you ever heard of late stories about North Korea? So I think Trump always brings. Unajua jamaa ikwambia
ile movie inasemangwa dead man walking.
I think
nani Bwana Joseph, have you heard of that movie Dead Man Walking?
Yeah.
So don't talk of the symbol of weakness. In any case, we believe that guy did not win the election. Huyu aliwekelewa hapo na wale puppets walikuwa wanataka kutudunga mashindano. In fact, huyo jamaa aliletwa hapo juu ya COVID. Wacha hata kunikasirisha bwana. Go ahead.
Unajua Jiru, when I talk naendaga polepole juu najuaga wewe unakuaga a strong supporter of Trump. But one thing you can clearly say, even though whatever you take about him invading Venezuela.
Joseph, even if I'm a strong supporter of that dude, it doesn't mean that I don't listen. Mimi nasikiliza vizuri sana. The problem is when you are coming to block me from not supporting him. Hiyo ndio inanisikiliza vibaya. You know, kama sasa like Ellie feels bad when he knows that I'm supporting that guy. Hiyo kitu inakasirisha Ere sana. Like Ere anataka tu nikuwe in the vacuum. I don't know.
You know what happens? One thing, even if we support what Trump did Venezuela, what Trump is doing, one thing is certain, that guy, when he says something, he's determined to do it. And he will do it. So even if we come here and we get angry whether he did what or did what, already he has removed Maduro as the president of Venezuela. And we are going to see who's next in the chopping list. Because even he had talked about Tanzania. Sawa Tanzania ilikuwa imeongelewa hapo. And I think we are waiting for Uganda 15 tusikie vile na yeye atasema, he has said he's going to remove.
At least uzuri wa Mzae, he follows the threat. Najua hata sasa Samia Suluhu kanajikojolea pale kako. Kanajua unajua nini wanaangalia? Mzae does not bluff by the. And let me tell you, we have hii miaka 3 imebaki ya Mzae is a long walk. Bwana Joseph, hii miaka 3 imebaki ya Mzae. It's a long walk. Go ahead.
And I know truly, mimi nitakwambia ukweli, mimi naona next nani pia anaenda. Huyu mzee karibu hapa, huyu hii jina inaanza na Iran. Naona pia yeye ni kama wanampangia kabaya. Huyu mzee anaitwa Trump. I don't think even Biden had the guts like how this guy has. Najua even when you could see him even among the peers of his presidency likes, ungemuona tu vile alikuwa na behavior, but this guy is totally different. Even the way he was perceived even after he entered. Unajua hata nilikuwa nasikia Saudi Arabia, they were not in good terms with the Biden presidency, but after he entered, you saw things changing. I think this guy is somehow people, ninaona watu wakisema ni madman. So maybe they perceive him, huyu jamaa is a madman, he can do anything.
Joseph, do you know the reason when a president is not thinking about sex, that is what happens. When the president is thinking about strategy. Sasa kuna viongozi wengine hapa sijui even kwa military sijui what is male, what is female. So when the president is strategic and he is thinking about safeguarding a nation, na ongea historia hii ujinga sijui LGBT sijui nini, let me show you what happened. Ni kuonesha the reason why America was collapsing. Let me show you the reason why America was collapsing.
Goody amesema ma trumpet.
Let me show you. Unajua, wacha niwekee hizi vitu sasa ili mujue. Wacha niwekee hizi. Huyu mtu anaitwa ngoja, nataka kuwekea sasa hapa.
Hata wewe ni trumpet.
This was happening 4 years ago.
Not a definition for the word woman.
Tulia kidogo. Unajua hizi
Can
vitu
you provide a definition for the word woman?
Can I provide a definition?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Yeah.
I can't.
You can't?
Not in
Okay.
this context.
Joseph.
Yeah.
Sijui kama unaelewa huyo mama ameulizwa swali gani hapo?
By the way, what I hated about left, unajua kwa nini mimi supporting left? Once I was supporting the left wing, but nowadays I don't support. Me hata nimekuwa neutral because the left wing, my friend, they have so much idealistic ideas that even you can go and put tampons for boys in bathrooms. Other things even you wonder, if boys are going to share the same toilets with girls. Unashindwa, who came up with this stupid laws and they are taking them to school?
Huyu ni mtu, during that regime, he was made a Supreme Court judge. Huyu mama, hii ilikuwa interview ya kukuwa Supreme Court judge. Listen, ili ujue sasa, uniambie regime kama hii hata Venezuela ingewezana nayo. Listen.
Can you provide a definition for the word woman?
Can I provide a definition?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Yeah.
I can't.
You can't?
Not in
Okay.
this context.
So
I'm not a
the
biologist.
meaning of the word woman is so unclear and controversial that you can't give me a definition?
Senator, in my work as a judge, what I do is I address disputes. If there's a dispute about a definition, people make arguments, and I look at the law and I decide. So I'm not.
The fact that you can't give me a straight answer about something as fundamental as what a woman is underscores the dangers of the kind of progressive education that we are hearing about.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks for watching. If you like this video, check out these other videos.
That is a woman who is, let me ask you a question, because that is a Supreme Court judge, Bwana Joseph. He cannot say who a woman is. Akiletewa mwanaume ama mwanamke, atasema ana judge nini?
You know, that's why I told you that is where we differed with the left wing. Na nikaachana nayo kabisa, because so you could see.
You think those are people who can even know when the world is collapsing? Are those
you know,
who can even plan anything? How
you know the problem? You know the problem
with a woman, because when some people when we are trying to fight some other useless political fronts, wanatuambia sisi ni chuki. Ni sisi chuki tuko nayo. Na sasa kuna mtu anataka sasa tufuate hao.
And the problem is hao watu ndio unataka kuwapeleka wa serve in the military.
Now,
in other places of security. In other places of security. Wewe ukienda kushikwa hapo juu unaulizwa can I address you as it? Unajua anasemaga you address you as it. Hakuna kuaddress kama he or she. So that is where I by the way I fell out with these left wingers. And if you look at how they have made the country to be, it has been a state of where even talking about something, it's inakaa kama ni ukiongea hata kitu yoyote hata kuhusu anything like gender or something, unaonekana you are bashed out, you are highly hata by the way ilikuwa imefika pahali hata sasa si mambo na racism, sasa imekuwa ni mambo na identity yako, if you are a man, if you are a woman, even it is going into schools. You know, I felt it even wrong. Yani mpaka watoto wanaambiwa ati watakuwa kifunzo ati wewe una sex, ati ufai kusema he or she, ati you are supposed to be saying kusalimia unasema ati it, you describe yourself as it. These things, hii ndio kwanza ilifanya nikapoteana sana na the left wing, kwa sababu the things that they are saying does not add value to American fabric of what they try to do. But I think that's why I'm saying sometimes sasa nikiona the people who are going to come in these positions, nasemaga hata afadhali sasa ikuwe ni hiyo right wing, kwa sababu kama watu ndio bado wataendelea kuruli hii dunia na ndio wanatuambia tukue na and they were pushing the agenda. Usisahau Jiru, they push the agenda even to us. They were pushing the agendas to everybody in the world. And it's unfortunate for them it did not go as they planned, because this agenda and
I'm a right winger to the core. Sio kwa vitu zingine. Mimi kuna ujinga siwezi hata sikiliza. I'm a right winger to the core. Ile yani mimi hata ukinikata hivi damu yangu ni right wing. Mbaya sana. Because right wing we only think of progress and human prosperity. You jinga ingine sijui emotions sijui nini, you can be this, you can be that, you can kana kabisa.
Sasa mimi hiyo ndio inafanya tunapoteana. Mimi hiyo kwanza ilifanya tukapoteana mpaka Obama for a long time.
In America, left wing will not easily get power again. Come on, if they unless they align. That's an announcement I have to tell you here. They think Americans are not understanding, my friend. As long as wako na hiyo ujinga sijui hawajua wanaume ni nini na nini, they should forget power.
Sasa Kenya nani left wing? Who is the left wing in Kenya? The left wing in Kenya ni nani?
Left wing Kenya ni wale wanatuibia ujinga sasa. Hiyo ndio left wing. Akina Ruto hiyo ndio left wing sasa. Economic plundering, hiyo ni left wing, because they don't care about people, they care about themselves. Sasa akina Ruto sasa hiyo ndio left wing sasa ya Kenya. Na lazima tuingoe. And we are declaring very serious war on Ruto. Yeah, we are declaring very serious war on Ruto. Now, and Bwana Joseph, let me tell you, and this is one of the declaration which we are even making it in our show hapa. If you cannot understand geopolitics, unasikia mtu vitu zingine anaongea about America and Europe, and you cannot intertwine that even with Kenya, you are a sick person. We will even stop discussing with you. Unasikia mtu akisema I am things are good, sijui nini, or maybe this is wrong. Like, we cannot be able to separate evil in some of the places we are, but we are very easy to say the evil in Kenya. Na hapana, mimi yani sijasema ati mimi nataka consensus. I don't want consensus. Wewe endelea kurarua vile unararua hapo, because I know you get fun of in fact you are very happy ukiona you are charging me. I know, and see ati sijui, you feel very proud when you see me.
But you know, Jiru, this one even has been voiced out kwa media. Unajua media is the one who is making things to go very bad. Media has damaged the fabric of our society. Media is very dangerous.
But you see, you are not supposed to focus on the media. You are supposed to focus on your intellectual thinking and asking yourself, does this make sense?
But Jiru, how are we going to receive our news if we are not going to hear them from the media? For example, news about other countries.
I'm just asking you a question. Yvonne Ukwara or Jeff Koinange. Is Jeff Koinange clever than you? So that Jeff Koinange should be making decisions for you. I'm talking Jeff Koinange or Yuri Gishuru, who is a famous TV anchor, you know.
No. I'm talking for Kenyans. For Kenyans, I'm saying okay. I know the right. I know in Kenya, I know the right and the wrongs, and I know how the media. But I'm saying about countries which are far from us. But you miss US or Jiru. So when I want to receive this kind of, but you know, if you have your head, I know, because I always know where the media is. But there's somebody who does not know about these things.
Media ni kama hii. Now this one is a media. Lakini CNN, akina NTV, Citizen, those are not media. Those are platforms of manipulation.
That's why I'm saying they are the ones who have ndio wameeneza hii puzi yote.
So once you understand the TV as a platform for manipulation, you will know that you need alternative. That's why, like in America, they are talking of alternative sources of information. Alternative sources of information, because media is not a source of information. Media is a source of brainwashing. Eli anakuja hapa anasema I'm brainwashed, and I think Eli needs to meet with a brainwashed person. Maybe he is the one who is brainwashed. I want Eli to meet with a brainwashed person. Ataacha kusema hivyo, anasema I'm brainwashed. Go ahead, Bwana Joseph.
So mimi nimesema kuhusu right wing Kenya, umesema ni Kasongo. Left wing ni Kasongo.
Yeah, left wing ni Kasongo. Left wing ni Kasongo. Huyo Kasongo ni left wing ndani. And by the way, any person who supports Kasongo ni left wing. Na kama uko Marekani ama Europe and you support left wing, hata wewe nitasema wewe ni pro Kasongo. There is no way in which you can separate Kasongo and left wing, because economic plundering. Truth. There's no way in which you cannot understand how the Western economies are working, and you fail to understand. You can understand the Western problem, and you cannot understand the Kenyan problem. Or you can understand the Kenyan problem and you're not understanding the Western problem. So, Bwana Eli akuja hapa. So I don't blame him too much. Delusion is okay. You can be deluded. Hiyo haina shida. You can be brainwashed. So na Bwana Eli tutaendelea kukuongelesha. I know Eli will change. It is a matter of time. It's a matter of time. Eli will change. It's a matter of time. Sawa, niliwaona lakini he did not agree with him on anything. Donald Trump does not agree on the reg.
But also unafaa ujibu mwambie hata kama alimuona na Ruto. Did you see VP Vance coming to Kenya? He cancelled the whole itinerary.
Hey, Hapana, unajua sasa ukianzia kusema ni centrist hiyo nitaogopa kidogo, unajua because centrist pretend to be half. Hapana.
Nimesema ni left wing. They hugged.
Unajua centrist somehow they gravitate to us sometimes. So ukisema hivyo ni kama unataka kukaribisha Kasongo. Hapana, Kasongo ni left wing.
Anakuambia they hugged.
Forget about that. That was for the optics for that day. They did not really do any deal. And we are very well versed with information. Kasongo days are numbered. So, Kasongo days are numbered. And in good year, of course. So ndio nakwambia Kasongo ni left wing. So Bwana Joseph, maneno mingi ukisikia mtu sijui anasema sijui. And by the way, that is why you see like saa zingine we come here and disagree on some issues. But I don't also Bwana Joseph nikuulize, because you always tell me you're also away from our country. But why would you want good things in the country which you are there? No, sorry. Why would you want good things in Kenya, but where you are there, you don't want good things to happen there? And that's where your livelihood is there now.
No, you would definitely like good things everywhere you are, because even here I am. If you lack good things where you are, how are you going to grow even the good things in your country?
Sasa kuna watu unasikia all the time because of the hatred they have for our general Mr. Donald J. Trump. Wanachukia huyo jamaa sana to the extent unasikia like they hate anything American. Wanachukia kitu yote American, wanachukia mpaka sasa unasikia sasa like hiyo kitu inatoka with a lot of hatred simply because huyo jamaa umpendi, because ni chuki ya kupewa. Like for example, Bwana Joseph, let me ask you those guys who hate Donald Trump, including this Eddie here. Hebu nikuulize, Eddie alifanywa what did Trump do to Eddie?
Lakini unajua Jiru, businessmen hawapendwi na kila mtu. Unajua Trump was a businessman and the ideas he always
I don't deny, but you nauliza
they are very business wise.
Wale majamaa wanachukia Trump, nataka hapa leo waniambie huyo jamaa mnamchukianga kwa nini? No,
by the sijamchukia. I don't hate him. I really like his attitude and all that he does for his people. By the way, jamaa anapenda nchi yake. To say the truth, nchi yake anapenda because I hope ni Kasongo alikuwa amefanya hizi mambo.
Unajua Joseph, it is just like the way unaniona napenda bibi yangu sana, unaanzia kuniambia huyu jamaa si mzuri. Ati sababu naenda nimeshikana na bibi yangu mikono. Tunaenda tumeshikana na mikono, tumeshikana.
Sasa si afadhali wale wanashikana mikono kule kwa ule anapigwa black eye anavaa ma glasses usiku. Unaona ule anapigwa black eye anavaa glasses usiku. Si afadhali wale wanaenda wameshikana mikono. So me, I've never seen any problem with Trump. By the way, if he's and address the problems of the plight of the people of US, that is good. This is the president of US. Kwa nini asiendeleze mambo yake mzuri ya watu wa US? If you have a Kasongo, ambia Kasongo aendeleze mambo mzuri ya nchi. Aje kutuambia mambo ya Singapore. By the way, angekuwa anatuambia mambo ya Singapore, kama angekuwa anapenda Kenya angekuwa anatuambia how will make Kenya great again. Hata tungekuwa tunasikia make Kenya great again.
Joseph, unajua kuna kitu niliambia watu hapa na ni kama amunielewi. Do you know that mimi najaza gari yangu hapa full tank na ngiri 5 ya Kenya? Something I could not do last year. No, Joseph, you know our Kenyan economy. A good sedan vehicle. Unaweza jaza na ngiri 5 mafuta. Full tank.
Nani? Haiwezi. In our country. In our country cannot.
How much money do you need to do a full tank in a car?
8,000 and above. 8,000 and above. 8,000 depends on the vehicle. Yeah.
Right now in America, I'm doing a full tank at 5,000 Kenyan shilling.
But I have a problem with Anne when he says Trump means we have our data. Sindio. The problem is not Trump. Who sold for him the data? You should go for the main person who is selling the data. And we know him. If he sold the data, we should go for him.
Let me tell you. Unaona, let me tell you, Bwana Joseph, kuna kitu anaelewi hapa. You see, hata nikinunua shamba yako, nikubakishe bila shamba, mimi nimenunua, I have no problem. Because I did not buy your land. Hebu nikuulize Joseph, because unajua huko kwetu tunauza mashamba sana. Na saa zingine, and have you ever seen that saa zingine ukinunua shamba ya mtu, yule mtu ambaye umenunua shamba yake, they end up hating you, and to some extent hata wakisema huku wamalizia pesa.
Na hata saa zingine karibu mpaka waanze kukuitania kwa chief na nini na ukusumbua mpaka na mambo mingi sana. And
to some extent wakati ulikuwa unanunua hiyo shamba hata huko unajua ni wao walikuitia. Ndio kama uko hard way. No ugure.
Kwanza Embu kuna hiyo ujinga Njiru. Embu.
Yeah, so mtu anakuitia shamba yake, you invest your eye and sweat money, unalipa yeye, and then he starts saying ulimugonga. And he invited you for negotiation. What do I mean with that? I love Kenya very much, as I love America and any other place where I would live. But when my leaders do stupid decisions, I have to sound it. No one told Kenya to sell their data. In fact, wao ndio walienda huko Amerika wakaambia Amerika na tuko na kitu iko hapa mnaweza tununulia. They went auctioning our data. So who is the problem the buyer or the seller? Kenya had hebu nikuulize Bwana Joseph, hiyo data ya Kenya, was it sold at gunpoint?
And then also not even about also selling. What did they receive after selling? So it means they were going to sell the data if they received money. They got money for that data, and that money which they got, most of it is going to their pockets.
And maybe it was their proposal. Walienda maybe wakasikia maybe America is in need of data. Siju kama I know Joseph, you know how saa zingine how business ideas come. Unaweza pale usikie mtu akisema this is how business ideas come. This is how business ideas come. By the way, natafuta naielezea in this good context ili watu waielewe. For example, ng'ombe ikitaka kuuzwa pahali inaanzianga aje? Igiona kang'ombe hardway no ngure. Nikaona kang'ombe pahali naweza nunua. That's how it starts. Naweza nunua. So then tukikaa unasikia sasa watu wasema, by the way, unataka kuuza ng'ombe yako? Si Njiro amekuwa akitafuta ng'ombe. Si upigie Njiro saa hii na nani anauza ng'ombe yake. Sijui I hope Joseph you understand how that. No, this is what happened. Sasa America is somewhere in a meeting. Then America wanasema, by the way, if we can be able to get a country which is willing to give us their medical data, we can think about it. Unasikia sasa? It is America somewhere. Some American guys somewhere, they are saying that if we can know of a country which is ready to give us a good record of their medical data, we can discuss business with them. Then sasa naye Kasongo anasikia hiyo akiwa somewhere.
Hiyo ni biashara ya kesho, inafanyika kesho. Tuifanye sasa. Now even another thing to add, Jirwe, because Anna anasema hivyo about data tuliuza. Does she not remember ile wakati walikuwa wanaskaniwa macho? Who was selling the data? Was it the government? Kila mtu alikuwa anajiuzia data. You remember when people walikuwa wanaskaniwa macho na wanapatiwa was it 10,000 ama zilikuwa 5,000? I remember vividly, hata ijaisha mwaka ama ni miaka 2 imepita. Watu walikuwa wanaenda pale Kencom, unauza data yako, unapaka sky lens ya nini, mpaka wengine walienda at Senate kusema ati sijui macho yao ilipotea. So me what I can say selling of data, I think vile umesema kuhusu biashara, mtu anakuja anaangalia business idea, unaangalia Na si tunaweza kwanza kama hivi tunataka kuweka pesa to campaign because you know this money is not going to anywhere. Hizi pesa zinaenda ndizo mtakuja kumwagiwa huko za hizo makampeni zinakuja. He knows it will not be an easy battle for him. So lazima atafute hizi pesa in any ways. So anaona na kuna kabiashara kameiva. Kwanza wanasemaga ni keru. Sio mnasemaga ni keru. Asi akisema hapa sasa tutatoa if he never got any money for that I can say clearly say na kweli huyu jamaa labda it was under coerce or something and maybe they told him about some, but if they got the money and the money even itself we have not seen it doing what they said they had intended. Hiyo siwezi kasema ati US walitafuta tu vile mtu atauzia data na watu walisema watapeana data, so it's as simple as that. Government iko na makosa, ilisema itapeana data. He did not even give us public participation. Walikuja kutuuliza kama tunataka data ipeano. They never even ask us about public participation. Na hiyo ndio ina happen na hizi vitu zote nchini tunaongea kuhusu. Unajua hizi vitu ukiongea unaweza kaona ziko
ni kama Alexis alikuwa hapo Kenya ikipeana. According to Alexis, it is taken through the gun. Ati ona hiyo comment ya Alexis hapo. Ndio hiyo. Alexis anasema ati ni upeane ama ichukuliwe.
Hapana, hawezi chukua hiyo. Kuna vitu lakini hata wangeichukua kwa force lakini watuondolee Kasongo singekuwa sawa. Hiyo hata tungesema ni fair trade. Hiyo tungesema ni fair deal.
Mko na ujuaji mingi. Sasa kweli. And then put all that perspective with a love of money. Na venye Ruto anapenda pesa. Si unajua Jose?
Yeah?
Can you put the appetite of Ruto with money? Ruto atatangoja umuulize. Will even Ruto wait for you to put pressure on him? Ruto ni mtu wa kungojea ati ni utupe data ama we give you sanction.
Nani? He does not even care about those. Naambia mimi sanction. Yeye even don't care pesa.
Ati Ruto ati angoje, it is you either give us your data or we sanction you. Ruto.
Me where I knew that guy is dangerous. Tulipatiwa fertilizer lakini hiyo fertilizer ilipigwa bei Jiru. Hiyo fertilizer ilikuwa inapigwa bei, mnaambiwa ati fertilizer imekuja ni affordable. Kumbe ni fertilizer mlipewa bure inapigwa bei. And then you say that guy ati you can trust him hata mpaka na vitu za data na nini. That guy I cannot trust him with anything. Hata si mimi hata by the way, let me tell you the damages that have been done to our country. Hazitakuwa rahisi kurudisha. They need some scrutiny. Ni mambo mbaya sana imefanywa Kenya. Mambo mbaya. Hata tujui nini zimepatianwa. Tutajua hata aje hizi PP. Wana hizi PP wanasema wanapeana hizi PP za kujenga hizi mabarabara. Utajua nini imewekwa kwa mnanda.
Bwana Joseph, you cannot be trained how to negotiate. And hiyo word unasikianga ikitumika in the world of business is very true. There is a very serious one, FUCK. In business, ukikaa vibaya unafanywa hiyo kitu. FUCK. ED. I know Joseph, you know what in the world of business is very cruel. And if you negotiate for us, no one takes care of you. So if Ruto went to the US and proposed we have idle data somewhere which we are not even using it. Let me tell you how Ruto negotiated with our data. Ruto alienda hapo kwa Trump, ile tu walikuwa wamesimama hapo. We mudhuri. Ni kama kuna mtu ameniambia na hapo ati we need of data bwana. Hiyo kitu bwana, after hii mkutano tuongee bwana. Hiyo usiende bwana, tuongee hata ukikuja na around 10 billion hivi tunaweza ongea. Wewe kuja bwana. Bwana, nimesikia unataka data, usiende hata Uganda ama Tanzania, sisi tuko nayo.
Na Njiru unajua Njiru unaongea kama ni jokes hivyo, inaweza kuwa ndivyo hizi PP za barabara ya kuenda Nakuru zimenegotiatiwa. Akaenda akasema wewe Buda, hapa tunakuaga na ocean fulani inaitagwa Naivasha hapa. Tukishindwa kulipa hii mnaweza kuja mwanze kufanya uvuvi huku. tuweze kuwalipa pesa ama mnaweza tumia ile ya Mombasa pale ama
msitupitishe pesa mnapeleka Gambia. Msitupitishie pesa mnapeleka. Sijui kama Bwana Joseph unaonanga saa zingine vile the way we negotiate maembe kwa soko. Ndukahetukizie pesa. Si unasikia vile Wakikuyu anaongea? Ndukahetukizie pesa. Usinipitishe pesa sababu upeleke pengine. Ninunulie.
Jiru cheka tu. Jiru nakwambia cheka tu. Wewe utajisikiria hiyo mambo itafichuka. Unaona after huyu jamaa ametoka. Ile mambo itafichuka.
Hebu sikia. Ruto kako pale kanasema tafadhali tununulie. Chukueni hii data yetu. Tuchukueni. Basi na kama hamtaki yetu, chukueni nusu yetu na kama mnataka kwenda Uganda mchukue hiyo ingine.
Anasema nusu yetu ama anasema paka sasa Uganda niko nayo iko tayari, market iko tayari, niko na yetu na nikuongezee discount ya Uganda na ukitaka nusu ya Tanzania tutaleta ikiwa kwa uniambie. Wacha nikwambie, Jiru wechekeni tu hapa. Acha nimwambie ile kitu mtakuja kurealize. Huyu jamaa akiondoka hapo, ile mambo itakuwa imefanyika hii nchi. Ni Mungu tu anajua. Kwa sababu mimi wacha nikwambie hizo PEP hazipeanagu hivyo Jiru. Hazipeanagu hivyo. Hakuna mtu kupatia pesa yako hivyo. Pesa yake hivyo ati akuja atengeneze na ajue atarecover hiyo pesa aje.
Yeah, of course. And I don't fault America for taking advantage of Kenya.
Utapata mpaka wewe Jiru uliuzwa. Ukaambiwa wewe sasa wale tuko na assets za watu wanafanya kazi nje.
If we have unpatriotic leaders, if we don't have let me tell you by the way, Bwana Joseph, I will not fault America for taking advantage of Kenya if my leaders are not ready to defend me. Because the reason why we have a president is so that that president can think for us and he can act in utmost faith for us. Kiongozi wangu anafaa kunitetea. Kiongozi wangu anafaa kukua akitumia brain yake to do the right thing for me. That is who a leader is. A leader should be doing the right thing for me. My leader should not be making my country to be raped and gotten advantage. So saa zingine wakati when you hear somebody like Donald Trump saying people from Middle East, Saudi Arabia, they are raping our country, he is not speaking the wrong thing. He wants to see his country also benefiting from some of the deals which they are doing with some of these people. So if my president is not ready to negotiate for me, na yeye kazi yake ni he is just short change. Akienda kuongea na Chinese, we are short change. Akiongea na Russians, we are short change. Akiongea na Americans, we are short change.
Daniel anakuambia hapo.
We will never have a deal where tutakuwa tunasema we negotiated well.
Hebu soma kile Daniel anakuambia hapo Jumini, nimekuwa nikikwambia hizi mambo. Ndio usione kama sielewi kile ninasema.
Yeah,
mambo mtakuja kuzijua tu baadaye. You come to know it. Utakuja kuzijua tu baadaye.
He took a loan using State House Road and recently using Mama Ngina land in Taita. Kwani Mama Ngina alimpea title?
Si wali usinileta noma usikii noma ya hiyo shamba.
In Taita. Think what he has taken using Kenya. Okay. Daniel,
nakwambia baya kumaliza hapo nyinyi watu wataelewa.
Tutam. Let me tell you, in fact, any person who is supporting two-term, yu jinga ya Ruto, na kusikiliza maneno ya Singapore, those are people who they need to be separated from the same society. Au si watu hata wanafaa kukua wakisikilizwa na watu. In fact, mimi one of my New Year's resolution, you know me, I'm a very cool, very uncool person saa zingine. One of my New Year's resolution, if you are my friend, Facebook, wherever, na wewe ni mtu wa two-term, I'm blocking them. That is my New Year resolution.
Na uanze na ule hasibu wako wa jadi. Unajua ninaonaga ule hasibu. Anakasirika sana.
Huyu wa kukula, huyu anaposting maneno ya kukula.
Wa Epsos.
Huyu wa eating well. Eating well.
Na ni kwa nini hao watu wanafananaga hivi, wale watu wanasapoti two-term? Wanakaga tu watu wamejiachilia, hata huwezi elewa bwana.
That man we have been doing so many political commentation in Embu town. Kuna kahoteli tulikuwa tunapatananga naye na tunakaa hapo tunaongea sana.
Mlikuwa mnapatana Essos? Essos inaitwa Essos.
Hotels na tunaongea sana. But now you see he always used to think like I'm an idiot. So incidentally he was surprised kuona si support Ruto. Hey? So when I was Tongoria. So you were surprised to hear that I'm not supporting Ruto because unajua they are those small people wanapoa tu pesa kidogo and they change their region. So when we're in a political commentation and I'm not supporting Ruto, he was shocked. You know,
sasa pesa ni ya club ya kwenda Hotel Elsos.
Sasa kazi yake ni kwenda kupewa chakula ya bure. Advertising food in the name of eating well, and his work is just kazi yake ni kutembea sijui na akina Mbarire na akina nani. But you see some of us we are bigger than that. Kile Mungu anatupeanga kikuwe ni kidogo ni kikubwa, we are comfortable. And that is why part of the reason why they have decided even to attack us na kutuita gays, because siku hizi wananiita gay. Wananiambia niliolewa na mwanaume Mmarekani hapa. It is because we have already defeated them in the action.
Hiyo dawa yake ni mimi. Hiyo dawa yake inakuwa mimi. Sijui kama wewe kuona mimi. Dawa yake mimi ni ongelesha.
The other day aliniita gay na nikasema sitaongea mingi. But nikasema little knowledge is very dangerous. So yeye huyu according to him he thinks any person who is opposing Ruto is a gay. Nitamkuta kesho, lazima nimkute. Dawa yake inakuwa mimi, nitakutana na yeye kesho. Hebu cheza au ka video naambiwa na ni hapo ni Yusuf. Cheza au ka video. Kadame Kalamu. What is that?
Kadem Kalamu, women representative wa Lamu. Sijui kwa nini kucheza hiyo video leo.
What happened to her?
She was done alionyeshwa marvelous. She was done marvelous working leo.
Amepigwa na watu.
She was done marvelous. Hebu weka tu utaiojionea. Sijui kwa nini uongei ama hujaona incidents za leo. I think you are not there.
Unajua I thought
bwana leo kulikuwa kuna waka moto bwana.
By my man bwana.
Leo kulikuwa kuna waka moto. I think you need to put hata kuna pahali niona Gudi ya pahali akiwa amekasirika sana akisema Wanga and Junet out. Ilikuwa kumnoma sana leo.
Safety after chanting to, hey, hallelujah. These are the news we want, brother. Unatutajia one time kitu gani nini tutam kitu gani?
Hebu cheza hizo clips juu kuna clips mingi sana. Clips ni mingi sana hapo mpaka ya Sifuna leo. Sifuna kwanza ameakisha moto sana, walikuwa na Gashagu.
Wacha tusikie huyu mama. Okay, tumemaliza maneno ya Trump official. Now you are happy. Yeah.
Thank you muno Mheshimiwa Munyoro kwa familia ya rafiki yangu Bazenga. Na kwanza nasema pole kwa kumpoteza mama. Najua mama ni kitengo muhimu sana katika familia. Langu ni kuwaomba tafadhali wewe na ndugu zako muendelee kushirikiana, muendelee kukutana. Hivyo ndivyo mama angependelea akiwa bingoni. Mimi ni mama county kutoka Lamu County. Na ni moigwa jetagwo Muthoni. Na nie nyumete kuria Lamu de musagore ta mutongoria. Na originally aciari akwa maumite haha guku Murang'a haria Maragwa. Mutikihurira makofi tondu wakwa ndi wanyu. Gugaga uguo niguo ndimwire atiriri. Mimi nimependezwa sana na barabara zenu. Barabara zenu ni lami. Wacha niwaambie kwetu ni mashimo, kwetu hakuna barabara. Mimi nimefurahishwa na stima mko nayo hapa. Nyinyi watu wa Mount Kenya West. Haki ya Mungu nimekuja kurealize sisi wa Kikuyu, naomba mnisikize, mtanisikiza. Nyinyi wa Kikuyu wa Mount Kenya West, Mungu anajua sisi wa Kikuyu wa diaspora hatufanani na nyinyi. Shida zenu sio kama shida zetu. Ingawa wazazi wetu walitoka huku, nyinyi unaonekana mshafika Singapore. Na mimi kama Muthoni, mshafika Singapore nyinyi. Mimi kama Muthoni, mimi nawaambia mimi sio wa one term, mimi ni wa two term kwa sababu mimi Muthoni ni wa two term. Na ni wa two term. I'm the only.
Wani kumeharibika mara moja.
Gojea Jiru bado gojea.
One statement
gojea bado.
Bwana Joseph, kwani alitusi wakunga?
Bado unajua unaonea wakati ya nyuma. I wish ungekuwa na video uangalie, ilikuwa inaonyesha pale mbele. Alikuwa amefinywa. I wish ungekuwa na video pale mbele uone vile palikuwa panaendelea.
Itabidi tutafute. Yaani
itafute hiyo video pale mbele uone kama utapata video inacheza pale.
Maneno inaisha hivyo mara moja.
Hebu ende uangalie video iko pale mbele uone.
Ngoja tutafute.
Thank you muno Mheshimiwa Munyoro kwa familia ya rafiki yangu Bazenga. Na kwanza nasema pole kwa kumpoteza mama. Najua mama ni kitengo muhimu sana katika familia. Langu ni kuwaomba tafadhali wewe na ndugu zako muendelee kushirikiana, muendelee kukutana. Hivyo ndivyo mama angependelea akiwa Bengoni. Mimi ni mama county kutoka Lamu County.
Enda mbele.
Niko demwere aterere. Mimi nayo hapa. Nyinyi watu wa Mount Kenya, Wakikuyu wa Mount Kenya West. Mungu anajua sisi Wakikuyu wa diaspora hatufanani na nyinyi. Shida zenu sio kama shida zetu. Ingawa wazazi wetu walitoka huku, nyinyi unaonekana mshafika Singapore. Na mimi kama Muthoni, mshafika Singapore nyinyi. Mimi kama Muthoni, mimi nawaambia mimi sio wa one term, mimi ni wa two term kwa sababu mimi Muthoni ni wa two term. Na ni wa two term. I'm the only.
Jiru hii unacheka hapo kando.
Inaonesha nyuma. I don't know.
Unaambiwa forward, there is another video. Kuna video fulani, sijui kama forward mbele, kuna fulani ilikuwa inaonyeshana mbele. Hebu forward uone kama utaona mbele Jiru.
Nasema tu kinawaka. No.
Hebu forward mbele kidogo Jiru. Hebu forward mbele uone kama utaona wakati ya side ya mbele. Mbele kabisa. Enda tu mbele.
Security, get out of the tent. Security, all of you, get out of the tent. Forget on the podium.
kulikuwa kunoma. Na acha hiyo tu, kuna ingine bado ya Karen Nyamu aliyoko baridi leo.
Get out of the podium, please.
Ndiye huyu.
Mpaka akasema anapenda Gachagua, alikuwa na miss Gachagua.
Please, tumia hekima. Karibu sana.
Aliamua nitumie hekima.
Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Mwathani agoshwo. Atongoria kanitha. Your Excellency, the second Deputy President of Kenya, Governor Kang'ata, na atongoria othe aria megũkũ ũmũthĩ, nĩndamũgeithia. Mimi naitwa Karen Nyamu. Mimi ni nominated senator pale Nairobi, na Bazenga ni mtoto wetu. Oyo ne wito, na ndio umeona niko hapa. Na hakuna vile hii ghafla ingeendelea kama mimi siko hapa. Na yeye anajua vizuri nimetoka nje leo usiku ama leo asubuhi. Wakati nilisikia hii maneno, nilimpigia simu na nikatuma msumari yangu, sababu sisi ni ndugu na dada. Asanteni sana. Sisi pale Nairobi tunaishi kama ndugu na dada. Si umeona Sakaja ametuma timu yake yote hapa, hata county secretary, na ni competitor wake. Na tusiseme huyu atakuwa governor Mkikuyu Nairobi. Hapana, huyu ni governor, atakuwa wa Nairobi yote. Amewaambia Embakasi North amechaguliwa na watu wote. Phase 5, phase 4 kumejaa Wajaluo. Sairo nimemuona hapa ni MCA Mkisii wa Embakasi North. Mahali tulichagua huyu kijana huyu last born wa Nairobi, Nyoix. Mahali tumeweka Nyoix kulikuwa Mkamba. Si ndio? Kwa hivyo huyu msimchomee kwa kumuita governor Mkikuyu, mtamchomea. Museme governor wa Kanairo, Deputy President wa pili wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Mimi unajua nilikuwa rafiki yako. Na niye hakoa. Jarie hakoa. Mimi ukumiss. Na hata naangalianga video za zamani pahale tulikuwa tunafanya kazi vizuri pamoja. Haki ya Mungu, naona vile unaongea, vile ulikuwa umenyorosha mambo. Nasema natamani kama mambo ingeendelea hivyo. Lakini kwa sababu mambo iko vile iko hapo saa hizi, mimi sitasema mimi ni wapi, lakini si mnajua tu. Na tukiwa pande tofauti, mkiwa hiyo pande
amejificha, unaona Joseph hapo amejificha bwana. Hapo amejificha.
Na nakwambia leo kulikuwa kuna waka moto Njiru. Sasa hujasikiza Sifuna.
Huku ni wapi?
Sifuna hebu sikiza Sifuna akimalizia.
No. Lazima kiwaje hivyo.
Hebu sikiza Sifuna. Kwa sababu Sifuna aliasha moto. Sifuna.
Is it the same?
And you know Sifuna ni alimalizia kuongea kwa masenators.
Okay,
senators wote walikuwa, because kulikuwa na senator Nyotu, kulikuwa na senator huyu wa Murango, Kirinyaga huyu Murango, kulikuwa na senator Karungo Dhang'wa, lakini walisema wote wanapatia senator Sifuna kwa sababu ni minority whip kwa senate, ni yeye mkubwa wao. Sifuna naye akamalizia Sifuna alimalizia kabisa. So today leo imekuwa sijui kwa nini huko ona hizi mambo Njiru. Kwani ulikuwa wapi?
No bana, I was in Caracas.
I thought even you watch these things. Ndio nilikuwa nadhani uliziona, mimi nilikuwa nadhania
today wacha Sifuna ongea. I was in Caracas.
Ya ndugu yetu Mheshimiwa Gakuya, viongozi wote ambao wamefika hapa wakiongozwa na Mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua, wale ambao ni viongozi wetu wa kidini, nyote ambao wamefika hapa, na wasalimu kwa jina la Yesu. Hamjambo. Naomba kama unaniona unipungie mkono. Salamu ya mama Mwishi tunasema alale mahali pema peponi. Mimi ndio Sifuna. Mnaniona vizuri? Mimi ndio Sifuna, katibu mkuu wa chama cha ODM, seneta wa kaunti ya Nairobi na naibu kiganja wa walio wachache kwenye bunge la Senate. Nimefika hapa. Najua kuna watu wanataka kutuambia matanga gani tunaweza enda, harusi gani tunaweza enda, na wanataka kutuchagulia marafiki na maadui. Sisi wa Nairobi, sisi ni familia moja. Huyu Mheshimiwa Gakuya ni mbunge wa Embakasi North. Kule Embakasi North, kama hamjui, walichagua senator wa ODM, wakachagua MP wa UDA, wakachagua MCA kule Dandora 4 wakaweka ODM, Dandora 3 wakaweka UDA, hiyo ingine wakagawa vile wanataka. Wana ODM, wana DCP, wana ODM, wana UDA, wana Wiper. Nairobi wote walipewa nafasi. Wacha niwaambie, Nairobi ilituma jumla ya watu 19 kwenye bunge. 18 actually members of the National Assembly and 1 senator. Kwa hiyo group ya watu 19, kama hamjui, iko Waluya, iko Wajaluo, iko wa Kikuyu, iko wa Kamba, iko wa Somali, tulichagua mpaka Mugiriki. Women rep wa Nairobi ni wa wapi? Ni wa Greece. Sasa ndio mjue sisi zote Nairobi ni ndugu. Huyu ndugu yangu wakati anachaguliwa Embakasi North, mimi nilishinda kiti ya senator Embakasi North. Huyu hapa. Na hakuna siku hata wakati tunafanya campaign tuligwaruzana naye Mheshimiwa Gakuya. Hata watu wa ODM ambao wanaishi kule Embakasi North walikupigia kura. Hata wao wakati unafanya maendeleo wananipea ripoti kama Secretary General. Wananiambia basari unagawa mzuri. Wananiambia maendeleo unapeleka kila mahali. Si ati kwa sababu Dandora 4 hawakuchagua mtu ya UDA kama MCA ati hampati maendeleo. Wanapata. Wale wapati wakuja waniambie leo. So sisi tunataka kusema kama watu wa Nairobi, sisi ni timu moja. Na wakati kuna masuala ambayo yanahusu Nairobi, tunasimama sisi sote kwa kipamoja. Mwaka uliopita sisi wote ambao tumechaguliwa kwa bunge, 19 of us, wakati ambapo tuliona kwamba recruitment ya jeshi sio fair kwa watu wa Nairobi, wanatupatia centers kidogo, Mheshimiwa Gakuya alikuwa wa kwanza kuweka sahihi. Tulienda mpaka kotini kustaki serikali ya Kasongo, kumwambia lazima tupewe fairness pale Nairobi, vijana wetu pia wapate nafasi. Mheshimiwa Mawade yuko hapa, alitia sahihi. Mheshimiwa Mark Mwenje na wote ambao wamechaguliwa. Nataka Mheshimiwa Gakuya, kwa niaba yangu mwenyewe, kwa niaba ya watu wote wa Nairobi, kwa niaba ya chama kizima cha ODM, niseme pole kwa kumpoteza mama yako. Kupoteza mama ni kitu kichungu sana. Na Mheshimiwa Gachagua, sisi huwa tunasimama pamoja. Hata mara ya kwanza mimi na wewe kupatana kwenye hafla kama hii, tulikuwa Nyeri kwa ndugu yangu huyo amekaa nyuma yako, Meja Dong, tukisindikiza mzazi. Tumeenda mpaka kule Ukambani kwa ajili ya kumsindikisha mzazi wa Mawade wakati alikufa. Wote ambao wamewahi kupata msiba kama huu, huwa tunajitokeza sote kama wana Nairobi. So mtu asiniulize nafanya nini hapo. Unajua moderator, kuna watu wamechaguliwa constituencies ambao familia yao peke yao is big enough kufikisha kura 15,000, mtu anakuwa mbunge. Pale Nairobi lazima uchaguliwe na kila mtu. Mimi Sifuna nimepigiwa kura pale Nairobi na kabila zote ndio ukuwe senator wa county ya Nairobi. Wakamba lazima wakuunge, Wakikuyu lazima wakupigie, Waluya wakupigie, Wajaluo wakupigie, Wahindi wakupigie. Bila kura yao hauingi. So pale Nairobi hatutaki kuambiwa mambo na watu ambao kwa kijiji yao peke yao, kijiji tu, wako familia yao wamezaana sana, wamefikisha watu 3,000 wanakuchagua na kuwa mbunge. Nairobi is a different issue, na sisi tunaishi pamoja. Mimi nimesema sitakubali mtu anichagulie marafiki zangu. Sitakubali mtu anichagulie maadui wangu. Wewe kama uko na shida na Metu kwa sababu wewe anyoi, hiyo ni yako. Mheshimiwa Metu, mimi Disemba nilikuwa nyumbani, nimeenda kuona wazazi. Kule Western ni 1 term. Sasa unajua nyinyi huwa mnaringa ati nyinyi ndio wenye 1 term. Nataka kuwaambia kama katibu mkuu wa chama cha ODM, maeneo yote ambayo yalikuwa naunga baba Raila Amolo Odinga yamechoka na Kasongo. Wote wamechoka na Kasongo. Nimeingia hapa, nilikuja mapema kidogo nikapata fursa kukutana na watu wanachuna majani chai hapa. Wananiambia
huyo ni Secretary General wa ODM Bwana Joseph.
Bado hajachafua, atachafua hajachafua.
Na the other guy, the youth leader, anasema tuko I like this.
Umesikia paka vile amesema ati women wa Nairobi ni wa Greece. Leo kulikuwa kunoma. Sijui kwa nini hukuona hizi vitu bwana. Anachafua.
Mimi unajua I was too much in Caracas anyway. I was in Caracas.
Endelea usikize. Anachafua sasa hapo kuanzia hapo ni kuchafua sasa.
Ameingilia mambo ya majani chai hapa mpaka ameharibu soko ya majani chai. Soko ile mlikuwa mnapeleka Sudan kwa sababu ya hii vitu yake imeharibika, hakuna. Ile mbolea badala ya kuja Julai inakuja Disemba, ama nilikuwa naambiwa uongo? Nimeambiwa mnaletewa hapa sheria waongeze ushuru kwa majani chai, sijui management fees, sijui nini. Vitu mingi ongezwe hapo kwa sababu ya kumaliza mkulima mdogo hapa. Na wewe moderator emeritus umetuambia, umetupea challenge hapa kama viongozi. Umesema kwamba sisi kama viongozi lazima tuzungumze kwa niaba ya vijana, kwa niaba ya kina mama, kwa niaba ya wazee, kwa niaba ya mwananchi, mpaka sauti zetu ziweze kusikika. I want to assure you ya kwamba mtu kama Sifuna huyu ukimwambia ongee ni kama kutuma samaki akaogelee. Hiyo ndio kazi yangu. Na nitajificha nyuma yako. Nikisema jina yako kwa bunge usiniruke. Nitasema moderator wa Interfaith Council aliniambia niseme hii mambo. Si ndio? Bunge, National Assembly ndio wanatoa pesa kila wakati ya kufanya mass registration ya voters. I want to assure you moderator, wakati mass voter registration itatangazwa, sisi vijana ambao umeona tukisimama hapa mbele ndio tutaongoza hiyo sherehe ya kuhakikisha vijana wetu wote wanachukua kura. Tutakuwa pale. Huko Nairobi wanajua Sifuna ni waziri wa sherehe. Unisamee moderator. Hizo mashini za kuandikisha wananchi vijana tutaingiza kila mahali mpaka huko Quiver. Zitaingia. Hao wanajua Quiver ni wapi. Kwa sababu project ya kupeleka Kasongo nyumbani haitaki mchezo. Lazima tukue deliberate about it and we are going to rescue this country. Na mtu asiwadanganye hapa ati sijui nini. I want to say any person can build a road. Anybody can build a house. Dictators build roads, dictators build houses. It takes a true patriot with values to build a nation. What we are trying to build is a nation. I'm telling you. Mtu ambaye anaheshimu demokrasia bado anaweza kujenga barabara. Mtu ambaye haui vijana bado anaweza kujenga barabara. Kwa nini mna insist huyu mtu ambaye anaua watu aendelee? Mimi najua Kenya hii it cannot afford another 5 years of William Ruto. It cannot afford another year of William Ruto. Na nataka nimalizie kwa kusema, kwa sababu mmesikia watu wakisema hapa Sifuna anaelekezewa maneno. Hii vita yote unasikia nikipigwa ndani ya chama cha ODM ni kwa sababu moja tu. Nimesema Ruto 1 term. Na nina sababu. Mimi najua siasa ni ushawishi. Mheshimiwa Rigathi, unajua nimekuja hapa, nimesikia nyinyi mkiongea, nilikuwa nacheka tu hapo nikiwa nimekaa kwa sababu unisamee tu, lakini lazima niseme hii. 2022 tulikuja hapa kwa hao watu wa Mlima. Tukajaribu kuwaingiza box wa. Tukaambia hao watu baba akiingia masomo ni bure kutoka chini mpaka juu. Tukasema matibabu itakuwa bure kutoka chini mpaka juu. Tukasema watoto wadunga saa 6 kila mwezi. Mazee mlikuwa mnatuangalia tu. Alafu ule jamaa mwingine sijui nani alikuwa amemfunza Kikuyu. Hako tu mwadhani ya gosho. Akiingia hapo bwana, nyie watu mnasema huyo ndio tunataka. Sasa saa hii nasikia vile mnaongea, naona mambo si mbaya. Mambo si mbaya. Lakini lazima nitoe shukrani. Unajua watu wengi wamesahau Mlima Kenya hii kwa mara ya kwanza Baba Raila Amolo Odinga alizoa kura zaidi ya milioni 1. Na ndio maana mliona nikipigia Uhuru Kenyatta asante, kwa sababu alitusaidia. Mlituzukuma lakini alitusaidia. Wengine walikula pesa ya Uhuru Kenyatta sawa sawa. Mimi najua kama katibu mkuu pesa nyingi ambayo tulifanyia campaign ilikuwa inatoka kwa Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta. Alitusupport kihali na mali, ni ukweli. Lakini sasa si sahi. Kuna mshenzi mmoja ametambua kwamba kuna ubaya ya pesa ya Uhuru Kenyatta. Nataka niulize Junet. Wewe Junet, pesa ya Uhuru ilianza kuwa mbaya siku gani? Siku ile ulikuwa unachukua hiyo pesa na hata yote hukuleta kwa chama. Ingine ulikula peke yako na mabibi yako. Siku ile tutaanza audit ya uchaguzi wa mwaka 2022. Ni vizuri umeanzisha hiyo debate, kila mtu aseme ile kazi alifanya 2022. Wewe ulikuwa unakula pesa ya Uhuru, badala ulipe agents, ukaacha hawa kina Wamunyoro wakatupiga 10 nini. Sasa hii tunalia huko nje. Kama sio wewe Junet tungekuwa kwa serikali. So mimi hawezi nitisha bwana. Hawezi kunitisha. Wanasema Nairobi, ukipata sponsor mpya usianze kutukana ule alikutoa kwa bei 6. So mimi nataka nikamilie hapo. Niwaambie Mheshimiwa Gachagua, hakuna mtu ambaye ana uwezo ya kunifukuza ndani ya chama cha ODM. Wewe tulia tu. Sisi Waluya tunasema mkienda kuwinda mnyama ambaye amekuwa akikula kondoo, anakula kuku yako, amuendi wote kwa line moja namna hii. Sijui kama mnanielewa. Mnanielewa? Wewe ingilia hii pande, akifikiria ni wewe, anasikia amepigwa mshale ya kifua. Anasikia mwingine amemshika shingo, mwingine amemshika mguu. Kidogo kidogo fisi wapi? Chini. Kwa hivyo mimi nataka mkae ngangani. Sisi ndani ya ODM tunaamini kile kitu baba alituambia. Hakuna siku baba alituambia tuunge mkono William Ruto 2027. Hakuna. Na kwa sababu watu wamekuwa wakisema ile vitu baba aliwaambia. Hii mwaka hata mimi nataka kusema ile vitu baba aliniambia. Baba aliniambia Kasongo
For an elf, the holidays are stressful, but for Ice, it's got a bonkers deal and a new Google Pixel 10. Damn it, I want the next train coming right now.
Jiru, umesikia majambo?
Hiyo Sifuna imepotea kama hajasema kile aliambiwa na baba.
Si amemalizia, anaweza kumalizia pia amesema.
Alisema aje?
Alisema hakuna pahali baba alisema watasupport William Ruto Kasongo 2027. So hiyo mambo yake hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Ile nakwambia hujasikia vile ameingililia. Amepiga mpaka Junet leo. Unasikia akisema yeye anachaguliwa na kura 500 na watu wote ni wa familia moja. So today was leo
sijui kama Gachagua aliongea, was Gachagua explosive in that place? Ni mtu mweke.
Ilikuwa explosive lazima. Si unajua Gachagua lazima. Na unajua mpaka nani aliambiwa aseme one time. Idungo Kang'ata aliambiwa ende andike barua.
Aliambiwa na nani?
Aliambiwa andike barua, andikie na juu yeye anajua mambo ya DCP
Then we get in touch.
Moderator wetu moderator na kanisa na family ya mama wetu Alice Wangari Gakuya, led by the MP and your siblings, gavana wetu wa Murang'a mtu ya barua. Sikilika wakati mwingine kama wengine. So na watu wetu wote na wale wamekuja waheshimiwa, God is good and all the time. Ndegesha na mama ya gosho. Leo wachungaji tumekaa sana. Mimi nilitaka niseme mambo kadhaa lakini hakuna muda. Kwa sababu waheshimiwa wamezungumza mambo yote ambayo tungesema. Mine ni kuambia familia pole. For the loss of your mother, Mheshimiwa Gakuya, and your brothers and sisters, nimekuja kusema pole. Moderator, we want to thank you. Sisi kama mazishi itakuwa 31st. Zote tulikuwa malikizo na familia. Tukaomba Mheshimiwa Gakuya aombe kanisa. Tukubalie, msongeshe kidogo kwa sababu hatungependa huyu Mheshimiwa Gakuya azike mamake bila viongozi wenzake. Nataka niseme sana kwa kanisa kwa kukubali. Wale wote ambao wamefika wakiweka hiyo mko. I want to thank you. Nimekuwa nikipata reports vile mmekuja kushikilia Gakuya. Wale bombe kila jioni mkakuja maombi mkachanga, that is the way to go. Sisi hiyo ndio desturi yetu na utamaduni wetu. Mmoja wetu akiwa na machozi tunakuja na kitambaa kumpanguza. Wale wote mmefika hapa nataka niseme asante. Mheshimiwa Gakuya, take care of this great family. Now that your mother is not there, your late father is not there, hata kama unataka kazi ya kuongoza Nairobi, charity begins at home. Uchunge familia. Put this family together na mkae pamoja na mpendane. Na huyu mama tumpongeze kwa kulea watoto vizuri na kuwasomesha. Na mwegwelo na Jumaimo wake. Sasa hata kama huyu mama ameenda bila mimi kumjua, Mheshimiwa amekuwa akiniarifu mambo ya kuua kwake na anampenda sana. But akiwa kwa Mwenyezi Mungu ni ushukuru kwa kutuzalia kiongozi na kumlea vizuri, kiongozi wa maana katika Jamhuri ya Kenya, huyu Mheshimiwa Gakuya. Na huyu Gakuya mimi nampenda kwa sababu one, ako na msimamo. Number 2, hawezi uza watu yake. Hawezi uza jamii da yake. Najua hapa kwetu Bwana Sifuna tulipigania uhuru. Freedom fighters wanatoka hapa Mlima Kenya. But pia tuko na cheaters for the cause. The more freedom fighters we have, the more cheaters we have. Lakini uzuri, the freedom fighters are more and they always prevail. Wakishaanza safari wanamaliza. So huyu Gakuya ninamtambua kama kiongozi ambaye amesimama na watu ya Nairobi. Wakibomolewa alisimama na hawa. Wakazi wakifukuzwa alisimama na hawa. Watu ya kawaida wakihangaishwa alisimama na hawa. Uamuzi utakuwa ya watu ya Nairobi. Mimi sina muda ya Nairobi. Lakini kama huyu Gakuya atafaulu, Nairobi itakaa sawa sawa. Mimi ningesema mambo mengi lakini hakuna wakati kwa sababu tunataka huyu mamba pumzishwe. I just want to say one thing. Niseme kitu kimoja. Demwe. Arwayo baitu. Arwayo baitu. Arwayo baitu. Nikuelewa. Nomo yeye. Ona changakara. Ona kwa atiri jure gagongo. Mukerumia. Ona ndio mti wa kaidi wa kailetu. Sisi Bwana Sifuna ni kweli. Sisi tulisimama na William Ruto. Na alikuja hapa na Biblia. Na unajua sisi ni Wakristo. Sisi ukitoa ushuhuda unasema Yesu ni Bwana na unasema Bwana ya Gosho, tunakukubali. Alikuwa hapa every week. Siku hizi ya kuja tunamwona vizuri na siaya. She was here. And he convinced all of us ya kwamba ni Kristo na atatuchunga vizuri. Alijua roho yetu ni biashara. akatudanganya, alijua weakness yetu biashara. Akasema nyinyi watu wa mlima mtatoa nyinyi chini mpaka juu. Na ukiwa na bodaboda utawacha bodaboda ununue Sienta. Wewe ukiwa na Sienta utawacha ununue matatu inaitwa box. Wewe ukiwa na box utanunua basi. Wewe kama ni mtu ya hoka rejareja utawacha ufungue kiosk. Mtu ya kiosk atanunua duka. Mtu ya duka atanunua mini supermarket. Na mtu ya supermarket atakuwa na supermarket. Sisi vile tunapenda pesa na kubadilika biashara. Tukafunga the box. That is how we call us. It was the greatest electoral fraud since independence. Mimi saa ingine najilaumu. Nasema mimi Rigathi Gachagua mtoto ya Babu Nyoro. Ndio niliona watu yangu kwa heshima. Lakini najikea nguvu nasema kama huyu mtu anadanganya maaskofu na mareverends na mapasta watu wakatiwa mafuta, mimi Rigathi Gachagua ni nani? Kazi bado hiyo. Mimi naona Wajaluo pale akiwadanganya. Ana salimu wao. Jodhuru wa Udie, Jodhuru wa Umo. Ninyi Wajaluo. Ulizeni sisi. Alikuwa hapa.
NTA. Njiru NTA.
Ndio jamaa anareplicate ati Wajaluo ulizo Wakikuyu hata alikuwa hapo.
Sasa leo ilikuwa fire. You see, sasa tumeanza 2026. Politics has begun bwana.
By the way, na tulikuwa tunasema Gachagua ameisha, ametokezea wapi mara moja?
Nakwambia ile mambo ina happen very soon, utaona kutakuwa kunoma. Wacha hivyo, Kasongo anaongea in tongues. Uliona akiongea in tongues?
Kasongo atoboi. And I'm telling you, by the way, Bwana Joseph, that's why we should not lose hope. Ruto is defeatable. Unajua Ruto sababu anajua kutakuwa kunoma, ndio anatuwekea hii environment ya kwamba yeye hawezi shindwa, sijui anajua kupanga sana. Wewe unataka kuniambia hii group yote au watu wote wanajipanga, Gachagua, Sifuna, nani akina Kalonzo, unataka kuniambia Matiang'i au watu wote ni wajinga? We cannot come behind them and na tutoe Ruto out of power.
Sasa hata umesikia tu watu wawili. Unajua hiyo event ilikuwa kubwa. So unaona mpaka unajua walimaliza saa ngapi? They finished around 5:20. Na kwambia ilikuwa watu waliongea, wale masenators waliongea huko. I wish tungekuwa na nini uwasikize. Ilikuwa explosive.
Wacha Gachagua amalize hii story ya Wajaluo. And I hope Eli is listening, and I hope some good Luo community can listen to this. Alikuwa hapa. Okay, wacha tusikie
na bado nalia mpuku
kupika samaki ndio Wajaluo mbele. Hapa alikuwa mpaka kutengeneza mtura. This man is a conman. He's the greatest conman on earth. Sasa hapa tumemjua amehama hapa. Amehamia Wajaluo sasa. Na kwa sababu anajua Wajaluo wanapenda mambo nzuri. The Luos are good people. They like good things in life. Ndio wamepeleka maneno ya Singapore. Because Wajaluo wakisikia Singapore wanasema hiyo ni sawa. Sisi hatudanganywa na mambo ya hii ya bottom up. Because sisi ni watu ya chini chini. Hatuna mambo kubwa kama Wajaluo. Hatutaki hiyo Singapore ni sisi nataka pesa ya kukula kidogo kidogo, akatudanganya na hiyo. Sasa sisi tumemjua amehamia pale. Christmas yote alikuwa pale. Anaenda mpaka mpira ya MP. Anaenda mpaka mpira ya chief. That is the way he come to here for 9 years. By the time he left, we are all crying. So the group of machozi. Nini Wajaluo nini? Nini? Mtaniambia. By the time we are through with you, kama sisi tulimpatia 4 billion votes, ametuacha, ametusaliti, anatuangaisha. Mimi yeye ndio mlimpatia, akishaingia mtaona yeye tena. So hapa kwetu amejua tumeamua Bwana Sifuna, labda nyinyi tuamrisha watu sana, lakini anafanya vile mmoja alifanya. In 1992, Moi was cornered. Hana pahali ya kupitia. hasa hii mlima ilikuwa inaamua ataenda nyumbani. Mmoja akajua kwa sababu kura ya mlima ni mwingi, akaigawanya. Wakaenda wakapanga chama, wakatafuta Matiba kutoka London, Kibaki tukasimama tukagawa kura. Matiba akapata 1.4, Kibaki akapata 1.1, 2.4. Moi akapita na 1.9. Sasa amejua hii mlima imemalizana na yeye. There are two decisions that have been made here. One decision, hao watu wameamua ni nani hatakuwa rais. Wewe jambo mongo. Sio imeamriwa. Ni nani bado? Lakini ni nani hatakuwa imeamriwa. So anasema hii kura ya mlima kwa sababu ndio ilimfanya kuwa rais. Ikiwa yote imeshikana iende kikapu moja ataenda nyumbani. Sasa amepanga jama ya kugawanya kura yetu. Ndio amepanga hii maneno ya Mount Kenya West and East. Mtu anaitwa Loko na Gavana Barile na hii sapana. Ati wagawa wa Meru na Waembu watoe kwa mlima hii. Watu wetu wamekataa. Hata hiyo msichana umesikia hapa akiongea mambo ya Mount Kenya West. Hiyo ni mambo ya Ruto, hiyo Mount Kenya West hiyo. Juzi alikuwa Kiambu anataka Kiambu ijitoe kwa mlima ikakataa. William Ruto, let me tell you because I've told you before. Siku nilianza kucheza na hii mlima nilikwambia. Hii mlima ikikuondokea utakuwa unaangalia nyuma uone. Lakini ulikuwa na marindo kwa sababu ulikuwa na Raila na ODM. Ulikuwa na marindo mengi sana. Utafukuza mlima utafuta Raila na ODM. Sasa ile ODM ilikuwa na ngoja iko wapi? Iko wapi? Mlima hakuna, ODM hakuna. Sasa anataka kutugawa. Watu wetu msikubali kuwalanyika. We must remain as one. Our vote is only useful to this region when we see one basket. And once we have made a decision, we don't go back. Ataleta Wilbaro hapa mingi sana. Chama hii kama ile ya sio Wilbaro. Na ile akapa sio Wilbaro. Na ile ya Kinjoi. Iko Wilbaro ingine hapa kana inatengenezwa. Ingine hapa Kirinyaga Wilbaro dogo. Msikubali. Mliniambia nitengeneze gari ya nyumba yetu. Shida tumepata kama jamii, tulienda harusi na baada ya mtu mwingine. Kufika kwa mtu akwambia tushuke. Mkaniambia nitengeneze gari yetu ya kwenda mbele. Gari si umetengeneza? Itakuwatea. Kazi yetu mwaka huu ni mambo 3 peke yake. Na ndio nataka nitangaze nikiwa hapa. Our work ni kujenga chama chetu cha DCP. Tutazunguka kila eneo katika mlima, Narok, Kajiado, Nairobi. Nikimaliza niende Pwani. Nikimaliza niende Magharibi. Lakini tunataka tutayarisha gari yetu kwa sababu uchaguzi ni wa next year. Si uchaguzi ni next year. Lazima tuwe watu werevu. Tutayarisha gari yetu kwenda uchaguzi. Na mimi nataka niseme na nimeomba nyinyi watu wa nyumbani, ndio tusipate shida nyingine kama ile tuko, mnisaidie na askari wa kulinda jamii. Mimi nataka niko na askari 20 peke yake. Hawa kina Melo, Karundo, Munyoro, Minuto, ndio wananisaidia kusimamisha Ruto asimalize mlima Kenya. Biashara zetu, kila kitu tumaliza. Hawa askari 20 wamenisaidia. Nataka kuongeza askari wafike 150. Ndio kuongelea. Na mimi nataka niombe watu wetu. Mkini kubali. I know what I'm doing. I'll help this community to get back into government and protect our interest. But I need food soldiers. Tulianguka kwa sababu hatukuwa na askari. Askari walikuwa wao ndio Ruto alichukua. Akalipa pesa. Kama hiyo msichana alikuwa Balama. Alipewa 30 milioni. Yanakuja hapa kuongea ile maneno naongea hapa mbele ya watu. Sio. Naomba ndio tufaulu going forward. Bila wazee waliniambia nitengeneze chama, mnisaidie na askari 150 hapa Murang'a. Naomba msaidie gavana wa DCP. Mtanisaidia? Seneta wa wapi? Wabunge 7 chama gani? Na MCA 35 wa DCP. Mambo yetu ikiharibika kutoka hapo kuuliza swali. Mimi nilijua sina askari. Askari nilikuwa nafikiria ni wangu na watu wa mto. Na ni watu ya kuweka tu bobe. Walituuza sisi yote kama bei ya jioni. Mambo ndiye bei yake. Bei. Ndio ngoma ndio gani? Si hapo ni kwa jobeno hicho kanini. Ndio Biemo ahebi gari mukadi ndio kiuria. No digimoka kugitira jobeno hicho itarunga gani. Demo kwa madari ile hudoki ile gari ni bali wewe mto. Mawira maitu abisema mabutu wewe nikajua sangwali ako magitirate hata ni gari. Bila gari hapo wewe peke yake. Na nini ngabiti kitu bala kubine. Kiyongera, niko kuyongera. Nyama wala mali wale tuwasa. Hayo ni sabuni za nyumba yetu. Ya mwisho nimalize. Ya mwisho nimalize. Sisi tutakuwa na one candidate. Kubigana na Kasongo. And I want to ask for patience. Msikuwe na haraka. Uchaguzi iko bana. Mwai Kibaki alitangazwa kuwa single presidential candidate on 14th of October 2002. Uchaguzi ukibaki mwezi mbili na siku 13. Tukitangaza viongozi saa hii atangazwa sana na Kasongo. Kati hiyo hatuwezi sijapana wajinga. Hivyo mimi naomba relax. Nimeona watu wakinipigia simu. Upinzani imesabatika. Upinzani imesabatika na nani? Upinzani ni nini? Mimi nangoja tu kiongozi. Waacha tuunde chama mwaka huu ya 2026. Uchaguzi kipande siku chache. Ndio tutatoa mtu mmoja. Na pia tunataka kungoja kina Sifuna si wanakuja. Wale mnataka tuharakishe. Si tuwaje wakuje. Tena kuna watu wengine ma PS na minister watu wakasonga wananitafuta usiku. Na jinsi wanasema wanakuwa. So ngojeni, relax. There is no problem at all. All I want to tell you is that there is a commitment. Kutakuwa na candidate mmoja na hapa mlima tutapeleka kwa moja. One vote presidential. Last time tumeona 1.1 kwa Raila, 3.8 kwa Ruto. Hii yetu yote tutakuja kikapu moja. Na kama tutasikizana na Rigathi Gachagua, mtoto wa mama, kura yote ya mlima itaenda kwa nani? Tukisikizana is our cousin Kalonzo Musyoka. Kura yetu yote ya mlima itaenda wapi? Tukisikizana is our other cousin Fred Matiang'i. Kura yetu yote itaenda wapi? Tukisikizana ni George Natembea. Kura yetu itaenda wapi? Hata hii mzee anaitwa Burudu nimesikia anataka. Si anasema anataka. Sasa wanazungumza ambia mzee akuja aongee na sisi. Tukisikizana ni mzee Burudu, kuna yetu yote anaenda wapi? Ile mtu hawezi kupata kuna yetu hapa kwa sababu ile yetu yote ya kugusa na somo. Na mtu asiseme bwana Sifuna ati vijiji kwa kabila. Ati watu ya mlima wa kabila. Nimeona wakitusi hapo kwa mtandao ati naenda kwa kabila.
What if you can create your own website by saying, this is what I want? With Wix, you can.
Nani mwingine alikufurahisha?
Umesikia maja cheza hata hiyo Medho.
Huyu Medho. Ati Uhuru akuja aombe kura.
Nakwambia kulikuwa kuna waka. Wewe ulikuwa wapi? Caracas.
Sasa nimuite seneta ambaye kwao hakupatikani wembe na hakupatikani makazi. Yeye anaitwa Senator wa Nyandarua John Medhu.
Asante sana kiongozi wetu Senator wa Murang'a, moderator wetu ambao tumetongoza siku ya leo pamoja na kanisa letu lote. Mheshimiwa kiongozi wetu naibu wa rais Mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua na viongozi wote ambao wamekuja hapa, watu wa Murang'a, watu wa Kanailo. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Murang'a oye. Kanailo oye. Mimi nataka nichukue nafasi fupi sana. Kwanza niwashukuru sana kwa wale hawajapandana na mimi ndio John Medhu. Na mimi natoka kaunti ya Nyandarua. Na huyu John Nyoto hapana mtu mzuri. Hakuna vile unaweza kuniita mimi niongee baada ya Senator Kinyua. Kwa sababu Senator Kinyua anaongea Kiswahili mzuri, mimi naongea Kiswahili ya Nyandarua, lakini yote itachanganyika na itaenda sawa sawa. Mimi nataka nilete rambirambi zangu kwa ndugu yangu Bazenga kwa kupotoa na mama. Mambo ambayo umesema kuhusu mama, na nimefurahia sana umesema hata siku zake za mwisho ulipata nafasi ya kukaa na mama na mkazungumza. Na nimefurahia sana. Moderator, mimi nilichelewa kidogo kwa sababu mimi nilitoka nyumbani mahali inaitwa Jambini. Na unajua gavana wa hapa iko barabara inatoka Jambini inakuja mahali inaitwa Gatura. Hiyo barabara ni kilomita 66/8. Sasa hiyo barabara Uhuru Kenyatta akitoka aliwacha amejenga kilomita 44. Mtu ya kutupeleka Singapore hata kilomita moja hajajenga, ndio maana mimi nilichelewa. Na nimefurahia sana kwa sababu nimeona watu wengi wa hapa, nyinyi ni wa kanisa yetu ambaye sisi askofu yetu amefika hapa. Anaitwa Rigathi Gachagua. Mimi nimeona nyinyi ni wa kanisa yetu na nimefurahia sana. Mimi sijafika kuwa reverend kwa hiyo kanisa, lakini mimi ni diko. Ndio maana wakati mtu alianza kuleta fujo hapa mliniona nimefika mapema. Ndio nijue nasema maneno gani. Lakini mwasamehe sana. Unajua ukitembea na William Ruto ni lazima kuna kitu moja upoteze. Hauwezi kuwa unatembea na William Ruto na uko na akili. Haiwezekani hiyo vitu mbili. Ni kweli ama ni uongo? Msichana mdogo kiasi kama hiyo anakuja kutusi sisi hapa. Hiyo ni mtu kweli mnaona kama akili yake inafanya kazi? Na hiyo ndio marafiki wa William Ruto. Ndio maana mimi Rigathi Gachagua nashangaa. Mtu anaitwa William Ruto anatuliza manifesto. Yeye kwanza hana nafasi ya kutuliza manifesto yake kwa sababu yeye rafiki yake ya kwanza anaitwa Faruki Bet alifika class 2. Rafiki yake mwingine anaitwa Oscar Sudi alifika class nursery. Manifesto yetu yatasoma akianzia mbele ama nyuma ama katikati. Sisi manifesto yetu Mheshimiwa William Ruto wewe. Manifesto yetu Mheshimiwa William Ruto wewe. Manifesto yetu namba 1 ni kufukuza wewe. Kabla hujafikisha sisi Singapore, tunataka tufikisha wewe Sugoi. Niko kana vipi? Aende asiende. Na hapa iko mtu mwingine hapa mchokozi sana. Anaitwa Senator Sifuna. Sasa Senator Sifuna last week alikuwa huko kwao. Mahali walikuwa na Waluya. Waluya walikuwa na changamoto. Alikuwa ananitumia clip jioni. Ati Waluya walisema wanda. Sasa amekuja nyumbani. Ananiambia sasa unajua Waluya walisema huko kwetu na sasa mimi nimekuja hapa kwenu, mimi nataka nisikie hapa kwenu mnasemaje. Sasa hapa kwetu mnasemaje? Hapana, huyu mtu ataniingia tukirudi bunge. Lazima mseme mpaka asikie kabisa. Hapa kwetu tunasemaje? Hapa tunasemaje? Hapa Murang'a tukiongozwa na gavana Kang'ata tunasemaje? Asanteni sana watu ya Murang'a. Mimi nikimaliza nataka niseme. Nimesikia hata kama Kang'ata amefurahia sana. Hata yeye nimemsikia akisema. Na kama kuna mtu anataka witness ya kusema Kang'ata alisema ni mimi nimeona Kang'ata wewe ni mtu mwelevu. Umesema na umesika na umefuata. Na wewe ni mtu utafika mbinguni kwa sababu unasikiza vizuri. Na wewe ni mtu ya kusikiza ground ndio maana unasmile. Na ndio maana uliandika barua siku ile. Na kama unajua kuandika barua unajua kuingia kwa chama mzuri. Kama utaingia chama mzuri utaingia chama ya DCP. Na kama utaingia chama ya DCP watu wanaweza kukumbuka. Lakini ukijidanganya kama msichana alikuwa hapa, mama ambaye imemfanyikia itakufanyikia wewe. Na unajua hata nilisikia sijui ni moderator wa zamani alisema ati iko mtu mwingine pale ati jamba ya Roreri. Mambo imechamuka. Mpaka mtu mlikuwa mnaita jamba ya Roreri ameshatoroka, hakuna hapa. Ameenda nyumbani Moses. Sikulia alipo hapa ameshaenda nyumbani. Mimi nataka tu nijibu mama Jane Kia. Amesema hataki ajui kama Uhuru Kenyatta watu wa Rift Valley wamekutuma, haujajua vizuri kama atasema tufuate Rigathi Gachagua ama atasemaje? Kwa niaba ya watu ya hapa, watu ya Nyandarua, watu ya Kiambu, watu ya Murang'a, watu ya Nyeri, watu ya Embu, watu ya Kirinyaga, watu ya Tharaka Nithi, watu ya Meru, sisi wote tumeshapata kiongozi. Tuko na kiongozi Matuna. Tuko na kiongozi Matuna. Anaitwaje? Anaitwaje? Wacha nione watu warigiji. Kwa hivyo ukirudi Rift Valley hapo kwenu, na nyinyi watu wa Rift Valley mlitukosea. Kwani hata kama lazima mngetupatia mwizi, mngepatia mtu tupatie rais, lazima mngepatia mwizi. Lazima mngepatia muuaji. Sasa Mushera na mwizi ayaga take. Na Mushera na Githinji. Mushera na Githinji. Na we hamwe na Shwagi. Tukamarĩrĩria ciakana tukarananye tukinaga gutura jabagia goma nginya rĩrĩa ngakua na hinya wa roho mũtheru ngĩonanagia matuĩro marĩa gatuĩrwo hamwe na arĩa mamumaga hamwe na arĩa mamu. Yes. Sasa kama unajua unafuata ngoma, sisi kazi yetu ni kukushambia asubuhi. Sasa bwana John Gawita mradhime. Asanteni sana. Asante.
Bwana Joseph, can you react? That was very good. Mimi na
Jiru. I told you things are going to get thicker. Hii ni wakati ya mwaka ya mambo kuwekwa paruanja. Wanasema kuweka paruanja. And watu wengi sana waliongea, hawezi cheza wote, juu ni wengi sana waliongea na ile mambo. I think hata after huyo mwanamke hakuna mwingine alisema one term. Yeah, two term. Hiyo kitu ili flow. Ili flow.
Huyo mama. Kwani let me ask you, because these people are idiots. Kwani hapo amescan ground kwanza? Si mtu anaulizanga huko kuna hadiati ya. Huko kuna
hata alikuwa anaulizwa kwa nini ungeangalia nini mood ya crowd ile iko hapo. Si mtu hata anaangaliaga mood ya crowd ya crowd vile iko. Wewe mwenyewe umeanza. Yeah, lakini sasa unajua, alafu kuna mtu alimjibu akasema, I think ni Karongo Wadhango alimjibu akamuuliza, sasa wewe unatuambia kuhusu hakuna barabara, hakuna stima Lamu. Unafanya nini basi kwa serikali kama ikusaidii na kutengeneza barabara? What are you doing in the government? Unasema yuko tuta na barabara bado haijajengwa. So unatuambia kuhusu tuta ya nini kama barabara ya kwenyu itengenezwe? Na unasema uko kwa serikali. So ilikuwa a lot of but politics has officially begun. Hiyo ilikuwa warm up. 2025 ilikuwa warm up. Sasa we are entering into the real kwa dessert sasa kabla tumeingia main course. And umesikia vile Gachagua amesema unajua nimeona mpaka nani amekasirika sana, sijui kama umeona hiyo kitu Moses Kuria amekasirika mpaka ametusiana matusi sijaisikia unajua leo ameingiliwa sana na watu wote, and I think even Kang'ata now I think he's changing his mind because I saw Kang'ata akiongeleshwa hapo and mwenyewe mpaka yeye mwenyewe
Moses Kuria ametusi nani?
Moses Kuria ametusi Rigathi vibaya sana, matusi hapo ma comments amekuwa
he is supposed to relax. Unajua sasa akianzia kutusi Gachagua, unajua Gachagua
amesema hakukuwa otutam, lakini sasa imebidi arudi tutam. Sasa nikashindwa hakuwa tutam aje sasa, na linasi amekuwa tu anafanya kazi ya Kasongo.
So why I tell you that people are idiots. Moses Kuria, he is not why not be independent? Why must he go to tutam?
Sasa
hata kama akubaliani na Gachagua siangeni. You see, hakuna vile ataenda pale ana I think he want all the privileges na watu wamjui. Unajua sasa kufanya kazi na Moses Kuria is very scary. Unaweza fanya kazi na pengine ni Ruto mnafanyia kazi.
So sasa that's why I'm telling you, saizi kutakuwa there will be nakwambia kutakuwa na watu wale wataumia kwa hii vita, kwa sababu hii vita imeanza sasa, ni full blown sasa. We have started the politics full blown in 2026. I saw somebody akisema ati mazishi ya wangaleta siasa, but hii mazishi ni ya mama ya mwanasiasa. Kwa hivyo lazima siasa zingekuwa. Hata nakumbuka Karua akiwaambia hatuwezi zika for example Jirongo alikuwa anasema hatuwezi zika Jirongo kama siasa ipigwe, na alikuwa mwanasiasa. Lakini mama ya Kakuya hakuwa mwanasiasa, lakini Kakuya mwenyewe ni mwanasiasa na ameinvite, hao ni marafiki wake, ameinvite wote walikuwa hapo. And he had invited them to come and send their condolences to the family. And you know, pahali kuna politician, ni kama tu vile unapata kukiwa na pahali kuna mabishop hautakosa kuhubiriwa. So pahali kuna ma politicians, uta expect there will be politics and in high octane. But what happened is truly, I think people in Murang'a, unajua kwanza ile reception walipatia Sifuna, it was out of this world. Walipatia Sifuna another reception hata sijui, but you know Sifuna hata mwenyewe ameongea na ukasikia akisema hapo kuhusu ODM. I think imekuwa terrible kwa kumfukuza. Hawajui vile wataanzana na Sifuna. It is a problem for them. Hata yeye mwenyewe amewaambia mimi ODM hawezi nitoa. So I think now we are going to see what is going to be the response, kwa sababu response lazima itakuwa kesho. Si unajua kesho wanapenda kwenda makanisa na nini sana sana. So there will be the responses from the brigade wale wamefinywa leo. But I'm telling you, this one is a very interesting one. Sijaiona, this will be a very interesting campaign period and also the elections.
Joseph, wacha tu okay, video problem. So Robert ni kama ananiambia niko na shida ya ma video, so I don't know. Sijui kama Joseph video zangu ziko na shida. Robert is saying
si fulani ni video zako zilikuwaga zinafanyika hivyo, si video yako. Zilikuwa zinaongea ni kama zinapotea potea.
Wacha tuweke Kang'ata, then tukiweka Kang'ata
unaweza jaribu na media station nyingine ilikuwa inacheza. Unaweza jaribu na media station nyingine.
Wacha tuone Kang'ata. Nataka tuone Kang'ata. Kang'ata will tell us tujue kama
Your Excellency, the Second Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Rigathi Gachagua, the chief guests ambaye ni Bazu, tuko na senator wetu, pia tuko na Mheshimiwa Munyoro, members of parliament, other senators, including Sifuna na Senator Medhu na other senators, including wa Kirinyaga, the church, na Kristiano. Ngai nĩ mwega. Wapere juge kihinda gĩkĩ nĩ kĩa holiday ya mwaka mwerũ, no ndĩraugire kaba holiday ĩrũgame njoke mathiko maya, tondũ Buddha nĩ mũtongoria mwega. Juge Buddha, Ngai akũrathime, nĩ ũciarĩtwo nĩ mami mwega. Gũthurwo mĩaka rĩu nĩ hakuhĩ 25 ti thako. Iramaanisha mami waku ni akurerire wega na ni watinda ũkĩhe maũndũ make. Kwa sure thina mbere na ngoro ya gũtungata andũ Murang'a. Nĩtũtuĩkaga very proud rĩrĩa tuona andũ arĩa maumĩte Murang'a magĩtherema Nairobi na ũgatungatĩra andũ aya. Ngũkwa sure Ngai nĩ agũkũrathima nĩ ũndũ wa kĩyo gĩaku. Ngwenda kuga atongoria arĩa mauma haha maũndũ macio mwaria nĩ mwaragia maũndũ mega na maũndũ tũthikagĩrĩria. Ta rĩu njuge ũndũ ũyũ wa SHA nĩ ũhoro wa ma, atĩ SHA ĩna thĩna. Ũcio nĩguo ũhoro wa ma. Ta rĩu ithuĩ Murang'a County nĩ ndaigua mwagweta program ĩyo tũkoragwo nayo tũheaga andũ kandi mathiĩ thibitarĩ. Ithuĩ nĩ kũreha tũrehaga SHA na tũtirĩ na thirĩ wao. No rĩrĩa twaheana motungata, SHA nĩ yagĩrĩire ĩtũcokerie mbeca o tũrĩa ĩcokagia thibitarĩ ici ingĩ. Andũ arĩa moka na kandi ya SHA tũkamatungata, tũgacoka tũga-claim SHA. No thaa ici SHA ĩna thirĩ witũ wa mirioni 250. Mbeca icio nĩcio twagĩrĩire kũhũthĩra tũmũgũrĩre ndawa, tũmũgũrĩre reagents. Rĩu rĩrĩa SHA ya gũcokia mbeca icio, ũcio nĩ thĩna kũrĩ ithuĩ. So ukweli ni kwamba ile maneno mnaongea,
that's a direct attack to the government. Joseph?
Yeah, let's continue. You know, it's spanning well.
Okay. Anasema translation, anasema SHA iko na deni yao ya 250 million. Na wao wamekuwa wakilipa, sijui kuna pale wanaendaga wanalipa na SHA imekataa kuwarudishia.
Anasema initially hao wanaendaga wanalipa SHA, wakishalipa SHA wanapatia watu hiyo for the payments, au ndio wanafanyaga, alafu watu wao wanapewa matibabu for free. Lakini sasa ile pesa they are owed by SHA, juu SHA wamekuwa kilipa SHA, they have not been giving them the services. So ile pesa wamekuwa wakidai kutoka kwa SHA is almost 200 million. And that money is the one they are supposed to be buying medicine and madawa na reagents za mahospitali.
Joseph, he is trying to be diplomatic. He is just trying to say zirikari no ne hawana in a right way. Like
no, it's not even a right. You know, he's putting things as they are. If it is not working, it is not working. Jiru, he has said SHA has a problem. It truly has a problem. And if you start saying, well, you know, the kikosi of Ruto, kianza kusema kitu ifanyi kazi, wewe already wewe you are branded. Usikie umesikia Medho akisema mtu wako hiyo side nyingine ni kama akili function.
Haya, wacha amalizie.
Kwa mfano hiyo ya SHA ni ukweli, iko shida katika SHA. Hiyo pesa tunahitaji ili tuweze kureplenish our medicine. Na si Murang'a tu. Hiyo shida najua iko Kiambu, iko Kirinyaga, iko Nairobi, iko Kenya yote. Koguo moragia muko mukiariria on behalf ya andu aria ingi. Ngurikia na kumwira Nijue andu ingi ni moragia Kang'ata we mwena uriko. No ndemurie ciuria igiri. Ndemurie. Nie nini ndimwandikite kana inyuĩ ni munyandikite? Ninyi munyandikite? Wa keri no wathaga ucio ungi. Nie nini mwandiki ni wathanaga kana mwandiko ni wathanaga? Ni mwandika ni wathanaga? Mutiakiona inyuĩ ni inyuĩ mukanjira kuria ngarora. Tondu inyuĩ ni inyuĩ
Naweza saidia Jodida kidogo hapo nimwambie kile anasema simply
that is very pregnant point.
Simply I can tell him what he's trying to say. He's saying that he has only two things to say and one is going to be a question na ya kwanza swali ni nani waga anaandika ule mwingine, ni wale wanapigia mtu kura ama ni mwenye anapigiwa kura? So wale watu wa crowd wanasema ni wale wanapigaga kura. So anawaambia kama nyinyi ni mnapigaga kura, mimi namaanisha mimi ni nini? Ni tajiri anakuambia vile utafanya ama ni wewe umeandikwa kazi unafaa kuambia tajiri vile atafanya? Sasa watu kwa crowd wanarudisha wanasema ni tajiri. So all in all inamaanisha yeye anawaambia kwa simply nyinyi mtaniambia kule nitapiga kule nitaenda. Mrengo gani nitasupport?
In other words, he is confirming that I will be on the popular side of the people. That's what he's saying. Because, so in other words, I think Kasongo can forget Kang'ata. Based on that, I think it was a very diplomatic way of saying Dimwe na Ruto.
No, you know Ruto, you know Jiru, as governors, they need to trend very carefully. Unajua pia governors, unajua wanapatagwa na manini mingi sana because and you have seen with the likes of Akina Natembeya, the government likes to bully them sana and they find any flaws. So you need to tell that, and unaona Wamatangi is very diplomatic. Certain diplomatic anajua ile side ata support, lakini mtu atakagi una announce mapema kama governor, unakojeaga hizo maenzi za nini, lakini unapiga tu serikali chini ya maji hivyo. I like it, napenda.
Yeah, wacha amalizie, but in other words, quick interpreters kama sisi, what we are picking is that yuko na Ruto. That is the quickest meaning I can get from him, because kama angekuwa wa Ruto si angesema mimi niko tuta marakaraka. Kama Joseph
Huko angesema two term. Hata angesema hiyo kitu kwa angesema jaribu kusema two term angekujua mbio mbio. Unaona vile mama amepeleka. Huyo mama mpaka akukaa kwa hiyo mazishi alienda.
Alipeleka wapi?
Alienda. Huyo mama alienda. Si alitoka hiyo hema na akaenda. Kwani huko angekaa?
Event yake imeisha hivyo.
Iliisha hivyo. Ilisha hivyo. Huyu hakuna kitu kingine angesema.
Hebu nikuulize Joseph, na Ruto akiwa kwa TV yake akiona vitu kama hizi anajiambianga aje? Can you be Ruto in 1 minute? What do you do as a Ruto?
Sasa unajua sasa kuna vitu Ruto hakuwa na expect. Mimi kitu moja najua Ruto hakuwa.
Sorry.
Kitu moja najua Ruto hakuwa expect. Ruto was thinking atachukua ODM as an entity yote. So with the emergence of Akina Sifuna and Babu Owino pulling to another string, unajua Babu Owino and Sifuna in addition of the team ya ODM, it is very strong team. And you have seen Babu Owino when he's in the campaigns, paka zile mambo anaongeaga is very touchy kwa wale watu wako karibu. Na ndio ulikuwa mpaka wanasikia wanasema ati Babu Owino anaweza kuwa the next leader, kingpin of the Luo nation, kwa sababu paka vile anamoving the crowd. So I think Ruto is at a place where hata yeye mwenyewe anaona the steep is too steep for him to climb. Kwa sababu kama anatembea saa hizi, nimeona post hiyo video ya Sifuna ya leo hii mazishi. Amepost natembea na akasema amesema mambo zingine, akasema Muluya ndiye alikuwa mtu wa kwanza kusema mzungu aende. Kwa hivyo Muluya atishagwi.
Okay, wacha Kang'ata amalizie. Unajua hii 2026 inakaa itakuwa tamu. Lakini simeanza na gia. Tulisema tunapiga Ruto, lakini hatukusema ni forceful hivi.
Itabidi mpaka aongee in tongues. Unaona jana alikuwa anaongea na tongues. Alikuwa anaongea na zile mama tunasemaga in tongues.
Tunajiuliza Ruto akiwa kwa teburumu yake when at the end of the day when he is eating his dinner, when he is now sasa jioni sasa uko pale na watoto na anaona zile vitu zinachipuka, mtu akijaribu kusema hiyo ujinga ya Ruto.
Sasa si ndio unaona kuna mwingine hapo ana receive madondi. Kwa nini unadhani mtu anapigwa madondi hapo? Labda anakasirika mpaka anaona ile kitu ya rais kuonga ni ile iko karibu. Utaniambiaje mtu anavaa aje miwani usiku? Wewe utavaa miwani usiku Jiru? Unaweza vaa miwani usiku?
Yeah. Maybe mama alienda akaambia mzee na vile naona ni kama chombo kinaingia maji. Are we still on the path? Wewe unaonaje? You want to be real?
Wewe acha nikwambie mambo bado. Umeambiwa mambo bado. Unajua nakwambia hii kitu, kuna mtu nilisikia akisema kitu na nikaelewa kile anasema. Hii kitu hata ikupangwa saa hizi Njiru. Hii kitu ni kitu imekuwa ikipangwa na ilipangwa na ikapangika na ikapikika. Sasa sisi tuna receive the repercussion ya kile kitu kilikuwa kinapangwa. That's why umekuwa ukiona Ruto ako na makasiriko sana na the likes of akina Uhuru. Unajua naonaga watu wakisema Uhuru labda ni mole ya Ruto. Vile vitu zilipangwa Njiru before 2025 ifike hata yuko katikati. Ni vitu zingine heavy sana. Tutakuja kuziona. We are going to come and see them. Na ndio unaona labda hata wameambiwa confuse huyu Kasongo. Si unaona wanajifanya mpaka wamekosana kila pahali. Kwa nini leo Gachagua ameongea kuhusu Matiang'i? Si mlikuwa mnasema ati kama hao camp moja?
I think Ruto is losing power.
Ndio ninakwambia watu wamejipanga. Nyinyi mnadhani nyinyi mnaona kama wanati hakuna united opposition. Mimi nakwambia ile games zinachezwa, wamesema wachanganye huyu mtu kabisa. Wamchanganye kabisa.
In fact, I have started getting hope. We are winning this battle. This battle we are winning. Bwana Joseph, hii battle tuna shida. Because based on what I'm seeing, let me ask you, Joseph, even if you are Ruto, how can you fight such a force? Wewe unaona hii resistance force inakaa normal. This resistance against Ruto. How can you fight it if you are Ruto? Nataka tu Joseph uniambie hii resistance ya Ruto. The way people are resisting Ruto. Because
unajua
it is even a worse resistance than ya Moi.
Unajua
Sio no.
Unajua Juru even we are listening to watu wakiongea sana politicians. I don't know if you heard what the bishop huyu father vile alisoma. Kuna huyu bishop alisoma ujumbe. Unajua alikuwa anaongea kuhusu nini? Huyu wa hiyo mazishi. Alikuwa anasema kuhusu vile watu wanafaa kuregister about voting. And aliongea mambo mingi sana na akasema kuhusu pesa mpaka zile zinafaa kupatiana wa IBC. Na akasema kama IBC itakonstitutiwa vizuri itakuwa ni shida. Hata huyu bishop alichoma, sijui kama ulisikia, huyu bishop aliweka fire. Hata huyu bishop aliweka fire mingi sana. And let me tell you, when you are I think wakati Mungu anataka kukuchanganya na kutoa kwa hii kiti. Hata Saul alifanywa akakuwa na mchanganyiko ingine mingi sana. Ndio unasikia hata mtu anaenda na Saul kile alikuwa anataka kudanganya watu, anaanza kuongea na mambo zingine hataeleweki. Anaanza kuita mpaka watu ng'ombe. It means hata Mungu mwenyewe akiwa mbinguni anataka kuchanganya huyu jamaa. Na amemchanganya kabisa. And I think pia hawa kina Gachagua wamepatiwa nguvu ya kuchanganya huyu jamaa. Na ndio nakwambia, umesikia mpaka akisema anatembea anaweza simama. Umesikia mpaka amesema anatembea. Ndio nakwambia nyinyi mnaona tu juju. Hii game ilichezwa. Ndio ukisikia Gachagua akisema anajua kile wanafanya.
The person tunajua ni yule hawezi kuwa rais. Tunaweza kuwa tujue rais. But we don't know. But yule ambaye hatakuwa tunamjua. But yule atakuwa.
Ndio ninakwambia kitu ilipikwa kitambo sana. Hata wanajua ni nani atawekwa, wanajua. Kila kitu inajulikana. Ni vile wanataka wachanganye. Ndio Ruto akaye amechanganya. Ruto acha nikwambie kama kuna kitu anapenda kuleta. Ruto anapenda kuleta kucoin to philosophy. So kuna hii wakati alicoin bottom up, sasa hizi amecoin Singapore. Imagine kama mmemletea candidate moja ama tuseme ni kama Kalonzo. Si hata mtusi the whole of the year, atakuwa kimtusi na matusi mpaka msahau. Sasa mtakuwa si hata alitusi Raila. Raila alimtusi mara ngapi? Sikuwa anashinda akimuita sijui kitendawili kutoka lini? Miaka kama 2. Mpaka ikaingia. Sasa I think pia nani unajua nani anammaster sana. Nani anammaster, nani anamjua. Rigathi Gachagua anamjua sana. I think pia ndio wana decide they know what they are doing. I know they know what they are doing. Na wanachanganywa kila pahali. Kalonzo anasema tuta announce next mwaka inaanza. Alias tuta announce nani candidate. Gachagua anasema tuta announce candidate. Tena Matiang'i unasikia kule. So nyinyi mnaona kama United Opposition imechanganyikiwa. Lakini mambo bado. Umeambiwa mpaka na Joseph hapo mambo bado.
Haya, wacha Kang'ata amalizie alafu nitafute
ako niku yako no imwe koguo ri matua ma muingi ni matua ma Ngai na ni njui muingi nduhitagia turugame to welcome His Excellency Deputy President wake. Karibu.
Sawa, you can react. Wacha, I wish ningepata hiyo real video huyo mama akipigwa. I really wanted to kuona huyo mama wa Lamu, Bwana Joseph.
I think unaweza tafuta azizi ya kwanza, kuna clip alioneshana mingi zilikuwa ulikuwa unacheza na nani na ile cheza na ile itago ni Kenya News ama ilikuwa naona na Kenya News inaitwa Kenya News I think nikaona ikiwa na huku mbele,
lakini kuna mtu ameniambia sijui ati yao ni sijui ni DCI ama ni nini
ati ni
something like ni kama ni so so Kenya News
nasikia si unaona paka Kuya aliwaambia watoke, kuna pale Kuya aliwaambia watoke au polisi akawaambia watoke tai kuwaona.
Kenya Digital News kuna News Alert kama ni kwa News Alert
I think Kenya hata Kenya Digital I think ita hebu usaziona, si ungeandika tu women rep Lamu
ndio hizo kama hapo kuna kitu inaona
lakini hii imenistua ati hukufuatilia hii ati ilikuwa Caracas. Itabidi sasa saa zingine unajua mambo ina happen kwa nchi ukikaa Caracas sana utasahau Mambo ilikuwa inaungua wewe ukiwa Caracas.
Naona hapa mbele hapa hii inaonekana.
Inaonekana eh? Kwa nini uchezi? Hatuoni ama?
Oh, sorry. No, me, you know me, I was in Caracas because Caracas things were more swift. You know, it was... hadi akawekea watu tutam na vidole.
Alikuwa ameweka, si alikuwa ameweka. Alikasirisha watu bwana.
Hiyo.
Hata akiendewa hapo huko anaendea juu ya uzuri. Huyo karibu apigwe nani jini. Ani kama aliguzwa.
Kwani huko kwa Ramu watu wamwambii?
Unajua sasa ni very funny lady. Huyo mwanamke ni very funny. Utakuja aje kusema ati barabara hazijajengwa alafu tuambie kwa serikali na unasema barabara hazijajengwa. Yeye mwenyewe akujua vile anasema.
Ndio hapo. Unaona hapo kunaonekana hata akina Medho hapo.
Medho alikuwa pale, Medho alikuwa hapo. Paka Kuya alisimama hapo.
Kuna hapa unaona hapa kuna there is too much watu wanasimama hapo. Hadi program ikaisha kwanza.
Hata nini yeye alimsaidia kidogo akatolewa hapo. Karen Nyamu. Karen Nyamu ndiye alimsaidia kidogo akatolewa hapo.
Unaenda kuuza poko kwa msikiti bana.
Kumbukeni tuko kwa ibada ya heshima. Naomba tuketi. Kwa sababu kumbukeni kuna heshima ya mama ambaye ameraswa hapa. Kwa hivyo naomba tukaketi. Naomba tukumbuke kupeana heshima. Sawa. Basenga wachana sawa, nasikia na kusikia, lakini wacha aongea akiwa hapa. Karibu mheshimiwa Gakuya. Haya. Karibu mheshimiwa.
Order vijana. Order security. Security, move out. Security, move out. Security, cadre, move out. Order. Order everybody. Order na watu waketi. Tafadhali tuketi. Order. Security, get out of the tent. Security, all of you, get out of the tent. Forget on the...
Sasa Jiru kuna kitu nilikuwa nataka kuuliza what do you see, una comment aje kuhusu trip ya Uhuru na Kalonzo juu wamekuwa pamoja for the few week?
My thinking is like although it might not be the thinking of me, I'm saying they are mentoring Kalonzo to be a president. It's a presidential mentorship.
There is something which is cooking Njiru na ni moto sana.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. For me, it's a presidential mentorship. You are interacting with somebody who is a former president, somebody who knew a lot about presidency. It's a presidential mentorship. Presidential mentorship. Like unapewa mawaidha, how to do, what to do. how to make the coalitions. For me, I see it as a presidential mentorship.
But don't you see that lakini labda uone kuna kitu inachezwa. I think Uhuru Kenyatta and the team wote mpaka wale wote wanaongea mpaka kina Gachagua, they don't want to play the game how they have been playing it. I think they want to play it differently. Wanajaribu kucheza hii game differently mpaka 2027. Because utaniambiaje Uhuru atasema Matiang'i ni yeye candidate wake alafu wanaonekana na Kalonzo. Hii mambo nakwambia, hii mambo ni moto. Hii game haitachezwa vile mnafikiria. Wewe hata tukianalyze politics hapa tutakuwa tukifanya upuzi na wale wote wanaanalyze politics. Tutaacha tukiwa tumestuka Njiru. Hata labda wale wote tunasema pale juu tunaweza pata anatembea ni yeye atakuwa presidential candidate.
So, hao wengine tunaonyeshwa kama decoy. Tunawekewa Kalonzo hapo mbele, lakini rais hata ako huko na raia. Pengine hata rais ni Joseph. Is that what you mean? Hao wengine
rais anasema tawe. Na nyinyi mnaambia huku. Hii mambo the plot will thicken. But it's good ni vizuri. I think Kasongo apati nini na hizi vitu zimewekwa sealed. Who could have unajua kitu moja hata imenistua sana who could have thought that Sifuna could have been emboldened vile amekuwa emboldened. Unajua Sifuna amekuwa emboldened vibaya sana, too much. Mpaka amethreaten mpaka nani Oburu Odinga mpaka anasema atasimama president. Kwa hiyo nadhani Oburu Odinga anasema atasimama president kwa nini? Msiataka Sifuna acha kusema ati ODM haitakuwa na presidential candidate.
So ni vitu anamwambia wewe enda useme hivyo.
Yes, ndio kuzikuwa na presidential, usiseme ati hakuna ODM presidential candidate. Sasa watasema wataenda broad based, alafu hiyo government wajaribu kuenda. Unajua Ruto anajifanyaga ni mjanja ati wataenda kwa nominations ashinde Oburu Odinga, Oburu amsupport. Hizi game tunazijua bwana Njiru. Hizi game lakini game inaambiago ni 90. Si nyinyi mlikuwa mmekuja hapa mkateta Njiru, mkateta ati mnaona kama kinaenda.
Joseph nimeona pale wanachapana sasa.
Kacheze basi.
Nimeona pale wanachapana ni hapa. Let me see. Kidogo. Hapo. Ndio watu na Karen Nyamo hapo.
Sinakwambia Karen Nyamo ndiye alikuwa anamuokoa. Awoni Karen Nyamo ndiye anataka kumuokoa.
And all this because ya kusema two term.
Awoni bila ndaidi pigano si mchezo uoni? Ili nyoroshano si mchezo.
Aibu alikuuliza hata alipeana condolences. Huyu mama alimaliza speech yake hapo.
Alikuwa amepeana condolences akaanza sasa kusema kuhusu tutam. Na unajua hapa kuna ma MP bado ndani. Akina Gogoyo walikuwa huko.
Na hao wanafukuzwa hawa sasa.
Na ndio huyu Nyotu, unaona Nyotu.
hata mama ya nani ndio huyu. Hata the guy huyu ambaye mama yake amekufa sijini.
Kwa
Kumbukeni tuko kwa ibada ya heshima. Naomba tuketi. Naomba tuketi kwa sababu kumbukeni kuna heshima ya mama ambaye ameraswa hapa. Kwa hivyo naomba tukaketi. Naomba
Asante, the moderator, the second deputy president, all protocol observed na kila mtu. Bwana asifiwe. Bwana asifiwe. Kwa majina naitwa Honorable Mercy Wanjiko Gakuya. Na ninashukuru kutoka kule Kasarani, Nairobi. Yangu wakati nilikuwa mbunge wa Kasarani na nikaondoka, nilienda nikakuwa mwalimu wa university. Na mimi najua kitu inaitwa summary, si ndio? I'll be very brief. In 5 minutes nita-introduce watu aina 3. Wa kwanza na ukuje hapa please. Ikiwa wewe ni
huyu ni sister yake ama ndio anaitwa Gakuya?
Huyu alikuwa former MP wa Kasarani.
Ama ni just the sharing of names with the other Gakuya.
Na ni sharing of name, lakini ali welcome wale MPs wote walikuwa the MPs walikuwa kitambo.
Kuja mbele ikiwa wewe ni MP aspirant ama women aspirant ule ambaye hakukuwa introduced, tukuje hapa na watatu on behalf of all the NEC members. Nauliza wale wako hapa wakuje, kwa sababu wakati last year Mungu alitujalia courtesy of
wacha tuone hii matakatifu.
Mheshimiwa Mawathe Embakasi
tukinga kwa ya matakatifu.
Asante sana. Ngai ni mwega na igo ciothe. Njĩtagwo Mũciri wa Mawathe. Nini MP wa handũ etagwo Embakasi South constituency. Na nũndũ twĩna andũ na tũmeme twĩ haha kĩnjarie na Gĩthweri. Lakini tabire wana Gĩthweri ucio utudana kiakira andũ ati mwaria kabira cenyu agonia kabira kanane ithwana rothie twaragia Gĩthweri tugaria Kĩjaruo tugaria Gĩkũyũ tugaria Kĩbaruya gutire toi toriki tutire chao tutire ukabila. Hawa jamaa wanadudanganya hapa. Sasa walikuja mwanzoni 2022 walikuja na bottom up. Sasa wanakuja tena wanataka kutuconfuse ya mambo ya Singapore. Wanataka kukua poa. Hiyo ni strategy ya distraction. Lakini sisi tuko focused kama watu wa United Opposition. Sisi tuko focused sababu vita inayokuja 2027 sio baina yake na United Opposition, ni baina yake na Wakenya. Sio? Wakenya washaamua ni nani? Wakenya washaamua ni nani? Sababu ya wakati nitakatizia hapo, tutazinena siku nyingine. Otherwise ndugu yangu Bazenga, tuko na wewe, pole sana kwa kocha na mama. Mtu asije akakwambia anajua kile unachofikia, wacha unachosikia unapocha na mama yako. Hapana, never. Urafiki wa mama na boy child inakuwa tofauti. God bless you. Thank you sir.
Asante sana Mawathe. Next, Mark Mwenge.
Kuna video yake inaonekana kwa Facebook akipelekwa mpaka kwa gari nzuri.
Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Vile mmesikia, mimi naitwa Mwenje Mark. Mimi ndio mbunge jirani wa Gakuya, Embakasi North. Na yangu kwanza ni kusema pole sana kwa familia yote kwa kumpoteza mama yenyu, na hakuna rika ile mtu anaweza fika aseme ametosheka na mama yake ati amezeeka.
Kuna story gani inaendelea juu kuna nduru mingi hivyo Bwana Yosefu?
Yangu tu ni kusema pole sana kwa familia ya
Wada alifanyaje?
Huyu jamaa unajua mimi naona kama anakuaga tu kwa timu ya Ruto huyu. Mimi sijaimuelewa vizuri huyu jamaa.
Hebu tumusikie.
Bwana Gakuya, na ujue tumekushikilia, na pia kwa niaba ya wabunge, kuna wale wabunge
ambayo tulikuwa tumejipanga to make sure umefikiwa. Kuna Beatrice Elachi, kuna Ivo Bara, kuna Onesmus Ngogoyo na nani mwingine nimesahau, na Basaris. Those are the 5 MPs walinituma na Ngogoyo wako hapa kuhakikisha tumefikisha rambirambi. So tunashukuru sana, pia tunamtambua Your Excellency the Second Deputy President. Asante sana kwa kushikilia ndugu yetu pale Nairobi. Najua tuna mashida mengi na itafika, tutaongea mambo yetu. Nikubali sababu mimi ndio niko kwa leadership Monyoro. Iko kitu moderator alisema, na moderator uliongea jambo moja ya watoto wanarudi shule. One of the things ambayo tunaambia waziri wa education ya kwamba a release pesa yote ambayo ni ya capitation. Hiyo ndio itazuia wazazi kuitishwa pesa wakati watoto wanarudi shule next week. Hiyo tuachie, hiyo tutasukuma, we'll make sure hiyo issue imefika. Issue ya pili ambayo ulizungumzia ni ya kura. We know IEBC wamepatiwa pesa ya kufanya mass registration. That did not happen in the last quarter. Ile kitu tunataka IEBC wafanye is to gazette the polling stations that need to be gazetted, and then we do mass registration in the next quarter. Otherwise, hiyo already iko hapo na tutafuatilia. Ndikwenda kwaria makeria mahau andũ aitũ tũige thayũ na maũndũ maitũ tũgaciraga ũtukũ. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana Mwenje, mpigeni makofi. Mwafrika tafadhali.
Asante sana. Our party leader, His Excellency Rigiji, our Kraje, na tumehubiriwa vizuri sana na moderator, na ndugu yetu ambaye amempoteza mama yake Honorable Gakuya, ambaye tunajua ni gavana wetu wa Nairobi kuanzia 2027. Majina yangu naitwa Kamanda Mwafrika. Mimi ndio mbunge wa Roysambu. Watu wa Murang'a, niwaambie hivi ya kwamba sisi tumeanza kuzoea mapema gavana wetu Honorable Mwangi Gakuya, na ndio sababu tuko hapa kukupea rambirambi na pole zetu. Honorable Gakuya ambaye atakuwa gavana wetu ni kiongozi wetu Nairobi, wabunge wa Nairobi, na kwa hivyo tuko hapa kuexpress solidarity na yeye wakati huu wa majonzi pamoja na familia yake. Nimalize kwa kusema hivi, hiyo Singapore tunataka kupeleka kwa nguvu, tunasema hatuendi. Hatuwezi kwenda Singapore kama SHA haifanyi kazi. Hatuwezi kwenda Singapore kwa nguvu kama matibabu haiendi vizuri, kama hakuna capitation. Singapore hatuendi. Hatuwezi kwenda Singapore kwa nguvu kama shule zingine, kama vile tuliona kwa mtandao, shule zingine ni za matope. Singapore hatuendi. Asanteni sana, Mungu awabariki.
Asante sana Mwafrika. Sasa nataka kumwalika mjumbe wa Tetu, Wadeto.
The clergy, Your Excellency the Deputy.
Sawa, kulikuwa hivyo. Yeah, the Singapore narrative is dead. Sasa Singapore ni narrative ya wajinga bana. Hata kuna mtu Singapore hiyo narrative sasa itabidi Ruto atoe ingine. Hiyo ishakwisha.
Naona mpaka anawajua sana kwa majina wote, anawataja wote. Amewamaster wote. Anataka kujua ni nani ndio ako nini.
I don't know. Sijui kama tuweke huyu mama.
Umeambiwa uweke video yao kashana kufukuzwa nani Njiru na iko Facebook.
Tusikizane kwa heshima ya mama tafadhali. Mtu ya 2 term alitoka.
Huyu mama hakunifurahisha sana huyu, lakini
tulie kwa heshima ya mama, ndio. Mimi naitwa Jane Kihara mbunge wa Naivasha constituency. Kule Rift Valley nasikia kama tunasema jambo moja, lakini kuna ingine nimetumwa na watu wa Rift Valley. Na watu wa Rift Valley ambao wanaongea Kikuyu wananiambia niwaulize nyinyi watu wa mlima, kama vile Rigiji anatuambia mnakubaliana na yeye. Mnakubaliana na yeye ya kwamba
Joseph
angalia Ikomi radio. Ikomi ya IKOOMI.
Ikomi radio. Ikomi news. Ikomi radio documentaries.
Iko na video, kiangalia iko na kanini ka yellow. Kalogo kao ni kama yellow hivi.
Iko na kanini nimeiona. Let me see yesterday. Hiyo ni leo.
Enda tu kwa post, zile post wameweka 4 hours ago.
Ikomi let me just say Ikomi news video. Kiosi ni Murang'a ndio huyu anapelekwa kwa gari, nimeiona. Ndio hii. Kweli. Wakenya kupumzika ni binguni.
Nimeona mpaka Pastor Uora akiombea Maduro.
Na polisi wanasikia aje?
Msiulize aende. Wacheni aende. Wacheni aende. Lakini aambie William huku ni one term. Aambie Ruto huku ni one term. Msiulize, wacheni aende. Wacheni aende. Wacheni aende. Lakini aambie William huku ni one term. Aambie Ruto huku ni one term.
Sasa ametenzi bwana. Aamini bwana. I think he is regretting.
Msiulize, wacheni aende. Wacheni aende. Wacheni aende.
Sasa hakuna mtu amekasirika na hiyo mazishi ya leo, kama hata sisi tunafurahia hapa. Moses Kuria amekasirika kama yake yote. Ametusiana matusi yake yote.
Wanaitwa Ruto ambassadors.
Hiyo ni buguza bwana.
Wakikula pesa yetu, vitu zingine you need to get happy. Unajua ile wakati wanatuibia wanafikiria tunafikirianga aje, wachapo kabisa.
Sasa mambo ya Caracas nitakuwa nikikutoa saa zingine. Sasa kama ungeona hizi videos nitakuwa nikikuja.
Bwana, hadi carotid yangu ika-improve bwana. Leo today I will sleep so happy man. Those are the things bwana. Hiyo kitu nafaa itendekee sasa. Ni vile
sasa
security.
Sasa hivyo ndivyo kutakuwa mpaka tumalize hii mwaka. Hii mwaka haina kupumzika. Imeanza hata tujaingia mpaka February, hata mwaka haijaanza. Unajua nasikia watu wanasema mwaka inaanza March. Mwaka hata ijaanza. So tuko na namna hiyo.
Mimi nikionanga mtu wa Kasongo ameona shida, I feel so good. Mtu wa Kasongo. Yaani ndio mimi nikiona mtu wa Kasongo amepata shida. Na iwe shangwe, na iwe. Joseph, unajua hiyo tunaimba.
Sasa sijui kama mlikuwa mnaongea kuhusu mazishi ya Jirongo juu, sasa huko ndiko mambo pia ilikuwa inaongea. Mlio analyze hiyo mazishi ya Jirongo juu.
Lakini haikuwa explosive hivi. Hii ni naomba bana. Iwe shangwe. Tunaimba tu.
Sasa naambia Anu wasikufe moyo. Unajua nilikuwa naona kama amekufa moyo, alikuwa anasema psyops. Asijali, mambo bado. Mcheka nini wa mwisho? Mcheka mwisho ni yeye huaga anacheka sana.
Walipigia kura mbele wakafikiria wametudetonate
Nimekwambia imefanya mpaka Kasongo anaongea in tongues. Mpaka haelewi kile anasema. Hukusikia vile alisema, aliongea in tongues. Kwani ulisikia vile alikuwa anaongea? Ulisikia?
Ndio.
Hukusikia kiongea jana? Hata haelewi vile anasema. Hebu ende uangalie vile alikuwa anasema juu hata ucheke kidogo. Juu ukiangalia ungecheka tu uangalie vile amechanganyikiwa.
Nifurahia Muthoni amepigwa.
Lakini vizuri utaoneshwa na rafiki yako wa Elsos.
Tukimaliza kazi tutavalishwa taji.
Brother yako wa Elsos atakuonesha hiyo video.
Naye huyu jamani mjinga sana. Ina shida.
Sasa tumebakisha kunyorosha wa Elsos. Elsos anafaa onesho majambos.
Nitapost wasiwatuta mniaje.
Huyo wa Elsos nisema lazima nitamsalimia Njiru. Huyo lazima nitamsalimia. Huyo wa Elsos. Huyo lazima namsalimia huyo.
Ruto anakuja kutujifanyia ati Ruto anaweza. How can Ruto defeat the power of the people? Kwani Ruto anatoshana aje? Ati Ruto
hata unaambiwa na watu uende ucheck it out. Si lazima utuwekee hapa. Unaweza iangalia tu kando ukiwa nini. Uangalie tu utacheka tu hata hana aliona.
I don't want to see that guy.
Alijanganyika mpaka akaita watu ng'ombe.
Please tafadhali mtu wa tuta hapa akikukaribia aoneshwe kile Muthoni ameona leo. Tunaomba.
Niliwaambia Njiru niliwaambia nyinyi mnaona kila kitu ni kama ati inapigano kwa kivita ya nini? Hata kivita ya kiroho inapigano vibaya sana. Na kwa kivita ya kiroho hata ndio nauma kuliko hata hii vita mnaona physical. Hii mambo unajua Mungu akisema akuchanganye.
Gachagua alikuwa na 50+ security.
Unajua Mungu akisema akuchanganye akumalize Njirwe, atakumaliza na kwa kiroho na utakuwa umeisha kabisa. Au utakuwa ukipata favor kwa watu. Na atakuchanganya kwa mpaka zile vitu utakuwa ukiongea. Ukiongea vitu zingine watu wanashindwa, huyu ni pombe anakunywa, huyu ni bangi anavuta ama nini anafanya.
Imagine ana like that video ya Ruto akiongea in tongues. So niandike Ruto speaking in tongues.
Sijui umesema huwezi cheza hapa.
Siana naitisha unajua. Aliongea na tongues nini?
Alikuwa tu huko hiyo sijui ati hiyo kikombe ya chief.
Wacha niwaekee tusikie hiyo tongues. Alisema ushoro kabale. Wacha tucheke pamoja. Ni Kakamega?
Na ndio nimesema.
Ni hapo.
Na mimi
Joseph ni hapo. Is that the environment? Sasa kucheza
ni huko, alikuwa huko.
Nataka nirudia tarehe 1 2026. Kila kiongozi ambaye amepata nafasi ya kuongoza lazima atoe track record yake.
Na wewe?
Mimi nawauliza watu wa Kakamega.
Track record.
Huku Kakamega mnachagua MCA kwa sababu ya sura? Mnachagua mjumbe kwa sababu ako na ndevu?
Huyu jamaa anatuona.
Mnachagua yule governor kwa sababu ya hairstyle? Si kila mtu anachaguliwa na ile kazi amefanya?
Na wewe?
Kama ni mtu ni mzembe, amekuwa uongozi miaka 5, miaka 10, miaka 20 na hakuna chochote amefanya, si huyo ni mtu wa kusafirishwa mbio aende nyumbani?
Kama wewe.
Ama namna gani Kakamega bwana?
Kama wewe usafirishwe.
Tunaelewana? Kila kiongozi akuje na rekodi yake.
Sasa huyu anaongea story ya wengine wasafirishwe, inasafirishwe. Unajua watu wengine bure kabisa. Ati usioni mtu akusafirishwa wewe tunakusafirisha kwa.
Hebu msikie akijichanganya bwana, msikize tu.
Wewe sema tu unapangia wengine wasafirishwe na wewe you are the biggest msafirishwa. Wewe you are the biggest msafirishwa.
Haitao Kasongo.
Na mimi niko tayari, nitakuja na rekodi yangu hapa Kakamega. Ndio niliwauliza wale majamani nashindana na wao juzi. Wawache maneno matupu. Watafute sera, watafute mpango, watafute maono. One term Kasongo must go haitoshi.
Inatosha.
Hawa wananchi wanataka kujua barabara gani umejenga hapa Kakamega.
Hiyo nitarespond bana. Hiyo one term inatosha. One term inatosha. Ati one term Kasongo haitoshi. To us it is enough. To us it is enough. Where Joseph? One term Kasongo haitoshi.
One term. Huyu atajua ajui. Mimi unajua namchekelea tu juu mimi najua atajua ajui. Hata jiendelee.
Mimi hata singojei manifesto. Gachagua hata mkitoa manifesto mimi sisomi. I'm not reading manifesto. Sisi tuko one term na tumekafunga. Aliambiwa na nani, si nani amemwambia clearly. Sisi hatuna mambo ati ya kukuambia manifesto. Wewe. Nani man? Tumechoka at manifesto by foot. Sisi ni one term na tumemaliza. Manifesto yetu imetosha. One term. Na hiyo one term imeingia kwa vichwa kama uchawi. Nothing else.
Hata Elsos nimekwambia lazima nitamwambia. Elsos tunapatana na yule lazima atabadilika.
Hata Ruto anachorea wengi. Can you imagine hata Ruto anajua wale watu wanahitaji one term. Yenyewe kwa hii dunia yenyewe watu wajijui. Hata Ruto anajua people who deserve one term. Si huyo mtu ni mtu wa kusafirishwa mbio. Yenyewe mimi nawaambianga, that's why I don't want to listen to this guy. Mnaona kama anakataa.
Kuna Karongo Wadhango alimwambia yeye amebakisha mashujaa day moja.
Of course, kwani ni uongo? Boss unaenda. Upende usipende tunakusafirisha. Wewe. Umesafirisha wewe. Hata utajua tuko na nguvu. Tunasafirisha wewe. Best ajue bana. You know, you are taking Kenyans for a ride. Bado jamaa anafikiri anaonanga ni kama anatuonanga tu ajinga sana.
Unajua hata wewe unajua unaangalia Ruto akiongea uangaliagi wale wako huko nyuma. Unajua ni kucheka tu wanakuwa wakicheka. Wewe mtu unaangalia mpaka wale watu huko nyuma yake wanaangalia.
Sana na best. Yaani huyu jamaa ati anatuchorea anafikiria hata sisi tuwezi chora. Yaani huyu jamaa akifikiria hivi hebu ni unasikia huyu jamaa akiongea hivi, who can follow such a narrative?
Kuna siku alienda kadanganya watu mpaka polisi wake wakaanza kucheka. Umeikuwa na GSU wakicheka.
In politics, the worst politics I've ever seen in anyone. Hii politics ya watoto. Who can follow hii politics ya Ruto? Who can follow this?
Ndio mnasikia. Sasa umeelewa. Unajua afadhali umsikize ndio uelewe kwa nini Gachagua wanasema hata candidates ya wampatii huyu. Huyu hakuna kitu yoyote anaweza ongea ya maana huyu. Ni upuzi.
In fact, any person listening to this guy is a mental dwarf. Hapa ni
Kakamega. Wanataka kujua wananchi wangapi umewaunganishia stima Kakamega. Affordable housing umejenga nyumba maji hapa nyumba ngapi hapa Kakamega? Kama namna gani bwana? Sikila mtu alete rekodi yake. Sikila mtu alete rekodi.
Rudia tena. Hapo ndipo nilikuwa tunataka kucheka.
Hiyo ndio tax.
Sikila mtu alete rekodi yake. Kama mtu ni bure si aende nyumbani. Kwa hivyo wale majamaa nimewauliza maswali.
Boss, na wewe ni bure. Wewe ni bure na unaenda nyumbani. Wewe ni bure na unaenda nyumbani. Are you aware of that? Wewe ni bure. Wewe ni bure. So kama unajua watu bure, you are the biggest bure.
Unajua niliwauliza maswali juzi. Wakasema ati mimi nawaonea. Mwingine nilimwambia miaka yako ni 50, akasema hapana ni 40. Sasa nimemuuliza na hii 40 Umefanya nini?
Nimepita mbele.
Umepita mbele, rudi nyuma, tunataka kucheka bila hata kucheka.
Wakasema ati mimi nawaonea. Kama mtu ni bure si aende nyumbani maji hapa ng'ombe. Wanataka kujua wananchi wangapi umewaunganishia stima Kakamega. Affordable housing umejenga nyumba maji hapa ng'ombe nyumba ngapi hapa Kakamega ama namna gani bwana? Si kila mtu alete rekodi yake. Kama mtu ni bure si aende nyumbani. Affordable housing umejenga nyumba maji hapa ng'ombe toshi. Hawa wananchi wanataka kujua barabara gani umejenga hapa Kakamega. Wanataka kujua wananchi wangapi umewaunganishia stima Kakamega. Affordable housing umejenga nyumba maji hapa nyumba ngapi hapa Kakamega ama namna gani bwana? Si kila mtu alete rekodi yake. Kama mtu ni bure si aende nyumbani. Kwa hivyo wale majamaa nitawauliza maswali. Umewaunganishia stima
Nilikwambia Mungu akitaka kumaliza na kumaliza aje. Anakumaliza kabisa. Umesikia Jiru, hiyo ndio ulikuwa unaambia ucheze. Hatukuwa na haja na kusikia hiyo mambo mengine yake.
No. This hiwezi pita hivyo bwana. Lazima ngoja hiwezi pita.
Barabara gani umejenga hapa Kakamega? Wanataka kujua wananchi wangapi umewaunganishia stima Kakamega. Affordable housing umejenga nyumba maji hapa nyumba ngapi hapa Kakamega ama namna gani bwana? Kila mtu alete rekodi yake. Kama mtu ni bure si aende nyumbani. Kwa hivyo wale majamaa nimewauliza maswali. Unajua niliwauliza maswali juzi. Wakasema ati mimi nawaonea.
Tochi inafanya kazi. Tochi inafanya kazi. Rudia nyuma tena usikie tochi.
Sasa nimemuuliza na hii 40 umefanya nini? Hawa wananchi wanataka kujua barabara gani umejenga hapa Kakamega. Wanataka kujua wananchi wangapi umewaunganishia stima Kakamega. Affordable housing umejenga nyumba maji hapa nyumba ngapi hapa Kakamega ama namna gani bwana? Si kila mtu alete rekodi yake. Kama mtu ni bure si aende nyumbani. Kwa hivyo wale majamaa nimewauliza maswali. Unajua niliwauliza maswali juzi. Wakasema ati mimi nawaonea. Mwingine nilimwambia miaka yako ni 50 akasema hapana.
Tochi inafanya kazi. Mbona tochi inafanya kazi?
Na hii 40 umefanya nini?
Tochi inafanya kazi bwana.
Sasa opposition hizo videos wanafaa kukua akikata na wanashare.
Tochi inafanya kazi bwana. Hiyo
nyumba maji.
Na nakwambia huyu jamaa huyu na bado huyu bai tukimaliza naye atakuwa amechanganyikiwa mpaka ajui jina yake. Hata ajui kule ametoka kunaitwa aje huyu. Hata kuwa mpaka akijua kwao kunaitwa aje huyu.
I'm so proud.
Si ulikuwa unasema ucheze, nilikuwa nataka uchekacheke kidogo. Huyu jamaa bure kabisa, hakuna kazi hapa.
Sasa
nasema hakuna kazi hapa.
Hebu nikuulize Joseph, huyu ndiye competitor? Ai bwana. Mtutafutie competition serious bwana. Hatuwezi shindana na huyu. Please you guys, be a serious competitor. Hatuwezi shindana na huyu. Mtutafutie competition ya maana. There's no need here. We might win too quickly. We don't want to win too quickly.
Huyu nimwambia hakuna kazi Jiru. Huyu labda huyu hakuna kitu kingine anaweza fanya huyu.
Shinda hata kama tunataka kushinda. Hatutaki kushinda rahisi. We don't want an easy win. Itabidi mtuletee mtu mwingine kama ni huyu.
Niko nataka ucheke. Niko nataka ndio ujue ule mtu tuna deal na yeye na utaki kucheza. Niko nataka ujue ule mtu tuna deal na yeye.
Kama ni huyu hata tutafunga kituo. We are not in competition here. We are not in competition here. Joseph, we are not in.
Na unaona mpaka hao jamaa wako nyuma yake hao wote. Mpaka huyu ako hiyo side ya right, ya left. Wote kwenda nyumbani wote. Na hiyo kwa left huyo. Huyo amejishika hapo. Natembea ameonesha moto mpaka waongei.
Wataenda wote.
Wakiwa na wale wengine huko nini?
But whoever has been saying Ruto is a very strong candidate, Wewe Joseph ukiangalia hivi do you see any strength here?
Acha nikwambie Njiru one thing is certain.
Watu wanakopa bure, hakuna kitu hapa.
Wacha nikwambie Njiru there is no day utaua vijana wadogo na damu yao ipotee hivyo. Alafu expect ati hao watu roho zao zitakuja kukuchanganya. Zitachanganya huyu jamaa Njiru. Huyu jamaa unaona paka vile mlikuwa mnamoa 2022 ati saa zingine anapiga campaign mnaona kama ako moto sana. Huyu jamaa akimaliziwa huyu hata kuwa paka akijua ile njia anapitia.
Hebu nitawaki na comment section kidogo, hebu tulia. Wewe Mrs. Muringe, hebu niambie, is there competition here? Na venye mumefanya tunatoa sauti, hata nyinyi Joseph bwana, mumefanya tuongee mingi. You people, you are painted a very strong person to us.
Mimi niligojea muongee mingi na brother yako hapa. Anaitwa nani? Niligojea muongee story mingi na brother yako. Na Stone PK. Alafu mimi nikuje niwaangamize na siku moja.
Yaani nyinyi mkiangalia hivi is there competition here? Huyu jamaa unatumia this one bana. Huyu hata munipe. Huyu nitamalizia huyu. Najua hiyo hamwezi jibu. Hii ndio shida yenu. Huyu hata munipe huyu namalizia huyu. Joseph, najua hiyo huwezi amini. Sasa umeanzana na mimi sasa. Ona sasa hata umeshtuka. Huyu hata munipe huyu. This guy doesn't need a coalition. This guy doesn't need a...
Wacha nikwambie Njiru. Mimi mtakuja kuniitikisha vile nilisema. Na I said one thing. Hakuna wakati utakataliwa kwa spirit ya kiroho utakuja kuambia watu vile watafanya Njiru. Mungu amekataa uongozi ya huyu jamaa, ameikataa kabisa. Na mtakuja hata si nyinyi mtapigana na huyu jamaa. Hamtajina mkipigana na huyu jamaa sana huyu. Huyu hata mtamwangusha tu hivi. Huyu ataanguka tu hivi. Huyu hata hakuna mambo ya mabishano mingi na huyu. Huyu utaona vile atafanywa by 20. Ona by tukimaliza hii mwaka. Tukimaliza hii mwaka ya yeye kuongea mingi atakuwa amejichanganya mpaka achielewe. Very soon.
Watu hawaamini nikisema munipe mimi hata sitaki mpe Ruto coalition. I will not even ask for a coalition. Huyu jamaa munipe peke yangu huyu. Ni wanyoroshe yeye. Bwana hapa hakuna kitu bwana.
Sasa hiyo sasa hiyo mambo yake. Unaona hii mambo ya video yake hii ya kuongea tu hizi vitu mbili tatu. Unajua imeenea mpaka amemalizo.
Hebu tulia kidogo. Let's hear our competition again. Unajua saa zingine bwana Joseph, it is good to hear the people you are running against. Hii hata tu tutoe hema. Hakuna kitu hapa.
Wanataka kujua wananchi wangapi umewaunganishia stima Kakamega. Affordable housing umejenga nyumba maji hapa nyumba ngapi hapa Kakamega ama namna gani bwana?
Baka anaambia Fernandez Baraza aongee. Asante si uongo.
Bana, huyu best munipe bana. This guy you don't need a strategy. Huyu jamaa tu tutokezee. You don't need a strategy to defeat this one. Joseph, you don't need a strategy to defeat this one.
Huyu tunammalizia hivyo. Wewe ngojea.
Hapa hakuna kitu bana. Bana. Mututolee mwingine, nyinyi watu watuta mututolee mwingine. Hatutaki huyu. There's no need of winning before kufika kwa debe. Mimi sitakangi kushida hivyo. I like winning na jasho. I like winning by sweating. I want a worthy win. Mimi sitaki ati story tunamalizia mse hata hatujafika kwa debe. Tunamalizia mtu na hatujafika kwa debe. Me I don't want such a win. I want a win with some worthy. I want kitu wenyewe niseme yenyewe hapo tumengangana.
Na ndio umesikia Njiru, nimekuambia kuanzia mwanzo nikakwambia ile kitu imepangwa. Njiru, wacheni kupressure hawa watu. Mimi niwaambie mwacheni kupressure hawa watu wa United. Ile kitu imepangwa Njiru, hata Mungu mwenyewe ndiye anapanga hawa watu. He's planning them very well. Na kuna kitu inapangika na imeingiana. Na already wacheni kuwa pressure, watakuja tu mtaona vile hii kitu itachezwa. By this week
hapa hakuna competition bana. Huyu jamaa nini hajatumia kwa hii dunia, and that is the best he can offer. Ruto nini hajatumia? Kama ni waganga ametumia, kama ni pesa ametumia, kama ni uongo ametumia. Kwa nini in his granary what is remaining?
Sasa hata ile stadium alikuwa anashinda akilingalinga nayo ametengeneza hapo, ameenda akaweka viti zingine hapo.
Let me ask you, Bwana Joseph, is this the best?
Kaiba pesa ya viti.
Joseph, is this Ruto at his best? Bwana Joseph.
Sasa ni shida yake ni
huyu ndio Ruto alimalizia, alikuwa anasema all the time ati anamalizia Raila. Ni huyu.
Sasa si akona marafiki kama akina Junet Mohamed. Akona marafiki kama akina Junet.
No bwana. Huyu Ruto, kama ni huyu Ruto, I think you people you have not been presenting to us the true Ruto.
Sasa akitaka vibaya Njiru sasa ajimalizie kabisa. Niende afanye huyo wanga. Niende afanye huo wanga.
Huyu Ruto ndiye amekuwa akiua watoto huyu.
Sasa akitaka sasa vibaya niende aweke mpaka huyo wanga kama deputy rami metu wake.
Hapana, sasa hata hatutaki
hivyo. Huyu anamalizwa kumalizwa. Huyu nakwambia.
Aende hata achukue hata Kenyatta na wale walikufa na kina Dedan Kimathi. Hao wote achukue. Akiwapea manafasi.
Ndio unasikia huyu jamaa anasema kwa nini umekuwa ukisikia Mudavadi anasema wako tayari kwa election? Hawako tayari. Wako tayari aje bwana?
Unajua sisi we cannot deal na Akishiba aulizi. We cannot deal.
Kwani Akishiba ametumwa na nani Njiru? Akishiba hezi jiongelelea.
Sisi hatuwezi deal na Akishiba atuulizi. Huyo Akishiba atuulizi, we don't deal with that. Those are babies to us. Akishiba atuulizi.
Huyo jamaa anawatumia kuongea ndio aambie waongee ndio. Juu yeye hataki kujifanya ati ni anaongea. Anawatuma.
Hii ni knockout. So please mututolee candidate wa maana. Unajua bana mumetuweka pressure. Sijui nyinyi hamjui 2027. Mmekatuweka pressure. Kumbe ni makandidate mko mwetuonesha. Bwana opposition hata msijipange. Mungoje siku ya election, msijipange. You don't need to plan for this one. Msijipange. Nyinyi mukae mungoje siku ya election tukuje tupige kura. You don't need to plan this one. Huyu msijipange. Huyu hata msiambie opposition ijipange.
Ile kidogo tunajipanga saa hizi Njiru hatujipangi mambo ya kushindana na Ruto obviously tunamwangusha kwa debe. Ile kitu tunataka kupangana nayo saa hizi to make sure tumemmaliza mpaka ma MP. Asikue mpaka na watu wanaweza mtetee kwa hiyo bunge. Tunamaliza kabisa knockout.
Already anyone with Ruto is a Ruto. So huyu ashaisha. Si already umesikia Mezo amesema ukienda kwa Ruto kichwa yako inaharibika. So hii ni team ishaisha. Hii ni team even before the game ishaisha hii. Bana mututolee team bana. So
huyu tunampea knockout. Nilikwambia tunampea knockout. Si yeye tu peke yake mpaka watu wake. Knockout. I
need serious competition. Where is Wajakoya?
And there is something Njiru.
Joseph, where is Wajakoya? Wajakoya alienda wapi? Afadhali hata I need serious competition. Where is Wajakoya? Hao watu wamekuwa na kina Ngeze, and there was another guy who used to be called Ngeze, Waweru Ngeze. Mnakumbuka Waweru Ngeze? Who used to vie all the time. Sasa murudishe hao.
Sasa Njiru
mulete akina Waweru Ngeze, mulete Wajakoya, Waihiga Mwaura. Sasa mulete watu kama hao sasa.
Mwalimu Dida.
Na akina Mwalimu Dida na Orengo. Au sasa warudi sasa like waanzie kuitisha viti. But hatuwezi anzia, we cannot be competing with the search. We cannot be competing with the search. No bana, we need serious competition bana.
Na sasa
mumefanya hata tuishe hewa. Kumbe hatuna competition. Na venye mmetufanya hapa tunaongea daily. Sijui Ruto. Kumbe hata ni Ruto amuko mmetutolea tumuone. And that is why Bwana Joseph, it is very dangerous to talk about people you have not seen. Unajua mimi nimekuwa nikiongea story ya watu sijaona. Kumbe ni bure. Bwana mtutoleange watu bana.
Sasa wewe unajua utakai kuangalia. Unajua mtu anaangaliaga pia unasikia kile anasema. Mtu atakaa unajua paka ule mtu una nini? Ule mtu unaongelea kuhusu kama unasema unapingana na yeye, ujue kile anasema. Lazima ujue enemy wako vizuri. Ndio ujue vile utatako. Sasa kitu nilikuwa nakwambia ni kitu moja nimeelewa. Unajua leo kwa speech mimi nachukuaga vitu mingi. Ile speech ya Sifuna alimake nilichukua very hard, nikachukua kitu kadhaa alisema. Huyu jamaa anaumwa na kila pahali. Anafaa aumwe na kila pahali. Unaona mpaka vile mnaona Didi Nyoro anamsukuma kila eneo. Tusitupe mtu yoyote anapingana na huyu jamaa. Ni huyu jamaa aondolewe hapo. Hautaki kujua which means it takes. Kila mtu anapingana na yeye ni atakuwa rafiki wetu. Ni kila mtu apingane na yeye. Kama ataumwa shingo, kama ataumwa miguu, hivyo amesema. Lazima atolewe. Mtu yote anasema one term, huyu jamaa lazima aende. So umeelewa sasa vile nilikuwa nasema. Sasa zile mtu anataka unachukua unaona opponent wako ni nani, mnabishana na yeye.
Okay, sawa. Si mnaona vile NEC members, where are you? Okay. Just say your name. Mtawashikia mic.
Asante sana. Asante sana.
Okay, asante. Sema jina.
Unipea tu nishike kidogo. Naomba tu niseme jina na niseme pole. Mimi nimetoka mbali, nimetembea kilomita 300 mpaka hapa kutoka Narok. So mnipea muda kidogo tu ama namna gani? Na mimi siwezi haribu, sisi ni watu ya one term. Asante sana. Kwa majina ninaitwa Sadera kutoka Narok. Mimi ni former chairman Narok Town na
Joseph, inakaa siku hizi one time itakuwa ni kama ushuhuda. Unasema mimi ni one time, alafu ndio
Auitikishi wewe, auitikishi. Mimi nakwambia ni kunoma. Ni kunoma.
After umesema one time sasa ndio unashika mic vizuri
Ni kunoma. Na mimi unaona, unajua kwa nini nilikuwa nimekuuliza kama mlianalyze hata matangi ya Jirongo, kwa sababu watu wengi waliongea huko, ungesikia walikuwa wanaongea kuhusu one time. Na hakuna mtu mpaka wale watu wenyewe wale walikuwa huko mpaka wale wako kwa hiyo wanajisema ni tuta. Walibidi wamefinywa. Au kuona walifinywa mpaka ule governor wa Busia. Sasa huko ni wapi? Huko ni Kakamega. Kakamega walifinywa. Sasa imagine hiyo Kakamega alafu wakakuja headquarter nyingine inaitwa Murang'a leo. Wanafinywa. Sasa tunataka tuone wakienda Kisii kama watafinywa tena. Juu wanafinyiwa kila eneo. Wanafinywa kila pahali.
Sasa tubakishe Ruto na Sugoi yake.
Nakwambia wanafinywa kila pahali. Na wewe ngojea tu, utasikia tu hata kama ni huko wakiwa kwa meeting huko Kisii.
Mimi hapana kelele, mimi ni mtu ya one time. Alafu sasa
kama wamefanya mpaka mtu anaitwa Simbarati amekaa kama paka.
Hebu sikiliza hapo, nataka usikilize hapo uone.
Sema jina.
Huyu jamaa tu akisema one time mambo inasettle.
Unipea tu nishike kidogo. Naomba tu niseme jina na niseme pole. Mimi nimetoka mbali, nimetembea kilomita 300 mpaka hapa kutoka Narok. So mnipea muda kidogo tu ama namna gani? Na mimi siwezi haribu, sisi ni watu ya one term. Asante sana. Kwa majina ninaitwa Sadera kutoka Narok. Mimi
I need to ask Bwana Joseph, can you imagine huyu jamaa angesema hapo tutam can you predict?
Siangefanya tu vile walamu walifanywa. Sasa hizi ni unadhibitisha, unasema mimi naitagwa Njiru na mimi ni one term.
Unasema mimi ni Njiru, mimi ni mtu wa two term. Can you predict what will happen hapo mbele?
Mimi nakwambia mpaka ule wa Busia governor alioneshwa moto. Alienda kujaribu kusema ati mambo hapo. Hakuweza kuongea, aliambia toka hapa. Akaambia utakuashia tochi hata wewe.
Lakini siasa inakuwa tamu bwana. No, hata kama tulisema hatukusema hivi. Unajua bwana, at least Joseph hatukusema mkue this serious.
Sasa wewe unaona tu kuhusu mambo huko juju. Mimi unajua mpaka naziangalia kule kwa ground kule kwetu. Na ndiye anawaimbisha wimbo kule, my brother fanya mambo. Ukiona wakiimba one time hata unaweza stuka.
Aya, ya fanya mambo akiwaimbisha one time.
Ndakuambia pale iko ndakuangalilia.
Nipetie hapo kwa private
Iko tu kwa Facebook yake, wacha niangalie kama bado iko.
Kabisa
Nakwambia by tukimaliza watu kufika hata sisi tukimaliza.
Joseph, are you aware kidogo Joseph, are you aware siku hizi yani kuongea maneno ya one time unasikia ni kama unakuwa tajiri. Yani it is so good, yani unasikia ni kama umepata pesa. Ukiongea tu story ya one time unasikia tu ni kama jamaa amepata pesa ama ametajirika.
Na mimi naambia akinana hapo asikufe. Unaona by June tukienda kuingia hii financial year ya June, au utasikia mambo wewe. Hii finance bill ya June ya mwisho. Nakwambia hii 2026 kinawaka kuliko vile kimewaka Venezuela.
Bana, this guy unajua huyu jamaa alikuwa ameamua bana. You know huyu jamaa alikuwa ameamua hata watoto wetu watakuwa slaves bana. Huyu jamaa alikuwa ametupangia bana. Huyu jamaa lazima tumumalizie vizuri. Alikuwa ametupangia huyu jamaa. Alikuwa ametupangia bana. Ukusikia ati when I'm 90. Ama ukusikia statement when I'm 90. Ati when I'm 90. Ama ukusikia jamaa anasema hivi ati when I'm 90. Kwa TV. Ati when I'm 90.
Hata kuna Paul anakuambia ule jamaa ule mtu alisurvive huko ni tu Karenyamu na aliambiwa tumia akili, atumie wisdom. Aliambiwa use wisdom. Ukiongea upuzi hapa utajisikia umefika nini? Utajisikia umefika Kariobangi. Na sina gari.
Bana, unajua Ruto alikuwa ameambiwa sisi ni wajinga wake bana. Kwenda kabisa.
Na game ni mpaka 90.
Ruto alikuwa ameamua sisi ni wajinga wake atutumie akili.
Sasa unafaa ukuje you fire up Son PK. Son PK umweke joto juu naona amelala.
Na
atatukuta
ninapigania kiti ya Narok North 2027. Nimekuja tu leo kusema pole kwa rafiki yangu Gakuya. Gakuya ni mtu ya watu ametengeneza warafiki kutoka Narok. Nataka tu kutambua party leader wetu Mheshimiwa Rikiji. Nimekuja kutoka Narok, nimetumwa kutoka Narok, nimeleta salamu mingi na nimeleta pole sana kwa familia ya Gakuya. Sisi tumeshukuru nyinyi sana. Na hatuna maneno mingi kwa sababu tunaona time ni mingi. Tumesema tu kusema pole na sisi tunasema ni one time. Thank you so much.
Asanti. Mtaniwia radhi waheshimiwa. Nitashika hii mic. Just say your name.
All protocols observed. My name is Ann Mutua. I'm the DCP National Treasurer. Thank you.
Na mimi naitwa Wanjiko Thega, mimi ndo nasimamia vijana nchi mzima, DCP National Youth Leader.
Mimi naitwa Boniface Nyamo kutoka Kasarani na DCP tunasema ground ni DCP. Asanteni.
Dorcas Mugereri kutoka Embakasi North.
Maseno Gari kutoka Kiambu 2027 women rep na DCP na tuko nyuma ya Rigiji na mambo ni
Wangeshi Waroe, incoming member of parliament Moya, kwetu kiti ni vacant, I'm the acting.
DCP Ampama from Kasarani, acting member of parliament. Asanteni sana.
Solomon Maina ama Maina wa Chipo kutoka Githurai, incoming Gen Z MP.
Savia Kigathe Kionyiwe, incoming member of parliament. Kikuyu DCP, mambo ni one term.
Mugambi Dirango kutoka Roysambu.
Majina yangu ni Jasper Kashunga, aspirant pale Roysambu. Na nimetoka hii area.
Samuel Kagesho Githedo, nawania kiti ya Gatanga. Mheshimiwa Gachagua, Murang'a na Gatanga tuko nyuma yako 100%.
George Geshoke kutoka pale Roysambu na kazi ni kusikiza Mkenya.
Kwa majina ni Joseph Kagai, incoming MP Embakasi East.
Mimi naitwa Mutunga Mutungi. Hi cousins. Hi cousins. Incoming Nairobi. My name is Mafaka Maiko Agoge Karanja kutoka Roysambu, incoming MP.
Sarah Uwezo representing Honorable Jamre Kamau, the incoming governor Murang'a County na chama cha DCP, na tuka nyuma ya Rigathi Gachagua.
JB Gashaja, incoming MP Kandara constituency. Rigathi Gachagua tuko pamoja sana.
Uncle James wa Jiro, incoming MP Ruaraka.
Kwa majina ni Abdulaziz, incoming MCA Korokocho Ward, na tunasema one term.
Hi cousins. Hi cousins. Salamu za Rigijizi kwa wapi? Kwa majina naitwa Arnold Junior Sambari, Dandora Phase 1. Majina hi DCP. Mimi naitwa Stano Kimure, Director Political Affairs Strategy and Mobilization wa chama cha DCP. Na hapa sisi hatuuziwi uoga na hatuwezi kuambiwa two term, tunasema ni one term. Rigathi Gachagua, mtu alimpicha Rigathi Gachagua ni shetani taka.
Okay, asante sana. Kuna watu wawili watatusalimia, Mheshimiwa Waihenya na Mheshimiwa Nelson Havi, wakili.
Zero. Kuna receive news saa hizi. Najua mimi naona news hapa ninastuka.
You don't need a second job. You just need to learn how to talk to AI.
So this is how I
Unasikia nani ametolea nani bunduki karibu ampige risasi.
Nani?
Alai alikuwa anataka kupiga Babu Owino risasi.
Wapi huko?
Leo alikuwa kwa hit and confrontation.
They always do those things, so but si unajua that is sibling rivalry in ODM, because unajua umesikia Gachagua akisema wanangojea ODM. So ODM, let's not mince our hand. ODM ni matambara sasa. ODM ni matambara. So ODM kila mtu anatoka na PC yake. Yeah.
Na imewekwa mpaka kwa gazeti
Yeah, but again, unajua huyu Alai ako na entitlement mbaya sana. I don't like Alai.
Huyu ataisha vibaya. Huyo vile ile mambo inakuja kumkumba atajua ajui. And I'm telling you, ODM hata kushinda viti Nairobi itakuwa normal.
Alai is gone. The maximum he can do is an MCA. Si Alai ni MCA.
Ni MCA akilileshwa.
Sasa huyo ashafika peak. He cannot go beyond MCA. Huyo mambo yake kuisha. Huyo asha mambo ya Alai kuisha. The maximum he can, because Alai ni wale watu very pride, akona pride mbaya sana, hawezi ambilika. He thinks he is the only moral human being. Alai kwenda kabisa. Oshaisha.
Huyo atamalizwa huyo hata anaweza malizwa nani Njiro. Very soon.
No, huyo doesn't need kumalizwa. Huyo ashajemaliza mwenyewe. Why do you even compete with a dead man walking? That's a dead man walking. That's a dead man walking. Why bother with somebody who has already exterminated himself? Alai has already killed himself, so don't worry about Alai.
Nilikuwa nataka kuletea ni tu unajua ilikuwa news, naona ni breaking, sasa ni lazima ningekuambia. Lakini bado si kuambia nani alikuwa kwa hiyo mazishi Havi. Nelson Havi alikuwa huko bado.
What did he say?
One time.
No. Although Nelson Havi ni wale wase wanapitianga kwa nini? Nelson Havi ni wale watu wana personally Nelson Havi I usually take him wacha nione kama hako.
Besema one time. Nasema kama
No, but Nelson Havi ni wale watu still unaweza mkuta na Ruto anytime. I don't like him. Amesema
sasa ni kuingia nayo kichwa.
alikuwa kwa Bario.
Kila mtu alikuwa huko.
Wacha niwaekee
isipokuwa Bure na kabisa ndio hawakukuwa.
Ati yani anasema ati hiyo mazishi na kati kama James Bond.
Sio mimi na shida iliwapotelea wapi hiyo? Hiyo ilikuwa moto.
Nelson Havi. Hata nani ameianalyze vibaya sana. Ndio. Okay, wacha tuweke Nelson Havi.
Goko nekwa
hiyo
podcast. Women lep Waramu. Ndona.
Hiyo ni ya kuku.
So natafuta Nelson Havi. Kare kako nika video akiongea kidogo sana 55 seconds hii.
Naitwa Nelson Havi.
Pahali pema peponi. Asanteni sana.
Asanti, kindly my colleagues here. Jina na kitu kidogo useme tumalize.
Amjambo. Mimi naitwa Nelson Havi. Nimekuja hapa kuleta rambirambi zangu kwa rafiki yangu Chairman Gakuya. Na pia nimekuja kusema kwamba wakati tulipokuwa tunawania kuweka hii serikali mamlakani, huyu Gakuya ndiye alikuwa mwenyekiti wetu Nairobi. Na huyu naibu wa rais alikuwa kinara wetu. Na hao wakisema mwelekeo ni huu, sisi tutafuata. Mungu awabariki. Asanteni.
Thank you. My immediate neighbor tuliserve na yeye 12 parliament na wasalimie.
Amesema hata mwelekeo ni huo. Nimekwambia lazima ujijulishe siku hizi. Hata wewe nataka kuuliza Njiru, sema tu. Wewe unajijulisha kama nani? Unajua sasa hata mtu akiingia kwa show itabidi unamuuliza. Unajua anasomike. Hata Eli unafaa akikuja hapa unamuuliza jijulishe. Mimi naitwa Eli.
Wewe nani unajua raia binadamu wanatembea kama mchwa. Sijui kama bwana Joseph simuiona vile mchwa ikitembea inatokanga from one point to the next point. Na uwezi anzia kama mchwa imeamua kuenda hivi, uwezi anzia kuona mchwa nyingine ina divert hivi. Na in fact ile mchwa udivert inaenda hii side nyingine inaendaga kukupa peke yake. Sasa kama mchwa imeamua we are moving from south to north, hiyo ndio direction.
Sasa ndio nimekwambia lazima mtu atakuwa akisema ukweli, anasema mimi ni wa one term, ndio sasa tunaacha anaongea sasa. Kwa sababu sasa hii mambo utajua ni nani ana nini. Hata huyu hao watu wamekuwa wakijaribu kutuchanganya, tuchanganyiki tena sasa.
I'm actually asking myself, I'm actually you know the way Embu's narrative is notorious. I'm now waiting for a event sasa itokezee nione what will be happening in Embu. Not
but unajua Embu wako tayari ku pay back. Embu when they be an event itakuwa payback mbaya sana. Me I'm telling you.
I'm actually waiting for an event in Embu.
Itabidi
itakuwa salvo sasa mbaya sana.
Itabidi Elsos ajifiche chini ya meza. Nakwambia Elsos. Elsos usapata chini ya meza ya mkahawa.
Ana naulizia Rokona, si Rokona alisema hii mlima tutakata mara mbili.
Mimi nakwambia wewe ngojea Embu. Na si Embu tu, mimi hata sigojea Embu sana, ngojea Meru. Juu ya Meru hiyo itakuwa ikichekeka. Hiyo
I'm waiting for something in Meru and Embu. I'm waiting to see what
hiyo.
Akide na kusitokezea kitu mbaya itafanya kukue na siasa Embu, because I don't know what will happen, because unajua shida ya Waembu ni makope kati sana. Sasa wameona kile kimetendeka Murang'a, so they want to disapprove that. Unajua sasa hiyo ndio shida ya Embu. Shida ya Embu anatakanga ku move peg. Kama sasa unasikia ngoja wachana na hivyo wamefanya Murang'a, ngojea sisi sasa. You know that daring.
Na kwa nini uchezeshi mkubwa wetu Bigi Karongo Wadhango na aliongea? Kwa nini utaki kuchezesha Karongo Wadhango na ndivyo aliongea tu mambo? Najua nimeona umechezesha wengi lakini Karongo Wadhango amchezeshi bwana, ama utaki kusikia vile Karongo alisema?
Unajua Karongo venye hii maneno ya mbele venye he was not serious with it, kuna vile I've taken a back with him.
Msikize kwanza.
But he has to be serious. Yeah, he has to be serious. So Karongo, wewe, you have to be serious. Otherwise you will be at the Embu should outdo Murang'a. No, I'm waiting for something. I'm usually nakuanga na jitters na Kirinyaga. Kirinyaga ikuangi explosive. But
sasa unaongea kuhusu Embu na Murang'a na Murang'a na Meru. Wewe unajua mpaka Northeastern kumedhoka.
Northeastern
wamekuja mkiona Northeastern. Kwani mjakuwa mkiona Northeastern?
Northeastern have not seen.
Kuhusu Duale na Divo Duale amekimbishwa Northeastern.
Na watu wao, unajua huko wanakimbizwa na watu wao
Anaambiwa hiyo kujifanya anajifanyanga ati ni mwenye mbuzi na ngamia huko atajua ajui.
Ndio hiyo sasa. Tunataka hiyo.
Nilikuacha ukae na Storm PK nikaona kama Storm PK ya chapi yake hizi mamambo ama ni nini. Unajua mimi nakaka kidogo alafu nakuja na explosive.
Kuja kesho achape yake. Hebu sasa tusikie huyu Karongo zako. So unataka kusema sasa hata wafugaji wamechokeshwa na mfugaji mwenzao.
Utaweka tu hiyo utasikiza. Utaweka tu hiyo si iko hapo tu utaweka tu angalie. Utaiweka tu. Kwanza chezesha hiyo Karongo tusikie vile na yeye anaiimbisha hata kama unasema huwa kufurahishi.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Nyoto, Senator wa Murang'a. Your Excellency the People's Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, viongozi wengine wote, wakazi wa Murang'a na Nairobi, hamjambo. Hamjambo. Mimi yangu nimeambiwa nipatiane news, breaking news. Lakini kabla nisome hiyo, Reverend hapa nimesoma mambo mengi leo. Na Rigiji hapa nimejua chama chake hata kanisani kimekubalika. Chama chetu cha DCP hata kanisani kimekubalika. Wamama wa Action wamevaa vitambaya hiyo rangi. Asanteni sana. Na mimi pia hapa nimeona wanakwaya waliotuimbia hapa. Na kama ningekuwa na uwezo, ningewaweka kwa list ya wale watu wataenda kutumbuisha watu Mashujaa Day ya mwaka huu, ambayo ndio itakuwa ya mwisho ya Kasongo. Ningewapeleka huko waimbe ile wimbo wameimba hapa. Na warudie hiyo chorus ambayo imesema tutakukumbuka kwa kuhangaisha wanyonge. Si ndio walimba hapa? Si mambo ndio hayo? Na pia nimesoma hapa. Kama ningekuwa darasani, mwalimu aniandikie explain what you understand by lack of emotional intelligence. Ningeandika hapa. Niseme ilikuwa siku ya Jumamosi. Mbunge fulani akaingia. Akasimama hapa mbele. Akasema kwao hakuna barabara. Akasema kwao ni mashimo. Akasema kwao hakuna stima. Lakini ningetaka watu wangu waendelee bila kuwa na stima, bila kuwa na barabara. Ati ndio anasema tutam. Hiyo ni kichaa si kichaa? Hiyo ni kichaa si kichaa? You're wishing your people the worst. You are telling us you do not have maendeleo. Yet you are telling us you want them to continue that for another 5 years. Kichaa sio kichaa? Na mnasema Karen Nyamu sio mwerevu. Ni mwerevu. Rafiki yangu kule bunge, mwerevu. Nikimalizia, tumefunzwa hapa na Reverend Ngumo. Na mimi nimeongezea respect to women. I had it but imeongezeka. Sababu tumeambiwa mamake mheshimiwa alikuwa na watoto 8 ama ako na watoto 8. So ukihesabu 80 times 9, ile miezi 9 alibeba watoto. 80 times 9 ni 72. 72 divided by 12 ndio ujue ni miaka ngapi? Hiyo ni miaka 6. Yaani mama alikuwa na miba miaka 6. Mimi nikakumbuka woi mamake Karongo wa Dhangwa alizaa watoto 13. Na mimi ni namba 13. So ni 13 times 9 inakuwa 117. 117 divided by 12. Yaani mamangu alikuwa na mimba miaka 10 jameni. You have made us respect women and we are going to fight for women and especially the women of Mount Kenya and Nairobi at large, I'm telling you. Ya mwisho kabisa. Hii safari ya Singapore lazima tusimamishe. Tutasimamisha. Hii safari ya kwenda Singapore lazima tusimamishe. Sababu Kasongo anataka kutupeleka huko, na mimi nimefanya hesabu ya Singapore. Singapore hawakuzi majani chai, ndio maana Kasongo anaharibu majani chai hapa, ati ndio tukose majani chai kama Singapore tuanze kununua nje. Ndio maana kule Singapore hawakuzi kahawa, wale hununua nje. Ndio maana anataka ameanza kuharibu kahawa ya hapa, ndio tuache kukuza kahawa ati tuanze kununua nje. Si hata huyo tuseme kichaa iko? Ako na kichaa hana? Kwa hivyo tuseme aje one time, si ndio? Harambe! Ndio sisi hao.
Asante Senator Karungo. Sasa tumebakisha senator mmoja tu. Your Excellency, I know we are hard pressed in time.
Singapore, lakini politics can be convincing, eh? Singapore hakuna majani chai.
Nakwambia kilikuwa kinanuka. Umesikia sasa, eh?
So I don't know kama video ya Duale ni hii, but you'll tell me. It's like two weeks ago.
Yeah, ilikuwa 2 weeks ago. Umeiona?
Na hapa imeandikwa. Imeandikwa hapa Northeastern MPs. No, not that one.
Unayo hapo Northeastern MPs wanamwambia he does not own Northeastern. Anawaambia kile watafanya.
Umeiona? Oh, hii. Arise of crash of a political supremacy, ndio?
I think hebu icheze.
Yeah.
Hebu icheze tusikie.
Serious political duel is unfolding in the northeastern Kenya region, pitting Health Cabinet Secretary Aden Duale and Council of Governors Chairperson and Wajir Governor Ahmed Abdullahi. The allies are now tearing at each other over political supremacy. Wajir North MP Ibrahim Sanei has been on the offensive, hitting out at CS Duale, accusing him of being supreme in the region, demanding that all politicians must speak his language or face oblivion. According to Sanei, Duale has been on the offensive in the region's 3 counties, besmirching politicians who are not speaking his language, including Governor Ahmed Abdullahi of Wajir. But a section of leaders from the Ajuran community in Wajir are castigating the legislator, accusing him of disrespecting the president and CS Duale. The Ajuran community leaders want MP Sanei to forthwith apologize to Duale and the president, as they insist he's working at the behest of individuals who are against the president.
Blind obedience is only to Allah, the Creator, the Almighty. I will never, ever give any blind obedience to anybody except Allah. If Duale wants blind obedience, psychopathy, to be a preambulator to him, I shall never be. And that will be the last thing he least expects of me.
We are respecting you. The president employed you on that position, and that's the only one position for Northern Kenya. Instead of now working for that, strengthening that respect, you're trying now to undermine the leaders.
We are aware that Honorable Sanei is advancing narratives aligned with anti-government individuals and interests, using public platforms and podiums to issue inflammatory and divisive statements against the president and leaders of good standing.
Sisi tunajua ya kwamba serikali hii ya rais wetu William Samoei Ruto, sisi kama jamii ya Ajuran imetuwekea record ama historia. Tangu nchi hii yetu kupata uhuru, hii jamii yetu haikupata waziri wala principal secretary.
Umesikia Njiru?
Yeah, you can react to that. Na nangojea
hata huko kuko split. Umeona mpaka huko kumegawanyika. Kunoma.
Of course, what
so kama huko alikuwa nadhania ataongezea zile kura alikuwa anasema. Akuchekeki hivyo, mambo si kucheka.
Yeah, it looks like we even Northeastern we could get people to work with us.
Si akuchekwi hivyo, akuchekwi. Mambo ni noma. Iko kila pahali. Ni noma. I think vile alikuwa nadhani itakuwa rahisi. Vile ulikuwa unasema knockout si rahisi. Si rahisi ati atachukua tio. Haiwezi. Mambo ni noma kila pahali. Najua alikuwa anadhania ati atachukua hii kiti very fast kutoka atadini kila mtu. Watu wamekataa. Na you know, Northeastern ni kama wanakuwaga na kafiri kule serikali inaenda. Wanarukaga mara ya mwisho. Naweza kuwa ikuonesha vile wanakupenda wanaruka mara ya mwisho. Let me tell you, mambo ni noma. Na bado hatujasikia Turkana wakiongea na wale wengine. Unajua ODM iko inashikiliwa na ODM si kule Nyanza tu peke yake.
Unajua Ruto na makrones wake alikuwa anafikiria amebebea Wakenya akili. Ati yeye akiamua ameamua. Sasa ati akiamua ati akikuja atupe political narrative Singapore. Then people and to follow that without thinking. My friend, it is not easy. It is not easy. It is not easy. Oh.
But kuna kitu niona iko na shida Njiru ni Kalonzo anafaa kuacha kushinda akijibu jamaa mara mingi sana. Unajua niona akianza kusema ati vile atatoa manifesto. Ni achane na huyu jamaa. Huyu jamaa hafai kuambia kitu yoyote huyu. Huyu anafaa kuambia tu one thing. Wewe ni wewe tunataka uende. Simple and clear. We need you to go. Tunataka uende na uende kabisa. That is the goal.
Haya, Joseph itabidi ni kurudisha Marekani kidogo. Wacha tuone Maduro akitoka kwa ndege amefika.
Maduro hata yeye ameonyesha
Ndio huyo. Maduro has just arrived. So let's see him disembarking. Wale wanataka kujoin show mnaweza kuja mjoin show. Yeah, let's see Maduro embarking and then we call it
naona alikuwa ameweka mpaka ma headphones na akaweka mpaka blind nini zile vitu za macho aoni kule yuko.
Bwana sasa he has been joking with the wrong country. Sasa tutasema aje? Unajua saa zingine there are some declarations which you were saying which were not very good.
But nimefurahia sana kama huko umeona hiyo mambo ya nini leo nimekujog your memory.
Oh, that one is okay. That one is okay. Wacha tuone Maduro wakitolewa. I hope they will be able to show us Yeah. So wacha tuone. I want us to see. Kuna wale watu wako kuweza kupata opportunity ya kuona Maduro. So we need to see Maduro as a captive. We are waiting for Maduro as a captive.
Njiru hii ni ndege ama ni nini?
Okay, chopper desk. I think that's at the top of the stairs, correct?
Hii ni ndege.
Nilikuwa nimesikia ni kama ataletwa na destroyer.
I know. But that should be them coming.
You know they say so many things so that you are not able to understand. Unajua it is part of military tactics. Saa zingine wanasema tunamleta na meli then they do it na ndege. So part of military concept of delivery is misinformation. But Joseph, you know that military works on misinformation.
Yeah. I understand. You mean nilikuwa nimesikia ati ataletwa na destroyer. Maybe they were diversionary tactic.
Yeah, inakuanga hivyo. Saa zingine even the military can say we are coming there tomorrow. Then wanakuja next week.
Tutamuona na sioni wakituonesha light hapa. Namo wanafanya aje? Na tuonesha kweli. Ana ameweka giza hata labda ameshuka. Si ni yeye ule ama ni nani?
Tutaona relax. Some they will give us that glimpse. Unaona kuna watu wanateremka hapo kwa ndege. They will give us that glimpse. But all in all Mr. Maduro lakini watu kama hawa bana already bench ishatengenezwa ya kusikiliza hii kesi bana.
Anasikia anaweza pelekwa Guantanamo Bay.
that's you don't wish to be there.
Nimesikia anaweza pelekwa Guantanamo Bay after kesi.
Guantanamo Bay in Cuba, eh? You know Guantanamo Bay in Cuba. Are you aware of that?
Lakini hawezi pelekwa Cuba. Cuba na anaweza enda nini? Labda watafungia tu jela za nini? Jua hawezi mpeleka pahali pengine. Sasa unajua as long as tulisikia nini CICC.
What I'm saying is that Guantanamo Bay is in Cuba. You know that, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, Guantanamo Bay is in Cuba, but it belongs to the US. Sasa zingine hii mambo ya dunia ilewekangi. Guantanamo Bay is in Cuba, but it belongs to the US.
na hapa ni wapi? Na hii hiyo anajaribu kutuonesha.
This one looks like the airport. Hapo inakaa ni kama ni hapo ni chini. Maybe. Oh, Alcatraz. Pia Alcatraz ni njera ingine noma mbaya sana.
Oh, ameshatolewa. Si ni ule tunaona kitembezo huko. Na ndio huyo anaoneshana pale chini. Anaingishwa kwa hiyo warehouse. Warehouse ama ni jela? Hii ni jela ama ni warehouse? Ni warehouse ya ndege. Aone akiingishwa huko ndani na amegojewa na magari pale. Lazima aprocessiwe huko ndani. Kama hiyo wamembeba kama jambazi sugu. Kama jambazi sugu. Uone ameingishwa kwa hiyo kinyumba nani Jiru. Kuonesha wakioneshana hapo. Kweli.
Na alafu na mbona hii safari imetumia masaa mingi hivyo?
Ndio hata mimi nimeshindwa na ndio mimi sikuelewa hata mimi.
Maybe aliletwa na meli ata portion and then portion nyingine akabebwa na ndege because from Venezuela to the US you can't take all that time. Kuna kitu iliendelea.
Ama alishikashika, unajua anaweza kuwa alimshikashika kidogo akimuuliza vitu. Hiyo ni Fox.
Yeah, Fox News. Fox wanafuatilia hii maneno sana. You not
hold here for a minute.
Hata ABC wameweka ABC wana that's what they are doing.
No one word can describe the
Unaweza angalia ingine pia tuone. Labda kuna ingine inaonyesha. Fox iko mbele.
We don't go and speak to every congressman and let them know what's going on and happening. If we did that, God knows what would happen for a politician would take that advantage to run.
Nakwambia hawezi watarudisha tu Fox. Hata hizi zingine zitaziona.
So we don't do that.
Thank you, Rick Delatorre, Aaron Katursky, senior White House correspondent.
Thank you very much.
Throughout the day.
Unajua Jiru, the last time that this has ever happened ilikuwa nani? Kama unaweza kumbuka.
Sorry?
The last time something of this magnitude may happen ilikuwa lini?
It was when Suleiman was killed. You remember Suleiman?
Me can remember Saddam Hussein. You remember Saddam Hussein?
But
that is the only person who was captured. Kwa sababu watu wengine wameuliwa. Kienda uangalie Osama was killed. Uende uangalie Gaddafi was killed. Huyu ni yeye tumeona akishikwa. So this one ndio unaona inakaa movie. Kama tu ile ya Saddam. Najua Saddam alichajiwa akiwa, Saddam alichajiwa akiwa Iraq. He was charged in Iraq na akafaindiwa guilty in Iraq na akafungwa na akanyongewa huko.
Na Joseph na mbona who based like why was it this quick like within a day they had what's wrong like
wanasema kuna watu walipeana. Nikuulize alikuwa na nani before ameshikwa? Si alikuwa na wale watu wa China? Yeah, some China investors. So I think even China they gave him up. Mimi nikwambia China, mimi siwezi kuwa rafiki wa China sana. Mchinku anaweza kuuza. Mchinku anaweza kuuza mapema asubuhi na upate umebeba.
No, but what I'm trying to ask is that like he has always been saying that he is mobilizing the country. That's what he was saying. Sijui kama ulikuwa unasema ulikuwa unafuata because Maduro has been saying he has been saying he is doing military build up. Ulikuwa unasikia kitu kama hiyo, including kila citizen alikuwa anapewa bunduki. So like why were they not prepared to fight?
I think what happened Njiru, US waliona hata confrontiana na watu kwa ground vile walifanya in Vietnam. What they did in Panama, waliona now we are going to go to him head on, and they used a tactical team. Unajua hiyo team itumwa si ati ni mchezo, is a tactical team, a special forces team,
Delta Force.
Itumika ukiona mpaka vile
like because like there is a time when the US uses the SEALs and now they decided to use the Delta. So what are the difference in tactics? Like
unajua SEAL team inakuwaga ile iko pamoja na Navy. SEAL team.
So like hii nasikia tu wametumia Delta Force.
Yeah, Delta Force ni kama jeshi tu ile jeshi tunasemaga Kenya Army. SEAL team ni kama tu hii mnasemaga Navy. Nyinyi huko. So they always but sijui vizuri, but what I know is ungeona tu vile hizo ndege zilikuwa zinaanguka, you could have known they are trained men. Sijui kama uliona hizo ndege zikimwendea.
Oh, si wanashukanga na makama.
Ya Chinook, unajua alieneo na the Chinook, zile machinook. Alieneo na the Chinook.
Of course Chinook is a very serious plane, eh?
And hizo ndizo zilimwendea. And if you could look, you could see those people. Sijui hata hiyo video kwa nini uoneshe. Ulionyesha hiyo video wakiendewa?
Yeah, I want to show the Chinook here. Si Chinook nile inakuanga na nini mbili, rotors mbili.
Na ujua US ni advance kama hii ya Kenya. Hii tutakuanga nazo zitaga Chinook. This is the old version.
This is a Chinook and they did a boast with the Chinook a lot. That's the Chinook, eh? Wacha niweke hii ambayo inaonekana the two rotors. Joseph, are you aware that that Chinook hizo rotors zinaendanga in opposite direction?
Ya kwanza na ya pili, hiyo sijaijua. Ya kwanza na ya pili.
No, you know, if the two rotors spin in the same direction, the plane will crash. So lazima moja ikienda in the clockwise direction, hiyo ingine inaenda in the anti-clockwise direction. For balancing. And the reason why they introduced the two rotors, because I need to explain this one, is when the Chinook was introduced, they wanted a military chopper which could carry a lot of people. They wanted to carry 23 people. So Chinook was the first helicopter to be introduced in the world to be able to carry a large fleet. So that's why they introduced the Chinook. Go ahead.
I think there was a older version ya ilikuwa kadogo ilikuwa kubwa. I think this was the advanced version. Wakatengeneza ikiwa kubwa juu pia ninaonaga Kenya military inakuwaga na Chinook lakini zile za kitambo. But what I wanted to say ni unajua hizo ndege
sisi tunapeangwa mizoga.
Yetu achana, yetu ni upuzi. Yetu ni upuzi. Wao nilikuwa nasema unaona hii ndege Jiru. Hii ndege mpaka imewekwa silent.
Nataka because hizo rotors hapo sasa Joseph zina rotate, nataka uangalie hiyo Chinook uone those rotors are moving in opposite direction. That's why the Chinook can be able to stabilize mid the air as inainua mzigo. Otherwise, if those rotors are rotating in the same direction, it will.
And you know they were using silent Chinook. Hata hiyo video Jiru. Hata hiyo video ya Maduro akiendewa. Si utaziona hapo tu, weka hizo ndege. Maduro akiendea usikie mpaka hizo ndege usikie sauti. Au zisikii. Walikuwa wanaona tu bombs zikiachiliwa. Angalia tu.
Alifungwa kuna hiyo unasema alifungwa macho
Alifungwa na akawekwa mpaka nini?
Right now is our first pictures of Nicolas Maduro on the Iwo Jima that the president noted He was being transferred on
Yeah,
to
alikuwa kwa destroyer kweli.
charges in that indictment. I want to bring in CBS News national security contributor Samantha Vinograd. President Trump has said that these attacks on Venezuela were related to drugs. Was this a successful mission in that regard, or is it too soon to tell? And what does it say, too, that we're talking about an indictment that goes back to 2020?
Well, first off, what an incredible picture. This picture shows Nicolas Maduro in chains, blindfolded, on a ship after being captured by elite special forces. This picture is a proof of life, certainly, but this picture is also a message to others in Venezuela that have been indicted, that have been sanctioned, about ostensibly what their future could look like, and is a very powerful image in that regard. Now, as we wait for the president to speak, we're expecting him to say that this was about narco-terrorism. If that was the case, if this was about narco-terrorism, then the cleanup is not complete. Nicolas Maduro was indicted back in 2020 at the time, along with...
Yeah, so...
Umeona vile alikuwa amefungwa.
Yeah, let me put Maduro capture.
Ilikuwa imeoneshana hizo ndege.
I wanted to say,
kama utaoneshana hizo videos za hizo ndege. Hebu turudi hapo juu. Nimeona kama nimeona videos hizo za kwa hizo clips.
Hizi ndogo ndogo shots.
Unaweza pata kama utaona moja. Hizo hiyo. Hiyo. Hizo ndege hata ujisikii. Unasikia ujisikii jiru.
Ni mingi aje? Watu zinakuja tu zikiingiza mizigo
zinakuja tu zikibom.
Lazima hiyo operation niambie operation haiko.
Wewe unasikia sauti ya hizo ndege? Pia zinaguruma, hauwezi sikia.
Marico, se prendió el peo y está yo.
Sasa nikuuliza hata ukiwa America operator, how do you respond to that? Hata kama wewe ni Mandela.
Sasa hata ndio ninashinda, mlikuwa mnasema ati jeshi yake irespond na nini Jiru?
Mira eso.
Ingerespond na nini vitu kama hizo? Firepower yao iko wapi?
I think these are people who are capturing from their houses.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying firepower ya Venezuela ingekuwa wapi? Kupigana hizo vitu. That was a gone case. Hiyo ilikuwa kesi imeisha, Jiru. Hiyo story ilikuwa imeisha hivyo.
At world readers react, able to scare how world readers
so now let's go to reaction that's pouring in from world leaders this morning who are waking up to a new reality with what happened overnight. We have our CB Cotton who has been
inakata Putin hakuwa anajua hii mambo, hata Putin alishtuka
inaweza kuwa Putin alikuwa anajua, lakini yule mtu amestuka sana kwa hii mambo ni wa Iran. Wa Iran imemstua sana mpaka saizi sidhani amelala vizuri. Nasikia kwa banka. Haya, uangalie story yake peke yake. Wacha kuangalia hizi wakiwa wote, angalia story yake.
Reaction from all over the world. CB, there's been plenty of reaction here in the United States. Democrats, Republicans split on whether or not this was an illegal or legal move. But around the world, there's also harsh reaction as well. What can you tell us, CB?
Hey, Brian, that's right. Well, this morning, the UN Secretary General released a statement saying he is deeply concerned that international law may not have been respected. As you mentioned, global leaders are watching as all of this unfolds to see what comes next for Venezuela and U.S. foreign policy. In Europe, the European Council president released a statement, Antonio Costa, and he said he was following the developments with, quote, great concern, urging de-escalation and respect of international law. Some Latin American countries are also making similar calls. Mexico's President Claudia Sheinbaum reposted the official statement of her country's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which condemned the strikes as a violation of the United Nations and called for dialogue, not force. U.S. adversaries are also weighing in. Russia's Ministry of Foreign Affairs writing in part on X, quote, "The pretext used to justify these actions are untenable. Russia reaffirms its solidarity with the Venezuelan people. Iran and its supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, which also has a long history of conflict with the U.S., while he has..."
Hakuna mtu alireport positively, si hata mkubwa wa UN ulisikia vile alisema.
So Russia wanasema they are standing with Venezuelan people. How are they standing with Venezuelan people?
Nilikwambia kuna watu wakikusupport unajua ni casualty, wewe ni casualty, hata hakuna haja kushinda ukijifikiria. Nasikia watu wakishinda wakituambia tu support. Unacheza, kuna vitu zingine.
So how is that helpful? So hebu nikuulize bwana Joseph,
kuna watu hata siwezi enda nao kwa vita. Ni kama ule mtu unajua tu kegua ya uwezi enda naye kwa vita. Tena aje naye kwa vita Njiru, na unajua ukitoa tu wewe utamuona.
Posts this morning about the strike, including one which says in part, quote, "What's important is when one realizes an enemy wants to force something on one's government or nation with false claims, they must stand firmly against the enemy. But there are also voices of support." Argentina's president, a strong ally of President Trump, wrote, quote, "Freedom advances. Long live freedom." And in the UK, reform leader and staunch Trump ally Nigel Farage.
Milei, the president of Argentina, he is sounding support for it. Let me put it.
Huyu unamjua huyo Niger?
Of support. Yeah, Argentina's president, a strong ally of President Trump, wrote, quote, "Freedom advances. Long live freedom." And in the UK, reform leader and staunch Trump ally Nigel Farage questioned the attack, but said it may lead to a favorable outcome. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer had more a reserved take, saying he wanted to make it clear. Prime Minister Keir Starmer.
America actions in Venezuela overnight are unorthodox and contrary to international law. But if they make China and Russia think twice, it may be a good thing. I hope the Venezuela people can now turn a new leaf without Maduro.
Who I think is the next prime minister, this one.
Unajua ametengeneza party yake, and his party is mushrooming, is growing like bushfire.
Wanaita Labour Party. Wanaita Labour Party.
Si
Labour, ni Liberal Party. Si Labour. Labour ni nani? Yes, What
this guy did, he killed the Conservative Party in UK. For your
information,
even the reason why even the Conservative Party in the UK lost everything, it was because of Nigel Farage. And Nigel Farage is a very respected European leader because of his thinking. At one time, he even attended Mr. Trump rallies. Kama unajua, he has ever attended Trump rally in Arizona and somewhere in Arizona, Sunbelt. He attended the Donald Trump rally Zuko during his first time of his first attempt to get into power. So they have been having quite a huge friendship. Nigel Farage, a very smart thinker in European politics. He was among the big people who supported the Brexit, which worked. He is anti-globalist. So he is a patriotic UK leader. But
he's from the Reform Party, by the way.
But very many people from the UK who want death to their nation, who want bad things to happen to their nation, they think that Nigel Farage is an idiot. But suddenly he is a man who has been standing on all what is good for the UK. And I hope in the future, the UK people could reason with such a people.
I like this guy. I like him so much.
Reserve take, saying he wanted to make it clear that the UK was not involved in these strikes, and he believes everyone should uphold international law. He also added that he wants to speak to President Trump and other UK allies. Brian, we're going to
Unasikia stama. Unasikia stama.
Ambassador to the United Nations, Michael Waltz, just putting on X, this is not regime change, this is justice. Maduro was indicted illegitimate dictator that led a declared narco-terrorism organization responsible for killing American citizens. All eyes will be on New York City this upcoming week, as well as Caracas, Venezuela.
So, Bwana Joseph, I want to ask you a question.
United Nations.
Even as we talk, because very many people are criticizing what America has done in Venezuela. Do you think it is easy to do what America has done in Venezuela? Do you think it is
Who
easy
has ever, who has ever done that? Who has ever done that in the whole world?
And when you look at that, and you look at the global power and the balancing of power, so what statement do you think America is trying to give with this, especially because and these are things which I always hear many of us here saying that, and it is good to say that. I don't deny we are. And I'm not saying that different global powers, they have to start to compete. That is not what I'm saying here. But I am always hearing people saying all the time, China this, China this. There is something which China has never been tried militarily. We are always saying that China can do this, China can, aggression which has not been tested. So Bwana Joseph, when we are talking about military operation and military attacks, let's now place them side by side, US and China. Do you think China can challenge America in terms of war in the moment?
How will you challenge the person who has even they are near next to you in your border there next to you? How will you challenge a person who has put his own all ammunition right next to your doorstep? How will you challenge them? Na wewe mwenyewe hata kumfikia ni shida. They tried to arrange for something in Venezuela, wameshindwa. He's right now there at your doorstep in Taiwan. So, you can try to fight him in his country, but wamekugojea hapo nje ya mlango yako.
Philippines is more closer to America than to China. You know that, eh? They have so many, including even Guam. There's a country called Guam.
And that's why you saw, you know why we had tulikuwa na ile itagwa aje, there is the Cold War. Why was Cold War going on? They wanted to bring, unajua kuna kitu niambia hili hapa na kuelewa. Hii mnaweza dhania tu ni mafuta na all the lights, but it's about geopolitics. Hakuna siku US anaweza kubali Russia na China wakuwe na base karibu na US. Never. It will never happen.
You have now brought it. Let me tell you, Joseph, the reason why America is doing this. First of all, America is trying to restore confidence to countries. Like even when you are doing alliances with China or when you are doing alliances with Russia, you start asking yourself, really, who has power? Because right now it is now crystal clear. We now know currently in the world who has power. It is now crystal clear. So even without even when you go to Kenyans now know still America is embossing that authority within the ground. And these other nations have been coalescing together because they are trying to build this thing which they are calling the BRICS, which its sole mission is about destroying America. They are not doing this BRICS alliance in good faith.
But since Trump came, mnasikiaga hiyo BRICS.
Because you see, number one, this BRICS tried to, because their mission was not clear. Their mission was, you cannot build a platform because of your enmity on another person. You have
Njiru,
the lifestyle of your own people. Your own people are dying of poverty and hunger, and you are talking about what an ingiza body.
Njiru, what I clearly saw is US had a very lazy president by the name of Biden. And the problem came when, even US and the Saudi have been friends for quite a while. and that friendship was breaking. So it was a pushing point when they created BRICS, because the countries even who created BRICS and uangalieni nchi gani who created BRICS. But now under the tight hand of Trump, even you not hear that BRICS no more. Uisikiagi ikiwa na nguvu sana. Why? Because the person who was the person who was making them wakue hivyo right now, Saudi is now talking good terms with unajua akipatana na Trump waga ni kama wanakuwa good terms. So wacha tu ni invite Budi kwa sababu nimeongea sana leo, nisikie na yeye pia maoni.
Wacha Budi aongee. Budi, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. You have not been here with us. Ulitupotea kabisa.
Nalimwambia happy new year pia, sijamwambia. Tulipoteana sana, hata Merry Christmas sikuambia. Sasa sijui nikwambie Merry Christmas ama Happy New Year.
Zote ni poa. Bado weekend.
Okay, Budi, go ahead.
Weekend kisha watoto warudi shule ndio tunamalizana maneno ya Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. You know, the only reason nimekuja hapa juu, I'm surprised you're saying that China has never been tested militarily. I don't know if you say that out of ignorance or you just wanted to...
I said that and you are free to educate me.
It's okay. I wanted to provoke somebody, but you know, you look at the history of military action. China takes a different form of integration. I think it's only 1938 or 1968 when China took aggression and went to war, and actually it deposed, was it one of the leaders in the South Asia. And apart from that, in the history of China for more than all these years, it never, until Japanese came into it. But, and if you look at China overall, how it operates, my friend, China is way ahead on how it thinks and saves itself. Right now, in the US, we need how many, 11 trillion we need to borrow, and we can't find who to borrow from. China has never borrowed from anyone in the past. And it's not like it has a good physical human being. Financial physical application yake inakuanga mzuri sana. It's a communist operating political country, but you know, when it comes to economics, it operates as a free market to the point whereby some of the global leaders in the world operate through it, and it understands the nature of how the global leaders operate and does what, and does operate and so that it cannot injure its own might when it comes to economics. And recently, Hong Kong used to belong to the British, Taiwan, so on and so forth, you see. But somehow it has completely galvanized the support, and now China is one as a unit. It has no threat anywhere. Now, when you look at China, how it's taking over the world, you ask yourself, how has it not tested itself militarily? For instance, China will come, give you a loan, take over your ports, take over your airports, take over strategic assets, and all of that is not from a political standpoint of view. It's a military standpoint of view. Today, where bases used to be, America has bases, China has bases, but they are so quiet. They are not making noise. They are not overspending, though they have infrastructures in those countries that they have bases. So now, look at their military might in terms of even ground troops. Now, if you compare, you know, and many people do not know, the economy of Russia actually is a little bit lower than the economy of California. Not America, California. Okay? And yet, in many ways, we have seen Russia influencing militarily all over the world. We keep on talking about Burkina Faso. We talk many places in the world, including Syria, where they took their nukes when there was a problem. What I'm trying to tell you is, from the global point of view, you want China to go to war so that you can see its military might. China is more offensive to that because it understands. Yet, if it goes to war, yes, it can cause havoc. And let me tell you, America will come to a standstill if China will fight with it, without a doubt. You and I will take it to the bank. Why? First and foremost, globalization has made us always depend on Chinese labor. When we started this war on trade, we ended up losing, even if you don't want to accept, because I know you are Trump sycophant when it comes there. But where did we go? Where did we end up with this war on tariffs? Because China was doing whatever it wanted. And until today, as we are talking, the ripple effect of the Chinese tariffs because of American tariffs is more aggressive to even the Europeans, to the point that Europeans felt it and had to double down and tell China that, sorry, we are not dealing with you directly. It was our ally, but we'll have to do something. So you don't expect guns and military showdown the way we have just done in Venezuela, so that you can know that China is a global influencer in the world. I think that will be a wrong turn if we want a war between America and China to go head on. And that's what you're actually insinuating when you say China has never tested its military power in the global stage. My friend, if you want that war, it's not like the Cold War where China used to take what? It was Russia and a country like which does not have a population as China. I'm telling you, if we were to go to a full-blown war with China, I'm not sure if we can come out as this country still thinking that we can ever be a military power again or a global influence again. And this is something the America knows very well. Was it a couple of years ago that I think they announced on BBC when I was in India that now China has surpassed Britain, Japan, and France, and which countries? There were 5 countries combined together in their GDP. And 3 years later, it has surpassed the whole of Europe combined together. And you look at how China is having a monopoly all over the world. Look at its wealth fund, Soviet wealth fund. It has borrowed to every country. Every country has borrowed from China. So I think you are looking at it from a very bad angle, my friend. And if you want China to go to war with America, I think you are asking for your death.
You know, but let me ask you a question, Bonambudi. So how will China be able to impose its authority on others if it will not fight at the end of the day? Do you want to tell me that the economic path will purely produce the results of dominating themselves to the world? For you to become a global leader, you are currently...
there are many ways of ruling the world. If America takes the military path, it does not mean, the fact that you are going to a gym na unapiga kifua ni refu kila siku does not mean ukipatana na mtu alikuwa analima kila siku tangu azaliwe na in the last 2 years hajawahi fanya tizi, kwa utamkujia tu hivi umchape kifua na hiyo maneno imeisha hivi. Stamina does not mean strength. Hii kufura 6-pack does not mean you are mighty. Okay? So, I mean, you want to look at it in a binary way that China needs to go to war. Okay, the same way people usually say that, oh, Gachagua has not. Nani Ayaga comes here and say Gachagua has no even one member of parliament. Gachagua has not shown his political prowess, and yet Ruto cannot sleep because of Gachagua. You may not even have one member of parliament, but you are giving somebody sleepless nights. Sifuna speaks only one thing. The whole of Uhuru goes to UK. Uhuru only goes to UK and says nothing. The whole government is panicking. And yet you have the military, you have the police, you have all this. I want you to view it from a simple point of view. Because what you're thinking of is China needs to go to war, or is to understand that China really has a military power. My friend, China is making everything that America has ever made. There is nothing China does not make today that you can say, look at how their barabaras zinatengenezwa. A railroad is made in 24 hours. 24 good hours. You're an engineer and you know that. These are things we are seeing that we never saw in our before. So unataka kuniambia if they can do all these mighty things, look at the kind of roads they have, skyscrapers, so on and so forth. You want to tell me that now they are doing that, but they are not investing on their military? It will be detrimental to them if they are not doing that. But knowing how the Communist Party operates, look at the Communist Party on its hierarchy and dictatorship. They should and they must be doing that on a level that you and I, because they know their number one enemy is not the world, it's the US. And hello.
So how will we test? How will we know that China has power? Like, how will we know that China can compete in the sphere of war? Because you know you cannot topple another country without war. The
tariff showed us. The tariff showed us. Right now, beef Nini is closing in Nebraska. How many plants are closing in the US because China doesn't want to buy anymore? That in its own. It is exposing American weaknesses when it comes to what? The markets and so on and so forth. I mean, for you, you are looking at it from an angle that is binary. How will we know? We already know. Out of tariffs, we were making noise. Who has paid most?
Let's ask this question, Kidogo, Bwana Mbudi. There was a time when, I don't know if it is USSR or that. So who was the last superpower before the UK? No, before the America. Who was the last superpower? Before America was...
it was the Roman Empire. The true superpower was the Roman Empire.
Okay, so it was Roman Empire. Then from Roman Empire, then who was the next?
I think the British imperialist came. It was not an empire, it's just an imperialist.
So the British Empire, the one which came in around 1600, colonized everybody, the sun does not set, those ideologies, is that what you told me?
Yes.
Then from the British, it went to Americans. Or has Russia ever been a superpower anywhere? Anyway, the question which I'm trying to ask is this. In this first shift of superpower, is there a country which just gave up their power and said now you can continue? How does the group?
Yeah, Rome. Remember, Rome was never defeated. What happened to Rome is that the senators could not choose a new leader. You know, Rome fell. It's a very sad story. It's like they had the military might and everything, but also they had very smart senators. The last Senate we had, honestly, Kenya had one of the brightest Senate. Put the theatrics alone, working our Rengo, as senators, not as, we had one of the brightest Senate, I could say. I don't know if we will ever have another one. But the thing is this, when Rome fell, it was simply because they could not choose who could succeed, because everybody was bright enough. Na kiburi kaingia.
Au maseneta unaita werevu, si ndio mlisema ni wazee? Ni mulisi. I think the same senators mlisema hiyo ni nyumba ya wazee. Bwana Mbudi. Is that same? Mlisema hiyo ni nyumba ya wazee, hawezi tuambia kitu.
That it's you who say it. I'm giving you my thoughts on what I think of the last sentence. Look at people, though they were not educated. If you could look and watch some of the debates we were having when there was no like political, antagonization, I will guarantee you that, well, we tried more than some senates that I see in the world.
Alex, it had the most of the best. I will say that it was the one of the best we'll ever have, because even the speaker did not have a hard time in controlling those guys. Not like right now. Right now you see the people like Akina Cherargei, you wonder, these are truly senators. You even wonder which head they use.
If you look at even how the minority and majority used to work, regardless of the political turmoil that was in that country, you could agree that our Senate tried, but that's not the point of discussion here. Njiru wants to capture a different catchphrase here. What we're talking about is how did Rome fall, and that's how it fell, because they had right Senate who were very proud. They could not acknowledge the other to be a better leader.
Wow. So, Stony PK, have you seen the salvos of today? Umeona venye siku hizi one time ndio kusema Kenya? Ama una habari? Budi, are you there?
No, umeita Stony PK.
Maybe Stony PK. Uko na habari ya venye the salvos in one time. Umeona huyo mama wa Walamu amefukuzwa after tu kusema mimi niko one time. Can you tell us?
Shida yetu still ni hii Njiru. Kura ikikuwa leo tutashinda. But we are so concentrated on things that we've never actually been able to change. Shida si ati ni majority of how they will vote. Shida has always been who will announce the vote. While all these people has been chosen, kila kitu imekuwa, sisi bado tunapiga ni one time. Right now we should be talking about IEBC. Right now we should be talking about the military, the police, so on and so forth. Right now we should be having another insurrection in Kenya to make it impossible, so that IEBC can understand they are not going to do ujinga. So, but if we are pretty sitting thinking that, by shouting one time, we will be announced, my friend, who knew Ruto will be announced? Of all things, who knew? You and me did not think that day will come, but it came right in front of us. Instead of us dealing with real issues, we unataka tuanze, umeona vile one time imeshika huku chini. My friend.
That is an emotion which can build us into some of those things you are saying now. Sasa unataka tusifurahi mama akifukuzwa? Bwana Budi, usitukazie ni mwaka mpya bwana. Yaani unataka
kuniendeleeni.
Alex. Umeambiwa kuchoma kabisa
Yaani Budi ameamua nisifungue mwaka. Ati bado nikuje sura. Wewe umeona Ruto hata anaongea ilitani hata anaita sijui maji. Wewe umeona hiyo ya Ruto hata ameshindwa. We have no competition in Ruto bwana Budi bwana. Mtupe competition poa. Huyo tushamalizia. So tutapanga huko mbele. I know you might think I'm grabbing, lakini kama Ruto ni huyo, the guy he is no longer even coherent any longer. So bwana Joseph, si uabudeti Budi venye Ruto alifanya New Year bwana. Unajua shida yako ndio.
Unajua Alex pia amekuja na vitu pia zinaweza ongelewa, lakini ningeuliza Alex, how do you see us or how do you see them talking about IEBC? Hiyo ndio ningetaka kujua. How will they deal with this issue from your part? Lex.
Unajua Orengo has tried to speak about it. We are not supporting Orengo. Sifuna has tried to talk about it. We only want to ongea Sifuna when he's blasting.
But mimi nimekuja hapa nikaambia kina Njiru waache hiyo mambo ya kubashwa. Nimewaambia hapa nikaambia tuna support kila mtu mwenye tunaona ako na ideas, kwa sababu tukianza kusema ati tuna sideline watu wengine, we'll have a problem. So that's why I wanted Alex to tell us.
We are not sidelining anyone. We are just getting happy because watu wa tutam wamefukuzwa. It's hiyo kitu imenipea moral. That is my moral.
Nyinyi excitement because saa hii nyinyi mlikuwa mmekubaliana huyo jamaa kabisa. Huyo jamaa mjai mfukuza nyinyi. Sisi tumemfukuza ameenda kila kiatu kutoka sisi. So this is not the first time. So wewe endelea kuwa excited. That's your problem.
Adile Alex mlifukuza nini?
Angalia wakati ba election ya Magara, wakati alikuja huko akatukana Nyachae, jamaa alipigwa akapanda ndege bila kiatu. Wakati Nyachae alikufa alisema mimi nilitoka hapa bila kiatu. Muulize. Sisi tumefukuza mpaka Raila kwa stadium. Wajalua watupendi mpaka leo. So, kufukuzana sio shida kwetu. Nyinyi anzeni saa hii muanze kufurahia.
I think ni pia tumefukuzana mara ya kwanza Alex. Ndio tuko na furaha.
Excitement inakuanga hivyo. Girlfriend ya kwanza my friend. Excitement. Bila anu kujibu. Sisi hatuna excitement na anu.
Nasikia vile ati ana vile anaingizwa box haraka. Yaani ana nataka kuniambia unaingia box haraka hivyo. Bwana Alex anataka kusema ni excitement niko nayo, hakuna kitu hapo.
Lakini sasa Alex ameniambia walimfukuza bila kiatu. Sisi tunataka tumfukuze bila shati. Anatoka bila shati.
Jamaa kuna room 350 Kiambu. Kwenu in the middle mtamfukuzaje bila kiatu? Yaani bila nguo. My friend, wewe jamaa anaishi kwenu.
Lakini Alex kitu mimi najuaga na hii na Kikuyu politics ni ngumu sana. Unajua unaweza kaona kama watu wanakusifu hapo alafu wanakufanya kitu. Mimi nimekuwa tu nikiangalia watu wengi wamekuwa wakichaguliwa ma MCA na ma MP. Hao watu wanaimbiwa Alex, wanaimbiwa. Mara ya mwisho wanapigwa chini.
Joseph, wacha nikwambie. Wallahi ingekuwa ni Kisii. Mtu mwingine angetangazwa kama sio mtu wa Matiang'i ameshinda. Haingewezekana, watu wangekufa. Wallahi. Nyinyi wa Mudhenda akatangazwa na mumesahau maneno imeisha.
Sasa si ni Njiru tunadili na yeye na Stone PK hapa.
Sasa leo naona Metu anapika ugali kwa jikoni imechafuka. Ati sasa hiyo ndio watu wamefurahia. Hiyo zingine sisi hamuelewi siasa yetu, siasa ya kupika ugali kwa nyumba. Hiyo Murkomen alifanyaka kitambo sana akamaliza.
Lakini pia si niliona mzee leo alikuwa anaombewa Alex. Niliona mzee alikuwa anaombewa Matiang'i.
Maneno mzee alikuja wakati alitoka US tukampea mkono. The guy is doing whatever he's doing out there. Tukamwambia atatuletea report baadaye. But he's going out, he's building networks, he's doing whatever he's doing, regardless of the doubts we are having, because we are coming into census. Mtu hawezi kuambia kuwa kwa sababu sasa wewe uko na bibi lakini hauna nyumba, wewe kuja kwangu utapata mimba na kwa nyumba yangu na bibi yako, and ufikiria mtaweka wafanyikazi. Our biggest problem now we are having is we need to talk about without fear kuwa honestly, whether we like it or not, Jubilee is owned by Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. The fact is that Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta owns many political parties. The reason he does that is to negotiate with the sitting government. That's my problem I'm having. The politicians, since they know their pathway to power. But that is not what we want. We want change. Beyond power, we want power that can change the lives of our people. We just don't want mere change. We've seen countries like Zimbabwe, we've seen countries like Egypt, we've seen countries like Nepal, Sri Lanka. We have seen countries that have had change, have had regime change, but power change, but that common mwananchi, life is still the same. So I think I'm of the idea I think Matiang'i, yes, he's doing well, but Friend, when the owners of production owns a part, friend, it's like South Africa. They have political freedom. They've never had economic freedom until today. So people are living in squats. You see, people don't have running water. People don't have, but people could afford to build 17 stadiums using billions and billions of money for World Cup. But they cannot afford running water. People in Soweto. It tells you the kind of world we are living. And that is why I'm like, okay, we may be happy Maduro has gone in one way or the other. But what is coming back? We were happy. People were happy. Gaddafi went. What came back to these people? We were happy. Saddam went. What came back? This so-called regime does not come for the benefit of the citizens. In fact, the citizens may be even more worse because the time on instability, you pay for it because nobody is going to stabilize. As Trump spoke, we're going to take the oil. We took the oil, we took the tankers. It's going to be ours. So, the target has always been the oil for Venezuela. And that's why I'm saying that if we are not careful, we can turn out to be Zimbabwe, we can turn out to be Egypt, Nepal, Sri Lanka, and all these countries that actually had regime change, but the change within the economic sphere of the common wananchi was never there. School fees, sasa tunafungua shule, school fees imeenda juu. Nimeona Malala juzi akisema aje, sisi ndio tulimwibia William Samoei Ruto kura. Sisi na Waluya fulani. Ameongea leo vizuri sana. Ndini Nyoro pia alisema the same thing. So, are we going to vote these people back because now they are saying emotional things that we are happy about? Looks like Njiru will vote for Malala anytime soon because Malala said something that was sweeter than hiyo ingine. Hiyo one time. But I think we should put it on the side to our channel, then we look at honestly where are we headed. I'm not saying you should not be happy, but overly excited and running over it, while the IEBC, the military, the police, everything is under Ruto.
The power is with the people. So, are we not the people, Bwana Budi?
You have the power. Huh? You have the power. Let me agree. Let me agree so that you can be more happier. You have the power.
Mimi naambia tu Njiru lazima tukibishe mtu bila t-shirt.
Sasa Bwana Budi, we always say that the power belongs to the people. Why are you talking
Kenya
about
must know this. Mount Kenya must know this. Ile handshake walikuwa nayo Ruto ilikuwa ya kudanganya. Vita yao na Wakalenjin haikuisha. Damu lazima imwagike. Wamalize hii vita once and for all. Waheshimiane. Hata two boys ambapo wanapigana saa yote kwa nyumba, mama lazima awache wachapane. Mmoja aseme, you know what? Mimi ni mrefu lakini kwa nguvu huyu ananishinda.
Lakini pia yeye Alex hamjamaliza. Yeye na Luo lazima mmalizane mheshimiane.
Najua nyinyi mnatumia wengine kupigana yenu.
Lazima hata nyinyi sasa mheshimiane. Kila mtu aheshimiane sasa. Na tuone mpaka Roko tuheshimiane. Nimeambia Jiru kuna jamaa anajitaga Elsos. Huyo mimi napatana na yeye ana kwa ana. Huyo lazima tutaheshimiana. Sijui kama unajua Elsos Alex. Jiru anaweza kuambia Elsos.
Ebu Budi react to Sifuna today. Unajua it looks like Budi is not aware that Sifuna was in Murang'a. Budi, are you aware that Sifuna was in Murang'a?
Who is Sifuna? Sometimes we are, like hii excitement itakuja kutuua. Yani kidogo tu babu wina akisema kitu tunafurahi. Like we live in anticipation and expectations. Like anything small. My friend, we need to understand the biggest problem we have is announcing our elections. How are we going to deal with that? Now that the mountain is mad, can they amount the kind of degradations and antagonism people too from Kibera used to have mpaka wanasimamisha the whole country? I want to see Mulima inasimama inaenda wanasema hakuna matatu. Hakuna matatu inatoka inaenda mahali popote for 7 days. I want the Mulima people to use their business acumen to bring that country into a standstill. They are not willing. Wapakutana tu watu wa kukuja leo.
No, wanangojea uchaguzi waende waoneshe Ruto the middle finger.
Fred, tumedanganywa hapa kuwa ninyi pigeni kura mwende nyumbani ya kuchunga nyangu.
Sio hivyo, lakini let me tell you, they are
jamani ka prime minister akatuambia nyinyi endeni, mimi nitashindwa. Go to that clip, wake up. Mimi Gachagua nishindwe kuchunga kura. Go to that clip. Sasa mnangojea kura.
Alex, kwani leo umeuma ndimu?
No, the Kikuyu people will vote, but they are still their votes. They will get out, antagonize them, whereby they see that. So and maybe Joseph is a question I'm asking. Do you want to tell me that Ruto will steal the Kikuyu votes, and still Kikuyu people just sit pretty good, saying that
Ruto stole your election, broad daylight. When we saw in this by-election, the fucker called Wamutenda won no seat, could not have won nothing. What gave you money by force? The guy even gave you money by force. What did you guys do? He stole it and gave you money.
Now,
and he celebrated the next day. You know what? The next day, actually, he went again to the mountain and celebrated. Right on your footstool. What did you guys do? You did not open studio that day.
No.
We have not seen Madam Julia from that time back alone. Studio that day.
Alienda kumeza uji.
Alienda koma akufungua studio speed 4 days.
Alienda kumeza uji.
Ile panga anakatianga ndevu alienda kunini kuishapen.
Unasema ni kitu gani kufungua studio? I need to know.
Ona baka ukimwambia uongo anataka kuenda Juba. Aende kuona kama hakufungua.
I need to know your secret. Kasongo, unataka kusema hiyo siku wa Muzende. Hiyo siku wa Muzende alipigia kura.
Wa Muzende really tortured Njiru. Akufungua mpaka studio.
Na venye yako ni mjinga.
Anasema kuwa sisi wa Kikuyu tutaibiwa kura. My friend, muliibiwa.
No,
muliibiwa mkiona. Kubali.
No,
kubali kwanza muliibiwa.
Sawa tuliibiwa, but tunasema
kuwa tumemake wrong statement. Nyinyi mnaweza ibiwa.
Nataka kama Ruto ni mwanaume azibe kutoka Kiambu. Azibe kutoka Kiambu aende mpaka Tharaka-Nithi aibe hizo kuna zote. Kama yeye ni
si juzi alikuwa anaongea, si wewe ndio umetuwekea hapa jana ama juzi? Wewe ndio umetumwekea hapa jana. Anaongea through Moses Kuria. Ile ni Ruto alikuwa anaongea, si mtu mwingine. That was Ruto speaking. That was not Moses Kuria speaking.
Najiri wakafunga studio.
Utamweka hapo utamsikiza, unafikiria unasikiza Moses Kuria na unasikiza nani? Kasongo.
Na akafunga studio.
Yeah, Budi, it is bad. Ati ukiona nimefurahi, lazima ukuje kufunga furaha yangu. But you just want me to have a gloomy face all the time.
Not like that. Sasa unakuwa excited ati Sifuna amesema hivi. Unakuwa excited, sijui one time. Sasa si hata ukuwe excited umepata mtoto.
Umenifurahisha Alex. Ati alifunga studio akaenda wapi?
Excitement is part of life. Now, if things we have been saying here ni kama opposition haina plan, then suddenly vitu zimeripuka. Yani tumeanzia New Year with very serious positive rejuvenation. Alafu tu ati unaniambia tu ati niache hiyo joto. Ni joto niache ama ungeniambia niendelea kukua na hiyo joto yako? Because actually momentum the opposition is building up. We can actually build up with this momentum all the way through. I was even very proud hata leo Gachagua ametanja Matiang'i. We have even talked about that one with Joseph here. Joseph tuambia hata nani Gachagua leo ametaja Matiang'i in his speech very well.
Amesema hata labda anatembea atakuwa presidential candidate.
And those are the things which we wanted Budi to react, because we have always been talking about unity. Now, I'm not even sure kama you are aware, even Ruto alichanganya speech yake to some extent in which he cannot even understand himself. Nyumba maji. In fact, Bwana Budi, we have no competition in Ruto. Ruto is just creating an artificial scare, but he is not as strong as he portrays to be. I have come to believe Ruto is not strong. We are the people who have been giving this guy power and illusions he doesn't have. I don't think Ruto is strong. But again, because
nobody says Ruto is strong. All of us know that by all means, hata umbwa iwekwe hapa mbele, Ruto will never win an election. Okay, we all know that, and for a fact, we know that Ruto and Uhuru never won an election. Wachana hii maneno mulima mmekuwa mkisema nini. Now you have come to be haunted, whereby you really know electoral fraud that has been going in that country. Now, if that is true that it has haunted you, it has haunted us, and it will haunt our children. Now, the whole issue is this: why will we be speaking of 2027 when we know that we have always been shown right now an avatar of what will happen in 2027?
So, and don't you think now that Mlima Kenya as casualties of what is happening, don't you think that Mlima Kenya are planning effectively to make sure that they settle their own political scores with Ruto, as well as planning a serious political trajectory in Kenya? Ni swali tu nakuuliza Bwana Mbudi. Now, don't you think that now Mlima Kenya is now sharp and brains to now react to what Ruto is doing to them? Or you want to tell me that bado Mlima iko ile usingizi yao ya kitambo, ile usingizi walikuwa wanadanganywa na Ruto, to the extent that hata Gachagua leo anasema sasa Ruto ameteremka huko kwa Wajaluo. He is lying to them. I don't know to what level you agree to that. If indeed Ruto is just lying to the Luos, and we need to be saying that. I don't know if you agree with that messaging, but the thing which I wanted you to comment is, why is it up to now the ODM has not been able to unify? Like people are saying, mimi ndiye secretary general wa ODM, na hata mimi nilikuanga naongea na Raila, na sisi hakuna wakati Raila alituacha kwa serikali. Then mwingine anakuja anasema mimi ni mtu ya ODM na Raila alituacha kwa serikali. So can you tell me why are two people from
Njiru, wachana maneno hiyo. Wachana hii maneno yako ya ODM. Jana ama juzi iko an imbecile inaitwa Oburu anakuja anasema, according to the constitution of a party, the party leader is a presidential candidate. And you see me here, I'm a presidential candidate. This is a guy who just endorsed Ruto like 4 times in a row, every time they were with Ruto. From Luoker, all these things, he has been endorsing Ruto, okay? And now all of a sudden he's a presidential candidate. And he's declaring a presidential candidate from a swimming pool. And you want us to sit here and talk about that. ODM died the day, died the day Raila died. ODM was buried the same day Raila was buried. If I never listened to Robert Alai, but where I agreed with Robert Alai is when he was explaining this, you don't bury the tools of power with an individual. Nuru Okanga tried to tell the Luos, Musi zike Raila. Wakazika na tools of power, and that's how ODM was buried. So wachana maneno ya ODM. If you are wise, you are wise. Sasa unaongea juu ya ODM kama Mulamwa, mtoto yake alilia for how many days mpaka akarudishiwa Mulamwa, ndio maneno ikakuwa. Until we tuende huko chini tutoe Raila na tumtoe na zile tools of power, na kama already zimefanya nini, zimeoza, uongozi iozangi, kishaoza imeoza na imeharibika, and that is the end of the tenure of Luo dominance. And if we are not careful, we are coming up with the Somali dominance if we are not seeing that, because these people have positioned themselves, whether we like it or not. The Somalis have positioned themselves monetarily in terms of kudanganya watu vile wanafanya nini, wanaandikishwa kura. They have gone to Taita Taveta, they have gone to Mombasa. Sahi mnapewa, mnafikiria kuwa ati is a Democrat coming to Mombasa, ni Msomali anakuja kurule Mombasa kama governor. Wameenda kila mahali na nyinyi mnafikiria tu ni mchezo. My friend, the Luos and the ODM died the day Raila died, and they were buried the day Raila died, until and unless they understand the mistake they did. I saw a very nice article. Somebody said that Raila, in his wisdom, chose Anyang' Nyong'o to be the party leader because he understood. But quickly, the oligarchs who are very corrupt, Simbarat, Gladys Wanga, Oparanyas, so on and so forth, they wanted a soft spot of an individual they can control. So that, and indeed they did that. Now you can see Winnie reading from a different angle, but he understands that he cannot go, she's a woman, she cannot go directly against his own father because your uncle is your father. So every time you hear Oburu Odinga, me and Raila, we were like twins. We grew up together side on side. And me and Raila, let's say that's our presidential candidate. Me and Raila, we grew up like twins. So they died together as twins. So let's not talk about ODM here.
Okay, wacha tuingize Roba so that the ranting can continue. Today I can see like the show is very explosive. And please, hey, Roba bana, wacha kukua serious hivyo bana. At least si mtu anajipakanga uchafu kidogo.
Roba ametoka kule kwa nani, kwa Suluhu. ametoka kesi ya
Roba ametoka church. Leo ni the first Sabbath of unajua Njiru, wewe ulikuwa na believe kwa Chalikak. Chalikak alikuwa anakuambia the Sabbath is on Saturday. So jamaa, the only thing alikuwa na agree with Chalikak ni kuenda kanisa on Saturday. So ametoka kanisa. Happy Sabbath and happy New Year.
Atoe sadaka hapa basi. So kama kutoa sadaka huko atoe hapa.
Yeah, Njiru, where were you bwana? Tulikuwa na Stone PK mpaka asubuhi ya leo bwana. Mpaka the last thing we did tuliweka Matiang'i akacheza.
Bwana unajua
ulienda, you disappeared on us bro.
No, I just fell asleep. Nilijikuta naamuka kesho.
I don't know nani alifunga hii station.
No, I don't know. Either me, I don't know who closed the show. Niliamukia at the middle of night. Nikasema guys, show inaendelea ama kuweka on, nikakuta hata show iliisha kitambo. But you people, you did us proud because muliendelea kushikilia show.
Yeah, we stayed there. The last script tulikuwa nayo ni ile ya Mr. Matiang'i. The first interview he has had a long time. I think it was Christmas Eve. I don't know, somewhere there. I don't know when. Alex, nice to see you. You kind of disappeared on us too. You were asking about Alex, myself, and then tulienda wapi. Sasa nilikuwa naambia Njiro the last 2 days, last week alikuwa amefunga, sio alienda wapi. So we have to be consistent on this one. Just to catch up, by the way. So tulikuwa tunasema, position imekuwa dead. Wamekwisha nini na nini. But also now we are excited because we can see a lot of things. In fact, I'm kind of with you, Alex, sometimes. Let's not get excited until when we see this team wakuja pamoja. Then after that, like kama vile Gacheda alisema, I still call him Gacheda, even though it's now on my, I can call it that on where I feel like I'm comfortable. I still call him Gacheda because it still has that name from Baba. So let's see where they go. But here's what I've come to realize, guys. Hii mambo ya 1 term and 2 term, this is going to be, what you see is what's going to happen when 2027 starts. It's 1 term or 2 term. Hiyo tu. Alex, sio kama umeona kuna clip nyingine ilikuwa imechezwa kutoka Kisii. I just saw it, lakini I tried to get the whole of it. I couldn't find it.
Simba Arati anajaribu kuongea anakatashwa.
Sio hiyo. There's one which was in I don't know where exactly it was. Kulikuwa na pastor akapatia watu nafasi, kijana akakuja kuongea akasema sisi vile tuna the end of the year. Oh my goodness. Hey. Yes. So that's what I was telling people. It's not like hii kitu imeanzia Murang'a nini. He already has started. If you, I don't know, Ruto, the one thing I keep on telling people, Ruto took advantage of when Papa passed away. He wanted to see alifikiri sasa itakuwa rais kwake, atakuja kiweke, he can just try to hit people around. Yani anachita, he thinks he's smarter than other Kenyans. Maybe he has done it before, but not this time. Okay. Ukiangalia actually where the country is headed to, the maturity of the people. And that one tells us a lot. Our people are suffering. And that's why, Alex, if you remember, wakati Papa alishindwa, tukasema huyu jamaa ameingia, yes. But he has to one or two things for him if he has to win 2027. And I'm shocked because what we said was, during that time, we were another network, we said economy in any surviving country, you have to create jobs for your people. Kama economy iko nzuri, people watakupatia nafasi. But at this point, economy ya Ruto ionekani. And it's too little, too late. Lakini yeye anataka tuambie bottom up imefanya kazi when people are suffering. We'll scare some of the people when you wanapata bonuses ya China, vitu ngine. It's worse. Everything's worse. But the question remains, will the opposition be united to fight him? I mean, I don't fight fiscal fighting, but I mean by just to go and win the election out of him. That's something we need to ask ourselves. Is it want to work? But they still have time. They can work as a one unit, and they can put out this thing out, and they can win with a landslide. The only thing is, who's going to be a presidential and who's going to be the assistant. Makamu na president, hiyo ndio tunapigania tu, hapo ndio kuna shida. And otherwise, I think with Gachagua yeye amekiacha, he's not going to fight for it. And the other people also, I think they are not. Natembeya can be a good, he can serve what Musalia is serving right now. If we don't have a prime cabinet slot in our constitution, ni hiyo tunaweka tu ya uchinga. Pengine Natembeya akipatiwa hiyo, then we bring the rural community in and other slots, it will work. And then from there, if that's the case, we have Mount Kenya, then we have the rural people, then we have some other people. That one, Kasongo, that would be too much for him. And it's going to be defeated. It's going to be a one term. This time, at Fuka, as long as you don't have votes in Mount Kenya, there's nowhere you go. And that's a fact. Yeah? Kwa sababu Mount Kenya ikiweka kama ni Matiang'i Kalonzo ticket, it's over. My friends, it's over. Yeah? That one is over. Hiyo ni wasi, hata akitaka kuiba iwezekani. Yeah? Usikia vile Uhuru alisema akitaka kuweka watu vitore kwa maji na watu watamweka. This time wakiiba na sisi tutaiba basi. Ama tuiba kwa because there's no way. There's no way. And that's what we are saying. If the opposition were very organized. No. Here's the problem also. The problem is there's some people ambao wanaweka propaganda. mambo mengi, lying, nini na nini. Kama huyu sasa, huyu mama alikuja hapo mahali walikuwa kwa hiyo Masisi. I sympathize with her. And she's coming there at the end 2 term. Why you come to tell angry people? I mean, they know that walipigia kura, people will fail them. And now you just come there as if, that's why I told Kenya MPs, they're the most useless people we have right now. They're the most useless people. And they never even went to do their job of checks and balances. At this point, I think the best thing to go forward, let's see how the opposition come up with the line-up, and I would appreciate. I don't care who's on top of the ticket, as long as it's the people who would tell us how they will create jobs for the people. Kasi. And for you to create the jobs, you have to end corruption. 2 things: end corruption, and corruption will bring money to the job market. It goes to the economy, and at least we start from there. Hii mambo ya kuweka vitu kutoka juu, Ruto anafikiri pesa, every cent it belongs to him. I'm not a fan of it, because we had come from there where we said Parliament is supposed to allocate funds for every project, but sasa kila kitu imeenda lazima uende wabutu Ruto ndio kitu project itoke hapo. This is very ridiculous in our party, and I think we should focus and try to do what the Constitution says. Instead, we are not doing it. Hakuna mtu ambaye anafuata katiba sahihi, and that's very interesting. The more we go, the more we are killing ourselves. And kama katiba ilikuwa inafanya kazi, in fact, I don't think even Ruto would be on power right now, because of he had all this. Remember the International Court and other things. Remember that time, but what the Kenyans? Sometimes we just feel like there are some special people. That's what I feel. Nobody's special. Katiba ni katiba. Kama ya liba, anda kanyongwe. Because right now, the guy has taken a lot of money. Na hii pesa ambayo wanakimbia nayo all over the place, they should even be prosecuted. That's the problem. Our institutions are not working. So I think everybody, what wameenda wapi Njiro? So what I'm saying is, at this point, just feeling my contribution is, even if these candidates who are coming in opposition, waja watuambie hiyo mambo ya kazi, creating jobs and doing corruption. Those are the 2 things I'm watching. Then from there, I think I will support them if it means that. And but other than Ruto, you will have my vote kama ndakuwa nakula, ambayo niko nayo by the way. So Nchiro, umeenda wapi jamani?
I'm here, bwana Roba. So let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Today there was a very explosive barrier in Kenya.
Yeah.
Where even a member of parliament or is sijui ni woman the permanent nini huyu anajiita.
It comes from Ramu. I think I saw that.
Ramu. Yes. Where she was chased and na speech yake tu immediately tu after tu kusema mimi ni wa 1 term. No, mimi ni wa 2 term. Mambo yake ikaishia hapo. Can you react to that?
No, in fact, that's what we were talking about even yesterday. Even there's a clip, remember I asked you yesterday before the end, there's a clip which came from Kisii. In fact, I wish that's where it started from. Somebody else, Mama Kasema, wa mtu wa 2 term. Oh my goodness, it's the same format. In fact, what you saw happened in, I think it was in Murang'a. What happened? It's the same thing which happened that guy, it was like 2 or 3 days ago in Kisii. In fact, I always had that clip. I've tried to get it. That's what happened. He was smoked. People went, even the pastor ran to him. He was trying to get back the mic from him. Immediately, alisema 2 term. Ati yeye, vile tunaanza 2026, yeye ni mtu wa, akasema Ruto hivi. Wakati amesema Ruto, oh my goodness. Yeah, sasa, unajua.
So, what does that mean? So, Bwana Roba, so like Sunday, yani watu wamekuja ni kama wameresist Ruto, although Budi ananiambia nisifurahie, but you know those are some of the good things which you also need to get happy.
No,
as we are approaching to the battle.
The truth, this is whatever you see right now. This is what is going to continue to 2027. 1 term is going to be the campaign slogan. Either 1 term or 2 terms. That one is going to be there. what it shows that Ruto has been rejected because of his big lies. He lied to the people, and the people now have come just to pay him off. The guy does not belong where he's supposed to be. When you come in and you campaign to what you campaigned, but instead he came in, he lied to us. So na hii kazi alikuwa anasema, oh, I've been creating jobs. Siko wapi? Where are they? Yeah? I mean, tell me. Tuliona some of the video tuliangalia jana, it's how people are struggling. More especially in Nairobi, walking all those miles kwenda kutafuta kazi na hiyo kazi hakuna. Then tunaambiwa we are going to Singapore. Before you go to Singapore, let him go to Sigoi. I'll go to Singapore when he goes to Sigoi first. Sigoi comes first. Then now we can talk of Singapore, and that Singapore, I'd rather go to Kenya. You create your own thing. I want to go to Kenya, Singapore. Yeah, vile niliuliza Singapore, mama yake alichenga. Yeah, that's wrong. And that's why I was just saying, if you are somebody who's supporting Ruto, you are on, take your own cross. Because hii kitu itaenda itakuwa the violence.
So, bwana Robert, unaona huyo mama amejichimbia kaburi. Huyo mama hataiongea kwa watu tena. Can she recover? Can that woman recover ama story yake imeisha?
Anybody ambaye uliona hata hii governor wa Murang'a hiyo ni Kang'eta anaitwa hiyo. Ulimuona hata yeye si unaona I realized hii imekuwa mbaya. Unajua yeye before alikuwa na yeye ako katikati, unaona? Sasa ndiye anasema at employees wenye wanakuachiri kazi ama nani who's the boss or so even him he has realized that these things is not going to work. Wajana mambo ya Moses Kuria. Moses Kuria unajua anatumiwa kama gitaa. Yeye ni gitaa. Unajua gitaa yeye sasa Ruto anaenda anampiga bass, anapiga soprano, anapiga I don't know how to play guitar. Moses Kuria. Ile ni gitaa ya Ruto. Unajua chini pengine anamlipa pesa anaenda alipo hivi, but this time they cannot get away with it. Watu wakikataa, imagine let's put it this way, Njiro. Look at it. This man will, let's say Mount Kenya against you, Ukambani, yeah, Western, then from Nyanza, let's talk about maybe Kisii region. Then from Mombasa, sasa Northeastern na nini itakuweka huko. You cannot win. You cannot win. And that's why I'm very sure he's confused. And afikiri this time ukichukua running mate pengine kwa Waluhya, they're going to vote for you. In fact, that's the mistake you'll make. Avatar pengine kwa Wajaruo, they might just think that, oh, wacha tuone atawatanganya. Unaona? But not all of them. Not all of them. But akisema kwa Waluhya, unajua Waluhya wamekuwa na vice president wengi sana. By the way, Stu Murumbi, by the way, Musalia Mudavadi, don't forget Musalia Mudavadi. Don't forget, Musalia Wall, Sijui nani. Then there was this guy from Fort Kenya, Wamarwa. It's not like Waluhya wajakuwa vice president before. And just you give them vice president, you were quite excited. Itakuwa it's one. Hii imeuma nyumbani bana. Ruto hii hawezi toboa. I'm telling you, it's covered 20 months or something. Hii hawezi. The more we go, look at the way Matiang'i talked about his interview. The way you scare Gacheda. I still call him Gacheda. So, yeah, so look, these guys, they are not like far apart. They are just like, in fact, that's what you have been saying. They are not stupid. If they have a candidate right now, he makes a big mistake, then they have to go to the drawing board. They don't want to do that. And I'm very sure that I think, Njiro, you can take this one here. Matiang'i has been very professional. He has been like somebody who has been like, he's just going ground. Yana anataka growth kutoka chini kwenda juu. When some of us we wanted, you lazima aongee hivi. You know, some of us tutaka tu Matiang'i akuje as kuongea like Ruto mchafu, mchinga nini, yani head on. But I think the politics, it may change. So you have to be cautious. You have to do your planning. You have to lay your ground so that when time comes in, you already have the ground running. And I think that's what Matiang'i has done. So I'm still waiting for Kalonzo, because Kalonzo, I'm lost on him, to kuambia kweli. I'm lost about Kalonzo. It's just like I don't understand it. Because he had this vacuum, like we said from yesterday, was created by the broad-based government. Wakati baba alienda huko na kila kitu. Kalonzo could have gone the next day. Sasa anachukua Wamaru, asichukua nini, anaenda hapo. Have you ever seen Kalonzo himself maybe in Mount Kenya by himself without Gachagua? Have you ever seen Kalonzo himself some other places like no, you don't see him unless ako Ukambani anaongea. Yeah, ako na nguvu. Akitoka Ukambani hakuna hapa. Na watu wa Ukambani, please, you speak when mkiwa huko nyumbani. Speak when you are out of where. It's no comfort zone. And I think for me, the one thing also I said from the beginning, from yesterday, hii mambo ya party nini, Jubilee, what, hiyo tuachana nayo. United Opposition, hiyo that's enough, that's a party. Like yesterday, that's the vehicle to defeat Ruto. Hii mambo ya ingine, TCP, Chuwapi, Jubilee, Wiper, wachana na hiyo. If you really want to win, tupatie one party moja ambayo sahii italeta wa Kenya pamoja, moving forward, tuseme najua nini hii party, what it stands for. But hii mambo ya kila mwaka party nini, sasa party imekuwa kama business, imekuwa nini? Tutakuwa na party ngapi sasa? So we might run until we run out of names of parties. Yeah, we should be a country where we know kama ni hiyo, let's say kama ODM vile iko ODM. Sasa ODM inakwambia inasimamia nini? I don't even know what they stand for when I say I'm for democracy. Okay, when Papa was arrived and mambo ya protesting, okay, I give you that, but you never formed a government. You never done a government. But the thing is, even ODM never went by ODM unless it was 2007 when they were founded, when Raila won the election, 2007. But after that, you have to have a coalition with somebody else. Lakini sahi, the uniting factor is united front or united opposition. That's a uniting board right there. Matiang'i wachana na Jubilee, Kalonzo wachana na Wiper. You guys come together. It's you form one house. Then from there now you can be organized. So when you put your resources together, it works. But when you are spreading the resources, ingine naenda huko, you have become very weak. You are fighting somebody who's attack. Ambaye ako na central bank on his backyard. Let's not assume that. This man has central bank, mahelikopta ako, kila kitu anangojea. But kitu hana, ni wapigaji kura. Their population, when it process, he doesn't have them, but he's trying. So we are fighting an enemy who's ready. And that's why I said, you guys unite. You don't need to tell us who's your presidential or what, but unite as one party. That's my call. United as a opposition party in Chiru.
Wacha tufuate history ya kupigana. So, and I'm trying to look for that video.
Yeah, I think that's the guy I found it from. I saw that the guy when I watched this.
Oh, the bull there. So,
yes.
Yeah, hebu tuone hii story ya ati hii wanataka kupigana risasi.
Welcome to the bold analysis, ladies and gentlemen. There is some devastating news story that is developing at this time. And I would want to say that it can be very unfortunate. And I think it is escapism for someone to target Babu Owino simply because of Maverick Aoko. There is a story that has been captured by the Standard. Residents Care as allegedly pulls Restaurants Care as allegedly pulls gun on Babu Owino. It's been a minute, quite some time since I analyzed the politics of Babu Owino. And I would want first to look at what is contained in this story. I will be I will be comfortable to read for you the whole of it. But let's look at what is here. According to the writer, the reporter here, Babu Owino was in a hotel in Kilimani. The name of the hotel is not necessary because this story has not, the two have not responded. And of course, because it's captured here, it's called Lebanese somewhere hotel in Kilimani. So Babu was taking some lunch with some unidentified man in that hotel. Then, and that was at lunchtime. Then some moments after Babu stayed for probably more than an hour, Robert Alai arrived in the same itinerary, in the same restaurant. And Robert Alai arrived alongside some officers who are believed to be police officers or DCI. And he directly went to where Babu was seated and confronted Babu Owino. And what he accused Babu Owino of, according to this writer, is that Babu Owino had been sending Maverick Aoko to malign his wife. Kwamba alikuwa na accuse Babu kwamba Babu alituma Aoko, Maverick Aoko, kuharibia bibi ya Alai jina. That apparently is what is captured in this article. But Babu took his composure, and Babu even said, I don't know your wife, and I have no business of attacking or probably maligning your wife on that matter. And from that confrontation, the writer is saying, according to the eyewitnesses there, is that Alai cocked his gun, charging on Babu Owino, pulled his gun in an attempt to shoot, but he was restrained by some other DCI officers who were there. He was disarmed by the officers there, and after he was disarmed, Babu Owino also took his composure and left the venue. And according to the article, this happened during the day. Of course, by the time I was making this video, neither Babu Owino nor Robert Alai had issued any statement on this, and probably I can now take even as because I've checked Babu Owino's page, there is no response to that effect. He's not said anything to that effect. And there is Robert Alai. Even since this information came out, nothing so far has been said. Nothing so far he's responded about this matter. However, there's some variables I want to put at this point. Number one, online, there have been verbal exchange. And I think Robert Alai has been calling out Babu Owino and has appeared in public to his post in social media as not supporting Babu Owino. But of course, all that politics is there. Babu wants to vie governor in Nairobi, and I don't think Alai wants to be governor. Alai, the last time we confirmed, is that he wanted to be Dagoretti North, to vie for Dagoretti North, where Mali Beatrice Elachi is currently MP, but Moses Ogeto, the Kilimani Ward MCA, is also eyeing the same seat in Dagoretti North. Now, politically, in terms of elective seats, I am not seeing them crossing paths. I'm not seeing any friction that should come. However, Babu belongs to one term. He doesn't support William Ruto. and ally supports William Ruto. Now, I want to answer these two questions. This, to my end, is not a threat to shoot Babu. And Aoko has posted so many things about leaders. At one point, I remember her saying that, he was working for Mbadi, and Mbadi did this and that. It is not, I don't know, Junet, it is not Oscar Sudi. I think she's maligned almost everyone.
Yeah, I think that one is enough. The reason why nimeleta hiyo story ni of late ilikuwanga inasemekana ati Maverick, huyo dem anaitangwa Maverick ambaye analetanga story mingi sana, ati she works with Babu Owino. Sijui kama ulikuwa umesikia kitu, Robert.
And I didn't know. I've heard about a Kothi or a Kothi.
Yeah.
I don't know what her name is.
So many people have been saying that huyo dem alikuwa anafanya kazi na Owino. Now, to the extent that today, Robert Arai is accusing Babu Owino of maybe facilitating that woman to abuse or maybe to say bad things about his wife. And that is where the whole issue came, and na akatolea Babu Owino gun. But the trick of it is Robert Arai, who is an MCA, sijui ni Kidedeshu ama ni Kilimani, I don't know. He is also eyeing to become a member of parliament. He is a sycophant of Ruto, as we know. Do you think Alai has capacity to become an MP? Looking at his current thinking and what he does, and do you think he can become an MP?
Let's be sincere. Nairobi is going to be a one-term zone. So it might be mixed up, and now we don't have Papa. Some of these guys, they got direct tickets like they used to get with OTM, what. No. So this time, I think, they might want what they want right now, is become an MP. Who cares? At this point, I don't care about the other version. Even this ODM, they keep on fighting a Papa Owino or Rai, whatever. I don't care what they do right now in Europe. At this point, who cares about them? They can just slaughter one another. They can do what they want at this point because ODM's lost. They don't know what they are doing. Pengine, their candidate will be Oburu. We don't know. He was invited by Gachagua, maybe once run, maybe Kuja Naya. So it's not going to be usual. Remember, Papa brought Nairobi people to come out, turn and vote. That's one thing. Okay, Nairobi, there's also all communities. There will be one-term communities, there will be two-term communities. So as we know, it depends where you are. So wanaenda kupigania Dagoretti North because they know Dagoretti North doesn't near Kiambu area, whatever. I think if I'm not wrong, because I went to school around that area. So if that's what they want, it depends where you are. If you are on two-term, it's very difficult to win Nairobi, and that's a fact. It'd be very, very difficult to win in Nairobi, unless otherwise. At this point, I know. I think Papa Owino, if he's want to run a governor and is on Gachagua and is with Caroso and Matiang's support and everyone, he will cut the day. He will be the next governor. But if this guy thinks like now Mnanza Kupigana, you see that's the problem. Because you have a gun now, you can just pull your gun. At where you can a gun. So Papa Owino say a gun. If that's the case, was he arrested? Because he was threatening somebody's life, they could have arrested him. That's a problem in Kenya. That's why we say things don't work. Most when you have money. At this point, to answer your question, I don't care what they do. ODM need to put their house together. They are all over the place. We don't know what they stand for. Some of us, we used to be there. I'm not there anymore. I'm out of ODM because every morning you wake up with something else. He decided today, I saw a story saying they want to bring Winnie Raila daughter to be the vice president of the party, or I don't know. There's a lot of things going on. If we get ODM out of this story, we'll be all right. We shouldn't even talk. They tell us where they belong to. We know there are two groups. What they are fighting for is money. It's nothing else. I'm telling you. The 4 billion shillings you were told they have in the account. That's what they are fighting for. Otherwise, if there's no money in ODM right now, I think they could have. Right now, people could have decided where to go. But it's that money, and that's what Ruto also is eyeing. Either pesa ambayo wako nayo kwa account. That's the bottom line. Otherwise, I don't see ODM beyond this year. Kwambia kweli. Yeah, ODM itakuwa hapo. Unajua, some of these guys they want kwa sababu kupitia kwa papa. They use his back to win. Akina Wanga. All these guys. You are going to see a different change when it comes more especially Ruo Nyanza politics. Itaona a different outcome. People will be shocked. ODM itaenda kukufa kama KANU, and that's what it's headed to. Even more worse, more than KANU. And that's sincere speaking. So these people, it's not a party. Come out of there. Come upon Owino. Owino, just come out and just say, you know what? I'm one term. I'm joining so and so. I don't care about the party. That's why you are Simba said akina Sifuna, but they cannot do that kwa sababu ya hiyo pesa ambayo the 4 billion we were told ODM has in account. At this point, that's what they are fighting for. So this is the way I see things. I think 2, 3, 4 months from now, the way you saw what you saw in Muranga, people have now decided this is the way. If you want to survive, lazima nishike kajawa kwa mugongo. Otherwise, I'm gone. So that's what you are seeing right now. That people have realized that's the way to go. Uhuru will come. I think Uhuru, when they come in, they make a compromise na kila kitu. Imagine we had a united party, united opposition party. So Uhuru, Gachagua, even if they can't get that wrong or whatever, they are in the same house, but Tiangi, Kalonzo, everybody, it will make it easy. Lakini kwa sababu kila mtu anataka kupita mahali wanapita ndio wakutane, okay, that's fine. But at this point, people are looking to run away. I'm very sure hii mambo ya ODM, it will end up going to court. And it will come at who owns ODM at the end of the day, who was ODM. That's why Sifuna cannot move until everything's done, until he knows who takes the money. Yeah, that's a big problem. This fight will go on even beyond election 2027. Kwa sababu ya pesa. Unless they decide to decide the money, assets, ODM. That's what they are fighting for. And that's what Ruto wants. That's why it's going to be instability in ODM, and it's going to make it very. Don't adapt. Sitaki ODM ikuja kwa nini sahi? Ikuja kwa opposition. No, wakikuja wasema wametoka huko. Kwa sababu wakikuja na hiyo package wako nayo, it's going to make us the opposition to look very weak, maybe drop some package. At this point, wananuka ODM inanuka. Wako na pesa, wananuka pesa, lakini wananuka na hiyo harufu mbaya. Even I think even UTS realize that ODM is bringing them down. It's sucking everything. They are not even UTN. Nobody even knows UTN right now. Remember, Ruto's plan was going to join ODM, lakini wakati baba amekufa, ameona wacha nichukue ODM, pengine UTN niweka pamoja, pengine itakuwa I can survive. That's what he thinks. Kuchukua ODM kuweka hapo is okay, but you can't tell me ukichukua ODM umechukua na watu walikuwa wanapiga ODM kura. Yeah, somebody has to tell them, somebody has to wake that man up and tell them it's not going to happen. At this point, it's a losing candidate. Like I said yesterday, Ruto is the weakest candidate ever. Come 2027, it's going to be very, very weak. Somebody can like Matiang'i is going to hit him. Sasita, kama ni yeye imekwisha, because it's going to bring new people in. He's going to bring some change in by that, because what I saw his interview and what I see the reaction and what I see what's happening, everybody from all over the country, kama ni yeye, nitapiga kura. Kama ye kuna something is building up. It's building up. I hope opposition wataona hiyo, waseme waambie mzee Kalonzo, the best we can do kuwa makamu. Chukua hii makamu. At least ukuwe makamu wa rais. Akikataa anataka kuwa rais, hana vile atashinda wapi? Hakuna mahali atashinda. Kwa sababu people, Kalonzo, sincerely speaking, people they don't want to. People have been there for all this time. People want something new. Matiang'i is going to bring that fresh air, or Natembeya. If it was Natembeya Matiang'i ticket, it was just over. It's going to be when people want something new. Come on, once people are tired. You know, Ruto has been there. Remember wakati wa Uhuru na Ruto, how people were excited, more especially Mount Kenya. Would have kid that would be the end of everything. Lakini wamefika hapa mambo yamekuwa vile yamekuwa. People, they want something else, and the something else is going to win. Watu wataka tena the same thing again, kitu by apana, something else, somebody new, a new perfume, a new fresh hair, kitu mupya. Everybody likes something new. Now that's what will be 2027. It's from that theme. It's time for change.
Okay, sawa. Yeah, I think that one is good. So, Bwana Roba, I think there is a lot which is happening in Kenya now, and I think this year we have to appreciate that we have started with a momentum. We don't have a lot of time. Yeah, I know by December the politics will be fully explosive. Alignments will be there in full. So I don't know, someone like this woman Repuyu Sasa wa Lamu, if they will be able to talk again, or even I think some of them might start quitting Ruto, because I think they will start now getting a moment of introspection. Hata Ruto yeye mwenyewe sasa najua ataenda kuevaluate sasa, ujie kuuliza ni pesa haitoshi ama shida ni nini? So Bwana Robo, unajua saa zingine unajua because Ruto hakuna kitu hajatumia kwa hii dunia. Anything which a human being uses anatumia. So hebu nikuulize sasa, what do you think is remaining for Ruto to use ili hii mambo ya one term ikuwe neutralized? Pesa ametumia, ameabduct watu, vijana wameuawa. So dawa ni gani sasa? What else is remaining for him?
I want to take you back to the by-election we had very recently, and that's what I was telling people. You know, we looked at by-election very narrow. They wanted to change the narrative. They did, but for a short period of time. And the mistake we make as Kenyans, we think that whatever happens is going to happen. And the question I asked at that time, even Stone PK can come in and he can tell you that. I asked a question. Those people coming in Mbeere North, or whatever it was, somewhere in Kakamega, or this MCA seats in Kisii, Nyamira area, and some other parts of the country. They are thinking, what was their thinking? Wangenda wakipiana rais kwa tepe. What you saw is a situation where somebody like Kibet going to press like around there, Mali Koko Kakamega, coming there for whole whatever. Is that something you can do the whole country? Are you want to do it the whole country? Well, Yenda, they were able to bring resources and other things, using resources to win those elections. They poured a lot of money. How are you going to do it all over the country? It becomes impossible. Now, this is the way I see things. Yes, Ruto, he might have money. He might have central bank at his backyard right now. He might be printing money and doing everything. But sometimes money cannot buy anything. You can have money, but it might not help a situation. Hiyo ndio Ruto amefikia sasa. Okay, how many people are you going to bribe? Let me tell you, like the politics of Kisii, one of the politics in Kisii. I'll give you an example, and that's what's going, I feel is going to happen 2007. We used to have one of the richest guy in Kisii. Some of you know him very well, Simon Nyachai. So Simon Nyachai was very rich. So Simon Nyachai didn't even go to campaign. He had an helicopter. He had more than one. Some of them were going to bank. Yeah, he has his own bank or whatever that time, and I think it's still there. Yeah, he has all the money. He has his companies and everything. And he was just only in a constituency where he comes from. Alienda akasema, hakuna haja mimi kukampeni, mimi naenda tu kila kitu, nani atakuja hapa, nani atakuja, kwa sababu ako na pesa, ako na nini na nini. But at the end of the day, what happened was, when kura imepigwa, ukaanza kuhesabu. Mwenye alikuwa mundu paskeli, he didn't even own a car. The guy had on a bicycle, he was campaigning in a bicycle. A bicycle. The guy won an election. When Nyachai realized that, he wanted to shoot people around him. What happened? What happened? He had money, but the money did not buy him power. And that's where Ruto is at this point. That we don't know about the Kalenjin community. We don't profile all of them. But this time, we as Kenyans, we want to see. And what one now when attack the way this, because this man is incapable, is not qualified to be a president. He's not. He was given a chance, but that chance, we see what he can do. When you in any developing country, when you come in, you campaign what you want to do. Then you come in and do the opposite. Then at the end of your term, then you start lying to people. Oh, you see, whatever I told you, I did it. When you never did it, it becomes a problem. People would never trust you again. The trust between William Samoei Ruto and the Kenyan people, more especially the rest of the country, it is over. That one, we know that. He had a chance, he squandered the chance. At this point, if I was him, the best thing I can do for himself to find that he becomes irrelevant or relevance come the future where we talk about him, if he can be like Mr. Nelson Mandela, and he goes on television, prime time, he comes and tells my fellow Kenyans, I'm here to announce that because you gave me a job, I've been doing it. But the job is very difficult. At this point, I'm not going to run for a second term. Let the Kenyan people decide who becomes a president. I'm not even going to campaign for anybody else because I believe I've failed because I've not done what I promised. He becomes a hero overnight. He becomes relevant. People run to him, wants them to support his support. That's the only way 207, or that's the only way William Samoei Ruto will be remembered. He'll go 207, he'll be defeated, it'll be the first time, it's going to be the first time a Kenyan president never won a re-election. Akitaka kwenda kwa vita, atapigwa na ICC inamngojea. He still has an open case ambayo kuko. Hakuna kitu ambayo ataenda. Ama atakuwa kama Maturo. The guy we saw amechukuliwa na ndege ambayo amerandi hapa New York some few hours ago. I'm not in New York, I'm in California, but he landed there. Maybe something like that. This time, 2007, this time, like January next year, William should start preparing to go to Kirigolis or go to Sigoi, whatever he decides to go, whatever he wants to make his permanent home. Let him prepare to go there. But if he wants to be a hero, just go this month here, come and tell Kenyans you will not run for re-election. Then from there, we says, you know what? We honor you, what you have done for the country. So far, you have decided you respect, and you have decided to give our country a chance to develop because it's a failure. It's a failure. So I don't know whether you're getting me in Njiru. For him, if he quits, he comes here, he's not going to run for the second re-election, he becomes a hero overnight. That's my take on that.
Okay. So I think Bwana Roba, let me see some comments za watu hapa kidogo. Junet can't even win an MCA seat in Migori. Maybe Madera. He has Maina Jenga goons at Rust.
Okay.
Kwani Uhuru alikuwa anataka nani awin? ODM says Uhuru did not want sasa hizo vitu. So why did Uhuru use his money? And anyway, I don't want to go to that. 2022 is water under the bridge now. So what we were not able to do, we cannot keep on talking. Okay. Kuna video nimepata hapa. We are following him in ya Caracas. Caracas. Let me give it because sasa wameleta explanation of how this maybe mtu anaweza sema ni Marekani na so Roba, maybe you can watch it. Mtu anaweza sema ni Marekani wanajaribu ni Marekani wanajaribu not what is like to show how strong they are. So I want you to listen to how this mission was done. Maybe people can listen. Somebody has explained how this mission was done. So I think that's why, and I like the countries which at least they want to use the best in everything. You see, like these people are always given an opportunity to use their skills, and they are always used by politicians. But you can listen.
The operation that resulted in the capture of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro by United States is a masterclass in surgical warfare, executed with overwhelming speed and precision. The primary unit responsible for the raid was the Army's 1st Special Forces Operational Detachment, Delta, commonly known as Delta Force. These operators are the Tier 1 asset the United States calls upon for its most critical counter-terrorism and hostage rescue missions. While Delta Force conducted the ground assault, they did not act alone. The operation relied heavily on the specialized aviation support of the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment, known as the Night Stalkers. These pilots are trained to fly low and fast in complete darkness using advanced night vision technology to insert teams into hostile urban environments undetected. The entire force package was supported by the massive naval presence of the USS Gerald R. Ford Carrier Strike Group, which had been positioned in the Caribbean for months to enforce a blockade and monitor Venezuelan airspace. Flying at treetop level to avoid radar detection, a flight of MH-47G Chinooks and MH-60 Black Hawks pierced the Venezuelan coast. These were not standard military aircraft. They were highly modified platforms flown by the Night Stalkers, pilots trained to operate in zero visibility conditions. The MH-60s, specifically the direct action penetrator variants, served as the muscle of the convoy. Armed with M134 miniguns and rockets, these flying tanks provided a protective bubble around the larger Chinooks, ready to shred any ground resistance that threatened the mission. The Delta Force assault team rode inside the heavy-lift MH-47G Chinooks. These massive helicopters are the workhorses of special operations, capable of carrying fully equipped assault teams and, crucially, hauling them out quickly. As the diversionary airstrikes continued to pull Venezuelan security forces toward the military bases, the Chinooks flared into a hover over the target residence. The noise of the rotors was likely masked by the chaos of the ongoing explosions across the city. The execution of the mission began long before the first boot hit the ground. For weeks, U.S. electronic warfare aircraft, specifically EA-18G Growlers, had been jamming Venezuelan radar and communications, blinding the regime's defensive networks. On the night of the raid, this electronic silence turned into kinetic chaos. At exactly 2 o'clock local time, the operation kicked off with a series of massive coordinated diversionary strikes. Explosions rocked key military sites across Caracas, specifically targeting the La Carlota military airbase and the Fuerte Tiuna military complex. These strikes were not random. They were calculated to create panic and confusion within the Venezuelan military high command. By hitting the airbase and the military headquarters simultaneously, U.S. forces forced the local regime to focus its attention and rapid reaction forces on defending these high-profile locations. This left the actual target, the residence where Maduro and his wife Cilia Flores were staying, vulnerable and exposed. While Venezuelan soldiers scrambled to respond to the burning airbase, the real attack was happening elsewhere in the city. Under the cover of this chaos and the deafening noise of the explosions, the Night Stalkers flew their helicopters at rooftop level, navigating the complex urban terrain of Caracas. They delivered the Delta Force assault team directly to the target. utilizing the element of surprise to overwhelm the president's personal security detail. The firefight was intense but brief. Delta Force operators are trained for close quarter battle, CQB, a method of fighting inside buildings that prioritizes speed and violence of action to neutralize threats before they can react. Crucially, the mission mandate was to capture, not kill. The United States intended to bring Maduro to face trial for narco-terrorism charges, meaning the team had to secure him alive amidst the gunfire. Once Maduro and Flores were positively identified and detained, the operation immediately shifted to the extraction phase. There was no time to linger. The assault team and their high-value prisoners boarded the waiting helicopters and lifted off. The entire ground phase of the operation lasted only minutes. Before the Venezuelan military could realize what had happened or scramble jets to intercept, the US helicopters had already cleared the city limits, ferrying the captives to a secure location outside of Venezuelan airspace. The speed of the withdrawal was absolute. By the time Vice President Delcy Rodriguez issued a statement demanding proof of life, Maduro was already in US custody, flown out to face the American judicial system. The operation proved that even in a heavily defended capital city, a precise and well-coordinated force could strike the head of state and vanish before the dust had settled.
What if you can create your own website by
Bwana Roba, that is what happened today. That is the US military force called Delta Force. That's how they were able to execute that. So meaning that hao watu wakiamua wanataka kukujia kwa state house ya Nairobi, utaenda tu. Ni vile yao nayo sijui nani anaweza wakujia. Wao nani anaweza wakujia, ama pia wewe upange, kama unawataka pia upange waende. Can you react to that?
Njiro, okay, so I'll react, but I'll be limited because of my where I work and other things. When it comes,
I don't want you to comment about your perception. I want you to demonstrate about the skill, what is happening.
Yes, that one.
And the mission.
We can do that one there, but there's some. I can't go beyond some points because of my nature of the job. Okay. Remember, there's this, what we talk of, China, USA, Russia. Some people are saying, China is overtaking over USA, what. So sometimes you just think, there's nobody in this planet, none, who can compete with the United States. I want to be sincere with you on that one. There's nobody. So this thing was, it started like a joke, remember? It started like somebody was shot in a boat. It just started. We know what we saw on the video and other things. Then after that, you know what happened? It's just like, they shut down the airspace and other things. Then all of a sudden, you see, the guy's in New York right now. So South America is shaken because you know what Trump said? Colombia is next. And all this is because of the trucks coming from the other side of the border. We don't know. We don't have evidence and other things. It's not us to make a judgment. But here's the thing. For a country like the United States to do what they're doing, it's because it's a rich country and they're capable of doing what they're doing. To do that one, you need money. You need to have a force. To have a force, you must have an economy. United States cannot be a superpower if they don't have the economy. And that's why we keep on talking about, like, for anybody. If you want a country to become a country, create jobs. So look at the United States. Look, people want to come to the United States because they have jobs. If they didn't have jobs, maybe people, even some of us or anybody's friends, we know, we will not be here. Yeah. So at the end of the day, If, let's say, Mama Samia or Tanzania, I think that's unfair. They should go and get her out because of what happened in Tanzania. You know, you guys have passion in Tanzania because of that. There's a lot of people who are killed there. It looks like it's still there. So these guys, when the USA tells you we are coming, they mean what they say, and they say what they mean. That's what we call to be sincere. Sio hiyo mambo ya kutuambia unaenda kufanya hivi na hivi, you do the opposite. But it's good for Venezuela. I don't know, because I just saw the vice president just came out it's a taped thing, and I said, oh, Rudisha, Rudisha is not on comeback. So this one here is sending a clear message. That's what Trump can do for you. Trump has his ups and downs, but for this one, it's a win because of the trucks coming from that country. It's a win. You know, Venezuela, by the way, is that's what dictatorship can do for you. Venezuela, they have a lot of oil too. Yeah, they have some. I think they produce oil, but because of rigging election, what power and everything, when a rig election, by the way, the guy never won the election. Remember the person who won the Nobel Prize a few weeks ago. She was from Venezuela. She's the one who won the election. But he was not declared the winner. So that's where all these things started. So at this point, what I can say is it's professional, job well done. For the mission was compromised. I mean, it was accomplished the way they had planned, the way they had done all these things. I don't add any accents or anything. So at this point, Trump means what he means. So if you are just joking, just come, you just say. So I mean, Trump has his ups and downs. Yes, whatever it is. But right now, if you see politically, he's losing. Yes, the midterm will be this year, come November. He's going to lose. He's going to. I mean, Spain is going to lose terribly, as the history tells us. But at the same time, this is going to be his markings. Maybe this one will stop some truck trafficking from some of these South American countries to North America. So let's see what happens here. But some of these trucks, those countries, when they go to Africa. Imagine nothing happens. You go to Mombasa, the coast of Mombasa. Wanapitisa tu hapo. Mtu anapatiwa sio elfu ngapi. Uliona, by the way, did you see somebody was smuggling some trucks from Kenya through Kenya? Kafika pretend he was caught. That I think that story was featured in KTN. They featured that. I think if you can read that one and you find that tape. One of the guys from I think from Brazil. He came from all the way from South America. He went through Kenya. Then from Kenya now he wanted to go to London with the trucks. In Kenya, you can see KTN wanamwambia sasa alikuja na kile vile alienda, how they did the corruption. Then after the corruption, walienda wakamwacha. Then from the airport, kafika London, he was caught. When he was caught, but he was able to pass through Kenya. Third one is a red flag. More especially that country which calls themselves they want to go to be like Singapore. You will never be like Singapore. Never. At Singapore. Kuna story, in fact, the story, you can read that one. You know, these are stories about trucks. But KTN, they did a very good story, I think, last month or a couple months ago, about how smuggling is done at Kenyatta International. And people get away by bribing those people who work at the airport. You can see how he goes there. He goes, but the Kifika London, he was caught by British. And then we keep on saying, oh, wow, people colonize the Shida. They are coming in. Since we are the people of the government. So on this one here, there's much I can say. It's just like, let's see where it goes. But so Venezuela is on a political vacuum right now. But at the same time, It's good for the guy. The guy has been there. I don't know how many years he has been there, but he has been there. He's another dictator. So, job well done, Trump, on what he did. I mean, I'm not saying I support the mission, but what I'm saying is he was able to compromise. We saw it coming. And the guy was also, so USA is a superpower is a superpower. It's a superpower. And nobody can be like them. None. China is far away to be like, to be on the superpower category. Very far. Yeah. Unless you have something you can ask on that one.
That one is true. Yeah, I know very many countries will try to challenge America, but they would have to do a lot of work to reach that level. Yeah, it's the amount of perfection.
Yeah, so that's what you say. They are doing it because they have the money. The economy is good. They have done it all this time. They can sustain themselves. There's nothing there for them. I mean,
yeah, for them, that is their game. That is their game.
That's even part of the economy.
Yeah, so you know, sisi wakati tunaongea sijui story ya njaa, sijui story ya nini, huyu sijui tribalism, wao sasa vitu zao ni hii sasa. That's why they are very proud with what, like, unaona sini kama hii sasa, movie kama hii. Hivi tunaona like unaona like this capture of Maduro. It will even be they will even make cinemas on it. They will make a video.
It will be like the way it started, it the end on the big screen.
Yeah, it will be a big business. Even you even see like the American actors producing like a movie of Operation Venezuela.
The trial itself is going to be business.
Yeah. So there is a lot of things in it, and that is how they survive. So, and it is part of their. But we have also to acknowledge them because they have also invested highly in having these military experts. How has hebu nikuulize wakati kidogo maybe nikuulize wakati wa Marekani wanachukua au wanajeshi wa kuenda Navy SEAL na kuenda Delta SEAL, wako na ujinga yetu sijui meno height.
No. So this is how you get hired. I mean, the hiring goes on local level, and most of the hiring starts from high school. So most of these guys
ile kitu nasema, you know, like in our place, for you to become like a military, lazima ulipe.
That's corruption.
That's corruption. So Marekani vitu kama hizo zinatendeka?
No. So absolutely no. 100%. You know why? Because they are even coming in the house to house looking for, do you want to join? Because some of these recruiters, in fact, most of them are from high school, and they even given scholarships to go some of these institutions, some of these military institutions like the Navy and the presses. Yeah, so it's not like a one thing ambayo unapata hapo unakuja hapo naambia watu people study primary ndio mtu apate kazi. No. Yeah, so we are very far away from what they do. This is the first developed country. I mean, the military is advanced. It's a career. Yeah, sasa hivi tunafanya mambo ya ujinga jiro. Yeah. So to answer your question, it's a process, and that process starts from a young age. Those who want to go, they apply. From there, when time comes, they have to go. And when you get in, you have to go and serve. You don't serve, there are some consequences and some other things. Then you can serve. Then from there, after serving, you can come and you get it. So the education is free. College education is free. There are some benefits you get after you die, depending how long you have served. But at the end of the day, it's part of the what we call the economy, because there are those ones who are committed. So That's why they call this one as a frontier military. You frontier yourself. Nobody, it's not a business. By the way, the USA military is the lowest paid jobs you ever get in the United States. And that's why many people don't go. You don't make money, but you get benefits. You don't make money. So that's why some of us who have been talking about, for a country to survive, we must have private sector. Not that kila kitu wanakimbilia mambo ya kazi ya public jobs. So military is not a high-paying job, by the way. Most of these people are frontier because some of them, they want to serve their country. Some of them, they want to go there, and from there they get free education because they JPR. Some of them, they want to go there because that's where they build their career. Because remember, anytime you do application in any job in the United States and you say you serve in the military, you get a priority. Somebody will just hire you first than anybody else. And there's some companies which they like hiring people who come from the military because they trust them, what they do, and they depend on them. So
yeah, the discipline in the profession anyway.
Yes. And most of these guys, they get hired from high school. So you get somebody after they finish high school, they get hired, they go to train the military, they start doing some courses. Sometimes they got those who go to colleges, these military colleges. There are some who they go straight to the military, they start as a career. Then after that, they can go to school because now their tuition is paid for free. Then after all, depending how many years you serve, your medical and Medicare is free. Also, at the same time, you get a break, your taxes break. They're like, you want to buy a house, you want to buy some other things. You get that kind of incentives, something which is like it helps you when you're in the military. It's a very good career. From there, you can be a pilot. From there, you can be what? When you go to the private sector. That's what we call frontier. You frontier yourself. And that's what's lacking. Not the member that's multi and you have to pay. Can you imagine? And in fact, that's what Matiang said yesterday. That's one of the things, conversation. By the way, let's go back to his speech. What he said. Can you imagine somebody's going to look for a job, another job, the anana kununua job, the abad your kasi. That's madness. And you have to bribe people so that you can get a job. Yeah, so that's where we are. And that's why we should run from these countries, that some of these countries, like I can tell you, there are some companies which they come to the houses just looking for people. Can you have somebody who can work for me, who can work for the company? Because like now, there are some companies where if you can reverse somebody, you end up getting like 200,000 Kenya shillings. After he has been there, he has worked for 3 months. In fact, they send you because you gave somebody to work for them, at least for 3 months. So that's how it is. That's what we want to see in Kenya, where jobs are more than the people are seeking it. Not everybody can do the same jobs. Lakini mambo ya kusema kila kitu ni serikali unaenda kufanyia kazi serikali. Some countries, they moved away that thing a long time ago. Kazi ya serikali is the most underpaid. Nobody wants there. When you go private sector, wow. That's where people make money. That's what we want in Kenya. So can you imagine somebody like Equity? Equity is I think it's a private. You can go make as much money as you can. But imagine, I do not kwa serikali. Serikali, so Kenya, the problem is, the reason why they want there, because they want to steal. Now, if we go going forward, we should not make this mambo ya. Unajua, what's funny? I was thinking about this thing. Kuna wajinga wengine, unapata uko nyumbani mtu anakuambia, at police they are doing corruption because they are not being paid enough money. My question to them is, when you got a job, you didn't know how much the job was paying. Why should you go and look for a job if you don't know what the job description is? Why should you go be corrupt? Ndio nakuja kutuambia kwa sababu we don't get paid enough money, so we can go and start getting bribes from people. Hiyo ndio uchinga tuko nayo. And that's tuko na hii mentality ya corruption. Iko kwa damu, is a generation thing. Ati mwenye anakuja naenda naiba, anakuja laka. That's the people we see as heroes. Yeah. So we should embrace the private sector. We should embrace those who are creating jobs, who want to create, even however small they are. And we should, this idea of people wanting to work for the government that ndio kasi iko. Hata ukiangalia hata sahi Trump mwenyewe. There are some jobs akonaye hakuna watu wanafanya, he has not even filled them because nobody wants to go and do them. I mean, that's the kind of thing we want in our country. We want that people have choices. Lakini sasa sisi tuko hapa tunapigania kadogo kwa sababu kila kitu auction hata yenyewe tuende tutafute rudi mahali yako atupatie. And that one is where we go wrong. That's where we go wrong, kapsa. And like I said before, Njiro, I don't care. Kasi, everybody should have at least where anaenda akipatie kitu chake kwa sababu akipata hata kitu kidogo he can do, and that our constitution give us freedom. How you want to have freedom kama una kasi? How you want to have freedom if there's no, the economy is really bad? So that's the way I just said. At the end of the day, it's about kasi. And that's why USA nafanya what they are doing. Kwa sababu, you know what? They have a working economy. They have trillions and money. They have wealth. They have resources. They have everything. Sasa wewe China ikuja kufanyia. Yeah, guys, let's be careful what we just say sometimes. It's because of you see, it's because of the economy is very strong. And for you, when you are strong, you build a strong economy, a strong military. Yeah. So I want to work even up in Indian Ocean. Work up. We have them in the USA. We have them in Kenya. Nana. Hata wakitaka hiyo sahi, wakitaka hata Iran, so you know what he told Iran? If you shoot your own people, the USA is going to intervene. Imagine that. That's what they told Iran. You continue because the demonstrations and the things going to Iran. He has told them USA will come and intervene. They mean what they say. And some people here, what they have to realize also, one thing, by the way, in Chile, what people have never realized. There's no Israel without United States. That's a fact. So whatever you see when you're Natuambia, like some people I saw them, let me tell you, Israel, and in Israel is United States. My friends, Israel is United States. Kila ndege, kila chombo, everything you see in Israel, it comes from United States. It is provided by United States. United States budget, it has Israel in it. That's something you have to realize. So that's why you see sometimes when Israel inapia watu kwa the Gaza Strip, wanasema hiyo tunataka hiyo isimame kesho, ndio inasimama. Why? Because they hold everything. Hiyo ni ndege zake, but they will never tell you that. Hiyo bomb na kila kitu ni za kwake, simetoka hapo. Budget ni kila kitu, ndio wanawapatia kila kitu. So everything you see there, it's them. And that's why, even, by the way, look again, even in China. You see, when China, people don't know that, what's that country, part of China? What's in Etwaje? This country which is bordered in China, that's they're part of it, but wanajida independence. Even though independence, they are not recognized in the United Nations. In Etwaje, Njiro, country.
Wacha nikuletee maneno ya Luya Unity kidogo. Then I do my last video.
Yeah.
In respect to the Navy SEAL kidogo. So but let me do this video ya Luya alafu you comment about it. Then you can make your closing remark. Tufunge studio.
Yeah.
Tuende kwa shughuli zingine.
Asante sana. Mwami Yesu yetuombwe. All protocols observed. Nani anaseti hivi vitu? Unajua hivi vitu ni mpya hapa. Nani anaweza songesha juu kidogo? Haya. Asante. Hebu songesha juu kidogo. Asante sana. Kwa familia ya Mheshimiwa Kibunguchi, mimi nimekuja kupiga pole Kibunguchi tulikuwa naye kwa bunge last parliament, na vile mmesikia wakinena hapa, he was the most sober member of parliament that we had. Wakati tulikuwa na Jubilee Coalition, yeye akiwa huko na mimi nikakuwa hii pande ya Azimio, tulikuwa tunagongana, ananiambia sasa usipige kelele sana, tulia, peace. Kwa hivyo tumepoteza kiongozi mzuri, na ile yote mazuri imeongelewa kumuhusu, mimi naunga mkono, na wale wako hapa na wanaongea mambo mabaya kuhusu Kibunguchi pia nawapiga riswa. Sawa. Mimi sitaki niongee mambo mingi, but I want to comment on 2 issues. First one, vile mmesikia mimi ni chairman ya public accounts. Tunataka kucontrol procurement. Therefore, electronic procurement tunafaa tuunge mkono. Hatuwezi sema unafanya procurement na una decide nani anapewa. Tukienda electronic, we are going to be transparent and use the public resources in a manner that satisfies the public view na need. Sawa. Wale wanaogopa hii procurement are corrupt. So mtu akuja hapa kuambia hii procurement ni mbaya, huyo ni kiongozi anaogopa kuangaliwa ndani na vile anafanya procurement. But hata uende nchi zimeendelea, hata hiyo Singapore tunaongea, Singapore inafanya electronic procurement. Jambo la pili, kiongozi asikuje hapa anakuambia Luya unity. Kwani nyinyi hamko united? Wananchi wako united. It is us leaders who keep standing here and lying to people and shaming Luyans na kusema Luya not united, Luya pale. Wewe enda hapa Kalenjin hapa. Hakuna matanga mtu ananemu Kalenjin. Enda Kikuyu, hakuna matanga kiongozi anaita wa Kikuyu. Enda hapa Luo, hakuna matanga Mjaluo anaita Mjaluo. Lakini viongozi wa Luya unasimama hapa, Luya unity. It is us leaders who are not united. But the people are united. Tuko pamoja. Jambo la mwisho, huko kwenye natoka Butere, watu wako 2 term. Hapa Likuyani nyinyi muko wapi? Muko 2 term. Chumamoto, Gavana Baraza, William Ruto. Asanteni sana, tuko ndani ya OD. Na baba alituacha akatuonyesha tufuate Mheshimiwa Ruto. Sisi hatuwezi acha maono ya baba, tutafuata William Ruto na tuko ndani ya
The reason why nimecheza hiyo video is it looks like there are some portions of Western. Hiyo ujumbe ijafika. Mbona huyu hapo fukuzwa?
Look at the ground there. So it looks like they were in a function where there was like 5-10 people. Maybe the setup, it was intentional. So
because ameongea story ya 2 term na akamaliza hiyo speech. So unajua, these are some of the tunaweza, we need to understand like huyu speech yake iliisha. So it looks like there are some grounds we have not touched. What do you think? That's what I wanted to ask you.
Yeah, so that's what I was telling you. Najua sahi ODM ni uonjwa. We don't know where they stand. Waliaji na baba na waliaji wana William Ruto. So when time comes, what matters is the people. Wananchi ndio watamua. These are the people, by that time, ikifika, they will be shocked. Yeah, they will be shocked. Because, I mean, he wants a re-election. Time will come. But the one thing also, I want to be cautious. Louis has been very tricky. Even there are you can say, they are like also like, they are former, it's like, they fought for all kind of different parties, depending where you are. So they kind of intend to follow. But remember, if they were following people like Salem Davati, we could not be talking about like Kakamega or Figa. You see, Figa, Musalia Mudavadi won because he was chama chake ilikuwa inaitwaje. But look, ODM has been dominating there regardless. Ambaye anaenda anapatiwa anaenda, well, you get your 10% or whatever percent if you do this. Luhya is very tricky. Remember, there are also different parts of which Luhya. There's Maragoli, where I think he comes from Butere. We have also the people from, how do you call them? From where Nani comes from, the speaker. You see, they have different functions to make up Luhya. Unaona? So, hiyo inakuja na shida. Unaona? So they have also a small Teso. Teso ni Wateso. But we call them, they are under Luhya. Maragoli, they are under Luhya. Then we come to Bukusu. Akina Nania Oyu Sifuna. Ni wa Luhya. Unaona? So also they stand all the way to Natembeya, where is the governor? I know ya Mount Elgon. I assume Mount Elgon, not Mount Elgon. I might be wrong. Where is the governor up there? So here, so Waruya, there are different functions, but at this point, that's why I say a candidate who can reach to everybody is one. I don't want to name his name here. We can just see people say, "Oh, come on here, itakuwa hivi." But also don't forget, what are the Luhya going to get out of it? What are they going to get? What have they not seen? So for us, that's very good for us. Because which tells me Kasongo cannot win or is going to be divided. I mean, if it's want to be, if they, let me tell you this. They might be not be united. It's because of him. You can see what he says. Is he going to go back? I don't think so. So this is what I see. I see a situation where opposition can win this thing on the first round. Point blank. I don't see where Ruto can get like 30% of the votes. I don't see it. Mimi sioni kabisa. Sioni. And I'm very sure what we're talking about, they might even not show up. Kama Luhya, because you see the trend is not good. So without Baba, it's going to be more worse. So Ruto, he might have some people up there. Let's not be kidding. And so it's the opposition to work hard to make sure like such a people that come from Butere, they have people who support them. So they should have this one here. There's something, they have a team. They should have a team like this guy, they just take note. And they can be able to say, you know what, some part of Luhya, we have not reached the people. Let's start from there. One term is going to cut the day to come 2027. That's a fact. One term is going to cut the day. That's the way I just see it. Let me give my closing statements. Let me just close by saying this way. It's a couple months before 2027, but as a country, we need to decide what's the way forward, because it looks like ati kwa sababu mtu fulani akiongea akisema mimi naenda kupiga kura na mimi naenda kupiga kura. No, let's be independent. That be like whenever you decide something, you decide because you hear a voice of somebody what they want to do. But hii mambo ya kusema ati kwa sababu so amesema na sisi tuende kupiga kura hapo, hapana. There's no way. Let's talk here of politics ya samani. We go the new way 2027. 2027, let's say, tupatie kura what people would be working for you, wa matachiri. Sio ukiwa wewe matachiri tena mwenye unaajiri kazi, ndiye nakumiza. So this is the way I see things. At this point, okay, the opposition, it's a good start for this year, 2026, but they need two more. And like Injira, I told you before on this, I argue this one here. I think it's time for this opposition to unite. They also have their own place where they operate from. Offices where they have their technical teams, everything there. They can even hire a couple, one or two people who can do their polling, who can tell them what's going on, where they can tackle. They need something like that. Hii kitu sio ati unaamka asubuhi unafanya tu hivyo. We must use technology to win. Technology can win you election. That's something I can tell opposition. Technology can win you election. That's been used and it's very effective. And because of that, we can use that one. You can beat Ruto very, very good. Use technology to win election. Even use technology to campaign. Because you can know where you are very weak using technology. But the way they did remember by elections, they went there while the end to hivyo. That's why they got divided. Walishindwa. Kwa sababu if they were not divided, niliona walikuwa nasema ati kuna case wataenda kufungua court. So opposition, okay, so far so good in 2026 by psychological things, but we want to see real things. Go down, get a team. After you get that team, you must have also how to get access to IBC, how you can also like monitor what's going on. Technology is very good for everybody, more especially like if you want to win, you cannot ride the old way. You must also be prepared to spend some money, get some of these things here, get some places where you operate from, know how many people in a constituency, know how many people in a county, know where the weakness is, know where you have not gone, so that through technology, you can just cover and try whatever, because you need every vote to count. So that's the way I just see it. It's time for 2027 will be a year of technology. And if you want to win, you must use technology. That one has to be done. And the opposition, let them come. There are a lot of people who can help them. People can advise them. There are some things here we cannot defeat that you can do, but there's a lot of things. And that's where we went wrong, my space 2022. Yeah, we have to use technology. Njiro, let me finish from there. Let's see. Maybe tomorrow, I don't know, I can be able to come to the show because tomorrow in either John and Kasi. Probably I will see in the course of the week somewhere in between there. But if you open, kama vile you open leo mapema, pengine you might see me, I might come before the end of Kasi. Yeah, but I really appreciate it, man, my friend. I really appreciate it.
Okay, I appreciate Bwana Robert. So, the only thing I will do, I will do a video of Delta Force so that people can see how these people train and you can compare with our military. Kuna mtu atasema hii ni delusion, lakini ni sawa.
Delta is the only unit that I know of, especially in the Tier 1 side of the house, that when they recruit from everywhere.
They decide, you know what, we need to go out to all the military services, Marines, Navy, everybody, and give them an opportunity also, right? We need more bodies. We're not getting enough bodies. For example, one course, 100 candidates, of the 100 candidates that started, when one got selected.
Muringe, why are you laughing? Nimesema tu ni sawa, hata mkisema ni delusion ni sawa. Kwani mimi niko na shida? Unajua saa zingine Muringe does not take me serious. Hata mkisema ni delusion ni sawa. Delusion is part of life. People think like as if, yes, I'm elated when I see products happening, things like this one's happening. One day na hiyo kitu inaisha. So who knew that Maduro could fall in one day? Na hiyo story tunamaliza, tunaenda vitu zingine. Hata kabla ya mwaka ipate manyoya. Jamaa shaenda. No, Ms. Muringe, I'm just saying, hata kabla ya mwaka ipate manyoya. Best ashaenda. No, Muringe, the reason why I'm so happy of this story, I've been speaking with Venezuelan people. They used to be very frustrated. Mimi hata kuna mwingine ananiambia, Bwana Njiro bana. Huyo tulisema akufia hapo. So another guy from Venezuela, he told me the day when he will die, we will decide. You didn't know that something could have happened along the way. We already said that one till death. That is, they had given hope on that. That is somebody from Venezuela. That one till death. We no longer fight now. We no longer fight till death. Once he dies, we will go and plan. Mrs. Moringa, so wewe wacha mambo mingi. So I know, so but mi nikiona kitu mzuri imefanyika, kama like when I see professionalism, science. Si hata nani amesema, huyu Mamdani wenyu. Mamdani amesema he has called Donald Trump to explain his discussion. It's their time to whine. Hata sisi walitudunga mashindano hapa. Walitudunga mashindano ya COVID hapa. Tukajaribu kulia, hawataki kutusikia. So it is their time to whine. Walituletea mashindano ya COVID hapa tukikataa. So wacha walie sasa. COVID wewe tunakudunga cha nguvu bana. Wewe tunakudunga cha nguvu. Ile ujinga tumeletewa na hawa ma left wing hawa. Wewe tunakudunga cha nguvu wewe. Wewe pokea dawa, wewe ni mgonjwa. Young healthy men and women walidungwa cha nguvu hapa. Unajua saa zingine natoa hizi story ina lovely manner, mnafikiria ni michezo niko nayo hapa. Cha nguvu bana. Ati kuna kakitu kana kukwaruza hapa kwako. Hebu enda udungwe ama kakupate. Uwezi panda ndege ati bila certificate. Certificate. Hakuna kupanda ndege bila certificate. I can't imagine those 4 years are gone. Wewe huwezi panda ndege kama hujadungwa certificate wewe. You need a certificate to enter a plane. Nini bana? Uko na COVID ama hauna? A certificate. You need a cert. Hata tulikuwa tunaringa nazo hivi. Niko na cert. At least that is the only thing nili appreciate Kenya. That is the only thing nili appreciate Kenya, sababu watu walikuwa tu wanapata tu ma certificate na hapo kando. At least watu wanakuwa wanapewa ma certificate na at least on that one I appreciated Kenya. Asante, may God bless Kenya. Wengine wetu tungeumia. Finally my certificate was delivered. Hawezi furahia mambo kama hii. Wanafurahia tu maneno tu ya mashindano tu. Dunga hawa wote wakuwe vichaa. Hawa watu. Dunga hawa wote wakuwe vichaa. Hiyo ndio ile vitu tu anataka tufurahie. By the way, hiyo ujinga ya COVID ilikuwa nini? Walikuwa wanatufanya hata tufuate hapa. Sijui COVID. And CNN media, 1,000 people are dead now. Citizen. We can now inform to you the first patient of COVID in Kenya has been identified. 7 people are dead today. We can confirm to you all hospitals in Italy are full and people are burying their dead like nonsense. Huyo mujinga alileta hiyo ujinga hiyo. COVID. Useless. COVID my foot. COVID. COVID. Lefties, endeni mutengeneze ingine. Nafikiria tunaogopa. Bring another one. Watu wametuzoea from 1940. You think left wing guys hijacked the world jana? Ms. Moringe left wing hijacked the world before you were born. Because one thing which I know is, Mrs. Moringe, you are not born in 1940. They attacked the world long in the 40s. Watu wametusumbua hapa for long. Mkituona tuko hapa. Wewe Belfast unasema nini? This is my free airtime bwana. Ati mudungwa ati mutakuwa wagonjwa. My lefties, we have announced war with you. Msifikiria tutakuwa pole na nyinyi. We have announced war with you. You have participated in destroying this world na mnataka tuwachukue pole. COVID. That is the only thing mnakuja kutuambia. Watu bwana. Let me show you the legacy of Joe Biden. Kabla niwaoneshe nini. Lazima niwaone. Let me show you. Unajua saa zingine amfuatangi maneno. Bro, inayo lazima niwaekee bwana. Hii lazima niwaekee. Wacha kwanza hii siri itoke. Hii lazima niwaekee. I want to show you where we are coming from. Unajua saa zingine people don't count the blessing. Lazima niwaoneshe pale tunatoka bwana. Hii haiwezi ruka bure. Hii hatuwezi ruka bure. Yeah, and you compare with what has happened. Hii hatuwezi ruka bure bwana.
President Ashraf Ghani has fled the country.
Has gone, fleeing to neighboring
That
Uzbekistan.
obviously leaves a pretty huge vacuum that one can only assume the Taliban is going to fill.
I received a call from my wife, and she was saying, "What's happening?" I was kept telling her, "I'm safe. Don't worry about me." She was crying and begging me to leave Palace, and it's not safe. We went to one place, from there to another place. People was running, like they were panicked.
So what I'm trying to show you is when lefties are in power, this is what they give us, chaos and confusion. Lefties for you. Believe lefties at your own peril. This is what lefties produce.
I managed to get in the airport. Things were getting out of control. I'm thinking, what happened?
A desperate scene unfolds at the Kabul airport. People here in the capital are utterly petrified and essentially have nowhere to look to now.
I might face consequences that I never even dreamed of.
The Taliban stormed into Kabul. Images emerging of insurgents in the country's equivalent of the Oval Office.
The British and the Americans have spent billions, but the policy has been an abject failure.
This war used to be called Operation Enduring Freedom, and it's turned out not to be enduring, and they're not leaving behind a society that is free.
The greatest foreign policy humiliation in the history of the United States of America.
I think most Americans were disturbed by the chaotic, desperate images of Kabul airport, as though there had been a sudden, unexpected destruction of the state. But I'm sitting at home watching all this, and I thought to myself,
destruction of a state by on camera. Niingize Belfast. Inchi inaharibika mkuwa munaona kwa kamera. Wow. Left is for you. Left is. No plan. Vitu ma left is wanatuachianga hii dunia. What? Belfast, you can defend them. Najua ndio umekimbia mbio. Najua hiyo imekukwaruza mpaka pale kwa menisco, hypothalamus, kwa aorta, pulmonary artery. Sema kitu. Lefties.
So why were you supporting Raila Odinga? If he's a lefty, why were you supporting him?
Lefties for you. Lefties. He never declared he's a left.
Oh, so you don't even know. Okay.
No, he did not say he was a left. If he said he was a left, hiyo ndio ningeachana naye.
Oh, so mtu anasema ati anapatiana 1,000 shillings for mothers na jobless people.
What is good for lefties?
Ati?
What is good for lefties in this world?
Hapana, sema. Kama if Raila Odinga and Martha Karua were saying that part of their plan was to bring a welfare state, were they in the left or the right? You contradict yourself too much.
There's no way Raila or Ruto they have said I am right wing or I am left wing. So siasa ya Kenya ni kiundudo, ni madogodhanio.
No, you see, and again earlier on you're asking who is smarter, the white people or the black people, and then now you are again contradicting yourself.
Ebu karibia Mike, I need to hear what you are saying. Yeah, you couldn't answer that question. Sasa umeenda ukafanya research, sasa umeleta answer. Congratulations. Sasa niambie. Yeah, sasa si ushajua sasa between mzungu na Mwafrika nani mwerevu? Ushajua sasa ndio umekuja kutuambia after 6 hours of avoiding to answer.
I'm just saying that you usually contradict yourself very badly.
I contradict myself or you contradict yourself?
Hapana, wewe ndio unajicontradict. Unasema vitu zingine.
Unajua once you don't get the answer you wanted from me, you say that I confuse myself. Okay, go ahead. So tell me so that I can explain myself.
Hapa hivi unasema ati lefties. Mimi hata saa zile unasema lefties, I don't know what you're talking about because it doesn't make sense.
Because you are left wing, that's why you don't want to admit. Si wewe ni left wing?
No, wewe umeona kuna kitu imeandikwa kwa kofia changu kikisema left wing.
Si wewe ni left wing? Si wewe neutral ni left wing?
I am a socialist, but that doesn't mean that.
Yeah, that is left wing. If you are socialist, that is left wing.
is a fully branded left wing.
Yeah, you are left wing. So if you are left wing, you are part of the problem in this world.
Let's say I'm left wing. Yeah? First of all, I told you don't listen.
And you are part of the people who need emancipation. You need rescue. Belfast, you need rescue. Wewe unahitaji kutembelewa na ukombozi, even as we want people in Kenya to kutembelewa na ukombozi. You are too serious to be a left wing. Belfast. Haya, ongea, nimekuachia. Moringi amesema niache. I'm surprised. You know, by the way, I have been branding you as a left winger, as a brav. Kumbe ni ukweli. Hey. Endelea. Aki, pole. Pole. Pole sana, Belfast.
Hata ukiniita radical left, hard left, hiyo pia ni sawa. But I'm glad that we are having this sort of conversation, because in our politics, in the Kenyan politics, mostly we don't discuss ideological principles. So it is good that now people are starting to have these conversations.
Na mbona ukaribii Mike? Unajua wase wa left wing hawatakangi kukaribia Mike ili tusiwasikie. Karibia Mike tukusikie. Wase wa left wing wanatakanga vitu zipite. Tunawajuanga. Go ahead.
Acha nitoe your headphones.
Leta information hapa tusikie. Wase wa left wing ni wajanja sana. They don't want us to hear what they are saying. Unataka kuambia si nilikuwa nimesema. Aje, nilikuwa nimesema. Endelea. Belfast, mimi sikusikii. Si unaona? Sasa hiyo unaongea and you'll be telling us nishasema. Belfast, hebu rudi. Usikuje hapa kutuambia nilishasema, ni nyinyi hamkusikia na sirudi. Left winger tumewashikanisha vibaya sana. Tunawasomeanga kwa 18 siku hizi. Yeah, I said it. Why do you want me to repeat my... Good. Ongea sasa.
Wewe saa zingine wewe fala sana wewe. Nimetoa headphones. Sasa unanisikia vizuri?
Yeah, sasa nakusikia vizuri, sasa endelea. Yeah, now you can be able to defend your right wing with a good voice to avoid misquotation.
So, I've had you ranting here the whole night, and my point is that I even repeated to you before, there is no puritanical left, ama puritanical right. This thing does not exist, okay? But it is good that we are having these discussions about what people believe as in their ideology. So instead of us talking those things about this tribe, that tribe, saizi tunaongea those social and economic principles, what things a policy that a government should use, or people who are in the opposition, so left and right. It's good that we're having them. And these things are not ati ni vitu za wazungu. These things are universal principles, whether you share this radical view or the other one. I can tell you there is no absolute left and right, and I can give you an example. When the people were campaigning in 2017 in Kenya, I remember in ODM rallies, someone mentioned about the death sentence, and he was cheered by the crowd and by the top ODM leadership. The same thing happened when people talked about other issues where it is seen that hii kitu ni ya liberals, wacha tu sisi pia tuseme yetu, the other side of politics in Kenya. So ODM was supposed to be a liberal democracy or a liberal democratic principled party, but someone called for the death sentence for certain crimes. Okay? Is what I'm saying, that you cannot have your cake and eat it. Basically, people as human beings, individuals, wanaweza kuwa both left and right. It's difficult to find an absolute person where unajigamba hapo at your hard right, at the right
Who am I?
wing. You
Who
don't.
am
I
I?
don't.
I'm an absolute right winger. I don't do anything left wing. I don't.
What
do
does
anything
that
left
mean? What does that mean?
I'm on the right wing.
Yeah, but what does that mean? Give us an example. Talk about the economy. Let's hear something.
Just following the law. Right wing is about following the law. Left wing is about breaking the law.
That is very shallow. That's very
That's it.
shallow. I'll go back and give you an example of that country where you live. Ronald Reagan was in the hard right, a very conservative Republican. And did he follow the law when he was involved with the situation in Nicaragua? You remember Daniel Ortega? You are too young to remember all this. There was no law followed there. What the Americans were doing in the wars of that part of the world. Okay, and those were so-called right-wing people. Margaret Thatcher in Britain, the most right-wing political leader that Europe has had, in the 1980s. And she flouted the law. She flouted the law.
And we appreciate that woman very much. We appreciate her.
Okay. You appreciate her.
Toka Britain. What has Britain been left of? Can you put Britain with Margaret Thatcher, and can you paint for us Britain without Margaret Thatcher, and then we talk.
Margaret Thatcher was not even popular amongst her own, the political class of her time. It's the conservatives who removed her from power. Sir Geoffrey Howe, man, you need to read these things. Those were people within the Conservative Party who removed her from power. Okay? And when you say that Britain and its Conservative Party leaders are absolute right-wing, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense, because I can talk so much about this, but you may not be able to understand it. You are here the whole night talking about TCG, watu wa lefties, lefties wamefanya hii. Hapo kwenu kule America, by the way, Republican and Democrats, they're just nearly the same. Hakuna kitu hapo ati wako different. We niambie difference between the current White House and the last White House in terms of foreign policy. What is the difference that we can say is a big tangible difference? There's people who run the show in America, and they're not necessarily Donald Trump or the previous guy, Joe Biden. You know that it's not run by the presidency as such. There's people who call the shots, and most of them are the generals in the American
the difference?
military.
Ngoja kidogo, the difference between wale walitoka, that is the difference.
Na usinipatie hizo zingine ambazo tunaziona hapa zinaandikwa kwa media hapa za ushenzi hapa. Haya, wacha tuone.
What is that? Do you remember that? Do you remember that? Belfast. Do you remember that?
Nimeona.
What is that?
No, go ahead. Explain, because I know what happened there in that footage.
No. Don't tell me to explain that. I'm explaining the difference between the two regimes. That is the difference between the two regimes. What is that?
Akinjiru uko na shida na hii kitu hii unajaribu kuexplain.
That is the
So
difference.
in effect, what you have been saying,
I use evidence to explain. I use evidence and symbols.
what you have been saying since you opened the channel tonight is that America should reactivate itself as the policeman of the world. That's what you're saying. That should happen. At any time there's a problem within a sovereign state, Americans should intervene, the way they did in Zaire, Congo Zaire, in the 1960s, where America and Belgium decided to kill Patrice Lumumba, the prime minister then. And these are the people you are cheering up here. They have never changed. The history of America always repeats itself. When someone says anti-America, you are saying if mtu akisema anti-America things, you brand them left-wing ideologues. There's nothing else.
But you are left-winger. So did I not describe you?
Is that the problem you have right now, or are we trying to address a problem here that the Americans have done?
It is because there are so many problematic. You know, when you tell me you are a left-winger, there are so many holes I start poking, including even the logical descent of conversation. There are some things which I know that we cannot agree.
So
if you are left-winger, that's a point of discussion. That's a point of discussion. Is that serious? Now that's other than even in terms of connection. If you are left-winger, tushachana sasa.
Sasa wacha nikuulize, in Kenyan politics, or in academia, or let's say you choose some public figures who come to the media panels. Tell me, give me 2 left-wing people and 2 right-wing people, so that I just know what you mean. In Kenyan politics, they could be journalists.
You know, Kenyans are thugs.
Priests,
Kenyans are thugs. No one is able to come out and say I'm a right-winger or a left-winger. Have you ever heard Ruto saying I'm a right-winger or a left-winger?
But you yourself, you can say, because you hear what they say and you see what they do.
I don't choose for somebody. You choose where you belong. Like you have said you are a left-winger and have created those boundaries. So I don't want to say that somebody is a left-winger simply because he is fighting Ruto. Or what is happening in Kenya is people talking. People are not declaring I'm a right-winger, I'm a left-winger. They do not classify their ideologue thinking.
Yeah, but they don't have to. It is something that you can imply, you as an observer.
I don't need to imply it. You have to say it, brother.
But that's what you've been saying here the whole night, talking about people who are useless left-wingers.
You have said you are a left-winger.
Even if I didn't say, hapana. Even if I didn't say, shida yako ni unajicontradict sana.
I don't need to.
Na hata sahi nimekusikia ukiongea ati sijui ati one term. Even the likes of people like me who don't have time for Ruto, we know that he will be in power in 2027. We know, because you know what will happen. Ni kama unaongea ni kama haujui what they will do. Una waste 2-3 hours saying ati one term.
Okay,
it is useless. Find a way we can deal with this matter.
No, that's why I'm telling you, you are left-winger, because left-wingers, that is what they do. They derange people. Hiyo ndio kazi ya left-wingers, kukuja kuambia nyinyi mnafanya kitu ya bure, sijui nini. That is exactly.
We nikuulize. Njiru, we have been on the same camp, me and you, talking about the Kenyan politics since 2000.
Sisi watu wa right-wing bana.
Joseph alisema hapo ati nilikuwa nasikia tu, I was in the background listening. Ati hata Eli pia saizi atuambie pale which side he is on. Ati sijui atuambie ako 1 term ama 2 term. That's nonsense. I'm not interested in those things.
Wewe ni 2 term nishajua. Wewe kama unatuambia Ruto hawezi toka, siwe ni 2 term. You have already defined yourself when ni 2 term and is okay. It is not illegal. But when ni 2 term.
You took a lot of time discussing Kenyan politics, but I
No,
didn't
si
hear
umesema
anything
hatuwezi toa
tangible
Ruto.
tonight.
So,
You took a lot of time discussing Kenya politics tonight.
Yes, I
Lakini
agree.
sikusikia kitu cha maana mulikuwa mna discuss.
Because
Ni
kitu ya
kama
maana ni
kumtoa
kutoa
mtu.
Ruto and we are unified.
Kumtoa vipi? Kumtoa vipi?
Ati?
Kusema ati one term.
Bana, open rejection is part of removing somebody.
Haya. Tuseme kuna watu wengine washenzi wana believe. Sikia Jero.
Nasikia.
Tuseme kuna watu wengine washenzi wana believe ati Ruto anajenga manyumba hapa na hapa, hizi sijui zinaitwa affordable housing, and you can see people sharing those things on the internet. Sijui affordable housing in Kakamega, Kirinyaga, sijui wapi. You know, they're doing this so aggressively to the point where some people will believe ati housing will change for poor people in Kenya really quick. Ati we have arrived sijui Singapore. Now, how do we counter that is the issue. That's why I'm asking you, when you're saying one term, how do you counter what this man is doing? How?
Huyo mtu ana watu bana.
Nani amekuambia?
Ana watu bana. Ametoa wapi? Other than you, who is another?
So ana watu tu vile tu pia alinyang'anya Raila kura zile aliiba.
No, this time round is
it's the same situation. That's what I agree with you.
Tushamuelewa.
Hapana. Kitu ni hivi, mtu anatumia mbinu mingi sana kudanganya watu. Hapana, anazitumia hizo mbinu za kudanganya watu.
Alituabdata akachoka, ametumia pesa. What has Ruto not used? What has Ruto not used and he is still not able to coalesce people around his agenda? So like if
wewe kitu ufanye, uchukue uende kama ule nani Mutembei ako kule anachukua pesa za Ruto, anatengeneza pesa
because he is stupid.
Mutembei anaishi huku London, sisi London hapa nini naitwaje huku, natoka tu London huku. Anapata pesa taslimu,
so
anajenga media yake.
How is that money helping him? How is that money helping him towards building his own fortune and future?
Kitu ninasema, see, by the way, that was a joke. I didn't mean to say that, by the way, it was a joke. But no, what I'm saying is Mutembei is doing his business, yeah. See ati chini, he's covering all events that he could. It doesn't matter whether you are one term or two term. He's covering those events. What?
But tunajua where he sold his soul. Tunajua ni mtu ya Ruto. Si alienda hapo kumulamba nini yake?
No, he has a right, but he has a right to do that.
But now ukienda uende na utuambie ulienda, lakini not stop pretending.
Si mulimfukuza kwani by the way, why don't you invite Mutembei here? One of these days.
Akuje kufanya nini?
Si hata anatoka huko kwenu, hebu invite yeye alafu tukuje tumsikilize hapa. Hata sijui nimpigie simu sahi aingie kwa
wewe mpigie peke yako, He is not welcome. Any person who is coming to delay our mind, to delay kuanzia kutuweka syndrome azifai. Unaona kama sasa wewe video unakuja kutuambia Ruto ana shida. Very soon watu kama wewe tutaanzia, we will not be listening to you. Hapa itakuwa kwaya moja. Ruto must go.
Hiyo sijakataa. Lakini lazima kuwe na format. Hapana, mimi sina hata mimi sina kura, si nilichoma nini yangu after ile election ile ingine. Nilichoma. So hata mimi sina kura.
Na unakuja kufanya nini hapa kama una kura? What is your participation?
I have a right to contribute to the conversation as a Kenyan and a Kenyan in the diaspora. Juzi niliona Wakenya wa diaspora team nyingine inasema ati Kenyans in the diaspora wapatiwe SG wakuwe MP or MCA.
Kwanza umeniambia story ya Mutembei nikachemuka ndamu. Wacha kwanza ni relax. You don't know venye mimi unajua, you don't know how I develop grudge. Nikijua
Mulienda mkachafua channel yake, sijui mkatoa we hata kwanza Bernard ndio mulimfanyia vibaya bwana. Mpaka mkatoa archive zake zote.
Tukamfanyia vibaya aje?
Nyinyi ma IT scammers. Si mulienda mkadestroy pale kwa Bernard. And I didn't actually, I preferred Mutembei to Bernard was difficult.
Wewe ukienda kufanyia shetani kazi alafu shetani anakuataka unakuja kusema ni sisi. When the devil attacks you, you start saying we are the devil.
Mulimtendea Bernard yani. Yani mulichukua hizo archives zote.
Wewe bwana neutral, you
started afresh.
And the devil destroys you, alafu unaanzia kusema ni sisi raia tunakuharibu. So ulize yule shetani unafanyia kazi.
What should have happened? Well, you know, Kenyans, unfortunately, we like to have factions, splinter organizations, you know. Otherwise, you guys were working very well. Hata kwa Mutembei, hata kwa...
Where we drew the line is where now some of us started saying that walianzia kusifu Kasongo. You see, like the mistake which Bernard did is like Bernard was legitimizing the association of Raila Odinga and Ruto. And he wanted us to fall into that thinking. So how could we continue being there? And as our senior moderator, how could we continue?
Na mimi hata nilitoka huko zamani before nyinyi mkimbie, mimi nilikuwa nishakimbia sana.
No, lakini wewe hukukimbizwa na hiyo, wewe ulikimbizwa na shida zako. Unaelewa neutral. So kukimbizwa yako, it was not about the narrative. No, it was not about the narrative. Wewe kuna mambo ilikukimbiza. You have to appreciate that. But sisi tulikimbizwa na narrative because we couldn't.
Wewe hujui vile nilikimbiza hapo. Wewe.
Of course wewe lazima
kwanza mimi nilitoka.
Lazima ungekimbizwa because
mimi niko left wing.
Not about left wing. You took the Luo pride there.
Until Luo pride.
You know the Luo pride, huh? You know the Luo pride. No wonder you people.
Na Bernard atakangi kushindwa.
By the way, neutral, hebu nikuulize swali. Hii story ya Singapore sababu nasikia imeletewa Wajaluo sababu nyinyi Wajaluo ni wale watu mnapenda mambo makubwa kabisa. Nyinyi hamtakangi
kama nini sasa? Kama nini
like,
sasa?
Unajua
unasikia hata umesikia leo ati nani umesikia hapo Alado akisema ati Winnie ndio atakuwa one of the 4 deputy leaders wa ODM.
Tulia kidogo, unaona Wajaluo. This is how we take a Luo community. Luo community, this is how we take them.
Yeah.
Mujaluo, this is a cultural issue. Ni kama vile mnasema sijui
sawa, hakuna shida.
Wakikuyu wanapenda pesa, Waluya wanapenda ugali.
Hakuna shida.
Yeah, this is how we take the Luo community. We take the Luo community as those people who can go for something very extraordinary, auspicious. Yani Mjaluo ni yule mtu ambaye ako na 1,100 na anataka kitu 120,000.
You know, you're talking about human beings in general. Hiyo si ati ni Mjaluo. Mimi nishaona Wakikuyu hapa wanaendesha magari they can't afford. Huku. Wakikuyu.
So, wacha kuweka binadamu wote. Sasa nakwambia sasa.
I'm telling you.
Wajaluo sasa ndio wanaweka hiyo kitu. Sasa Mjaluo ndio utaona Mjaluo wako kule kwa village na unasikia akisema mimi nitawa Msongo bwana. Au ni mali ya wapi?
Sikia. Kulikuwa na mtu mwingine hapo Nairobi alikuwa anaitwa Andrew Ngumba. The 1980s. Andrew Ngumba was I think he was chairman of Nairobi City Council. You know those days you're either chairman there were the mayors, they were elected by the councillors. Alafu Moi would have overthrown the mayors and did an executive order to install a chairperson. And Nairobi was always affected by this. So I think that time Andrew Ngumba was made chair. Either that or he was sijui mayor of Nairobi City Council, Andrew Ngumba. Andrew Ngumba was a person who, if you read his history, he invested a lot in Nairobi. A cheerful person, he was very popular, but he liked apparently to live the life. In fact, ungesema yeye ni Mjaluo Mkikuyu. Andrew Ngumba huyo akaanzisha kitu ilikuwa naitwa Rural Urban Credit Company, which was nearly the same as these circles that you see now. Yeah? But this was his personal thing. And people used to pay to this thing. It was like a mini bank, like a bank, a banking system back in the 1980s. And Ngumba alikimbia na hizo pesa zote. He left the country, sijui he sought asylum, sijui in Sweden or something like that. That time now saying that Moi was about to kill him. Andrew Ngumba is symptomatic of what I can say. You cannot profile a community. You cannot say Kikuyus are like this, Somali are like this, Luos are like this, because Andrew Ngumba did those things that you are claiming Luos do.
Yeah. Wacha nikumalizie. So this is a typical scenario. This is what Kenyans
Go ahead. Wacha nicheke.
Mujaluo, unakuta Mujaluo, he can't afford a babysitter. He cannot afford a babysitter, but he is busy saying, I have to rent a one-bedroom house. I need to stay in a one-bedroom house.
Unajua huyu dem anaitwa Kamere Goro. Huyu alikuwa anafanya na Jalango kwa sijui Kiss FM.
Si aliolewa?
Huyo, Where is she from? Which community is she from?
Kamene is a Kamba name.
Anyway.
Because
her name is Goro.
No, there is a reason why. And
the father is one of the most industrialist people in Nairobi, a structural engineer. Even if you hear kina Ephraim Maina huyo wa Kirinyaga, you just keep quiet. He keeps quiet because Kamere's father was the most industrial structural engineer in Nairobi. Ukisikia huyu msichana akiongea kwa interview, utasema yeye ni Mjaluo. So is it a Luo thing ama it is just human beings
it's not about but
being arrogant about their lives?
I was taught by Luo professors. And
you see now, that is a Luo talking. You are talking like a Luo now. I was taught by a Luo professor.
I was taught by a Luo professor. And the year is 2008 in a university, in Moi University.
Yeah.
And there is this over-urination and over-hyping that Mr. Obama is becoming the US president. And we are close to the end of semester because the US elections happens in November 4, November 5, depending on whether it is a leap year or not.
Yep.
So Obama has just been declared the president. And our professor is not coming for the class. And as an obedient boy within our class, mimi sasa ndio nilikuwa natumwa na wewe siende uone prof ni nini kwa nini akuje kwa class. So nikaenda kwa room 114 where the professor sits, ni kumuendea. Kumuendea akaniambia hata hizo class ikuji, Obama is coming for me.
Okay. A classic example of ignorance, because what you're saying there is that only a Luo professor can speak like that.
I don't know if you have gotten it. Have you gotten the
No, because what you're telling me is that only a Luo professor can speak like that.
So nakwambia professor alisema msinikujie sahi bana. Obama is coming for me. Have you not heard Obama has won the election? He's coming for me, man. I will be teaching in the US.
No, but have you ever met South Sudan, people from South Sudan, the Nuer or the other the Dinka. They're just in Nairobi. Have you met them and even spoken to them?
They're your brothers, so I expect them to behave the same.
By the way, they're worse than Luos.
No, so
zamani walikuwa na sijui parliament yao ilikuwa huko 680.
So,
before they were chased away and the Somali parliament took over at 680. And I used to meet them at Simas.
You see,
and,
the reason why your story, the reason why your story is like history of Singapore. We are being told that it has been coined specifically for the Luos, and the Luos are saying they are getting it.
No. That's Singapore story is a fallacy. You know, the Singapore story is a fallacy.
I wanted to know. Come out huko kwa basi ya Singapore.
No, listen. Let's be serious. You know, the Singapore story is a fallacy because number one, if you spit on the streets, I've never been to Singapore, but I hear some stories about Singapore. You will pay for it. You don't just spit, you don't throw chewing gum aimlessly everywhere. Okay? The bins are there for a purpose. Do that in Nairobi. If you spit or throw litter, there are those plainclothes city kanjo. They want a bribe. So do you see where our problem is? We have the same thinking, what they have in Singapore, but for us, we want a bribe to deal with the problem. So it's not like we can't deal with the problem. So there's no such thing at TCG will be like Singapore. No. It's already there. We have it. This thing, we have it, but we're just not dealing with it. That's why I keep shouting here that if we have 10 Ibrahim Traores in Africa, we don't need to be like Singapore. That's the truth of our situation. Wewe unasemanga ati sijui ati huyu mwingine akikuja sijui. Okay, who comes in who is coming in 2027 according to you? Niambie. Ndio tujue vile itaenda.
Say again.
In 2027, who is our president according to you?
One time watatuambia.
Hapana wewe. Aya, tuachane na stories za president. Governor of Nairobi 2027 ni nani?
Yeah, so far I'm budgeting on Babu Owino.
Unaona vile uko na tabia mbaya. Why Babu Owino?
Na kwani ni vibaya ni vibaya kukuwa na tabia mbaya?
Hapana. Why Babu Owino? Huyu mtu ambaye alikuwa anashoot mtu mwingine hapo. Yaani uko na shida.
No, he was remorseful. Babu Owino was remorseful.
You are this right-wing person who encourages that. Ulisema uko right-wing?
Yeah, of course, I'm a right-wing.
And you entertain a person who is about to murder another one by shooting.
He is out. He is out. Ayuko jera. Mbona mjamfunga?
Si kwa sababu mulitumia hizo nini zetu za Wakenya ati hizo mabribe nini kotini huko washa bribe ma judges, prosecutors wamekuwa bribed, lawyers are like this like that, victim mwenyewe pia amekuwa bribed.
He should be behind the bars. He should be behind the bars. So naona Anna anasema Gakuya. I have yet to see Gakuya in terms of strategy, in terms of planning. Sijaona yeye.
Huyo Gakuya hata mimi sitaki kumjua.
Ni huyo mama yake alikuwa anazikwa leo.
Those are kind of some populist things, yeah. But you see, only one thing, and whatever I say is not the gospel, because I am only disapproving what you're saying. We're just disagreeing here. There's nothing wrong with that. But you see, for me, Babu Owino, the only thing that I found quite good about him after that incident was that he became very remorseful, which is a very rare thing amongst
I'm
Kenyan
telling
politicians.
you, a
And he's
politician equivalent to Babu Wino, no one could have handled that situation the way Babu Wino has handled that situation. Yes, it's a very bad act, including. Let me tell you, if it was another politician as you speak, they could have killed that guy. In your story, Babu Wino took care of that guy. He took responsibility, and he has been remorseful. It's
na
a bad
hata si hivyo, hata si hivyo, alisema alikuwa na, there's an interview where he said he used to take madawa ya kulevya sana 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 sana. Akasema amewacha, so at least aliongea hizo vitu, lakini unajua mama wa huyo kijana alikufa because of the stress na huyo kijana is still disabled. Babu Wino will never give that man his life, what he had originally. Unaona? Nafikiri umepotea Njiru.
No, niko hapa. Kuna mtu anasema ati Babu Wino akikuwa governor hatakuwa president because atakuwa ameisha. So, do you want to tell me
Atakuwa
that
amefanya nini?
he will not be able to become a... So, do you want to tell me that Babu Wino is interested in becoming a governor in Nairobi and in the future you want to become a president?
I don't like the antics of Babu Wino. I think he's quite childish, you know. His antics are very, 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 you know. Mtu kama huyo arudi kule shule. He's a good person to lecture people in the university. Ama he sticks to his new profession of being a lawyer. I don't trust him with running a county government. You know, we haven't seen any plausible governor in Kenya at the moment. And so see, this guy, Ndindi Nyoro, MP for Kiaru, I used to really have a problem with this Ndindi Nyoro back then in Uhuru 1 government. And we had some mad arguments. Mpaka akani unblock. Mimi hata nilimblock, nikamu unblock, including on WhatsApp. But this Ndindi Nyoro, honestly, I have heard our sister here, Julia, saying before that he's just covering things that we don't know about. But I think he's one of the most serious political leaders in Kenya, Ndindi Nyoro. I don't know how he managed to get all that vast wealth from KPLC. That one I have questions about. But this man is running Kiharu. Schools tuition fee, school fee per term is 1,000 shillings per term in Kiharu. You tell me, ati people are going to Kiharu to benchmark. Ati how is Ndindi Nyoro doing this? Is a stupidity from other constituencies. This man is doing some things that are well planned. For example, procurement of food for a school, any school in the constituency. You find that some business people who are providing food to the schools are getting money from government a year later. You know, like those bills that we talk about when we talk about county governments, yeah? So he said, no, this is not right. These are business people. They are providing food to schools. Let us see how we can work with them. We pay them instantly on delivery. We cut costs. How can you buy a school bus when you don't need it? So Ndindi Nyoro started thinking like that, and people think that there is something quite And is he a magician or what has he done that they can't do? People, they're just other leaders are being stupid and greedy. And I think I changed my mind about Ndindi Nyoro about 2-3 years ago, way before his midterm as the chair of the budget committee. If we have about 20 Ndindi Nyoros in the politics of Kenya, and you see the way he's quiet now, because he knows that what he's doing is to serve his own people. I think we will be very successful, honestly, in Njiru. The people are going to Kiaru to benchmark, but what he's doing is obvious. That should be done by other constituencies. School fee per term 1,000 shillings. Hiyo ni pesa ngapi huko Amerika huko kwenu? Hebu niambie.
$8.
Imagine. Imagine.
Huyo mtu bwana.
$8 Hata imagine even people say, hata tuseme vile watu wengine wanasema ati huyu mtu ni mwizi, sijui ameingia huko KPLC, sijui is the biggest shareholder. Tuseme hata yeye ni mwizi, tuseme tu, hata tuseme yeye ni mwizi hapo, na tuseme ameiba, but look at what he's doing to the constituency. These are the copy paste things which I think that Kenyan politicians should do. And you can see this man is not wasting time at CG going to funerals here and there. He's not interested. Okay, Ndindi Nyoro used to call us Kehe and all this. You know, that was because that time when you want to get into power, when you want to become an MP and you're from Central, you have to be anti-Raila and anti-Luo and all this nonsense. And once you're in, you're okay to go. Okay. Those were the days that we did not like this Ndindi Nyoro. Okay, but I think once he was in and he saw what Kina Ruto have done to him, you know, even Kina Uhuru, then the man thought, hey, I was elected to serve my people. And I swear, every leader who wants to reshape their community should think of how Ndindi Nyoro is doing this. Because when I read that CG 1,000 shillings per term, there is no other place like that in Kenya doing the same. Ama kule kwenu mko na hiyo nini? 1,000 shillings per term. Njiru.
Haiko anywhere else.
Imagine. So what is happening there?
Because I know you use euros or you are using British pound. Kama ni British pound ni kama 5.
Kwa sababu at the moment pound ni 175 shillings.
Imefika huko?
Pound ni 175 shillings. So kama ni 10 pounds sijui ni
6. That's
kitu kama
6 pounds. 1,000.
1,000 is about 7 or 6 pounds, yes. Yeah.
Na hiyo pound ndio, na hiyo pound Kenya si ndio?
Hii bill, ngoja. Hii bill ya 7 pounds, sijui 7 pounds 50 ninalipa kwa hii channel yako per month. Hiyo subscription. Ndio school fees huko Kiaru.
Na ndio nauliza hiyo pound and thank you for that. Hiyo pound si pound ndio Kenya ilikuwa inaitwa 20 bob. Si pound is from the 20 bob.
Yeah, but that was a story of back in the day, bwana.
No, ndio nasema but si pound ni 20 bob. That's what because I remember when I was a young boy nikitumwa kwa duka na ile kashilingi 20 ya noti, my mother alikuwa ananiambia chukua hiyo pound iko hapo kwa kabati uende mkate. So hiyo pound, so do you want to tell me the same pound which was 20 ni 175?
Yeah, it's 175 shillings now. So because the Kenyan shilling has taken a nosedive, you know. But wewe unakumbuka hata Ndururu wewe? Wewe uliona Ndururu?
Si ndururu ni vitu hata tumeweka. Unafikiria nimeona hata hili ilikuwa na
Ama
mashimo.
umeona kwa archives, National Archives.
Ndururu na ingine tulikuwa tunaita Keng'otore.
Sumoni. Sumoni, unakumbuka Sumoni?
Kulikuwa na Sumuni na sisi tulikuwa na ndururu, Sumuni na Keng'otore. Do you know Keng'otore?
Hiyo ndio gani sasa?
10 cent. Keng'otore ilikuwa ile 10 cent.
10 cent. Hii 10 cent
And then do you know that huko kwetu kuna watu walikuwa wanaitwa hiyo majina. Kwetu kulikuwa na mzee alikuwa anaitwa Mogo wa Sumuni. Mogo wa Sumuni. Watu walikuwa wanaitwa hiyo. Hata kuna mzee amekufa juzi. So watoto walikuwa wanaitwa hiyo majina. Kuna
Mogo wa Sumuni.
Mogo wa Sumuni sasa ni Mogo wa Sumuni yani.
Sasa unajua kuna watu kwa hii channel au majenzi kwa hii channel au sijui hawajui hata Sumuni ni nini. Watafikiri tunasema maneno yetu.
Half of a shilling. 50 cent. Yeah, Sumuni was half of a shilling. Then there was so from half a shilling, then we went to 10 cent. So sasa 10 cent ndio ilikuwa inaitwa Keng'otore. 10 cent.
Ngoja kwanza, kulikuwa na ndururu na ukiwa na ndururu
was the smallest.
Ngoja, ukiwa na ndururu kama sijui 5 10 hivi, unanunua kale ka sweet kilikuwa kinaitwa Patco ama ko.
Sasa
ndururu, nakumbuka ko ile ya green.
Ndururu 10 zilikuwa zinatengeneza 1 cent.
That's true.
So, ndururu 10 zinatengeneza 1 cent. Sasa hii because 1 cent ndio ndururu. 1 cent was ndururu. So hii ndururu sasa, even in our language we used to call it ndururu. Then there was Keng'otore. Keng'otore sasa ni 10 cent. Yeah. Then there was
sasa hizo zote zimeisha, zilitolewa, hata uwezi pata leo.
But I was
kina
lucky.
Jirongo walivamia hizo currency bills hizo.
I was lucky because
Jirongo na Ruto.
Na unajua na gani ilikuwa na simu hapo katikati?
Ile ilikuwa rupia wa Hindi ile ya zamani ile. Hiyo pia ilitumika hapa Kenya, huko Kenya, lakini it was like rupee, but it was used in East Africa.
We used to call it rupee. Sasa rupia was 2 shillings.
Basi hiyo rupia hiyo.
In our language, in Kiambu, we used to call it rupia. Rupia means 2 shillings. And there was also a mzee huko kwetu who used to be called Rovia. Kioroa Rovia. So Rovia was also a name of somebody.
Hey, Kumenjiru, you know some history. Me, I was thinking this kind of things you wouldn't even know.
Unajua sasa wewe unakuja hapo unafikiria sasa mimi ni mtu ambaye amewezwa sana. Unajua nimekuja kujua sababu na
I'm surprised.
Mimi hata history ya left wing naijua from your late time.
Hapana, hii currency, I am really surprised that you know these ones. I'm very surprised.
My friend, you will be surprised I even know your grandfather.
There will be so many people on this channel who are probably older than you, but they will not articulate about the currency the way you have done. So I'm impressed.
Yeah, so siko mbaya sana. So
alafu unakumbuka wakati wa Jirongo. Sasa ile 500 shillings.
Alafu sasa na hiyo 500 shilling ikaitwa hiyo Jirongo sasa.
Iliitwa Jirongo Ilituvamia hapo ma 90s.
In my language we used to call it
even Ruto.
Nipe Jirongo.
They damaged the economy. Imagine they did what Idi Amin did. They decided to, the governor of Central Bank was a man called Eric Kotut. Kotut had
but I think he is
children here in London. Hata si ule kijana alikuwa anaitwa nani? They used to go on holidays to Switzerland, what. This is in the 1990s.
Na pesa ya raia.
Hapa tu London. Eric Kotut was a historian. Would you believe it? He had nothing to do with finance, maths, whatever. And he was governor of Central Bank. A historian.
Kotut alikuwa Central Bank?
Alikuwa governor wa Central Bank.
Hiyo angekataa kutukula bana.
Walikula?
Kenya ukipata hiyo kazi ni yako na familia yako. That we are a Manita society bwana.
So wakati wa Kotut ndio kulikuwa na governor mwingine hata nimemsahau jina.
Alikuwa anaitwa Nation Nyanga. Huyo alikuwa wetu.
Huyo alitoka huko kwenu
alikuwa anaitwa Nation Nyaga hapo wa hiyo familia kina
wakati
Nyaga
wa sijui Goldenberg ama huyo alikuwa Kotut.
Nation, but these days I think he is
Kuna yule the one who released the money
those
for
who are moist,
Goldenberg.
I think on Nation.
So huyu Kotut is the time of kina Jirongo, and Kenya decided to print money so that we look like we have money. Just print it.
Now and was De La Rue still in Kenya that time?
De La Rue has been in Kenya since independence.
And
I think they were kicking out De La Rue. Were they kicking out De La Rue just about 7 years ago, 7 years ago? There was a big push to remove De La Rue and bring a German company, if my memory serves me right.
Ati mimi ni mtu wa mlima, so ati I know currency and business. No, kulikuwa na watu wengi, ni kama vile kulikuwa hata na mama alikuwa anaitwa Ng'ondu, kulikuwa na mama mwingine alikuwa anaitwa Mbori. Majina zingine bwana zilikuwa zinatumika mlima bwana yawa
to do with the currency.
No, that was sasa ni Ng'ondu ni kondoo. Huyo alikuwa anaitwa kondoo.
Oh, okay, okay.
Mbori. Then kulikuwa na mwingine alikuwa anaitwa Gaturu. Sasa Gaturu ni kuna kamnyama kanaitwa Gaturu. They used Kioroa Gaturu.
Na hii pesa ilikuwa inaitwa Kobole. Mbona walisema ni Kobole?
No, Kobole silikuwa shilingi 5.
Lakini mbona walisema ni Kobole?
Kobole what was synonymous with Kobole? Maybe by the way we need to discuss that. Shilingi 5 Kobole 5. Yeah, Kobole 5. Ashu shilingi 10.
Siku hizi zimechange bwana, hata majina za nini hizo currency siku hizi kuna sheng nyingi hapo, hata sielewi.
Ilikuwa inaitwa Kobole ama Ngovo. When we are in high school, because quarter ya mkate ndio ilikuwa ina cost shilingi 5. Kwanza manze nini nigonge ngovo bana, nigonge ngovo nikakula.
Alafu hashu ndio gani? Hashu
ni 10 bob.
Imagine 10 bob, which means nothing nowadays.
Nigonge hashu mzae, nigonge hashu.
So saizi the smallest currency bill.
Wewe unasema nini ili ujue bwana hili nilisoma kitambo. Do you know during my era tulikuwa tunapoa pocket money ya hashu.
Hey, si tulipata 20 bob every weekend. Every weekend, you know, I was in that boarding school. So we were boarding master, and we are queuing up. We are queuing up for 20 bob. Kale ka 20 by the way.
Ile ka toothpaste kadogo kabisa. Nani kuuliza shwari. Mbona mzazi anaruhusu mtoto afungue na ka toothpaste kadogo? Mini toothpaste shwari.
But that was life then, and I think, you know, during Moi's time, I think people were disciplined enough to graft through during Moi's time. What I've seen, and forgive me if I'm wrong, I don't mean to sound offensive to anyone, but what I have seen after Moi's time, Moi's time was hard grafting, okay? But what I've seen after Moi's time is that people are just expecting money easily. Unaona online mtu anakuambia ati sijui ati nipatie, mimi sina data, sijui what. You know, in those days, maybe it's because the spirit of Harambee was banned by Mwai Kibaki. Something must have happened. Unapata saizi hata kule nyumbani pale ukifanya we ni mkulima, kuna vitu zingine hata watu wanakusaidia tu, alafu unawalipa, alafu kuna zile zingine hata hawaulizi pesa, ni kitu ya community. Saa hii people, you have to pay them to smile, to cough, to cry. And I think it's an experience that it's taken over the country as a whole. Kila kitu ni pesa saizi kule Kenya, sawa, and it's really embedded into the young people right now, and it's almost like they can't come out of it. I also blame Moi for this, because what Moi did was Moi was trying to, you're a university graduate, you're an academic in your sector, Mr. Njiru. And what Moi did was, he was doing a copycat like Nigeria, that he wants to democratize education. And so he decides to, give charters to former technical colleges and new private universities. And all over the place, we just started seeing universities mushrooming like that. Even Kibaki's time, so universities were just multiplying. All these people, they have gone to get education. Okay, fair enough. Wengine wamekuja kwa the big cities and they have no jobs. And this one has brought crisis after crisis, because, and in fact, it looks like the UK, because Britain also, one of the prime ministers did the same, decided to democratize further education, because it was known as a thing for the elite. So they wanted to share it with everyday people. So many universities were former technical colleges. And then too many educated people with no jobs. The same thing happened here, is what happened in Kenya. But hii situation yetu, the difference was, culturally saizi, ukiingia tu kwa mtandao hivi, unapata kila mtu ni ako na ile entitlement, umpatie, umlipe pesa ambacho they've not worked for. I am very, very, very bitter about this, what is happening in our country. And actually, when I say this now, I begin to sound like a right-wing person. What do you think about this situation, Njiru? Njiru amepotea tena, kawaida yake.
Napotea wapi? Niko hapa sasa. Wewe, hii ndio shida ya left wingers. Left wingers lazima waangushe propaganda.
Saa hizo nimesound kama right wing, alafu unasema ni left wing.
Wewe huwezi badilika.
Hapana, hapo hivyo for 2 minutes nimesound right wing kabisa.
Oh, okay, ni sawa. So tuseme kutoka leo wewe ni right wing sasa.
No. Do you remember Joseph was saying something here about Kibaki? And he forgot to mention something. He said that Kibaki was was pleading with Kenyans in the diaspora to return home and rebuild the economy. Me, I'm of the thinking that already home, there are people who are much better and stronger and grafters than the people in the diaspora. No problem. Yeah. But one thing fantastic that Kibaki did that Joseph forgot to mention was Kibaki used to make speeches where he would say people who are leaving the rural to go to the cities to look for jobs, please stay in the rural and be innovative. Do something in the rural area. Instead of going to the
mafia kuku.
Alikuwa nasema nani huyo mavya kuku wewe? kuna wakati alitukana bodyguard wake siji.
Hii sasa inakwenda wapi hii?
Unakumbuka hiyo?
Now
ati mvua ilikuwa inanyesha, wanamletea pia umbrella.
Sasa hii gari yangu inakwenda wapi?
Pumbavu wewe.
Now we are back to the one who is shooting us in the leg.
Hapana, lakini Kibaki was something else. You know, people blame the accident at TCG. He was mentally handicapped, but I think it brought out a different Kibaki. You know, a fun guy, and Kibaki, ile story at 2007 was nothing to do with him.
Hebu tulia kidogo kwanza tumkumbuke sasa umemleta. Hebu ni
weka tuone hizo videos anawaambia watu pumbavu wewe.
Tulia kidogo.
Immediate former President Mwai Kibaki was a very interesting fella, and actually a very humorous one. And here are some of the most famous quotes that he gave during his leadership.
Hii mvua itakuwa ni kidogo, wewe hapana, hata gari yangu naona inatoroka yeye bure. Mwambie arudi nyuma. Ni pumbafu kabisa. Unakuwa na maana gani duniani ikiwa wewe kazi yako ni wizi wa ng'ombe? Kweli una maana gani? Una maana wewe binadamu ya maji na kuku, na kuna mwenyewe hapa, au ni mama au ni baba, angali anajivuna kutembea mbele ya watu na ana aibu. Mtu kama huyo ni bure kabisa, anahitaji kutwagwa makofi.
You are letting this go down by allowing some teachers to drink too much. Oh yes. Oh yes.
Oh yeah.
When we see so many drunkard teachers in so many schools, I am telling you, you are educating our own nation by mistake.
Usije ukiwa popote ukishakula pombe. Ukweli ni kwamba hakuna haja wewe kula pombe hata ndio ukazedebe juu ya mtu wako. Hiyo wacha. Hiyo wacha. Na mukule pombe huko mkiwa peke yenu. Sio lazima wewe kila siku ya pili ya tatu ati lazima uproduce mtoto. What the hell? Hapana. Hiyo ni kukoza adabu. Ikiwa unataka fujo, hiyo tokea.
What the hell?
Lazima kila mtu, hakuna hakitaki kuogopa yeyote. Yeyote ambaye hataki maendeleo mazuri, awe anataka kujenga Kenya yake, hiyo tutafuata na yeye atawacha tu. If you just hang around and don't register, you are useless. No, true. You can't be useful. You can't be any use. Now, I think you are just. Anyway, let me not say that. Okay. Asante. Basi tuko katika mambo ya maana sana. Kwa hivyo mimi sitaweza kuingilia mambo hii ya mapana sana. Lakini kwa sababu mambo kama hai, kila mtu ambaye anataka kujua anajua. Ukiwa wewe unataka kujua, utajua na utajua mara moja. Na ni mahali kama tulivyokuwa hapa sisi. Kijana huyu ni rafiki yangu na yeye huenda kila mahali. Yeye unajua, akikwambia ukweli ni huu, utajua ndio ukweli. Lakini wewe huta insist
ati wewe zungumza funga hapa kidogo. Hapana, manake hiyo haiwezekani hiyo. Na ukasikia mtu ambaye kweli anazungumza mambo ya kweli, hapana anazungumza mambo ambayo amesikia uvumi ukisemwa. Hiyo mtu ambaye anafanya kazi pamoja anajua mpango hiyo, si ndio? Yaani ukiwa wewe ukisema jambo leo, kesho useme lingine, sasa hutakuwa na jambo unaambia watu. Kama unajua watu na wao wanakujua wewe, basi watu wanakuangalia na wanajua huyu mtu haya anasema anasema ukweli. Ukweli uko wapi? Na ukweli ndio anakuambia. Na wewe unajua watu ambao wako aina hiyo, na unajua kama kuna watu ambao wanasema maneno mengi, lakini kawaida anajua kusema ukweli leo, kweli kesho, alafu anazungumza kwa rafiki yake akijua huyu ni rafiki yangu, namwambia yule ni kusikia tu, anasikia sio habari ya kweli. Unasikia? Nasema hiyo kwa sababu nyote tuko mazima na nyote muko wazima wa mahali kuzungumza jambo gani na ipi, na huku inasemwa hivi na ipi inasemwa pande hiyo. Wewe ukishakuwa katika ndani ya siasa na umesomea huko katika siasa, unajua mtu ambaye anakuambia ukweli, anakuambia ukweli. Kwa hivyo wewe hata uwe na shida gani,
unajua kuna mtu anaweza kuwa aelewi Kibaki hapo. Unasikia wewe unajua mtu anakuambia ukweli. You know, that is a powerful thing even to even apply to Ruto now. Kibaki might have not been coherent there, but that is a very powerful statement. Wewe unajua mtu anakuambia ukweli. Like Kibaki was pushing forward towards people to understand truth. Like you don't need somebody to analyze for you. Ujue mtu anasema ukweli. I don't know, Bwana Neutral, if you can get the impact of that statement. Wewe tu sababu unajua siasa, unajua mtu anakuambia ukweli. It might look like a paradox, but it's a very serious statement. Eli, what do you think about that? Kabla nimalizie speech yake.
I think people laughed at him, you know, they thought it was his last legs, you know, some kind of comedy show. But I think still people took him seriously because he knew how to drop the clanger, you know. When he made a statement, there was the original thought behind his statement. You know, that nobody could say this guy is talking nonsense, because he used to talk a lot of sense. But I think maybe his mental state let him down after that accident. I hear what you're saying. Ati kuna mtu anakuambia ukweli na tu vile tu anakuambia pengine hauelewi, lakini anakuambia ukweli. He used to speak people's language, even though he was an elitist person, you know, spending most times playing golf and all that. But he used to speak people's language. But you know, Kibaki, huyo mama alisumbuana na yeye. Alikuwa anaenda huko kwa ofisi yake. Kibaki ameshawaka na hizo pombe zake. In the 1980s. Alikuwa anachapa yeye kabisa. But I think that at one point then he stopped. He decided to stop drinking the uji. And he came back to his senses. I think Kibaki was a great leader, but there's people who were around him, and the ones who made him make the decisions he made after he lost the elections in 2007. Kina Murungaru, Kina Mwiraria, and even his wife. You heard of the famed the story about the family wrangle between Kibaki's son and Mama Lucy, when Kibaki's son was telling Kibaki, throw the towel. This thing, Kenyans are dying for no reason. Just step down. But Mama Lucy and the other brigade, Kina Karua, they said no. So a lot of people think that it was Kibaki who was behind 2007. But I do think that it was the dodgy people who were around him are the ones who enforced those problems that happened in 2007. Kibaki cannot just be remembered about roads. I hear people keep talking about that CG because of Kibaki. Roads now started, appearing all over the place. I think that the way he ran the economy was good, not just for the people of Central, but it was sound. And our museum and cultural heritage authorities are very weak. They don't know how to remember these people. Look at that thing happening in Kangoka Jaramogi Uko. By the way, there's been some real nightmare in Luo culture about what happened with the burial place of Raila. Because at his age and with his achievements and his personal wealth, his home, he was buried at his father's home. You know that one in Luo culture, someone of his stature who already has his own house, that he should have been buried kwake mwenyewe, si kwa baba yake. But me, I'm not into this cultural prose because it doesn't make any sense. Once you're dead, you're dead. But I'm talking in terms of our cultural ways as Luos.
Watu wanasema azikuliwe ama azikwe tena. Watu wanasema azikuliwe, azikwe tena, or what should be happen, ama kufanywe ritual.
Kuna watu wana argue ati why was he buried there, but obviously you know why he was buried there, because this site Kangoka Jaramogi
is a graveyard for family.
Is a national is part of the national museums, by the way, of Kenya, even though it is not formalized that way, but you'll find that it's part of the national museums of Kenya, the same as the one for Tom Mboya in Ruzinga. So because of his profile as a Kenyan opposition leader and later in government, there's no way they would have buried him anywhere else other than next to his father, where there is already a mausoleum. But people are arguing that it was a mistake that that happened. Me, I don't care. When you're buried, when you're dead, there's nothing. You're not breathing. You're dead. So you can either be buried or cremated. These things happen. But going back to Mwai Kibaki, those statements that Kibaki made, he actually meant them, but people were laughing most of the time because people thought that Kibaki was just cracking jokes. But me, I took him very seriously. Very serious. Can you imagine a person who was a vice president of Kenya from 1978 to 1980? 88, yes. 88, 89, when he was made health minister, when Moi demoted him. That man spoke nothing for all those years. Those days, it was the presidency and nothing else. The vice president was just a stooge. So he spoke nothing. I think the only other time that he made any major speech was in 1982, August, there after the coup, when he pledged support to or for Moi. But look at him now when he became president in 2002, and those times when there were no hiccups in his government, but when he spoke, I think he made some very great strides about his plans, even the plans that he had with the Raila Amolo Odinga, who was at the time the Minister for Public Works and roads. Acha niseme tu kitu kimoja hapa. The time when Raila was in housing, roads, public works, he made some decisions that shocked people. He was, I would say, the only ever government minister who decided to crush or dismantle or bring down those properties that were on way leaves. Whether they were on way leaves, these was way leaves of electric poles or infrastructures that was coming up like roads. Wewe kama umeiba hiyo plot ni shauri yako, hizi tunaziangusha. Hata Oburu Odinga, yeye pia, there was a property of his in Kisumu that had to go down because of where the land was. Where the property was. So Raila Odinga became instantly unpopular. There were death threats at the time when, and then Kibaki, what he did was he removed Raila from the housing and gave that housing and public works. He gave it to a man called Shoita Shitanda. I remember that because it was such a sensitive thing, especially people from some communities. They felt that when these houses were being demolished in Nairobi, especially, that it was targeting them. But all Raila Odinga said, here are the files, here are the roadmaps. These are the places where we've been thinking of roads since 1960s. We must do this. So it was those kind of things you, Njiru, would say is right-wing policies, because at that point you don't fear the consequences of your decision. Thank you.
So Kibaki amalizie, alafu tumalizie na Delta Force. Bado nilikuwa nacheza video yangu ya Delta Force. Usifikirie ati hiyo video yangu nimesahau. Hiyo siwezi acha. Hata museme mimi ni stooge.
Mtu anakuambia mambo ilivyo hapa iko hivi, hapa inakwenda hivyo, ile itakuja hiyo. Kwa hiyo tufikirie, na wewe kama hujui kutambua mambo ya matatu au manne, wewe basi, kama hujui hiyo itakuwa shida sana, kwa sababu hakuna mtu ambaye anajua siasa inavyozungumzwa ambaye ana mpango moja tu, ati yeye anaanza kukuambia mpango wa siasa hapa hivi, na hiyo hapana, haiwezekani. Mambo inayozungumzwa na mtu ambaye anajua sehemu ya hapa, mambo ambayo tuendesha kando hiyo, kando hii, au tuwasema ni hapa, atazungumza na tutataelewa. Ndio hiyo, na hakuna haja ya si tumezungumza juu ya mambo haya, au hamkusikia? Basi mambo inapangwa hivyo, na mimi kawaida yangu mimi sina haja ya kusema uongo huu uongo huko. Hapana, mimi ninakuambia hapa, ukiangalia vile vile ilivyo, watu wanaona wanapanga hiyo yule unataka aelewe kabisa, unamwapendea pole, na yeye anakujua vile vile, lakini hiyo ndio mambo, namna ya mambo hayo. Na tulivyo sasa tuko mambo katika mpango mpya, mambo mapya huko, Laikipia huko, na sisi huko tumeingia sasa, lakini mbeleni tulikuwa huko hakuingia siasa yoyote huko, hakukuwa na siasa kule, hakuna watu ya siasa kutoka hapa Central au kwenda kusunguma siasa yoyote kule, hawasemi siasa yote huko, kwa sababu hakukuwa mambo ya siasa huko. Lakini hivi karibu, hiyo ndio ukweli. Lakini ukiwa umefuata mahali fulani, unajua sehemu hii mambo inakwenda hivi, na hiyo ikifika hapo utamwambia au unayetaka ajue ni ipi ya sehemu zungumzwa ipi, basi mambo inakwisha. Lakini mtu ambaye hataki kuambiwa ukweli, huwezi, kwa sababu ukiwa unamwambia hapa wewe wacha hapa, hiyo ni mambo ya kuzungumza. Lakini hiyo sawa hiyo sawa. Basi sasa tulivyo sisi, mimi sitaki kuingilia siasa nyingi sana, kwa sababu sijatembelea sehemu nyingi sana. Kwa hivyo mimi ukaona nikikwambia mambo yuenda hivi, lazima iwe ni jambo ambalo nimesikia ukweli uko wapi, si ndio? Wewe unakwenda mahali na kali na mtu ambaye huzungumza siasa kali huko, utasikia siasa anayesema hapa inaonekana ni namna gani siasa hii yenu. Okay, mambo hayo ni hayo. Na basi sisi tulivyo sasa, tutafanya kazi hii mara moja, na tutaendelea na siasa hii kali sana, tutaendelea nayo na tutasaidiana. Na vile vile sasa ilivyo siasa, ndani ya siasa siku chache zilizozidi, anajua wewe huwezi kuambiwa ukweli. Basi mimi mwenyewe tataka sasa tupe nani?
I'll do it for you.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh. Yes. I'll do it for you. Huyu ndiye atatangaza mambo haya tutazungumza. Ndio. Asante sana.
Hapo ndio Ruto alijiendorse. Sijui kama Bwana Heri uliona hapo.
What was Ruto doing there?
Karibu baliza.
Let me show you.
See? Kwa hivyo basi hiyo jambo ilipo. Lucy, naomba iko hivyo. Asante sana. Asante sana. Asante sana. Kwa hivyo hiyo kitu hiyo karibu maliza. Very good. Basi mimi mwenyewe nataka sasa tupe nani?
I will do it for you.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh. Yes.
Yeah. Hapo Ruto hapo ndio Ruto alianzia ku steal the show na maneno ya Wakikuyu ilianzia kuharibikia hapo. Hapo ndio sasa ndio alianzia kujifanya mtu mzuri. You know what happened there, Bwana Neutral? Kibaki was unable to conclude the speech. Sijui kama unashikanisha Neutral.
So is that why he offered to help him?
Is unable to conclude the story, anaongea. So sasa Ruto sasa ndiye anajitoa hapo, anaanzia kusema I will do it for you. So Ruto alijifanya like that good boy who can now come.
Where was Kalonzo? Where was Kalonzo and he was the deputy?
No. This one is not during that time. It was during he is the deputy. Ruto is the deputy that time. This is not during Kibaki.
Oh, this is Uhuru's time.
Yeah, this is Uhuru's time. It is the burial of the brother to Gachagua, Derito Gachagua.
Oh, the one who died in the accident.
Let me see. Speech nearing Governor Derito ni wakati wa Gachagua, Derito Gachagua. So sasa hapa, in fact, here is where Ruto became the darling of Kikuyus. Unaona, you see this alikuja hapa. This is where it all started. Mashida za Wakikuyu zilianza hapa. Leo watu wakasema huyu kijana bana ni mzuri bana, andi hata alisaidia mzee. Sijui kama bwana Neutral, mashida ya Wakikuyu ilianza hapa.
No. So please. You know,
huyu
Ruto and Uhuru were together because of ICC.
Ndio.
Unaona vile kanajifanya? Unaona vile Ruto alikuwa anajifanya hapo, ananyenyekea kabisa because he wanted the Kikuyu operators to believe him. Look at it. Ananyenyekea mbaya sana. Go ahead.
Lakini si walikuwa kwa sababu ya ICC.
No, walisha form the government, so the ICC was behind them. So they had already
so I'm saying that friendship was already there. Ile Ruto na Wakikuyu, because of ICC. It was already there.
Ati Paul anasema ati kijana akaanza kuja Mount Kenya kupika mtu.
Ani amekuja kufanya nini ati?
Hiyo story ni Gachagua alisema jana. Gachagua alisema jana ati Ruto alikuwa anapika mpaka mutura. Wewe hukusikia nani? Story ya nani? Hebu nikuwekea hapo Gachagua akisema Ruto alikuwa anakuja mpaka kupika mutura. Wacha nikuwekee tu. Let's see kama itatoka. Wacha nikuwekee Gachagua usikie Gachagua akisema he was warning Wajaluo, by the way. Kwa naambia nyinyi Wajaluo nyinyi amujui Kenya mnakimbililia.
Mimi naitwa Boniface Nyamo kutoka Kasarani na only
Waihenya is the only former MP with Kamau, hakuna mwingine. Kujeni hapa, hatuna time.
Sorry.
Before Waihenya.
Wacha nitafuta Gachagua today.
Jina peke yake.
Hiyo nitakuwekea bana. Leo Gachagua bana amegonga. Kidogo.
Retired charity begins at home. Sisi bwana, they like good things in life. Ndio amepeleka maneno ya hapa, alikuwa amejua mpaka kutengeneza biashara, tukaanguka kwa box. Alijua roho yetu ni biashara, akatudanganya. Alijua weakness yetu ni biashara, akasema nyinyi watu ya mlima nitatoa nyinyi chini mpaka juu. Wewe ukiwa na bodaboda utawacha bodaboda ununue center. Wewe ukiwa na Sienta utawacha ununue matatu inaitwa box. Wewe ukiwa na box utanunua basi. Wewe kama ni mtu ya hoka reja reja utawacha ufungue kiosk. Mtu ya kiosk atanunua duka. Mtu ya duka atanunua mini supermarket. Na mtu ya mini supermarket atakuwa na supermarket. Sisi vile tunapenda pesa na kupanua biashara tukaanguka kwa box. That is how he conned us. It was the greatest electoral fraud since independence. Mimi saa ingine najilaumu. Nasema mimi Rigathi Gachagua mtoto ya Wamunyoro ndio niliweka watu yangu kwa hii shimo. Lakini najipea nguvu nasema kama huyu mtu alidanganya maaskofu na mareverend na mapasta watu wametiwa mafuta, mimi Rigathi Gachagua ni nani? Katibu watu waitu. Mimi naona Wajaluo pale angewadanganya. Anasalimu hao. Jodhurua untie. Jodhurua umo. Nyinyi Wajaluo ulizeni sisi. Alikuwa hapa. Niliona juzi huko anajifundisha kupika samaki ndio Wajaluo wampende. Hapa alikuwa amejua mpaka kutengeneza mutura. This man is a conman. Is the greatest conman on earth. Sasa hapa tumemjua amehama hapa. Amehamia kwa Wajaluo sasa. Na kwa sababu wanajua Wajaluo wanapenda mambo mzuri. The Luos are good people. They like good things in life. Ndio amepeleka maneno ya Singapore. Because Wajaluo wakisikia Singapore wanasema hiyo ni sawa. Sisi alitudanganya na mambo ya hii ya bottom up. Because sisi ni watu ya chini chini. Hatuna mambo kubwa kama Wajaluo. Hatutaki hiyo Singapore nini, si nataka pesa ya kukula kidogo kidogo, akatudanganya na hiyo. Sasa sisi tumemjua, amehamia pale. Christmas yote alikuwa pale. Anaenda mpaka mpira ya MP. Anaenda mpaka mpira ya chief. That is the way he came here for 9 years. By the time he left, we are all crying. So that tuko na machozi. Nyinyi Wajaluo nyinyi. Mutaniambia. By the time he is through with you, kama sisi tulimpatia 4 million votes, ametuacha, ametusaliti, anatuhangaisha. Nyinyi yenu ni milioni 2, mkimpatia akishaingia mtaona yeye tena. So hapa kwetu amejua. Tumeamua Bwana Sifuna. Labda nyinyi mtuangusha watu wa Western. Lakini anafanya vile Moi alifanya. In 1992, Moi was cornered. Hangepata pahali ya kupitia. Hasa hii mlima ilikuwa imeamua ataenda nyumbani. Moi akajua kwa sababu kura ya mlima ni mingi, ataigawanya. Wakaenda wakapanga jama, wakatafuta Matiba kutoka London, Kibaki, tukasimama tukagawa kura. Matiba akapata 1.4, Kibaki akapata 1.1, 2.4. Moi akapita na 1.9. Sasa amejua hii mlima imemalizana na yeye. There are 2 decisions that have been made here. One decision, watu wameamua ni nani hata kuwa rais. Kweli ama uongo? Sio imeamuriwa? Ni nani bado? Lakini ni nani hata kuwa imeamuriwa? So anasema hii kura ya mlima kwa sababu ndio ilimfanya kuwe rais. Ikiwa yote imeshikana iende kikapu moja, ataenda nyumbani. Sasa amepanga jama ya kugawanya kura yetu. Ndio amepanga hii maneno ya Mount Kenya West and East. Mtu naitwa Ruko na Gavana Barire na hii Soprano ati wagawe wa Meru na Waembu watoe kwa mlima hii. Watu wetu wamekataa. Hata hiyo msichana umesikia hapa akiongea mambo ya Mount Kenya West. Hiyo ni mambo ya Ruto hiyo, Mount Kenya West hiyo. Juzi alikuwa Kiambu, anataka ati Kiambu ijitoe kwa mlima, ikakataa. William Ruto, let me tell you because I have told you before. Siku ulianza kucheza na hii mlima nilikwambia. Hii mlima ikikuondokea, utakuwa unaangalia nyuma, huioni. Lakini ulikuwa na maringo kwa sababu ulikuwa na Raila na ODM. Ulikuwa na maringo mingi sana. Ati utafukuza mlima, utafute Raila na ODM. Sasa ile ODM ulikuwa na ngoja iko wapi? Iko wapi? Mlima hakuna, ODM haku. Sasa anataka kutugawa. Watu wetu msikubali kugawanyika. Mtakubali? We must remain as one. Our vote is already useful to this region when it's in one basket. And once we have made a decision, we don't go back. Atalete wheelbarrow hapa mingi sana. Chama hii kama ile ya Kuria, sio ni wheelbarrow. Na ile ya Kabogo si ni wheelbarrow. Na ile ya Kionjori iko tu wheelbarrow ingine hapa Murang'a inatengenezwa, ingine hapo Kirinyaga tu wheelbarrow ndogo ndogo. Msikubali. Mliniambia nitengeneze gari ya nyumba yetu. Shida tumepata kama jamii, tulienda harusi na gari ya mtu mwingine. Kufika kwa mtu akatuambia tushuke. Mkaniambia nitengeneze gari yetu ya kwenda mbele. Gari si nimetengeneza? Itakuwa watea.
So Bwana Edi, unasikia Gachagua anasema Ruto alikuwa anajua mpaka kutengeneza mutura Mlima Kenya. Sasa ati ameanzia kuwaundia samaki huko Nyanza.
Those funeral speeches, sometimes I just don't think the politicians are serious. For example, he gave a statement there. He said that TSG, the voting population of Luo Nyanza is 2 million. Where did he get that? At 2 million people who are eligible to vote in Luo Nyanza. Nyinyi mko na 2 million.
So what is the number?
Hiyo ametoa wapi?
Maybe from historical data. He is commenting from historical data.
So you are saying that there are only 2 million Luo voters? Are you serious?
How many are they right now?
No, I'm asking you. You tell me. Do you think he's just talking? He's just talking, or he knows the statistics?
He's basing his data from the last election.
So he's one of these people who now believe that the voting population of Central is 13 million.
Hapana, amesema 4 million. Amesema sisi tulikuwa na milioni 4, Nyanza wako na milioni 2.
Lakini asiseme hizi vitu za 2 million kwa sababu yeye hata yeye ajui. Alafu tena anaanza na hizo ma stereotypes. Ati the Luos love good things in life. Sijui what? As we just want the money. Ujinga tupu kabisa.
No, si mumekongea hiyo sababu maneno ya Singapore sasa inaonekana ni kama inaingia kichwa. Hata wewe nimeshangaa.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine? An old man of that stature is standing there talking about ati Luos, they can easily be confused about the Singapore analogy, so they should accept it.
Unajua bwana Eli, kuna kitu elewi. No. You know, he is speaking about mass psychology. You know, wewe unaweza kuwa hii maneno ya Singapore wewe utaki, but how is mass psychology reacting to it? He is talking about, you know, bwana Eli, Gachagua is not talking about you. You are emancipated. Wewe ushakombolewa. But the typical regular Mujaluo, yule ako pale nini? Pale Usenge. Pale Usenge anaanika omena yake. So unaelewa? Yule ako pale Ndiwa, Mujaluo kawaida yule ako pale Ndiwa. Yule Mujaluo wa kawaida, yule Mujaluo the typical Mujaluo. Yule ako pale Luhano. You know, you think I don't know these places. Yule Mujaluo ako pale Kisumu pale kwa lake pale anachoma samaki zake. That typical Mujaluo ndiye anaongeleshwa. Wewe sio unaongeleshwa. Wewe hii vitu unaionea 18. Lakini kuna Mujaluo typical bana anasema hii iko sawa. Kama vile Gachagua anasema. So usifikirie ati Gachagua anaongea kwa vibaya. Saa zingine when these politicians are speaking, at times they are not speaking about us. They are speaking about a regular Kenyan who cannot differentiate between A, B, and C. Go ahead. Usikasirike sana. Wewe sio
hapana. Mimi, I have a lot of time for Gachagua when he speaks in his language, and because I believe in cultural identity, and you have to let people speak their language, even if they start having accents like of Peter Munya, but that's the only accent he knows. I was so disappointed that MPs, one of the reasons why they impeached Gachagua was because of his language, because they implied that all he does is speak his language in public forums. But most leaders do that, and in fact, me, I don't have a problem with it. It's a good thing to do. English is not our language, so the only language that is accessible to the people that Gachagua is speaking to ni Kikuyu. So hakuna shida hapo, lakini hapo hivi unasikia akisema ati sijui Wajaluo wako hivi. It doesn't make sense that a leader who wants to aspire to be president shouldn't be speaking the way Gachagua is speaking here now.
Umemalizia? Eli?
Asante ndugu yangu, nafikiri sasa tumemalizana na Gachagua. We've covered so many topics today, so I think it's been a good start of 2026, except your friend there abducting a whole leader of a country. Yani wamemchukua nimekasirika sana vile nyinyi Americans, the way you have behaved in Venezuela. Lakini tuseme tu hivi, vile ameanza hiyo itakuwa warfare. He has split the country into half, that Trump man, and the country is severely divided now, Venezuela. So tutaona vile itakuwa, lakini 2026 I hoped that it would be a better year than last year. Unfortunately, that hasn't come to pass. We have started in a very bad note. Last week he bombed. Are you there, Njiru?
Yes, I'm there. Marizia.
Last week, Trump bombed northern Nigeria, kule Sokoto State, and he said, "This is a Christmas present."
Persecution has to be eliminated, brother.
No, he said this is a Christmas present. This man, Donald Trump, amefanya vibaya sana. Hata kama ni watu wa Boko Haram, sijui wanafanya nini huko northern Nigeria. Why is he bombing those people? Nigerians in the north. Alafu nikikwambia ati Epstein files, you don't want to know. So asante anyway. We have had a good discussion. Mimi nimefurahi kwa sababu I wanted to get the opinions from people like yourself so that I can understand this Venezuelan adventure of Mr. Trump, which will go really bad, by the way.
Donald Trump has done what even George Bush would not do. Unajua kuna wengine walienda for military invasion for 8 years. Yake amefanya na 24 hours.
Lakini sa unafikiri wale Venezuelans in America, they will just sit there pretty laughing?
I don't think they will respond to it. Hiyo kitu ishaisha. Hiyo kitu ishaisha.
Okay.
Yeah, that thing has ended. So when Iranians were attacked, what did they do? I'm asking.
That's a different situation.
No, I'm asking you. Hiyo kitu ishaisha. So
hii hapa of Venezuela is a lethal exercise.
There's nothing like lethal.
Very lethal.
History shaisha bana. America is well prepared for it. So, and who is going to react to it? Are they the few parents, the few sympathizers of Maduro?
Asante ndugu yangu. Mimi sasa mimi lazima niende sasa.
Okay, ni sawa, ina shida. Hata mimi namalizia na hii Navesir and I'm done.
Especially in the tier 1 side of the house, that when they recruit from everywhere.
They decide, you know what, we need to go out to all the military services, Marines, Navy, everybody, and give them an opportunity also, right? We need more bodies. We're not getting enough bodies. For example, one course, 100 candidates, of the 100 candidates that started, when one got selected.
The requirements for selection are very high. There are huge demands on their physical capabilities.
You know, there's a vetting process, there's an assessment process. Every operator, every person is selected.
The unit has tryouts twice a year, right? So in the fall course and the spring course, and they have 100 candidates per class. It's a hard physical course. I would argue it's probably the hardest physical course in the world, only in that they don't break you down, you break yourself down. And once your body's broken down, then all you got left is your brain.
What is it like when you first show up? Day one, PT test, swim test, 18-mile rucksack march. Holy shit. And if you don't make the cut on any of them, you're gone.
And so what happens is you get there, they don't have a personal conversation with you, they don't talk to you, they don't smile, they don't frown at you. It's like robots.
There's no cadre factor in there. Like, there's none. It's you against the clock, and whatever the standard is what you're going against.
So you're literally going through Delta Force assessment selection by yourself. You're not going through with a group. You're not carrying logs. You're not rolling around in the sand. You're not doing flutter kicks. It's day in, day out. It's just nothing but overland movement. You don't know what the time standards are. You don't know what the distances are. The only thing you get is do the best you can.
Land nav is just problem solving. What are all those lines on the map mean? How long is it, what's the best route that I should take from this point to the next point? Is it a straight line? Well, I don't know. What's the terrain between me and a straight line? There's a mountain between us. I don't know. Maybe I should go around it. Maybe I should go right up. How tall is that mountain? The problem solving in land nav is a very slow, methodical, yet you'll have to do it for a long time, always be right, and do it when you're tired.
It is not based off of your ability to work as a team. In fact, there's no team events.
Oh, kuna watu wanauliza hii ni nini? Hii ni training ya Delta Force. No, we are just paying respect to them. So maybe kuna watu wakufuata. It's training for Delta Force.
The only unit that I know of, especially in the tier 1 side of the house, that they recruit from everywhere.
They decide, you know what, we need to go out to all the military services, Marines, Navy, everybody, and give them an opportunity also, right? We need more bodies. We're not getting enough bodies. For example, one course, 100 candidates, of the 100 candidates that started, when one got selected.
The requirements for selection are very high. There are huge demands on their physical capabilities.
You know, there's a vetting process, there's an assessment process. Every operator, every person is selected.
The unit has tryouts twice a year, right? So in the fall course and the spring course, and they have 100 candidates per class. It's a hard physical course. I would argue it's probably the hardest physical course in the world, only in that they don't break you down, you break yourself down. And once your body's broken down, then all you got left is your brain.
What is it like when you first show up? Day one, PT test, swim test, 18-mile rucksack march. Holy shit. And if you don't make the cut on any of them, you're gone.
And so what happens is you get there, they don't have a personal conversation with you, they don't talk to you, they don't smile, they don't frown at you. It's like robots.
There's no cadre factor in there. Like, there's none. It's you against the clock, and whatever the standard is what you're going against.
So you're literally going through Delta Force assessment selection by yourself. You're not going through with a group. You're not carrying logs. You're not rolling around in sand. You're not doing flutter kicks. It's day in, day out. It's just nothing but overland movement. You don't know what the time standards are. You don't know what the distances are. The only thing you get is do the best you can.
Land nav is just problem solving. What do all those lines on the map mean? How long is what's the best route that I should take from this point to the next point? Is it a straight line? Well, I don't know. What's the terrain between me and a straight line? There's a mountain between us. I don't know. Maybe I should go around it. Maybe I should go right up. How tall is that mountain? The problem solving in land nav is a very slow, methodical, yet you'll have to do it for a long time, always be right, and do it when you're tired.
It is not based off of your ability to work as a team. In fact, there's no team events. It's, do you have the grit, the discipline, and did you prepare prior to showing up to be successful?
You're pushing yourself, and you're pushing yourself. And then, somewhere deep into the course, you're physically just wrecked. You got blisters all over your feet, from walking in the rain and, and wet jungle boots and walking through the creeks and streams, walking up and down hills, your feet are sliding inside your boots, so your feet are like hamburger, your knees are shot, your legs are shot, your back is shot, everything's just shot, you're soaking wet every day, you're freezing, and physically you just wrecked.
They're having an opportunity to see you make decisions. They're seeing you kind of weigh out the pros and the cons. And that's the first look. That's the first thing that they're looking for and assessing you on as an individual. How does this guy individually deal with adversity? How does this guy individually deal with ambiguity and difficulty and all these types of things and problem solving?
The selection was just an individual assessment of your stress and your decision making while under stress. And land nav is one of those, under time, is one of those things that creates stress on you. That competition against yourself, against the clock when you don't know the time standards. It's just your next RV is. Your next RV is, and you think you got it down. You're like, yesterday was 2, today was 3, tomorrow will be 4, and then tomorrow's 5. And you're like, oh, it throws you off. You get to the 4th one, you're like, that was the 5th one? Oh, it's 6th one? You're like, and they throw you off, and they just keep adding weight. They keep adding distances.
You don't really know where exactly you're going. No. You might have 4 points one day. You might have 6 points the next day.
How long does this last?
6 days. And then on the 7th day, you do the 40 mile.
And it's at your heaviest weight, at your least amount of strength remaining, and you do the 40-mile hike.
And so I felt like I was doing pretty good. I turned some quick times, some really good times. I could do 18 miles with 45 pounds, combat boots after a 5-event physical fitness test at night.